You, a Navy general who embezzled 200 billion, are revered as a savior by 100,000 soldiers, and even the families of officers kneel to ask for you to take the blame. This is because after joining the Navy, you not only used your salary to help your colleagues but also secretly colluded with bounty hunters to acquire wealth to distribute to your subordinates. As a result, your rank rose to that of a lieutenant general, and the number of soldiers you helped exceeded tens of thousands. However, an act of embezzlement led to your arrest and imprisonment. At this moment, you are facing trial. The presiding judge immediately picked up the gavel and solemnly said, "The evidence of your embezzlement and bribery is complete. According to the results of the internal investigation team, you have embezzled a total of 200 billion belly since joining the Navy headquarters. Do you acknowledge this?" Yes. You nodded. The judge secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. However, the investigation team spent a full 3 months searching everywhere and ultimately only found 120,000 belly from your home. May I ask, where did the 200 billion belly that you embezzled go? Are there others who colluded with you and participated in the distribution of the spoils? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Some were moved upon hearing that you embezzled 200 billion, yet your family only had 120,000 belly. They all knew how much you had helped them over the years, but they never expected that after misappropriating and embezzling so much belly, you would leave yourself with nothing. While some were moved, others were nearly suffocated with tension upon hearing the presiding judge ask if you had any accomplices. No one was involved in the embezzlement. At that moment, your voice rang out like a great bell, clearly resonating in the ears of all the officers present. I consumed it all myself. The presiding judge suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "You are lying. According to the investigation team's findings, you have no assets under your name, and the apartment you live in is provided by this department, with furniture that hasn't been changed in 6 years. How could you possibly have consumed 200 billion on your own?" You remained unfazed. "I like to use belly to light my cigarettes. I didn't expect you to come up with such an excuse." The judge was so angry he nearly spat blood, while the general sitting next to him silently shook his head, looking at you in the defendant's seat with a complex expression. Those officers who had participated in your embezzlement and bribery all breathed a sigh of relief, then looked up at you with grateful eyes. The presiding judge suppressed the anger in his heart. "This amount is enough to send you to Justice Island to walk through the door of justice. You need to think carefully before answering. If you cooperate with our work and disclose all the officers involved in corruption and bribery, we will consider reducing your punishment." You did not hesitate at all and bluntly said, "No one was involved." Good, good, good. The presiding judge said 3 good words in a row, casually picking up another document and coldly said, "Last year, the 3,000 tons of steak you approved for your subordinate soldiers to collect from the quartermaster. Don't tell me you ate it all by yourself." Yes. You nodded again. "I have quite a large appetite. I didn't expect you to dare to say you ate it all by yourself." The presiding judge suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with rage, and said, "Xia Yu, do you really want to bear all the charges alone? If this is the ending you wish to see, then I will satisfy you. Take Xia Yu into custody and send him to Justice Island first thing tomorrow morning." Hearing that the presiding judge was going to send you to Justice Island, the warring states marshal, who had been sitting quietly beside, suddenly turned his head and said in a deep voice, "This matter still needs further investigation. Don't rush to a final judgment." Warring states marshal, this case is already very clear. The presiding judge waved his hand and said, "If you weren't just resting, you should have heard it all. Xia Yu has confessed to the crimes he committed, and the case is so clear that there is no need for further investigation." After a brief pause, the presiding judge suddenly picked up the gavel and struck it down hard. "Vice Admiral Xia Yu of the Navy headquarters embezzled 200 billion belly in public funds and bribed many officers in the headquarters. On behalf of the Judicial Department of the World Government, I announce the sentence of death for Xia Yu, to be executed on Judicial Island tomorrow." As soon as the presiding judge finished speaking, the entire courtroom erupted. Immediately, the officers sitting on both sides of the hall almost simultaneously stood up, except for the 2 generals in the front row and the 2 alternate generals. Many of the rear admirals sitting behind them also stood up, looking at the presiding judge in disbelief. "Judge, you do not have the authority to sentence Vice Admiral Xia Yu to death." "I confess, since I have followed Vice Admiral Xia Yu, I have received a total of 70 million belly from him. Whoever dares to take Lord Xia Yu away must step over my dead body." Lord Xia Yu is a good person. If it weren't for him giving us double salaries every year over the years, we would not have been able to hold on until now. He embezzled for our sake. As one officer after another stood up, the entire hall was thrown into chaos. 2 officers even took the opportunity to rush to the defendant's seat, wanting to take you away. Good, good, good. Looking at the suddenly chaotic group of officers, the presiding judge squinted his 6 eyes and said excitedly, "Vice Admiral Xia Yu, do you see? These are all evidence. You not only embezzled and accepted bribes but also formed cliques. Even if Commander Kong comes, he cannot save you now. Oh my, this is really terrifying. At that moment, General Poliasolino, sitting in the front row of the jury, suddenly stood up, and an invisible, overwhelming pressure was released, instantly silencing the chaotic hall. Borsalino did not look up. After the hall quieted down, he leisurely raised his hand to check his watch and lazily said, "It's time, off work." After saying this, Borsalino turned around and left without any hesitation. Seeing this, General Sakaski also stood up. After scanning all the officers present with a sharp gaze, he slightly furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "This is a courtroom. No noise is allowed. The fact that Xiaoyu embezzled is true, and the evidence is sufficient. This matter ends here. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will not be treated kindly by me." After throwing down this statement, Sakaski did not linger and quickly turned to follow Borsalino out of the courtroom. The two generals left in succession, and the group of lieutenant generals and major generals on the jury also stood up and left in an orderly manner. In a short while, only general candidate Zhang Yuan remained in the jury seats. Zhang Yuan did not leave. Instead, after everyone turned their gaze towards him, he slowly stood up and said leisurely, "Your Honor, the facts of Xiaoyu's embezzlement and bribery, as well as collaborating with bounty hunters to earn rewards, are all true. We have no objections to your lawful handling of this matter, but unfounded charges cannot be casually added. If Major General Xiaoyu is guilty of forming cliques for personal gain, then I must also be considered his accomplice. As over the years, every time I went out on a mission, it was Major General Xiaoyu who helped take care of my family." At this point, Zhang Yuan glanced at you and then shifted his gaze to several officers who rushed in front of you. "Please remain calm, everyone, unless the marshal speaks. No one can sentence Major General Xiaoyu to death unless there is a direct order from the Holy Land. I bet my entire future to guarantee everyone that if anyone dares to abuse their power during this period and accuse Major General Xiaoyu of forming cliques for personal gain, not only will I not agree, but this knife at my waist will not agree either." A storm calmed down due to the successive departures of two generals and a remark from the Reserve General Zhang Yuan. Due to the identity of Major General Zhang Yuan and the silence of the Supreme Commander of the Warring States, the presiding judge did not dare to speak boldly anymore and ordered you to be taken to prison to await further proceedings, thus quietly concluding the trial against you. In the evening, in the solitary confinement cell where you were held, you sat on the floor and looked around, then shook your head and smiled bitterly to yourself. You had anticipated what you would face ever since the internal investigation team began investigating him. Suddenly, the iron door of the prison was opened, and a line of 7 or 8 colonels and brigadiers from the naval headquarters entered in succession. Lord Xiaoyu, Major General Xiaoyu. As soon as they arrived outside your cell, the 7 or 8 officers stood straight and saluted you. Immediately, the leading officer stepped forward, grabbing the iron bars with excitement. "Lord Xiaoyu, I just heard news that the reason the Holy Land sent the presiding judge from Judicial Island is that the highest commander of CP9, Spandane, is secretly colluding with him, and the purpose is to have you killed." "Spandane?" You raised your eyebrows slightly. You had thought it was the ghost spider Major General who had been at odds with him for years, and those officers who had never benefited from him over the years, but you never expected it to be the highest commander of CP9, Spandane. Now, suddenly hearing the name Spandane, you finally realize, of course, those involved are definitely not just Spandane. There must be quite a few officers from the Navy headquarters participating as well. Lord Xiaoyu, just as you fell into silence, the officer gripping the iron bars suddenly raised his head, his expression fervent, and said, "They will definitely try every means to pin various charges on you, and then send you to Judicial Island for execution. Rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative. As long as Lord Xiaoyu gives the order, the brothers will go through fire and water without hesitation." At those words, Xiaoyu slowly raised his head, his gaze like a torch as he gazed at the several officers standing outside the iron bars. In the meantime, ding dong, a soft sound rang abruptly in his head, followed by a series of prompts. "Blessed is he who goes forth, and he who loves to go forth loves to return." Congratulations to the host whose dedication over the years has finally paid off, successfully activating the choice system. Detected that all naval enlisted men as well as officers of the Navy headquarters who have been favored by the host are sharpening their swords and preparing to break the host out of prison. Now you have 2 choices. 1. Wait for the ministry to come and hijack the prison, and reward a successful jailbreak with an escape warship. 2. Launch a mutiny to seize the marshalship, and if the mutiny succeeds, all the abilities you have already mastered will be elevated to the highest level. Chapter 003. Even if it's against the whole world, I don't care. Xiaoyu certainly wouldn't sit back and wait for death, even without the system. Even if the Inquisitor was in cahoots with the CP9 Supreme Chief, he wouldn't let himself be killed. Most importantly, as his operations over the years have begun to bear fruit, he has long since ceased to be the same rookie who just wanted to survive. but has long since secretly begun to lay out the admiral of the Navy headquarters. As a traveler, how can you stay under the table for so long? Now that the system appeared in time, he naturally didn't need to hesitate and decisively made a decision in his mind. After a short period of silence, Xiaoyu slowly stood up and approached the iron bars, looking at the 7 or 8 officers standing outside the iron bars in anticipation, and said unhurriedly, "I have a plan that I need you all to execute immediately." At these words, the 7 or 8 present all showed joyful faces and took a step forward to approach the iron fence. Spandane or those 3 inquisitors on the Isle of Justice dressed as 3-headed monsters. They are not my targets. After sweeping a circle of the several officers present, a ray of light called ambition gradually lit up in Xiaoyu's eyes. Since I'm going to do it, let's do it in a big way. My goal is to take the place of Martial Battle Country. Upon hearing this, the 7 or 8 officers first froze, then one by one, with fervent expressions, raised their hands in salute and said in unison, "Loyalty, Naval Headquarters, Officers' Quarters, Building 8. Building 8 is inhabited by officers above the rank of second lieutenant and below the rank of colonel. With the exception of those officers who were attending officer training camp, who were crammed into multi-occupancy dormitories, the rest of the officers had their own separate quarters. Second floor, Dormitory 301. A young officer clad in a colonel's coat of the Navy headquarters stood in front of the desk with a grave expression, staring intently at the thick stack of bells placed on the desk. No more, no less, a total of 12 million bells. Though he was now a colonel in the headquarters, with a warship of his own, he knew full well that there was no way he would have been promoted to colonel so quickly purely on his own. After all, before this, he was only a lieutenant commander of a naval branch in the West Sea. And the reason why he was transferred to the headquarters was all because one of his hometown friends was serving in the headquarters and recommended him to Lieutenant General Xiaoyu. At that time, he learned a lot about Lieutenant General Xiaoyu's deeds through this old townsman, and knew that Lieutenant General Xiaoyu was kind and charitable in the headquarters. But for anyone who really needed help, regardless of rank, Lieutenant General Xiaoyu would lend a helping hand. At that time, when he contacted this old fellow of the ministry through the telephone bug, it was simply because his mother at home was seriously ill, and the small salary he earned at the branch was not enough to pay for the medical expenses required by his mother. In the meantime, he had begged everyone and received indifferent responses, to the point that the colonel of his branch was ready to fire him for running off to take care of his mother for 3 days. In desperation, he thought of his old countryman who served in the ministry. Ben just held the idea of trying. He contacted this old township, and through this old township, he got a response from Lieutenant General Xiaoyu. After realizing his true situation, Lieutenant General Xiaoyu personally left the headquarters to appear at his branch base in the West Sea, and even personally sent his mother-sama to the best hospital and paid for all the expenses. Because of Lieutenant General Xiaoyu's help, his mother-sama gradually starts to get better, and just when he's thinking about how to repay Lieutenant General Xiaoyu, a transfer order suddenly appears in front of him, telling him to take his mother-sama to the Navy headquarters. After arriving at the Navy headquarters, he was not only promoted to become a colonel, but also became Vice Admiral Xiaoyu's subordinate, and his mother was even placed in the Marinvento family residential complex under the specialized care of a doctor from the headquarters medical class. Stoic, do you know why I'm helping you? Xiaoyu at the time asked so. He shook his head because he really didn't know why a big person like Lieutenant General Xiaoyu was helping him, a small branch major, so vigorously. Lieutenant General Xiaoyu's reply had so far lingered in his mind. Lieutenant General Xiaoyu said, "Because you didn't even think about doing something against justice in your most desperate times. Of course, being a righteous navy should be like that. But Stoic, many times justice also needs to be divided into occasions. If it is my mother who is seriously ill and dying, in the situation of asking for help from all over the world, I will decisively give up the so-called justice, because the world is big. Mother is the biggest. For the sake of my mother, even if I were to make enemies of the whole world, I wouldn't care." Lieutenant General Xiaoyu's words made him realize one thing. That is, if he can't even protect his closest and most beloved ones, what is the meaning of the justice he insists on? After that, he kept his gratitude to Vice Admiral Xiaoyu in the bottom of his heart, and met many like-minded colleagues left and right in the Navy headquarters, and also stood firm in the headquarters because of the shelter of Vice Admiral Xiaoyu. But the good times didn't last long, and before he could follow Lieutenant General Xiaoyu into the big time, Lieutenant General Xiaoyu went to jail. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a cold knock on the door. Immediately afterward, the door to the room behind him was slammed open. "Colonel Stoker, the time has come for Lieutenant General Xiaoyu to need you." At that, Stoic hurriedly turned around. When he saw the 2 officers who had broken into his bedroom, his eyes instantly changed from initial confusion to fervor. The body also straightened up in an instant while raising his hands in salute. "Loyalty!" As Stoic shouted the slogan, The sound of loyalty came out one after another from one of the adult dormitories in the entire Building 8, gradually converging into a torrent under the night sky, spreading rapidly towards the other officers' dormitory buildings of first-class enlisted personnel. In the meantime, Senior Officers' Residential Area, Navy Headquarters. Dozens of young officers rushed quickly under the cover of night to a small, separate compound. Two of the young officers came to the gate of a courtyard on the far side of the residential area and without hesitation pulled the courtyard bell. With the ringing of the bell, the door of a small three-story building in the small courtyard immediately opened, and immediately a middle-aged man wearing a navy cap and a dark red suit walked out. The middle-aged man was no other than Sakaski, one of the three admirals with the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters, codenamed Akane. With the ability of natural magma fruit, he practiced complete justice, because in order to complete the mission, he could not hesitate to include his colleagues and the public in the target of annihilation and made many soldiers of the headquarters afraid. Most of the officers and soldiers of the headquarters usually respect him from a distance. However, the two young officers standing outside the courtyard door were not daunted by the fact that he stepped out with a frown on his face, only to see the two men take a step forward and shout in unison with their heads held high. Grand Admiral Sakaski, Lieutenant General Xiaoyu will see you. Sakaski's eyes flashed, staring straight at the two young officers. Invisible pressure then quietly burst out, instantly locking the two men in place. Feeling the powerful pressure released by one of the highest combatants of the headquarters, the two young officers felt a sudden suffocation, and their bodies shivered slightly without control. But even so, the two still didn't bend down, keeping their bodies straight in the salute position, worthy of being a soldier brought out by Xiaoyu. Taking in the reactions of the two, Sakaski's eyes flashed with an imperceptible flash of appreciation, and then he simply took a step. Lead the way. Chapter 004, Turning Akane. I won't keep this honor to myself. Sakaski had just followed the two young officers out of the small courtyard in the direction of the headquarters prison, and in front of many of the houses in this residential area where the major generals and lieutenant generals were located, there stood at least two young officers, and some of them directly ignored his presence as a major general, as if there had been a major accident, and walked in great haste. What is Xiaoyu up to? Taking this scene in his eyes, Sakaski's face instantly became gloomy. Now that the trial about him is not completely over, if he causes a major incident, not to mention that Martial Warlord can't save him, I definitely won't forgive him lightly either. The two young officers walking in front of them didn't say a word and kept picking up their pace as if they hadn't heard. Seeing this, a flash of displeasure flashed in Sakaski's eyes, but he endured it. After all, Xiaoyu is now not only a vice admiral under his command, but also counts as his fellow junior apprentice, because when Xiaoyu was undergoing officer training, the one who was responsible for training the officers of that phase was none other than his teacher, the Grand Admiral of the Naval Headquarters codenamed Zephyr of the Black Wrist. Back then, when Xiaoyu was promoted to Lieutenant General of the Headquarters and assigned to his command, he didn't really approve of this subordinate at first. Xiaoyu's style of behavior, especially in the Navy Headquarters, left and right behavior, led him really difficult to understand. As a righteous admiral of the Navy Headquarters, he doesn't put his heart into catching pirates and eradicating evil, but actually engages in human feelings in the headquarters. However, although he was difficult to understand at that time, and even a little shameful, he soon realized that once Xiaoyu went out on a mission, the cruelty displayed when facing those heinous pirates on the sea was actually somewhat similar to him, and even in some places it was even better than that, because every time Xiaoyu goes out to capture a pirate, he doesn't focus on catching or capturing them, but almost always chooses to kill them on the spot. The reason given by Xiaoyu is that the money allocated by the world government should not be used to incarcerate these criminals, but should be used to upgrade the pay of the naval soldiers and officers of all ranks who capture them. It was this style of behavior of Xiaoyu that made him turn a blind eye to some of the mistakes that Xiaoyu had committed that seemed insignificant to him, and even chose to keep his door closed during the process of the investigative squad's investigation and collection of evidence. Soon enough, Sakaski made his way out of the residential neighborhood and into the Plaza de Marinvento. Just walked into the square. Sakaski violently stopped in his tracks, and then incredulously looked at the figures gathered in the square under the blackness of the night. When he saw that most of the figures gathered in the square were officers as well as soldiers who had once followed Xiaoyu, an ominous premonition rose in the bottom of his heart. As early as when Xiaoyu was investigated by the investigation squad and had him arrested and imprisoned, he had a feeling that something would happen. Because of Xiaoyu's growing influence in the headquarters over the years, many officers even regarded Xiaoyu as a believer in many major events. As long as Xiaoyu didn't nod his head, not to mention him as a major general, even the orders of Martial Warlord would be selectively ignored by them. Why these officers and soldiers embraced Xiaoyu so much, he wasn't very clear about. He only knew that every time Xiaoyu led a warship out on a mission to encounter criminals, Xiaoyu, who was a lieutenant general, would always be the one standing at the front. It's a big deal. Watching from afar the black crowd in the square, even Sakaski can't help but tighten his heartstrings. If there is a turmoil in the headquarters at this time, it will be a huge blow to both the Navy and the world government, because Xiaoyu's influence in the Navy headquarters was just too great. If he didn't stop it in time, he believed that these people gathered in Marinvento under the cover of night could be more than just trying to get Xiaoyu out of prison. Thinking of this, Sakaski didn't dare to slow down and quicken his pace to overtake the two young officers in front of him, arriving at the prison as fast as he could. Having just walked into the prison, Sakaski's heartstrings were once again taut, because at this point in the prison, dozens of ministry officers of all ranks had gathered, including a ministry lieutenant general. Most importantly, the guards, who were originally from the prison, also changed into naval officer uniforms at this time and stood neatly outside the bars. Grand Admiral Sakaski. Without waiting for Sakaski to react, dozens of officers in the prison turned to face him almost simultaneously and raised their hands in salute. "What are you guys doing?" Sweeping his sharp gaze over all the officers present, Sakaski stepped outside the prison cell where Xiaoyu was being held and said in a deep voice, "All of you, get out." At these words, the entire prison fell into dead silence, and all the officers kept their original positions and stood motionless. "Do you want to rebel?" Sakaski's fists clenched instantly, and he said in a deep voice, "I'll give you one more chance to leave the prison at once, or it will be considered rebellion." Just after Sakaski's words, the door of the closed prison cell suddenly clanged open. Immediately afterward, Xiaoyu, who should have been wearing handcuffs and leg irons, stepped out of the prison room with ease and stood in front of Sakaski. "Xiaoyu, you." I did not expect Xiaoyu not only did not wear handcuffs and shackles, but also strutted out of the prison room. Sakaski pupils clenched, face horrified. "You really want to start a rebellion?" If it was just Xiaoyu alone, as the highest combatant in the headquarters, he wasn't worried about how much of a storm Xiaoyu would be able to create. But the situation now was that not only had the prison been controlled by officers of the headquarters loyal to Xiaoyu, but tens of thousands of people had even gathered outside in Marinvento Square. A rebellion of this magnitude would be difficult to stop, even if he was one of the highest warring forces in the ministry. Above all, he didn't know how many more would follow, especially since the reaction of Palliacerino, who was a fellow Grand Admiral like him, during the daytime in the Hall of Judgment was very intriguing. There's also Guillaume, who's a Rear Admiral, who even makes his position clear that he'll never allow the Inquisitor to bring Xiaoyu to the Island of Justice. Grand Admiral Sakaski, we can't say it's a rebellion yet. Oh, Xiaoyu, who stepped out of the prison cell, slightly raised his head to look at Sakaski, who was more than 3 meters tall and invariably brought an ineffable sense of oppression, and faintly said, "It's only called rebellion when it fails, and it's called revolution when it succeeds." Not waiting for Sakaski to react, Xiaoyu spoke without surprise and then opened his mouth. "I want to replace Sengoku as the new marshal of the Navy headquarters tonight, and uncover all the real tumors lurking in the Navy's ranks, so that the light of justice can drive away all the darkness in the world. If the mutiny fails, I'll take all the blame on my shoulders. If it succeeds, this honor will not be mine alone. Grand Admiral Sakaski, would you be willing to stand alongside me?" The new book set sail. The new book period reading in bookshelf is very important. If the brothers like the book, can move your little finger will be added to the bookshelf. Mwahahaha. Chapter 005 Seizing the marshalship is only part of the plan. Xiaoyu's words just fell. Standing around the Navy headquarters of all levels of officers have taken out a red silk scarf from their arms and wrapped it around their left arm, and then all look at Sakaski with a fervent expression. Just like Sakaski, any abnormality will be attacked by a group of people. However, Sakaski didn't take it in stride. Although all the officers present at this moment were above the rank of second lieutenant of the headquarters, and there was even a lieutenant general among them, but if it came to a fight, he alone would be enough to wipe them all out. Of course, he wouldn't choose to do that, because he was curious about where exactly Xiaoyu got the courage to say something as treacherous as replacing Marshal Warlord in front of him, an admiral who was one of the highest fighting forces in the Navy headquarters. Xiaoyu was of course well aware that with just his simple words, not only would he not be able to convince Sakaski to stand alongside him, but he might also draw Sakaski's thunderous wrath. Seeing that Sakaski didn't have much of a reaction, Xiaoyu turned around and walked over to a chair not far away and sat down. The two jailers, who had already changed into officers' uniforms, saw this and hurriedly brought a chair and put it behind Sakaski. Seeing this, Sakaski did not hesitate and sat down facing Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu also didn't dawdle and went straight to the point. Under normal circumstances, matters such as corruption and bribery by senior officers of the headquarters should be led by the Navy headquarters Omyafu to set up an investigation team. However, this time, the investigation against me is not led by the headquarters Omokafu, but is instead carried out by the Judicial Island. From the moment the Inquisitor of the Isle of Justice appeared in the Judgment Hall of the Navy headquarters, I knew that no matter what the outcome of this investigation, I would not be able to escape death. However, at the time, I simply thought that it was Lieutenant General Ghost Spider who was secretly playing tricks, and that he couldn't make any big waves with his little tricks, so I didn't take it to heart. However, based on the information I have now, it wasn't Ghost Spider who wanted me dead, but CP9's Supreme Officer, Spandane. For this man Spandane, Grand Admiral Sakaski should know better than I do. Spandane is a person who is greedy and afraid of death. The only reason he was able to become the highest officer of CP9 was because he was promoted by stepping on the bones of his fellow officers through unseemly means. He has never had anything but promotion and power in his eyes, and as long as it's an obstacle in his path to promotion, he'll do whatever it takes to take it out. Now that they're on to me, I'm not going to let him get what he wants. Of course, Spandane and the others are just clowns in my eyes at best. And the reason why the Inquisitor of the Judicial Island came to the Navy headquarters to judge me wasn't entirely because Spandane was in cahoots with him, because the two of them alone weren't strong enough to shake my influence in the headquarters. It's the Chamber of Power that's really leading this thing. As for the reason, speaking of this, Xiaoyu slightly shook his head and laughed. Naturally, the Room of Power does not want the Navy headquarters to be united in solidarity from top to bottom. Once the Navy, a huge war machine, is united in solidarity, the threat to the world government will be far greater than those lawless pirates on the Great Voyage and the revolutionary armies that have been making things happen all over the world in recent years. Imagine what it would be like if the 3 admirals, all the vice admirals, and all the other officers and 100,000 elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters were loyal to only one person from top to bottom. Without the huge war machine that is the Navy Department, how can the world government cope with the countless pirates that have become more and more rampant since the Age of Sail? How could the world government cope with the newly formed 4 emperors in the New World? How can it cope with the revolutionary armies waging revolutions all over the world? The world government must undergo a complete reshuffle. The Tenryu people, who enjoy all the privileges from on high but do nothing, should not exist, and the growing pirates of the Great Voyage and the 4 Seas must also be purged. And all of this is not a decision I made because I'm now facing a life and death decision, but I've been secretly laying out a plan since I was promoted to ensign back then. Truth be told, the money I embezzled as well as obtained through illegal means is not 200 billion. As to how much I have not counted in detail, but it is certainly more than 200 billion belly. Of course, I definitely can't spend such a huge amount by myself, and I won't enjoy the extravagant life that money brings, because that's not what I'm pursuing, and that's also the reason why the investigation squad only seized more than 100,000 belly at my home, because I have distributed all of these berries to my peers who really need them, such as the gentleman present. Speaking here, Xiaoyu looks sideways at a Commodore standing on his left-hand side. This is Commodore Mordo. He has justice in his heart, and is ready to sacrifice his life for justice, and has resisted all temptations. However, he protected those in need of protection and guarded the unwavering justice in his heart, but failed to protect his wife and daughter. And while out on a mission, his hometown was attacked by pirates, and both his wife and daughter died at the hands of the pirates. When he learned of this, he returned to his hometown and hunted down the pirate group that killed his wife and daughter. But because of this incident, he was imprisoned by the colonel of his branch on the charge of desertion. It was I who helped him. Not only did I let him kill his enemy handily, but I also transferred him to the headquarters and eventually became a brigadier general through his own efforts. There are many more officers such as Commodore Mordo at the headquarters, and certainly not limited to the headquarters. At least half of the colonels at the major naval branch bases on the 4 Seas are my men, and they will come running from the 4 Seas to aid me in my ascension to the marshal's chair at the word of my command now. Hearing this, Sakaski's face instantly grimaced. You're threatening me? No, no, no. Xiaoyu waved his hand. His tone as calm as ever. It's not a threat, but a sincere invitation to you. I believe that you've watched every time I've gone out on a mission over the years, and have more or less a certain understanding of my style of behavior. In my opinion, heavy punishment must come out of chaotic times. All kinds of criminals that have been bred because of the great age of sail must be purged, and for that, even some sacrifices are necessary. So even though a number of officers in the headquarters have turned their backs on you, I have always maintained my respect for you and have hoped to do something amazing side by side with you. For justice. Upon hearing this, Sakaski slowly raised his head, his eyes burning as he gazed at Xiaoyu, and said in a deep voice, Your justice is to start a rebellion to seize the marshal's position? Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. I told you that I won't have this glory all to myself. Seizing the marshalship is just part of the plan. Chapter 006, There is a request. The latest order from the Holy Land. In the meantime, Naval Headquarters Marshal's residence. Warlord looked at the uninvited Inquisitor with a serious face. Unlike in the Hall of Judgment, the Inquisitor with 3 heads had turned into 3 people, namely Base, Kabir, and the other one whose name even Warlord didn't know. only knowing that he called himself Your Highness. As the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, of course Sengoku knew that the Inquisitor wasn't a strange man with 3 heads, and had always known that they were 3 people in disguise, so he wasn't surprised that the Inquisitor had turned into 3 people. Marshal Warlord, I'm sure you've guessed the purpose of our trip. Just walked to the sofa and sat down. The base sitting on the left took the lead to open his mouth and went straight to the point. That's right. We are here for the matter of Lieutenant General Xiaoyu. This investigation and trial action against Lieutenant General Xiaoyu is not forced by the Judicial Island to join in. And we, the Judicial Island, also don't have the right to directly intervene. After all, we are all belonging to the world government directly. It's the same status. Saying that, Base took out a document from his arms and handed it to Warlord. This is the latest order from the Holy Land. Warlord's pupils contracted slightly, staring intently at the documents placed in front of him. For this time, the intervention of the Justice Island in the Navy headquarters to investigate and try the incident of the Vice Admiral of the headquarters was authorized by the Room of Power. What he did not understand was why the Room of Power wanted to put Xiaoyu to death. As for Xiaoyu, the Lieutenant General of the headquarters, although he did not have much contact with him, the fact that Xiaoyu was able to become a Lieutenant General was not just because he had good personal relationships with officers at all levels of the headquarters, but also partly because of Xiaoyu's powerful strength and his dazzling performance. The year he just became a major, Xiaoyu captured a dozen infamous pirate groups with just one person. Although the members of these pirate groups were almost all executed on the spot by Xiaoyu in an extreme manner, but it was also because of Xiaoyu's thunderous tactics. As long as Xiaoyu has been to the place, whether it's a town or a village, there are almost no pirates who have popped up again in all these years. In the words of Xiaoyu, the chaos of the world out of the heavy code, imprisonment and indoctrination of the pirates is basically ineffective. The time to kill must be killed, can never be soft, otherwise the suffering is those who live on the lowest level of the masses of toil and hardship. Most importantly, as a great general, Sakaski's tactics were far more extreme than Xiaoyu's, and as he could tolerate and acquiesce to Sakaski's tactics, he would naturally turn a blind eye to Xiaoyu's tactics of capturing criminals. As for the matter of Xiaoyu's embezzlement and bribery, in his opinion it was just a young man committing the mistakes that should be made at this age, and as a marshal, all he could do was to appropriately give some warnings at the right time. Most importantly, Xiaoyu's illegal income was not used to enjoy his life, but rather to do what the world government failed to do and help those who really needed it. As a headquarters marshal and nicknamed the Wise General, how could Warlord not be aware of the ever-present problem of corruption within the Navy? But in the bottom of his heart, he knew very well that some corruption had to be eradicated, but corruption similar to Xiaoyu's was a benign direction for the Navy as a whole. Seeing that the Warlord just looked at it without picking the document up, Base didn't make any nonsense and once again took out an investigation report from his arms and said with a serious face, "Marshal Warlord, this investigation report is not from the Internal Investigation Squad, but from CP0. According to this investigation report, Xiaoyu began to amass a large amount of money through various channels as early as 5 years ago, and distributed all of his illegal gains to the associates around him. In just 1 year's time, the amount of his illegal gains exceeded 1 billion berries. In the year that followed, not only did he not relent, but he intensified his efforts after his promotion to captain, illegally obtaining more than 8 billion berries through various channels. It was also in this year that he was promoted to lieutenant commander and was honored by the General Assembly for capturing and executing more than a dozen pirate gangs, and was a hero and idol in the hearts of the younger generation of officers and naval soldiers. Through CP0's investigation, it was also from this year that things began to develop in an uncontrollable direction, as he began to gang up on countless officers and enlisted men who were in dire straits through illegally obtained berries, making them his dead soldiers. Also from this year onwards, the Navy headquarters and even quite a few branch bases in the Shirkai have circulated a saying that Major Xiaoyu of the headquarters will answer any request. At this point, Base looked up at Warlord, whose face had become incredibly serious. Need I go on? Marshal Warlord, there are some things that I believe I don't need to say in detail that you know better than any of us. For the Holy Land, the Navy is the largest and most efficient department under the world government, but it is also a double-edged sword. The only way to keep this double-edged sword from posing a threat to the world government is to have the officers at all levels of the Navy headquarters perform their respective roles in a way that checks and balances each other. However, everything Xiaoyu has done is on the verge of being out of the Holy Land's control. If we don't hold him down in time, he will definitely become a major problem for the Holy Land in the future. You've seen it all in the trial hall today. At least half of all the officers who participated in the trial assembly at that time ignored your existence as a marshal. And even more so, they ignored our trial to defend Xiaoyu. This also means that these officers only have Lieutenant General Xiaoyu in their eyes. I don't doubt for a second that if Xiaoyu had raised his arms at that time, not only would those officers inside the hall have revolted in place, but the officers and soldiers outside the hall would have killed their way in as well. Even if Xiaoyu doesn't have the idea to rebel, he already has the ability and strength to rebel. Looking at Base, who couldn't stop talking, Warlord suddenly sighed. Base's meaning was very simple. It was that Xiaoyu had to die, otherwise the Holy Land would not feel at ease. And Base coming to the door was not discussing with him. It was for him to stay out of this matter. After a short period of silence, Warlord picked up the document on the table and looked at it, shaking his head helplessly. Why did the Holy Land choose this time? Don't they know that the situation on the Great Voyage is very serious right now? And if there is turmoil within the Navy, the situation outside will become even more unmanageable. Is Marshal Warlord worried about the situation in the New World? Base laughed and said in an unimpressed manner, right now the New World is nothing more than two things. One is the sudden rise of Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, who has become the new emperor of the sea alongside white-bearded Edward Newgate, Charlotte Ling Ling, and Kaido. And then there is the Elbaf incident. Don't worry, Marshal Warlord. The four emperors of the New World are the situation that the Holy Land wishes to see. As for the Elbaf incident, it is the Knights of God sent by the Holy Land that are operating in the dark. Warlord's pupils tightened again as he looked at Base incredulously. Just then, the phone bug sitting next to him suddenly rang. Immediately after that, an urgent voice came out from the phone bug. Marshal Warlord, something big has happened. More than 10,000 soldiers and hundreds of officers have gathered at Marinvento Square, and the prison holding Lieutenant General Xiaoyu has been taken over by dozens of headquarters officers. Chapter 007 Mutiny draws the curtain. Death to those who stand in the way. What? The sudden report made Marshal Warlord's eyes widen in surprise, while he quickly stood up and grabbed the phone bug into his hand as soon as he could. Base, on the other hand, reacted flatly, an imperceptible wryness flashing at the corner of his mouth. Marshal Warlord, it seems that the Holy Land's fears have become a reality. In the meantime, Piazza Marinvento. The officers of the headquarters who had first taken action because Xiaoyu was trapped in the prison as well as tens of thousands of soldiers stood neatly in the square, with a red silk scarf wrapped around the shoulders of each soldier and officer. Standing in front of the soldiers were a dozen major generals of the ministry as well as more than 30 brigadier generals. Standing facing these major generals and brigadier generals as well as the soldiers were three headquarters lieutenant generals, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Lieutenant General Storabelli, and Lieutenant General Bastio. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel? Great. I didn't realize Lord Flying Squirrel was one of us. Lieutenant General Storabelli? The hero who chased the Sun Pirates back then. Why is he here too? Lord Bastiliax, you're going to fight for Lord Xiaoyu as well? Great. Hearing the voices that kept coming from the ranks of soldiers, the three headquarters lieutenant generals didn't have much of a reaction, and after looking around the crowd, the Flying Squirrel Lieutenant General slightly raised his head to look into the night sky. He was a veteran lieutenant general of the headquarters. As early as when Xiaoyu was still an ensign, he was already a lieutenant general of the headquarters and had participated in a number of major incidents, and had an extremely high reputation in the headquarters. However, because of his rigidity, even though he was promoted to lieutenant general, he did not have many colleagues to talk to at the headquarters, and was even ostracized by other lieutenant generals for being too serious and rigid in his approach to things. Of course, all of this ostracizing among his colleagues was inconsequential to him, because he didn't become a Marine for the sake of human decency, and all he wanted to do was for more people to receive justice. So he put all his heart into his work and was involved in all the big events, including the Battle of Ethelwall. However, during an outgoing mission, his old father at home was seriously ill and dying, and wanted to see him before he died. But when his brother called the headquarters, they didn't immediately pass the matter on to him. In desperation, his brother inquired about an officer at the headquarters who had a request to make. What he and his brother didn't expect was that after learning of his father's dying wish to see his eldest son on his deathbed, Xiaoyu, who was already a rear admiral at the time, was the first to personally travel to his hometown in a warship and bring his father to him. He thought he was hallucinating when he saw Xiaoyu carrying his father off the warship and standing in front of him. What he didn't expect the most was that not only did Xiaoyu bring his father to him, but he also brought a medical team with him to make sure that his father was able to say a few words to him. Although his father eventually passed away, he and Xiaoyu have since formed a deep friendship, and in their free time, they talk about the future of the Navy together, as well as discussing some of the ills and corruption within the world government as well as the Navy. Hey, what are you guys doing? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind the three. Looking around, it was the drunken Ghost Spider and Doberman, the two headquarters lieutenant generals, both of whom had obviously had a lot to drink, and the smell of alcohol wafted on the wind before the men leaned in, causing the Flying Squirrel to cringe. If it isn't Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, ahaha, Storabelli and Bastille are here too. Ha, go, let's go have a drink. Ghost Spider, who had come by hook and crook, glanced at the soldiers standing neatly in the square. and then whirled away from Doberman and staggered over to Flying Squirrel, pulling him up and preparing to turn around. The Flying Squirrel didn't move, but glanced sideways in the direction of the headquarters prison. At that moment, lights were suddenly lit up in the direction of the headquarters prison, and then a line of officers with red silk scarves wrapped around their shoulders came out in 2 rows and stood in 2 rows. Seeing this, the Flying Squirrel did not have the slightest hesitation, decisively broke away from the Ghost Spider's big hand, turned around and faced the more than 10,000 soldiers standing neatly on the square, and said in a deep voice, "All of you, target the prison gate, run and go." Wow! Tens of thousands of soldiers turned around at the same time, and then took off running towards the prison gates. The sudden scene caused both Ghost Spider and Doberman's faces to change slightly, and they spoke in unison. "Flying Squirrel, what are you doing?" "Gentlemen, times have changed." Without waiting for the Flying Squirrel to speak, Bastillo, who was carrying a machete on his shoulder, suddenly turned around and said in a shocking manner, "The Navy needs a better marshal, and that person can only be Vice Admiral Xiaoyu." "What?" Once again, Ghost Spider and Doberman spoke in unison. After a brief moment of stagnation, the two of them woke up one after another. Immediately afterward, the Ghost Spider took a step back as if he was facing a great enemy, gazed at Bastillo with a burning gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Bastillo, how dare you say such treacherous words? Damn it!" Doberman also came to his senses completely at that moment and lost his voice. "Ghost Spider, stop them! They're going to hijack the prison!" Bang bang bang! Not waiting for Ghost Spider to react, a series of crisp gunshots came out without warning, and the bullets that whizzed out instantly pierced through the bodies of Ghost Spider and Doberman, who had just taken out his phone bug. Immediately after that, a group of soldiers swarmed around, directly approaching the two men and emptying their magazines without hesitation. However, the two were, after all, lieutenant generals of the ministry. Even though their bodies were pierced through, the two did not die violently on the spot. "Damn it, who told you to shoot?" Looking at Ghost Spider and Doberman who fell in a pool of blood, the Flying Squirrel hurriedly chided forward. "Don't delay here. Quickly go greet Lieutenant General Xiaoyu." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the Flying Squirrel's words left his mouth, the sound of crisp gunfire rang out again, only to see that the two officers had somehow arrived in front of Ghost Spider and Doberman, and emptied their magazines without hesitation while pointing their guns at their heads. "Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, this is war." After executing Ghost Spider and Doberman, one of the officers wearing a Major General's shoulder badge immediately looked up at the Flying Squirrels with a fervent expression and said, "As long as anyone stands in the way of Lord Xiaoyu, no matter who they are our enemies." After saying this, the officer, without further delay, turned around and ran into the brigade, winding his way towards the prison. The Flying Squirrel's heart sank as he looked at the two lieutenant generals who were lying in a pool of blood and had lost their breath. Of course he embraced Lieutenant General Xiaoyu, but he didn't want this incident to result in the bloodshed of a large number of ministry officers. What he didn't expect the most was that two powerful lieutenant generals, Doberman and Ghost Spider, would end their lives in such a way. Just then, the sound of crisp gunshots continued to come out, rising and falling in the major dormitory buildings and residential areas of the Navy headquarters. Obviously, this was an officer or soldier loyal to Xiaoyu removing dissenters and launching an operation to help Xiaoyu succeed in seizing the marshalship. As the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out over Marinvado, a piercing alarm was triggered. In an instant, gunshots and sirens intertwined and converged to become the horn of death, and a mutiny that had been laid out for 6 years kicked off. Chapter 008 Fighting a New War with the Lord Lieutenant General. In the meantime, Naval Headquarters Armory, with intense gunfire resounding over Marinvado, the soldiers in charge of guarding the armory were awakened, and then rushed to the gate at the first opportunity. However, they had just rushed to the gate when a group of people surged forward. Immediately afterward, densely packed bullets whizzed out, instantly clearing out the soldiers inside the armory door. Inside the armory, several officers who were drinking and making merry rose to their feet and rushed out at the sound of piercing gunfire. Still, they were a step too late. They had just rushed out the door when the armory doors were blasted open. Immediately, there was a Major General officer clad in a Major General's coat rushing in front of them at an astonishing speed. "Gentlemen, I'm taking over the armory now." Without waiting for the several officers to react, this Major General threw his hand and threw them a document, coldly saying, "You now have two choices, either follow Lord Xiaoyu in a new war, or die." And ear-piercing sirens sounded, and a team of thousands of people poured into the Navy headquarters building like a tidal wave. Although it was already early in the morning, there were still a number of staff on duty in the headquarters building. Before the team that had just rushed into the headquarters hall had time to disperse, the soldiers of the patrol team that was in charge of the night watch had raised their guns, and a man at the head of the team who was wearing the coat of a colonel of the headquarters was the first to raise his voice to scold. Whose subordinates are you? How dare you trespass into the headquarters building? I order you to. Without waiting for the colonel to finish his sentence, a figure flashed like a ghost. The next second, finger guns, accompanied by an icy voice. This colonel's body instantly stiffened, and then he looked down at the large hand that pierced through his front chest, his face full of incredulity. Before the colonel could react, intense gunfire followed, killing the group of soldiers on duty behind him in a matter of moments. You guys! The ear-piercing sound of a gunshot woke the colonel up. Not caring about the stinging pain brought about by the finger gun piercing his chest, he clenched his teeth and raised his head. When he saw the face of the person who struck him, he couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "Hound, Lieutenant General." The one who killed this colonel was the messy-haired, spiked glasses-wearing Admiral Hound of the Navy headquarters, an animal-based canine fruit hound form ability. Sorry. The hound's face was expressionless as he blandly said, "Killing you is not a deep grudge against you. Rest in peace, Colonel." After saying that, Hound decisively withdrew his hand, while quickly pulling out his gun and pulling the trigger at the lieutenant general's brow. At the same time, a group of soldiers carrying buckets of water and various cleaning implements immediately filed in, and after the colonel and the other men on duty had been dragged away, they immediately washed the floor as fast as they could and spread a red carpet. The Hound lieutenant general didn't linger, but walked briskly toward the elevator. As he reached each floor, the floors the elevator passed through erupted in intense gunfire and all sorts of roars and heckling. In response, Lieutenant General Hound remained unresponsive, standing indifferently in the elevator straight to the top. As he stepped out of the elevator, the soldiers who had reached the top floor before him were already standing neatly on either side of the corridor. Seeing this, without the slightest hesitation, Lieutenant General Hound walked quickly through the corridor to an office door. Inside the office, there stood the Great General Palliacerino, clad in his Great General's cloak. Palliacerino stood with his back to the door, looking up slightly at the plaque that hung on the wall with the words "Ambiguous Justice" written in large letters, as if he had not heard the gunshots outside, his body motionless. Grand Admiral Palliacerino, Lieutenant General Hound, who came to the door, raised his hand and saluted, then walked into the office with his head held high and stood behind Palliacerino, straightening his body and saying, "Lord Xiaoyu asked his subordinate to bring a message to you." "That's horrible." Palliacerino pushed the frame of his nose, then turned around to look at Lieutenant General Hound, who was standing straight in front of him, as well as the soldiers waiting outside the door, and lazily said, "I knew that Xiaoyu wouldn't just sit back and wait for death, but I didn't expect him to make such a big deal out of it." After a slight pause, Palliacerino raised his hand to the telephone bug he wore on his wrist and said absently, "Go ahead, let me hear how he'll talk me out of this." Lord Xiaoyu said that if he fails he'll take all the blame for the crime, and if he succeeds, he won't be alone in this glory. Lord Xiaoyu also said that he's never been one to ask for anything or return favors over the years, and that as long as Grand Admiral Palliacerino stays out of this matter, he's doing him a huge favor. Not enough, yo. Palliacerino shook his head, trying to get a great general to press on with just such a verbal promise. "Even if you end up failing, I as a great general will be to blame," as if he knew that Palliacerino would have such an answer. Lieutenant General Hound immediately took out a document from his arms and handed it to Palliacerino. Seeing this, Palliacerino first froze, and then his face changed drastically because he saw what was recorded in the document. "It's not easy." After reading the contents of the document, Palliacerino spoke in a rare and serious manner. It seems that Xiaoyu was not acting on impulse, but had long ago set up everything in the dark, and actually even my bottom line was investigated so clearly by him. After a slight pause, Palliacerino snapped his head down to look down at the Hound, a murderous edge to his words. "How many people know what's in this document?" The Hound shook his head. Lord Xiaoyu said that if Grand Admiral Palliacerino finds out that the seal of this document has been torn open, he can finish off his subordinates as well as all the soldiers present. Upon hearing this, the killing intent in Palliacerino's eyes gradually faded, and he faintly said, "Worthy of Xiaoyu, as he wished, I will not intervene in this matter." Wow! As soon as Palliacerino's words fell, two young officers suddenly rushed into the office and poured all the 2 buckets of seawater they were carrying in their hands over Palliacerino. Offended Grand Admiral Palliacerino, the Hound wasn't idle either, and instantly took out a pair of helicite handcuffs and placed them on Palliacerino's hands. "This is done so that if we fail you can answer to the Holy Land. Also, if we fail, the contents of this document will be dusted off forever with our execution." Saying this, the Hound took the document from Palliacerino in his hand and burned it in front of Palliacerino. Palliacerino, who had been drenched and had lost his strength due to the helicite handcuffs, sat paralyzed on the ground with a comical expression that made people laugh. But the Hound wouldn't dare laugh. The reason why they were able to make Palliacerino so cooperative was not because they were strong, but the document that Xiaoyu handed him made Palliacerino choose to cooperate. Otherwise, not to mention those of them present. The officers and soldiers involved in this mutiny would not have been able to defeat Palliacerino. You know, Boracerino is one of the highest combatants of the headquarters, a great general, and a top powerhouse who has developed the natural system shining fruit ability to the extreme. Chapter 009. There is no more justice in my heart, only the Lieutenant General. Glancing at Palliacerino, who was sitting paralyzed with his back against his desk, Hound immediately stepped back and raised his hand in a salute, then turned around dryly and ordered, "Leave 2 men behind to accompany Grand Admiral Palliacerino. If the mutiny fails, you know what to do. Loyalty." The 2 soldiers left behind raised their hands in unison, looking frenzied. After watching Lt. Gen. Hound walk out of the office, the 2 soldiers immediately turned to look at Palliacerino and had their guns raised to their heads. Seeing this, Palliacerino's eyes flashed with surprise. Upon hearing the Hound say the words "the mutiny failed, you know what to do," he thought the 2 soldiers would choose to take out the Jade along with him, but from the reactions of the 2 men, it was clear that it was not what he had imagined. "What are you guys?" Palliacerino blinked, a little puzzled. "Is it preparing to commit suicide after the failed mutiny?" "Yes." One of the soldiers raised his head and said with a firm expression, "From the moment we chose to follow Lord Xiaoyu, we have been prepared to die for Lord Xiaoyu. If the mutiny fails, we will never live." Palliacerino shook his head. "What exactly has Xiaoyu done for you guys, to make you all so madly loyal to him?" Upon hearing this, the other soldier immediately took a step forward. "Lord Palliacerino, I was once your subordinate, and 2 years ago I followed your warship to the New World to fight against the pirates. However, I believe you don't remember, or rather you don't even know that I followed you. After all, I was only a corporal at that time, but not only did Lord Xiaoyu know my name, he also saved me from the fire when I was at my most desperate." "Oh?" Palliacerino looked up and gazed at the soldier, trying hard to find out information related to this soldier from his memory, and finally gave up helplessly, because there was no information related to this soldier in his memory at all. After a short period of silence, he secretly took a deep breath, and with his strong strength he hardened himself against the erosion of the sea-floor. Stone handcuffs, got up and walked over to the office chair and sat down, faintly saying, "Tell me, how did Xiaoyu save you from being in deep water?" The soldier took a step forward and said with a serious expression, "I was born in the South China Sea, and before joining the Navy, I was a soldier in the King's army of a country in the South China Sea, and in this country, there is nothing more meritorious for a soldier than rushing up to protect His Majesty when he is in danger. But what would the soldiers think if His Majesty the King was injured trying to save them?" Speaking here, the soldier's emotions suddenly became agitated, his eyes burning as he gazed at Palliacerino. "2 years ago, my subordinate followed your warship to the New World to purge the pirates, accompanied by Lord Xiaoyu's warship. At that time, the battle was tragic. We rushed the pirate ship against the dense shell bombardment to fight with the pirates in close quarters. I saw batch after batch of my fellow students either fall or be knocked down into the sea by the damned pirates. In order to avenge my comrades, I recklessly rushed towards the other captain, but I'm too weak. The other party didn't even care about my existence. Just a shockwave sent me flying into the sea. It was also at that time that you stepped in, and while you used your fruit ability to defeat the other captain, the pirate ship dismembered and crashed into the sea because it couldn't withstand the destruction of your fruit ability. I was floating on the surface of the sea at the time and could only watch as the wreckage of the fallen pirate ship came crashing down on me. I do not blame you for this, for war is always accompanied by death, and as a righteous navy, one should always be ready to sacrifice for justice. But just when I gave up and was ready to embrace death, Lord Xiaoyu's warship sailed over, rescued me to his warship just as the wreckage of the pirate ship was about to come crashing down, and personally bandaged my wounds. From that moment on, there was no more justice in my heart, only Lord Xiaoyu. When Lord Xiaoyu captured the pirates, I swore to follow him to the death, and when Lord Xiaoyu wanted to make an enemy of the world, I offered my loyalty and life to Lord Xiaoyu. In the ministry's prisons, the ear-splitting sirens continued for a long time, and the various gunshots were even more frequent. Sakaski's face became extraordinarily gloomy, his eyes burning as he gazed at Xiaoyu. Without having to look, he knew that the naval soldiers who had gathered in the square earlier as well as the officers of all ranks were unfolding a thunderbolt to take control of the headquarters. "Xiaoyu, did you have to make such a big deal out of it?" After a short silence, Sakaski slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, "It's not too late to stop now. Otherwise, I can only finish you off. As long as you are finished off, this rebellion will end." As soon as Sakaski's words fell, the phone bug in the arms of the Brigadier General standing beside Xiaoyu suddenly rang. Brew blue. The familiar voice of the telephone bug was particularly shrill in the prison. The Commodore did not dare to be slow, immediately took out the telephone bug and spoke. "Go ahead. I am Lieutenant General Hound." The voice of Lieutenant General Hound, who appeared somewhat excited, came from the phone bug. Please be sure to immediately relay to Lord Xiaoyu that Grand Admiral Poliacerino has been taken under control. Hearing the message coming from the phone bug, Sakaski looked up with a horrified face, his eyes full of disbelief. Throughout the entire Navy headquarters, Poliacerino was one of the brothers with whom he had the best personal relationship without one, and because of that, there was no one who understood Poliacerino's strength better than he did. It's not an exaggeration to say that unless both Sengoku and Carp come over to Xiaoyu's side, Poliacerino alone can put an end to this rebellion. But now the message coming out of the phone bug is actually that Poliacerino is under control. After a brief moment of shock, Sakaski let out a dark sigh. He doesn't believe that Poliacerino is being controlled. And at this point Poliacerino is being controlled, and there is only one answer to that, and that is Poliacerino, who practiced ambiguous justice, and whose only brother chose to stand by and do nothing. Just then, the phone bug that had just ended the call rang again. Without waiting for the Brigadier General standing beside Xiaoyu to speak, the phone bugs in the arms of the other officers present also rang. Report, the armory is under control. Report, Dormitory Building 7 is also under control. Report, Science class is also under control. Report, Lieutenant General Guillaume has stopped Lieutenant General Keiki. Report, Major Tina is under control. Report, all external phone bugs at headquarters are being monitored. Report after report made Sakaski's face harden. How could he not expect this rebellion to be so swift? And even more so, he didn't expect that even Guillaume, the general-in-waiting, chose to side with Xiaoyu, and even made a move to stop Lieutenant General Keiki, who was also a general-in-waiting. Although he hadn't heard the report from Marshal Warlord for the time being, he knew in the back of his mind that if this rebellion wasn't stopped in time, an unprecedented bloodshed would ensue at the headquarters, because not everyone in the headquarters is loyal to Xiaoyu. At least half of the officers and soldiers will show up one after another to stop the rebellion from continuing to expand. At that point, the stability of the Navy headquarters would be completely shattered, and no matter who achieved the ultimate victory, the Navy would suffer an unprecedented blow, and might even fall apart, thus affecting the balance and order of the world. The most important thing is, the Great Voyage and the Four Seas many branch base officers at this time may be full throttle straight to the headquarters. If we wait until the arrival of these branch warships involved in the rebellion and the headquarters of the rebellion of the soldiers, even if Xiaoyu cannot successfully seize the marshalship, but also will come to the bottom of the cauldron, so that the headquarters of the Navy into an empty shelf. Chapter 010, I'm a great general. How much are you looking down on me? Time is running out. Grand Admiral Sakaski. After listening attentively to the reports that kept coming in from the phone bug, Xiaoyu slowly raised his head to look at the tall Sakaski and said indifferently, you still have 30 seconds to think about it, to share this glory side by side with me, or to continue to pursue your so-called complete justice for the corrupted world government? In my opinion, your so-called complete justice is a big joke, because you don't understand what complete justice means. The so-called complete justice means that even the celestial dragons must be treated equally, but you can't do it. Not only can you not do it, but you have to endure suppression and heckling from the Chamber of Power. In fact, in your heart, you loathe the Tianlong people to the extreme. And even more so, you resent the 5 elder stars of the Holy Land's Chamber of Power, only that you don't dare to rebel, or you haven't yet found the opportunity to rebel. Now this opportunity is before you dash. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu raised his hand to glance at his wristwatch and changed his words. You still have 10 seconds. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, all the officers standing around took a step forward at the same time with a neat pace. Immediately afterward, in a scene that Sakaski did not expect, each officer carried a bucket filled with seawater that smelled of the sea, apparently having long ago thought of a way to deal with him. Although the seawater wasn't enough to completely incapacitate him, as long as he was somewhat bound, Xiaoyu would have the chance to finish him off. You know, although Xiaoyu is the youngest lieutenant general in the ministry, both the armed color hegemony and the scene color hegemony are stronger than the other lieutenant generals, and most importantly, Xiaoyu's sword skills are also very powerful, and it's not even close to that of the Grand Admiral in waiting Guillaume. Not only that, a few of the officers even took out iron hooks made of seafaring stone, acting as if they would decisively attack him as long as he chose to be Xiaoyu's enemy. 3. Xiaoyu opened his mouth once again, speaking in an unhurried manner. 2. Clunk. Suddenly, the big iron door of the prison opened in response. Immediately after that, the flying squirrels, Bastio, and the 3 lieutenant generals of Storabelli quickly rushed into the prison, followed by a dozen or so officers of all ranks in 2 rows after entering the prison. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel? Bastio? Stromboli? How is that possible? Have even you joined this rebellion? Looking at the 3 vice admirals lined up behind Xiaoyu, Sakaski's eyes flashed with a touch of shock. To know whether it is Flying Squirrels or Bastille or Strombelli, All are the backbone of the Navy headquarters. Is the Navy headquarters of the veteran Vice Admiral? And Xiaoyu's contact with the longest is only 6 years in the time. He knew that the officers at all levels who had been promoted up during the 6 years that Xiaoyu had been in the headquarters would be swayed towards justice. But he really couldn't think of any reason that would cause all of these veteran lieutenant generals to fall back on Xiaoyu and righteously participate in this rebellion. Lord Xiaoyu. Just after arriving behind Xiaoyu, the flying squirrel immediately took a step forward and bowed. May I have a chat with Senior General Sakaski? No need. Xiaoyu waved his hand and said lightly, Grand Admiral Sakaski has already made his choice. As soon as the words fell, the aura on Xiaoyu's body climbed steeply. Xiaoyu, are you trying to use force to make me submit? Feeling the aura on Xiaoyu's body suddenly climb to the extreme, Sakaski's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said in a deep voice, Very well, then let me see if you have the strength to become a headquarters marshal or not. As he spoke, as a natural magma fruit ability, he no longer hesitated and decisively released his fruit ability. Rolling magma then dripped down his arms to the ground. At the same time, he fiercely took a step forward, and his magma-ized huge fist went straight for Xiaoyu's face at an astonishing speed. Stygian dog! In a loud shout, the originally cool prison suddenly became dry and hot because of Sakaski's fruit ability, and the magma-ized huge fist was instantly enlarged infinitely in Xiaoyu's pupils at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. However, although Sakaski's attack was fast enough, Xiaoyu had already prepared for it. The moment the huge fist containing hot energy came to meet his face, he decisively unloaded his entire body's strength, and the Navy's 6 styles were silently activated. The paper painting. Only a windy and light voice rang out, and Xiaoyu's body was suddenly as light as a thin sheet of paper as he flicked the huge fist that was coming his way. In the meantime, the officers of all ranks of the ministry standing around had thrown out all the seawater in the buckets towards Sakaski without hesitation. Crashing sound. In a flash, the pouring seawater covered Xiaoyu and Sakaski, leaving Sakaski, who was in a narrow area, with nowhere to hide. Innocent. Looking at the seawater that splashed, Sakaski coldly grunted and smiled. The magma fruit ability that belonged to him unreservedly released with it. The seawater that splashed just covered him, was instantly vaporized by the terrifyingly high temperature that was released by the magma. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Xiaoyu, who had dodged Sakaski's attack with paper painting, appeared in front of Sakaski with a flash of his silhouette, and the finger gun of the Navy's 6 styles was launched, transforming the palm of his hand into a finger and poking it accurately and precisely at Sakaski's chest. As if he had predicted that Xiaoyu would counterattack in such a manner, Sakaski's mouth flashed with a touch of cruelty as he coldly said, Sculpture is small. Not waiting for Sakaski to finish his sentence, Xiaoyu fiercely shouted out coldly, Armed, buzz. The moment the words rang out, the finger gun instantly hardened in its armed color before it suddenly accelerated and poofed into Sakaski's body. A strike won the hands of Xiaoyu did not stop there. The Navy of the 6 styles of razor and then launched. A flash of the figure disappeared in front of Sakaski. When he reappeared, has been in the back of the Sakaski. His hand is more than a hook built by the sea building stone. It's now Xiaoyu, who appeared behind Sakaski with a hook in his hand, didn't hesitate in the slightest and spoke decisively. Together. Before the words left his mouth, the iron hook in his hand swept towards Sakaski as fast as lightning. Immediately afterward, several of the officers standing around threw the sea cock hooks they were holding. The flying squirrels, Strombelli and Bastio, were not idle, and had their blades sheathed, watching the changes in the field as if they were enemies. Facing the hooks sweeping in from all directions, Sakaski's face remained unchanged and he stood still. At the moment when the seafloor stone hook was about to hook him, his figure disappeared into thin air with a flash. Don't forget, I'm a major general of the ministry. As Sakaski's figure disappeared into thin air, his voice immediately came from behind the crowd, his words carrying unspeakable anger and murderous intent. Trying to take me down with this kind of trick. How much do you guys look down on me? Chapter 011, Hedgehog Color Hegemony Shocking Akane. At those words, Xiaoyu turned to look at the first time, only to see Sakaski as a door god blocking the door. Body because of the elementalization and cooling hot magma? The oppressive feeling that belongs only to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, so that all levels of officers in prison cannot help but suffocate for a while. Some of the strength of the relatively weak officers is because of Sakaski's powerful aura and cannot control the shivering. Bringing me here to trap me through this prison? After sweeping his eyes coldly around the officers of all ranks present, Sakaski violently took a step forward and said in a deep voice, The idea was good, but it seems that this may now become the place where you will all be buried. Before the words left his mouth, without the slightest hesitation, Sakaski's lava-ized arm was then raised high. Inuyasha Red Lotus. In an instant, the lava-ized arm transformed into a huge dog's head burning with blazing flames, and then it extended to lunge out at an astonishing speed, carrying a terrifying energy fluctuation that instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyu. Facing the huge dog's head that was whistling, Xiaoyu did not dodge. His right hand quickly gripped the hilt of the longsword that was pinned to his waist, and then unsheathed his sword as fast as lightning. Buzz. The moment the longsword was unsheathed, the void in front of Xiaoyu immediately experienced a low-frequency vibration. Immediately afterward, the blazing flames that were visible to the naked eye wrapped around and covered the longsword's body in a matter of moments, and an invisible and majestic pressure burst out from Xiaoyu's body, once again causing a low-frequency vibration to occur in the void. Boom! Only a deafening bang was heard, and the huge dog's head that was whistling came to collide with the long sword blatantly. Between the two collision, a circle of horrible shock waves suddenly swept out. Will be surrounded by all levels of officers overturned on the ground. Even if the strength of the powerful flying squirrels, Bastille and Stalabelli, 3 lieutenant generals, are also uncontrollable at this moment, even burst out. Rumble. Finally, under the collision of the two berserk energies, the ground could no longer withstand it, emitting a deafening roar. Immediately after, the ground under Xiaoyu's feet cracked with dense cracks, spreading to the surrounding area in the blink of an eye, as if it was a huge spider's web, netting everyone present in it. Not waiting for everyone present to react, the prison collapsed in a burst of violent shaking, and the horrible energy intertwined after the two collided even broke through the top of the prison and went straight into the night sky. I never thought that Xiaoyu could actually receive his own blow, but also caused the collapse of the entire prison. Sakaski gazed at Xiaoyu with a horrified expression, holding his sword in one hand. His body's aura climbed to the extreme, and his clothes were hunting because of the waves of air swept up by the shockwave, just like a hegemonic image of Xiaoyu. It was only after freezing for several seconds that Sakaski withdrew his mind, and then he lost his voice and exclaimed, "Overlord Color Hegemony." As he spoke, Sakaski gazed straight at the long sword in Xiaoyu's hand. Unlike ordinary long swords, the body of the long sword in Xiaoyu's hand was actually entwined with a circle of flame clouds that contained terrifying energy. As a general of the headquarters, although he was not unfamiliar with this kind of flame cloud, he was really a bit hard to accept, because not only has Xiaoyu awakened his Overlord Color Hegemony, he has also wrapped his Overlord Color Hegemony around the body of his longsword, and he, who is Xiaoyu's direct superior, actually has no knowledge of it. The most important thing is that the strong people who have the hegemonic color hegemony are as numerous as the rivers in the New World in the second half of the Great Voyage, but the strong people who can do the hegemonic winding are few and far between, and the strong people who can master the winding are either the Sea Emperors of the New World who dominate the world, or they have all become legends. Most importantly, Xiaoyu had not only mastered hegemony entanglement, he had also concealed it from all of them. With such strength and such a city, it was no wonder Xiaoyu was so prepared for this rebellion. Equally shocked were the officers of all ranks who were toppled to the ground, as well as the flying squirrels, Bastille, and Strombelli. Since Xiaoyu became the lieutenant general of the headquarters, they have been getting closer to Xiaoyu because of the help he has received for various reasons, during which they have gone out on several missions. Although they all have their own subordinates and warships, they will maintain communication at all times, and in their spare time, they will even look for a place to drink a few cups, or go to the schoolyard for sparring and exchanging ideas. They know that Xiaoyu has not only cultivated his armed color hegemony and seeing color hegemony to heights they can hardly reach, but also possesses a sword skill not inferior to Guillaume's, and his mastery of the Navy's 6 styles can even be described as pure. Originally, he thought that these were already all that Xiaoyu had, but he didn't expect that Xiaoyu had actually awakened the Overlord color hegemony aura a long time ago. You ask if I have what it takes to be a marshal? Xiaoyu, who released his Overlord color hegemonic aura and blocked the canine engaging Red Lotus with the hegemonic tangle, took a step forward, gazed at Sakaski who was blocking the prison gate with a burning gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Sakaski, you underestimated me too much. As I said, becoming a naval marshal is only part of the plan." Saying that, Xiaoyu immediately stepped out, the long sword in his hand then raised high. Lord Xiaoyu, seeing that Xiaoyu and Sakaski were about to fight again, the flying squirrel, who had recovered his mind from the sudden shock of Xiaoyu possessing a hegemonic color hegemony, hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, "Can you let me have a chat with Admiral Sakaski, HM?" Xiaoyu looked sideways at the flying squirrel, as if he knew what the flying squirrel was going to say, and said in a deep voice, "Flying squirrel, now is not the time to talk about this. No, it's about saying it now." The flying squirrel stubbornly stepped forward to stand in front of Xiaoyu, before raising his head to face Sakaski directly and exclaiming, "Grand Admiral Sakaski, a portion of the funds that Lord Xiaoyu has moved around over the years has a share for you." Flying squirrel, don't talk nonsense here. Sakaski slowly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Look outside. Because of your rebellion, what a mess Marinvado is in now. As a great general, you must stop the situation from continuing to deteriorate." As if he hadn't heard, the flying squirrel continued to raise his voice, "Grand Admiral Sakaski, your mother-sama is alive." Not waiting for Sakaski to react, The flying squirrel pulls out a document from his arms and shakes it. 3 years ago, Lord Xiaoyu, who was still a rear admiral at the time, fought with a pirate ship during a mission, and while Lord Xiaoyu was executing the pirates on that pirate ship, he discovered that there were quite a number of civilians on the ship who were being held by the pirates, while most of the civilians were sent back to their hometowns by Lord Xiaoyu. One of them, an old woman, had to be brought back to the headquarters because she had completely lost her memory due to her insanity. Hearing this, Sakaski's pupils shrunk slightly. However, his face immediately grimaced as he snapped, "Flying squirrel, my mother-sama was killed by pirates back when I was young. I buried it with my own hands. That old woman could never be my mother-sama." The flying squirrel didn't explain, throwing his hand and tossing the document in front of Sakaski. "This is the result of the investigation that Lord Xiaoyu instructed us to conduct." Chapter 012 Lord Marshal. Times have changed. Looking at the document thrown at his feet, Sakaski was momentarily unsure whether to pick it up and read it or not. The things that he had experienced when he was young could not help but appear in front of his eyes, and although many things had become blurred with the passing of the years, and some of them could not even be remembered at all, the image of his mother-sama closing her eyes in his arms that year was so far clearly seared in the depths of his memory. He was just a child of 7 or 8 at the time, with his parents alive and well, but the good times didn't last long. Suddenly, one day, a pirate ship docked at his hometown's wharf. Immediately after that, the pirates jumped out of the ship and started to burn and loot. His father was cut off by the pirates to protect him and his mother was pierced through by the pirates in order to protect him. But even so, Mother-sama continued to shield him with her body, making the pirates think that he had been killed as well. In fact, at that time, he was so dumbfounded by the suddenness of it all that he hid right under his mother-sama, not daring to utter a single breath. He didn't dare crawl out from under his mother-sama until the pirates had finished burning and looting and left. It had been decades, but he still remembered the image of his mother caressing his cheek with her lingering breath. Because his hometown's folks were all killed by pirates, he could only simply bury his mother in the backyard of his house, and then embarked on an adventurous journey to the naval base with hatred for pirates and determination to wipe out all the pirates in the world. A few decades of time passed, died in his hands of countless pirates. He was captured and imprisoned. Pirates are as many as hair, but even so, he still did not forget in front of his mother's grave vow to kill all the pirates. After a short period of silence, although in his heart he could be sure that Xiaoyu must have made a mistake, he still bent down uncontrollably to pick up the documents. Just opened the file. A photo immediately into the unprepared eyes of him. Appearing in the photo is a stooped, wrinkled old man who looks to be in his late 70s. The old man was sitting on the living room sofa with a kind smile on his face, and standing next to the old man was Xiaoyu, who was clad in a major general's coat. He had heard about Xiaoyu going out on a mission to save an old man and coming back, but he hadn't asked about it. Even if Xiaoyu was promoted to lieutenant general and transferred to his command, he hadn't been to Xiaoyu's home, only knowing that Xiaoyu had been taking care of the old man for 3 years, coupled with the fact that he was a workaholic who rarely hung out at the family home and was either at work or on his way to work every day. He had never seen this old man that Xiaoyu had brought back. The moment he saw the old man in the photo, he froze on the spot like an electric shock. Immediately afterward, he couldn't wait to skim through the investigative report in the file. The further down the page he looked, the more uncontrollably his hands shook as he held the document. After finishing the investigation report, he could no longer hold back and looked up at the flying squirrels and Xiaoyu, his hoarse voice incoherent. "You guys, no, this can't be. Back then, I was the one who buried my mother-sama with my own hands. There's no way she's still alive." Speaking here, he picked up the photo and looked at it again. Although after decades, what appeared in the photo was not the appearance of his mother in his memory, but he felt incomparably familiar. His heartbeat was even accelerating at this moment. It was almost jumping to his throat, making him lose the composure of being a general as well as the seriousness and indifference that he had maintained for decades as if it were a day, and emotionally lost control of his mind and changed his words to say, "Xiaoyu, where is the old man? Where is it now?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu unhurriedly sheathed his sword, then without even looking at Sakaski, he simply said, "Let's go." "No, you can't go." Sakaski arrived in front of Xiaoyu with an arrow step and said in a deep voice, "Take me to her." Seeing this, Xiaoyu frowned slightly. The flying squirrel standing next to him hurriedly moved forward and bowed. "Lord Xiaoyu, I'll bring Senior General Sakaski over." Xiaoyu nodded his head, and immediately walked out of the prison that had already been destroyed and reduced to rubble by striding around Sakaski. Just as they walked out of the prison gates, tens of thousands of Navy soldiers standing in 2 rows almost simultaneously put their legs together while raising their hands in unison and shouting, "Loyalty!" Neat and loud voices rang through the night sky, echoing long over Marinvado. Hearing the slogans that suddenly resounded through the night sky, the soldiers controlling the major dormitory buildings, the armory, the science classes, and the major fortresses of the headquarters also stopped their bodies at that moment, facing the direction of the Plaza de Marinvado. Apparently, an unprecedented rebellion ended the moment Xiaoyu walked out of the prison door. Looking at the officers at all levels and tens of thousands of soldiers standing neatly in 2 rows, Xiaoyu nodded slightly and then took steps forward with his head held high in his chest in large strides. In the meantime, Warlord, who had first run out from his house because he had received the news, had just walked into the headquarters building when a pungent odor of blood hit his face. Without waiting for him to react, Lieutenant General Hound swarmed out at the head of hundreds of soldiers. Warlord Marshal, please stay back. Quickly walking across to the Warlord, Hound raised his hand in a salute, then spoke in a shocking manner. Now that Marin Vander is basically under our control, if you don't want Marin Vander to be destroyed, please stand quietly where you are and wait for Lord Xiaoyu's arrival. Marshal Warlord's face changed slightly, and then he quickly looked around. When he saw that those familiar figures in the hall on the first floor of the headquarters had disappeared, and his eyes were filled with soldiers who raised their guns and pointed them at him, he couldn't hold back any longer, and with his marshal's coat blowing in the wind, he rebuked the Hound. Hound, how dare you do such a cruel thing to your fellow soldiers? Honestly, did you kill all the soldiers on duty in the headquarters building? Without waiting for the Hound to speak, the 3 bases following the Warlord suddenly jumped out, pointing at the Hound and cursing furiously. Against the grain, you traitors will pay for what you're doing now. Looking at the base trio that suddenly jumped out, a cold light flashed in the Hound's eyes. Noisy! Before the words fell, several soldiers standing behind him immediately rushed forward and pulled the trigger on the 3 bases. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of gunshots, the 3 bases didn't even have a chance to scream before they were shot into a sieve by the soldiers who emptied their magazines. Damn it, Hound, how dare you! Not realizing that the Hound would actually finish off the base trio without hesitation, Warlord almost couldn't hold back from spitting blood on the spot. It should be realized that the 3 bases were the Inquisitors of the Judicial Island, and were on the same level as him in terms of status. As long as the 3 bases were still alive, he still had a shred of confidence in this rebellion to save it, but with the 3 being killed by random gunfire, the situation would become completely unmanageable. Times have changed, Lord Marshal. Hound waved his hand to signal the soldiers to stand down, then faintly said, Lord Xiaoyu has said that the chaotic world needs heavy punishment, and those who bleed in sacrifice have started from my generation. The Navy must be reformed, and the corrupt elements and assholes of the world government must be purged. Chapter 013 Warlords, all 3 great generals under control? Hound, you're being reckless. Glancing at the 3 bases lying on the ground, Warlord ignored the guns aimed at him from all around him, quickly stepped in front of Hound, and gritted his teeth. By killing the Inquisitor of the Judicial Island, there will be no turning back for you in this rebellion. However, I can guarantee you that as long as you stop in time, I will mediate with the Holy Land in this matter. Without waiting for Warlord to finish his sentence, Hound immediately spoke out to stop him. Marshal Warlord, this is a war and not a maneuver. Lord Xiaoyu said that failure is what is called rebellion. Not only have we not failed now, but we have basically taken control of the situation, exchanging the smallest of sacrifices for the current control of the situation. By the way, Grand Admiral Poliacerino is already under our control. If Lord Warlord is trying to stall for time waiting for the 3 Grand Admirals to make their move, the result may disappoint you. What did you say? Hearing that Grand Admiral Poliacerino was actually under control, Warlord's pupils shrunk slightly. He was indeed trying to stall for a bit of time just now, in order to buy a chance to turn the tide for the generals of the headquarters as well as the other officers and soldiers who had yet to be complicit in Xiaoyu's rebellion. In his opinion, the reason why the officers at all levels involved in this rebellion had been so smooth was all because the officers and soldiers loyal to Xiaoyu had struck quickly and accurately, and even more so because they had started the rebellion in the wee hours of the morning, which many people had never expected. Once the HQ generals or others react, this rebellion will be quickly suppressed. After a short silence, the Warlord sighed darkly, then turned to look at the Marinvento square where the alarm bells were ringing under the shroud of night, and said with a grave expression on his face, Poliacerino, it's that time of the day, and you're still insisting on your ambiguous justice? As the marshal of the headquarters, of course, he would not believe that just the Hound and a few hundred Navy soldiers can control Poliacerino, knowing that Poliacerino was a natural shining fruit ability. As long as Poliacerino was a little bit more serious, whether it was Lieutenant General Hound or the hundreds of rebels who entered the headquarters building, all of them could be laid down in a single glance, and by choosing to be controlled. Poliacerino is clearly either watching from the sidelines or waiting for the outcome of this rebellion to come out, because the war that is happening in Marinvento at this time is not a battle between good and evil, but a power shuffle in the Navy headquarters. Where's Sakaski? Suddenly, Warlord reluctantly looked back at Hound and said in a hushed voice, did he choose to remain silent as well? Lieutenant General Hound shook his head and said, "My subordinate is only responsible for controlling Grand Admiral Yellow Ape, as well as staying here to wait for Lord Marshal. However, based on the current situation, Grand Admiral Sakaski Grand Admiral should be controlled as well." Alright, the warlord waved his hand, somewhat speechless. "Just you guys want to control two great generals at the same time? Saying such childish words once is enough." The Hound smiled weakly. Non-committal. Undeniably, if the two generals were to strike at the same time, their rebellion would surely come to an end. Whether it was him or the other lieutenant generals, even if they all joined forces, they were absolutely no match for the two generals. However, things are not as simple and clear as they seem. If you can do everything you want to do with strength alone, then there would be no need for the warlord marshal to call himself a wise general, and there would be no need for plots and tricks in this world. Just a direct crush of strength would suffice. After a slight pause, Warlord said in a deep voice, "Xia, you wouldn't want me, his old boss, to stand here and wait for him, would he?" The Hound sidled up and said dryly, "The Lord Marshal can go to your office." Poof! With a cold snort, Warlord threw up his sleeves and turned and walked right past the Hound. The Hound dared not be slowed down, and followed along with him into the elevator. As the two men walked into the elevator, the soldiers who stayed in the hall on the first floor immediately ran forward and dragged the bodies of the three bases up and away. Immediately after that, the soldiers in charge of cleaning skillfully cleaned up the bloodstains on the floor and quickly spread the red carpet. Warlord! Warlord! Just then, an officer quickly rushed into the hall and shouted towards Warlord, who had already stepped into the elevator. Something big is wrong. Surprisingly, the soldiers present who were involved in the rebellion did not stop him, but allowed him to rush to the elevator doors. Glancing at the adjutant who had come to the elevator door, Warlord shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Could it get any worse than what we have now?" The soldier glanced at the Hound and said in a trembling voice, "All communications from the headquarters have been cut off, and now Marinbato is completely out of contact with the outside world." Upon hearing this, the warlord was not surprised and said lightly, "It seems that Xiaoyu has been preparing for this day for many years, and even without this trial, he will still start a rebellion at the right time." In the meantime, Naval Headquarters, Female Officers Dormitory Building. The entire building was surrounded by densely packed naval soldiers, and the one leading this rebel army was clearly Guion, the vice admiral of the headquarters with the waist alternate name Sword, Jimbiparo. The tall Guion stood at the front of the group, her cloak moving with the wind, gazing at the dormitory building's gate ahead with a complicated expression. Although she was involved in this rebellion, she didn't want to cause too much bloodshed, especially at this point in time. In this headquarters female officer dormitory building, she wanted all female officers to not walk out that door. "Guion, what the hell is this about?" Just then, a voice with despair in its words came through. Looking around, he saw a middle-aged man clad in the coat of the lieutenant general of the ministry in handcuffs being pushed in front of Guion by two soldiers. The middle-aged man was no other than Lt. General Keiki, who was the same as Guion as a general-in-waiting. Lieutenant General Keiki's influence in the headquarters is no less than Xiaoyu's, because almost everyone in the headquarters knows that he likes Guion, and even though Guion has rejected him dozens of times, he never gives up, and whenever he finds an opportunity, he runs up to Guion with flowers in his hand and does tricks to confess his love for her. Tonight was the 90th time his confession had failed, but what he didn't expect was that not only did he fail in this confession, but he also happened to run into Guion, who was involved in the rebellion. In order to stop Guion from continuing to be wrong, he immediately stepped in to stop him. However, in the face of Guion and the officers of all ranks who followed Guion, even though he was strong, he was quickly controlled, and was even handcuffed by Guion herself. Keiki, who had been pushed in front of him by the two soldiers, looked very disheveled, gazing at Guion with lifeless eyes, as if the most important thing in his life had been drained away from him. Meanwhile, room 201 on the third floor of the female officers' dormitory building. A female officer clad in a Navy lieutenant commander's coat with a lady's cigarette between her fingers stood by the window, her beautiful eyes unblinking as she gazed at Guion, who had led hundreds of soldiers to bring the entire dormitory building under control. Behind her in the dormitory stood 7 or 8 panicked female officers, all apparently stunned by the suddenness of the scene. "Tina, what the hell is going on here?" A female officer in a nightgown came up to the major and said in a trembling voice, "Why did Lt. General Guion bring troops to surround the dormitory building? Could it be that she?" Without waiting for the female officer to finish her sentence, the female officer named Tina, a major, suddenly moved, then took a puff of cigarette and shook her head. Tina doesn't understand either. However, now that the alarm bells are ringing at the headquarters, it is obvious that something of great importance has happened. After a slight pause, Tina suddenly turned around and asked with a grave expression on her face, "Have you contacted Mr. Karp?" Chapter 014, New Headquarters Marshal, Reinventing the Navy. Can't get in touch. The female officer shook her head and continued. All the phone bugs can't be dialed. It should be that the communication from the headquarters has been cut off. At those words, Tina's face gradually became serious. Why is this? Tina doesn't understand. No, I'll go down and ask Guion. Don't, Major Tina. The female officer hurriedly stopped it. Didn't Lieutenant General Guion just say that? Tell all of us to stay in our quarters, and those who disobey will be executed on the spot. Tina ignored it and turned straight around and walked out. Other female officers didn't dare to disobey Lieutenant General Guion's orders, but she wasn't afraid. Rank aside, she was on good terms with Guion in private, and she believed that Guion would never kill her off without asking. Tina had just arrived in front of the gate when the dozen or so female officers who had been hiding inside the gate gathered around, asking questions. Major Tina, what the hell is going on? Is there an invasion of the headquarters? It can't be an invasion. If it was an invasion, surely Lieutenant General Guion wouldn't have let us stay in the dormitory. Mutiny? Is there a traitor in the headquarters? Wait, could it be because of what happened to Lieutenant General Xiaoyu? Yesterday, my colleagues in the trial hall sent word that the presiding judge in charge of investigating the incident of Lieutenant General Xiaoyu seemed to have announced in court that he was going to sentence Lieutenant General Xiaoyu to death and was going to be transferred to the Island of Justice this morning. Major Tina, do you know what's going on? Looking at the group of female officers who had gathered around to surround herself, Tina frowned slightly and said nonchalantly, Tina doesn't know what's going on here either. You guys get out of the way first. I'll go ask Lieutenant General Guion. With that, Tina stepped forward. Tina, don't come out. Tina had just stepped out the door when Guion's voice came from far away. All you have to do now is stay out of it and stay in your dormitories and wait for it to be over. Guion, can't even I leave the dormitory? Tina didn't stop her footsteps, completely ignoring Guion's reminder, and while stepping forward and leaning over, she spoke up. The main office is being invaded, so why don't you let us leave the dormitory to join the battle? Tina doesn't understand. There has been no invasion of the headquarters. Guion put his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist and said with a serious face, Tina, go back at once. It's for your own good. Tina, who had already walked less than 5 meters across from Guion, stopped, and after scanning the surrounding soldiers who were standing at attention for a while, she immediately raised her head and looked straight at Guion. Since the headquarters has not been invaded, why is it necessary to put up this kind of battle? Could it be because of what happened to Lieutenant General Xiaoyu that you guys are trying to stop Justice Island from taking him away? Yes, Guion didn't hide it, gazing at Tina with a complicated expression, and said softly, Tina, don't give me a hard time. Go back to your dormitory. When this matter is over, you will still be a Navy major. Tina was about to speak when the dozens of soldiers standing neatly behind Guion suddenly turned around in unison, simultaneously raising their hands in salute and shouting in unison, Loyalty. Following the sound, Tina's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink. Just in front of her line of sight, wearing a navy cap and dark red civilian clothes, Admiral Sakaski, as if he had something urgent to do, accompanied by Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, did not even look at the crowd present, and walked briskly towards the family residential area. I didn't expect that Grand Admiral Sakaski would turn a deaf ear to all this in front of her, and even hurriedly left as if nothing had happened. Tina's eyes flashed with a flash of doubt, and her vermilion lips softly opened. Guion, Grand Admiral Sakaski is also involved? What the hell is going on here? Tina is very confused. Guion didn't reply, but instead looked at Sakaski, who was heading straight for the family housing area accompanied by Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, and a huge stone weighing on his heart finally fell to the ground. Obviously, Grand Admiral Sakaski had already been persuaded by Xiaoyu, or had reached some sort of agreement with him. In this way, this operation of theirs would be reduced by a huge obstacle. Otherwise, with Sakaski's temperament and the thorough justice he practiced, he would definitely step in to suppress this rebellion at all costs. At that point, she couldn't imagine how many people would die as a result of this operation. After seeing Sakaski and the flying squirrels disappear, Guion immediately retracted her gaze to look at Tina, who was full of doubts, and softly said, Tina, after tonight, there will be a new marshal at the headquarters to replace Lord Warlord, and a new era of the Navy has entered the countdown. What happened tonight was not an external invasion, but rather Lord Xiaoyu is going to remake the Navy. Naval Headquarters, Family Housing Area. Accompanied by Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Sakaski arrived at the door of a small 2-story compound. Around the far gate, there was a guard post 3 steps at a time, standing with 20 to 30 heavily armed soldiers. Obviously Xiaoyu was worried that the unfolding of the operation would affect this place, so he had arranged for a team to stand guard here. The courtyard was in a mess. A piece of land in front of the courtyard door was even dug up. All kinds of flowers and plants were even thrown all over the place in a chaotic manner, and almost all of them had already withered and decayed. This is Xiaoyu's small courtyard. And the reason why the surrounding land has been dug up is the work of the investigation squad, because they want to find out if there are any huge amounts of illegal proceeds buried by Xiaoyu in his home or in the surrounding land. However, Sakaski didn't have the heart to care about such inconsequential matters at this time. Just before arriving at the courtyard gate, his eyes rested on a hunched figure in the courtyard, only to see this hunched figure trembling and picking up the flowers and plants scattered all over the ground, and his mouth was even chanting, as if he was cursing the members of the investigation class who had destroyed the flowers and plants. Even though the figure's back was turned, Sakaski couldn't help but feel his heart racing the moment he saw the figure. Standing beside Sakaski, Flying Squirrel also did not expect the yard is still standing a figure, but also in the night shroud to pick up the destroyed flowers and plants. He first froze, then his face changed greatly. At the same time cannot think much, directly a flash over the fence wall on both sides of the yard door to stand in front of the old man. Old man, why haven't you rested yet? Just before arriving at the old man, the Flying Squirrel anxiously took the already withered flowers and plants in the old man's hands, while reaching out to support the old man. The old man raised his head to look blankly at the Flying Squirrel Lieutenant General who had suddenly appeared in front of him and asked hoarsely, "Who are you?" "Flying Squirrel. I'm a flying squirrel." The Flying Squirrel assisted the old man and carefully turned toward the small two-story building in the courtyard, exclaiming, "I'm your grandson's colleague." Hearing the word grandson, the old man suddenly grabbed the arm of the Flying Squirrel, so agitated that even his words became very clear. "Where is my grandson? Where did he go? Every day for the past few days, there are bad people coming to the house to cause havoc. You are the Navy, right? Go and arrest those bad guys." All right, I'll go and arrest them all later and throw them in jail." The Flying Squirrel nodded repeatedly. Just then, Sakaski walked in. Looking at the old man near him, Sakaski wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't utter a single word, just stared at the old man without looking away. "I'm hungry." The old man looked up at the Flying Squirrel as if he hadn't seen Sakaski, and even more so as if he'd forgotten what he just said. Looking up at the Flying Squirrel like a child, "Why don't you go inside and sit down for a while?" The Flying Squirrel assisted the old man into the house, then said, "I'm going to give you." Without waiting for the Flying Squirrel to finish his sentence, Sakaski had turned and walked into the kitchen. Chapter 015, Sakaski's mother? Sakaski, who had come to the kitchen, took a dark, deep breath and then turned back to the figure sitting in the living room. The sharp gaze under the military cap that had never shown any emotional fluctuations in all these years gradually becoming softer. Although he was still not 100% sure that the old man in front of him was the mother-sama who died in his arms back then, that feeling of blood connection between mother and son was getting stronger and stronger. However, he did not recklessly recognize this. With a memory that was already on the verge of blurring, he prepared to make this old man a bowl of his mother's favorite food that she had made back in the day. His favorite food, to be exact. Born in the North Sea, because of the cold climate in his hometown, he has enjoyed white rice with chili peppers for as long as he can remember. Of course it's not that he likes to eat that way, but the conditions limit it. This habit he has continued until now, and gradually, his subordinates around him as well as colleagues who usually don't have much to do with each other have learned that his favorite is white rice with chili peppers. However, thinking that the old man was now hungry, he gave up the idea of trying and skillfully made a bowl of ramen for him. In no time at all, he brought a bowl of steaming ramen to the old man. Immediately after, he quickly returned to the kitchen, carrying a bowl of rice to pick up a few fresh chili peppers. Sitting across from the old man began to big mouthfuls of dazzle, as if 3 days of hunger for 9 times. See, accompanied by the old man beside the Flying Squirrel's head constantly emerging question marks. This action by Sakaski quickly caught the old man's attention. After staring at Sakaski for a moment, the old man, as if he had forgotten that he was hungry, spoke cautiously, "Are you a colleague of my grandson's as well?" Sakaski nodded. The old man sprang to life, came up to Sakaski, and asked tentatively, "Will you share a little white rice and chili with me?" Sakaski froze and whirled around, placing the bowl of rice in front of the old man. Seeing this, the old man, as if he was worried that Sakaski would back out, quickly picked up the rice bowl that Sakaski handed over as well as the chili peppers on the table and hid them under the table, and opened his mouth in a mysterious manner. "My son likes white rice and chili peppers the most." Halfway through his sentence, the old man suddenly dropped his head in frustration, and his voice became choked in an instant. "But I can't find my son." Before the words left his mouth, the old man immediately looked sideways at the Flying Squirrel. "That who? Can you help me find my son?" Well, the Flying Squirrel nodded repeatedly. "We've been looking all these years, right? Oh, what's my son's name?" The old man thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up in a panic and said with an anxious face, I forgot who my son is. Who my son is? Yes, white rice and chili." After circling back and forth twice, the old man took out the white rice and chili peppers he had hidden under the table and handed them to the Flying Squirrel. My son likes white rice and chili peppers the most. Will you help me find him? The flying squirrel took the rice bowl and chili pepper and placed them in front of Sakaski in a smooth manner. Speaking tentatively, elderly man, would you look at him to see if he looks like your son? His name is Sakaski. He's an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Who is Sakaski? The old man glanced at Sakaski and shook his head. How can he be my son? My son is not that old. He's only 8 years old. The flying squirrel helplessly shrugged his shoulders and explained to Sakaski, I'm sorry Grand Admiral Sakaski. The old man's Alzheimer's disease is getting worse and worse. Usually he can't even remember Lord Xiaoyu. He only knows that Xiaoyu is his grandson, but he doesn't know who Xiaoyu is. Before the words fell, a flash of surprise suddenly flashed through the eyes of the flying squirrel, looking somewhat incredulously at Sakaski. At this moment, Sakaski pressed the brim of his hat low enough so that the flying squirrel could not see his eyes at all, but he saw 2 lines of tears sliding silently down Sakaski's face. At this point in time, Sakaski's emotions were emotional and mixed. He was certain that the old man in front of him was his mother Sama who had died in his arms back then, but he didn't dare to recognize her, because he was the one who buried his mother Sama, who was still alive, in the yard back then. If he had dug the grave where his mother was buried deeper back then, he would have been the one who actually killed her. He couldn't help the stabbing pain in the back of his heart at the thought of his mother waking up buried under the dirt, and he came even closer to choking. Most importantly, after decades, the Mother Superior, while forgetting who he was, never forgot his favorite white rice and chili. After a short silence, Sakaski suddenly stood up, completely disregarding his usual image, and with tears hanging down his face got up and came behind the old man and quickly lifted his shirt off. As the old man's clothes were lifted, a penetrating wound on the old man's back immediately caught his eye. Even after decades, the wound was still clearly visible. With years of experience, he immediately recognized that this penetrating wound was caused by a sharp blade that had pierced through his back from his chest. Looking at the scars that caught his eyes, Sakaski immediately had the image of his mother being pierced through her body by a pirate with a sharp blade when he was young. You let go of me. The old man was clearly startled by this move of Sakaski's and quickly turned around and slapped Sakaski across the face while running behind the flying squirrel, trembling and nervously grabbing the flying squirrel by the arm. Sakaski, who received a slap, stood in place and slightly tilted his head and took a deep breath. Then facing the old man, he plopped down on both knees and cried out in a trembling voice, Mother Sama. Before the words were out of his mouth, Sakaski kowtowed heavily, his shoulders shrugging violently, obviously trying to control his emotions to keep from bursting into tears. Smoke filled the naval headquarters, Marin Vento, and although the situation was largely under control, there were still a small number of headquarters officers waiting for an opportunity to resist. Unlike the major Marin Vado fortresses that occasionally resounded through the night sky with the sound of gunshots and explosions from various battles, the courtyard where Xiaoyu was located was quiet. Sakaski had calmed down, and with the memories lingering in his mind, and that innate sense of closeness that made him stop doubting the old man's identity, he quietly stayed by his side. The old man's memory confusion was so severe that he was deathly protective of the white rice and chili pepper one moment, but at that moment he gave them back to Sakaski because he saw the tear stains on Sakaski's face. Sakaski didn't say a word, burying his head in a frenzy. It was just simple white rice and chili, but it was the first time in decades that he had eaten so well. You like white rice and chili, too? The old man didn't move his chopsticks, staring at Sakaski with unblinking eyes as he kindly said, just like my son. If you find my son, don't bully him. Oh, he's wanted to be a Navy since he was a child. By the way, what's your name? Hearing his mother Sama's incessant chatter, Sakaski, who had buried his head in a frenzy, couldn't hold back his tears once again as he thought of the time he had personally buried his mother Sama, who was still alive, in the dirt. Still, he answered promptly, Sakaski. Sakaski? The old man blinked, thoughtfully, my son. By the way, do you know what my son's name is? Sakaski returned again. Sakaski. Chapter 016 Akane, Mother Sama is never a choice. As if his memory had returned, the old man nodded his head. Yes, my son's name is also Sakaski. But he's only 8 years old. No, my son should be grown up, or else where would I have a grandchild? Speaking of this, the old man's eyes once again became blank as he looked sideways at the flying squirrel and asked curiously, who is my grandson? I seem to have forgotten again. Whoops, I forgot my grandson. With that, the old man got up in a panic and ran towards the bedroom. Seeing this, the flying squirrel didn't stop him, but looked at Sakaski with a serious face. Sakaski also took this opportunity to put down his bowl, looked up to meet the flying squirrel, and asked, it's been Xiaoyu who's been taking care of Mother Sama for the past 3 years? The flying squirrel nods. When he goes out on a mission, Lord Xiaoyu will seek the help of Lieutenant General Guion. Normally, Lord Xiaoyu would always stay with the old man, because many times, if Lord Xiaoyu just turns around, The old man might forget who he is and will mistake him for some bad guy to drive him out the door. At those words, Sakaski looked sideways at his mother Sama, who was searching all over the house for her grandchildren, and his eyes gradually became determined. He didn't feel that this was something Xiaoyu intended to do, because he had read the investigation report. Before investigating the identity of his mother Sama, Xiaoyu didn't know about this old man's relationship with him. This also meant that Xiaoyu didn't have any purpose in taking care of this old man. Thinking of this, Sakaski no longer hesitated and simply said, "Does your phone bug work? Help me contact Xiaoyu." The flying squirrel pulls out a phone bug and dials. Soon, the phone bug connected. Without waiting for the other party to speak, the flying squirrel went straight to the point. "Turn to Lord Xiaoyu." After a few short seconds had passed, Xiaoyu's voice came out from the phone bug. "Flying squirrel, I'll give you 10 minutes. No matter what choice Sakaski makes, you must return to your position right away and follow me forward to meet the warlord." Sakaski brought the phone bug in front of him and said in a deep voice, "This is Sakaski. I'm only asking one thing right now, and if your answer is the answer I want, I'll help you ascend to the position of marshal." Not waiting for the phone bug to react, Sakaski immediately changed his words. "Since you have already investigated the identity of my mother Sama, why don't you just use that as a condition to make a deal with me? You should know very well that this would be my only weakness. There's no reason." Xiaoyu's voice came out unhurriedly from the phone bug. "I believe that after you learn about the old man's identity, you will definitely compromise on this matter that happened tonight, and even fight for me unwillingly, because no matter what, mom is never a multiple choice question. But I won't go so far as to do so, because to me, loved ones are not chips to be traded." In the meantime, on the road leading to the naval headquarters building, Xiaoyu flung his hand and threw the phone bug to store a belly beside him. Looking up at the towering headquarters building in front of him, his eyes gradually narrowing. Although he didn't say much to Sakaski, it was enough to show Sakaski's attitude when he took the initiative to contact him through the phone bug. For Sakaski, the great general of the headquarters, Xiaoyu didn't need him to come out and stand alongside him at this time. As long as Sakaski chose to stand by, this night's big event could be accomplished. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot suddenly came out, followed by a bullet tearing through the void, accurately and unerringly heading straight for Xiaoyu's face. Without waiting for Xiaoyu to react, Bastille, who had been silently following him, fiercely unsheathed his sword, and the huge shark chopping blade then swung in an arc, cutting off the oncoming bullets from it. Immediately after that, Bastille took a step forward. The shark chopping blade then burst out a terrifying aura, and then without hesitation, chopped out through the air in the direction where the bullet flew from. Brush! The chopping wave containing a terrifying aura flashed out, instantly cutting off the roof of a building hundreds of meters away from each other from it, accompanied by a mournful scream coming from the roof of the building. The roof of the building that was neatly chopped off immediately tilted and fell, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up rolling dust. Xiaoyu didn't stop because of this little episode. At the same time when Bastille swung his sword and chopped out in the air, he had already stepped out and walked straight towards the headquarters building surrounded by a group of lieutenant generals, rear admirals, officers at all levels, and hundreds of soldiers from the headquarters such as Storabelli. "Xiaoyu, you naval scum!" Right at the moment Xiaoyu walked through the door and stepped into the hall, a violent roar suddenly came out. Immediately afterward, the team of soldiers responsible for guarding the first floor rushed out, a figure that was as fast as lightning as it pounced on Xiaoyu. Finger guns. Seeing that this person was about to kill in front of Xiaoyu, Strombelli, who was closely following Xiaoyu's side, violently dodged forward, and one of the Navy 6 style's finger guns then accurately and unerringly entered the front chest of the person coming in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The pupils of the officer who was blocked by Storabelli clenched, and then stared at Storabelli with wide eyes carrying monstrous rage, and snapped. "Storabelli, why in the world is this? You were the hero who chased down the Sun Pirates back then, the most trusted second in command of Admiral Yellow Saru. Why did you follow Xiaoyu, this naval scum, to defect?" Strombelli grabbed him by the neck and said expressionlessly, "It's pointless to talk about right and wrong now. All those who stand in the way of Lord Xiaoyu are our enemies. Therefore, you can go to hell." Before the words left his mouth, Storabelli dryly pinched his neck off, and then quickly followed Xiaoyu, who was already walking towards the elevator. This is Storabelli, cold, ruthless and decisive. In a way, he was of the same kind as Grand Admiral Sakaski, but he had become a subordinate of Grand Admiral Palliacerino. Although Grand Admiral Palliacerino trusted him very much, he could not agree with Grand Admiral Palliacerino's ambiguous justice, and it was even harder for him to integrate into the ranks of the other lieutenant generals under Grand Admiral Palliacerino's command, which bothered him a lot, but he had no place to talk about it, so he could only bury it deep in the bottom of his heart. Until one time, he and Xiaoyu, who had just been promoted to lieutenant general, traveled to the New World on a mission, and when he saw the way Xiaoyu treated the pirates, it was as if he had found his soulmate, and after the mission was over, he took the unprecedented initiative to find Xiaoyu. After a few contacts, he was completely convinced by the personality of Xiaoyu, the youngest vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, and regarded him as a confidant, becoming a friend without words. Most importantly, he discovered that Xiaoyu not only had great strength, but also had a far-reaching ambition that was beyond even his reach. After thoroughly understanding what Xiaoyu wanted, he secretly resolved to become one of Xiaoyu's strongest assistants. However, he still underestimated Xiaoyu's ambition. Xiaoyu wanted more than just to become the youngest marshal in the history of the Navy. Of course, none of this matters anymore. What mattered was that no matter what kind of move Xiaoyu made, he would choose to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and the soldier would die for his friend. Chapter 017, The Five Elders. In the meantime, Round Table Room, Naval Headquarters Building. Warlord was still seated at the head of the marshal's chair, with Hound and a group of officers of all ranks of the Navy loyal to Xiaoyu all scattered on either side. The conference room was dead silent, with only a few soldiers breathing thickly from the rising adrenaline. They were all naval soldiers and officers loyal to Xiaoyu. If it wasn't for Xiaoyu, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to escort Marshal Warlord to this conference hall. It was important to realize that this conference room was never something they could enter, as it was only accessible to Rear Admirals and officers above Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters. And at that moment they not only walked into this chamber, but they escorted the Lord Marshal, who had previously towered over them in their minds. Nervous and at the same time, an unprecedented sense of pride flared up in their hearts. Boom! Just then, the door to the closed conference hall was violently slammed open. Immediately after that, Lieutenant General Maynard angrily stormed into the conference hall, followed closely by Flaming Mountain, who was also a lieutenant general of the ministry. War Marshal? Just walked into the conference hall. Maynard immediately stared wide-eyed and unbelievably at the warlord sitting in the marshal's position, and froze for several seconds before he snapped out of it, emotionally turning his eyes to Hound, and snapped, "Hound, what the hell's going on here? Could it be that you are also involved in the mutiny?" The Hound shrugged his shoulders slightly and said lightly, "Maynard, please also be at ease. If you continue to make a fuss, I will not show you mercy just because we are colleagues. There have been many deaths this night, and if you want to be one of them, I can accommodate you." At those words, Maynard sprang forward with a sharp arrow. Maynard, not waiting for Maynard to rush to the Hound, Warlord suddenly spoke up and said in a deep voice, "Sit." Just then, Fire Mountain walked over. He was seen raising his hand and patting Maynard on the shoulder, and then he whirled around and sat down in the empty seat to the right of Warlord. Maynard didn't sit down right away, glaring at the Hound with wide, angry eyes, as if he knew what Maynard was thinking. The Hound took a tit-for-tat step forward and said in a deep voice, "Maynard, I now order you to sit down. Otherwise, this is where you will be buried." As the Hound's words fell, the soldiers standing on either side of the conference hall raised their guns, their cold, chilling muzzles pointed directly at Maynard. "Marshal Warlord, reverse, it's reversed. Xiaoyu is against it." Suddenly, 100,000 voices came from outside the door of the conference hall. Without waiting for the people present to react, a line of several figures quickly rushed into the conference hall. At the head of the group was also a Navy headquarters vice admiral named Stiers, followed closely by Navy headquarters Vice Admiral Urban, who had long flowing hair and a pair of fangs, and Rear Admiral King Raider, who had 6 chins. Just walking into the conference hall, the 3 people who had been in 100,000% hurry a second ago froze in place. Sensing the saber-rattling atmosphere in the conference hall, the 3 of them silently swallowed, and then walked in silence to sit down on the left-hand side of the warlord. Seeing this, Maynard stopped going toe-to-toe with the Hound and decisively sat down next to the Fire Mountain. It was not that he had conceded, but at this point in time, there were more and more colleagues in the conference hall who were on the same side as him, and Marshal Warlord, who was known as a wise general, was even keeping silent, so he naturally had to choose to hold back for the time being and wait and see what would happen. The 3 styles had just sat down when a clear sound of footsteps immediately came from outside the main door. Immediately after that, Ji-on, clad in a lieutenant general's cloak, gallantly walked into the conference hall, and in front of the astonished gazes of the crowd, sat straight in the empty seat diagonally across from Warlord. As soon as Ji-on sat down, the 2 major generals who followed her, as well as more than a dozen soldiers, immediately stood neatly behind her. "Ji-on, what do you mean by that?" Seeing that Ji-on was actually sitting where she normally shouldn't be, Maynard's face changed slightly and he said in a deep voice, "You joined the mutiny?" Instead of answering Maynard, Ji-on looked at Warlord with a touch of apology and nodded slightly. "Marshal Warlord, I'm sorry about what happened tonight. For the sake of true justice, I can only choose to follow Lord Xiaoyu." At these words, Maynard, Fire Mountain as well as Stiers were all wide-eyed. When they first saw Ji-on walking into the conference hall, They thought that Gion had also been invited by the rebels, but they didn't realize that Gion had already turned against Xiaoyu, and was even calling Xiaoyu as his lord. This also means that Gion is not choosing to stand alongside Xiaoyu, but rather choosing to be loyal. Of course none of this matters. The important thing was that Gion was a great general in waiting, a kendo powerhouse with the best hope of becoming one of the next 3 great generals. Such a person with a great future actually chose to pledge allegiance to a rising young lieutenant general. True justice? A flash of doubt flashed in Warlord's eyes. He was more curious about Gion's choice than Maynard and the others. Yes, true justice. Gion nodded and said nonchalantly, Lord Xiaoyu told me something about the world government. At first I didn't believe it. I even thought Lord Xiaoyu was being alarmist. Even when I followed Lord Xiaoyu's hints to find Burgerpunk of the science class for confirmation, I was still half convinced. It wasn't until I traveled to the Holy Land for my shift that I was convinced that everything Lord Xiaoyu said was not alarmist talk. Sengoku's face changed slightly. Burgerpunk? The Holy Land? What exactly did he tell you? Instead of answering positively, Gion asked rhetorically, has Lord Warlord ever been to the royal palace of the Holy Land? It's the same royal palace that the 20 kings created when they founded the world government 800 years ago. Above the great hall of that royal palace stands a throne of emptiness. We all know that the throne of the void will never allow anyone to sit on it, because the throne of the void represents equality among the 20 nations that founded the world government, and represents that no one can sit on it and become a dictator. However, based on the information I have, there have been people who have been trying to sit on the void throne all these years. This is impossible. Warlord violently stood up, his eyes staring at the calm-faced Gion, excitedly directly calling Gion by his codename, Mama Hair. This is a lie that Xiaoyu has fabricated in order to hope that you will assist him in launching this rebellion. You should know very well that the reason why Xiaoyu was able to take control of the situation so quickly tonight was not because he was about to be transferred to the Justice Island and fought to the death, but rather, he had already laid out all of this in secret. War Marshal, I am not a childish child. Gion's face remained calm. It was 3 years ago when Lord Xiaoyu told me these things, and at that time, he told me not to rush to verify all of this, as it might put my life in danger. Still, I have been secretly investigating over these 3 years until 4 months ago, when I finally found a hint and was able to determine that the so-called supreme powers of the world government over the years, that is, the 5 elder stars of the Chamber of Power, that they are nothing more than someone's marionettes, because behind them there is another behind-the-scenes controller who has ambitions to become a dictator. Speaking of this, Gion's emotions finally showed a hint of fluctuation, only to see her slowly stand up and speak in a shocking manner. This behind-the-scenes controller now resides in a place called Between the Flowers and the Holy Land, which the 5 elders call I'm-sama. Chapter 018 My honor is loyalty. Lord Im? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, a flash of bewilderment flashed through Warlord's eyes. As a naval headquarters marshal, he had traveled back and forth between the Holy Land of Manhwa and the naval headquarters of Marinvado countless times, and had been in charge of the security of the Holy Land of Manhwa on several occasions for the Quadrennial World Conference. All the while, he carefully armored Manhwa to prevent accidents, but even so, the name Lord Im had never heard of him. Even the warlord was unfamiliar with it, and naturally everyone else in the room had a blank expression on their faces as they looked at each other, taking Gion's words with a grain of salt. Just then, the top floor of the ministry's building, as the door of the elevator opened, Xiaoyu, who was standing in the elevator, did not hesitate in the slightest and decisively stepped out. Immediately after that, the 2 lieutenant generals, Storabelli and Bastio, followed closely behind, and the other several major generals even took a step ahead of Xiaoyu and ran out quickly, standing respectfully in front of the door to the conference hall at the end of the corridor. Xiaoyu had just approached over, and the 2 major generals immediately pushed the door open. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's footsteps were not stopping, and he quickly walked into the conference hall with his head held high. Gion, who was in the conference hall, as well as Hound and a host of other ministry officers and soldiers standing behind them, rose and took a step forward. Instead of walking towards his position, Xiaoyu quickly stepped in front of Warlord under the gazes of the crowd focusing over. Attention! Without waiting for Warlord to react, Xiaoyu suddenly put his feet together while raising his right hand towards Warlord. To Lord Marshal, salute! As Xiaoyu's words fell, Storabelli, Bastio, and a group of major generals and brigadier generals immediately behind him straightened their bodies with their legs together, and Gion, Hound, and the others were naturally no exceptions, all of them straightening their bodies and facing the war marshal in unison and shouting, loyalty. Warlord didn't have much of a reaction. His face was calm as he looked at Xiaoyu, who was saluting towards himself. Maynard and the other group of officers who had yet to submit to Xiaoyu were looking as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Lieutenant General Xiaoyu, you're busy tonight. After a short silence, the warlord shook his head inside, saying nonchalantly, realizing ambition with the lives and blood of your fellow soldiers. Is this the justice you stand for? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu took out a document from his arms and placed it in front of Warlord. Then he took a step back and said, "Many years ago, I had met a prophet on Fishman Island, and she said that I was one who would die. I don't think so. In my opinion, it's up to me whether I live or die. Martial Warlord, now that Marinbado is basically under my control, if you don't want to see more people die because of resistance, please also sign your name on this document." Xiaoyu, you traitor! Without waiting for Warlord to react, Maynard stood up violently, glaring at Xiaoyu with crimson eyes. "As long as we're still alive, you'll never get away with this. Seek death." Strombelli and Bastiliox didn't wait for Xiaoyu to give orders and silently took an arrow step forward. The next second, Storabelli's finger gun was pointed at Maynard's forehead. At the same time, the great sword in Bastio's hand was already on Maynard's neck. Immediately after that, Guillaume also subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword, and Hound even grinned a bloodthirsty smile. Once Maynard, as well as the likes of Fire Mountain and Styres, made any movement, they would not hesitate to suppress and finish them off. At once, the atmosphere in the conference hall became tense with swords, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Strombelli, Bastiliox, Maynard, who was controlled by the finger gun and the big sword, reddened his eyes and said furiously, "Xiaoyu has only been in the headquarters for 6 years. What on earth has he done to you guys to make you abandon the honor of the Navy and follow him to start a mutiny? A soldier's honor is loyalty," murmured Strombelli, gazing at Maynard with a cold face. "My honor is loyalty." Bastio did not speak nonsense, but uttered irresistibly, "Sit down, or I will not think of old times." "You," gasped Maynard, instinctively trying to take a step forward. Just then, Warlord slammed the conference table and said in a deep voice, "That's enough, Maynard. Sit down first." After saying that, he no longer looked at the few people and opened the file that Xiaoyu had put in front of him. Just seeing the content of the document, the Warlord's pupils couldn't help but shrink before he looked up at Xiaoyu, incredulously saying, "Letting you temporarily take over the position of Marshal of the Headquarters? Xiaoyu, do you think this is realistic? The appointment of the Headquarters Marshal is not up to me, without the permission of the Holy Land. No permission is needed from the Holy Land." Xiaoyu smiled faintly and said, "As long as the Navy headquarters and the soldiers of the Four Seas and the major branch fortresses of the Great Voyage know that you're physically ill, it'll be fine for me to temporarily take overall charge of all the Navy's affairs. Of course, Marshal Warlord can choose not to sign. It's just that in that case, many people will die tonight." At those words, Warlock fell silent. As the headquarters marshal, he of course knows that this is Xiaoyu's delaying tactic. As long as the soldiers of the Four Seas and the major naval branches and fortresses of the Great Voyage are stabilized for the time being, Xiaoyu will be able to quickly send out his inner circle to remove all the uncontrollable factors at the smallest possible cost. As long as Xiaoyu is in complete control of the Navy, the Holy Land will only have two choices. One is to compromise with Xiaoyu, who is holding the Navy hostage, and recognize the legitimacy of Xiaoyu's Marshal of the Navy headquarters, and the other is to be furious and mobilize all of the world government's combat divisions to fight against the Navy that Xiaoyu has taken over. Seeing that Marshal Warlord was silent, Xiaoyu also no longer stood, and turned around and walked straight to the empty seat opposite Warlord at the conference table. Having just arrived at the conference table, Jion, who was standing next to her, immediately moved her chair forward. After Xiaoyu sat down, she immediately pressed the hilt of her sword and took a step back to stand on Xiaoyu's left-hand side. Immediately after that, Storabelli and Bastille also quickly stepped to Xiaoyu's right-hand side, and all of them looked towards the gravely colored Warlord across the table. "Lord Warlord, you can't sign this." Suddenly, Maynard stood up once again and emotionally said, "It's not that we don't have the power to fight right now. As long as we fight to the death and hold out until Lieutenant General Karp comes back from his vacation, the victory will definitely be ours. Also, the three great generals haven't exactly taken a stand." Boom! Before Maynard could finish his sentence, the door to the closed conference hall was once again slammed open. Immediately after that, Sakaski, who had already changed into the Admiral's coat of the Navy headquarters and wore a naval cap, accompanied by Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, quickly walked into the conference hall, and then, under the unbelievable gazes of Maynard, Fiery Mountain, and Streets, walked straight to Xiaoyu's side. Grand Admiral Sakaski. Unexpectedly, Sakaski actually ignored the Warlord Marshal's presence and stood beside Xiaoyu. Maynard's pupils clenched and he lost his voice. "You, what are you doing? Could it be that even you?" "No, that's impossible. You're the general with the least amount of room for sand in your eyes. Where's the thorough justice you practiced?" Warlord also looked up at Sakaski at that moment and said in a deep voice, "Sakaski, is this your choice?" Sakaski slowly looked up, a brief hesitation appearing in his eyes, but in just an instant he cast aside all distractions and nodded with a firm expression. "Yes." Chapter 019, Akane submits her pitch. Before the words left his mouth, Sakaski violently appeared in front of Maynard with a flash. The next second, Maynard was just lifted over his head by his neck, without waiting for everyone present to react. The natural magma fruit ability that belonged uniquely to him was then quietly released. As Sakaski's arm lavaized, Maynard, whose neck was choked, let out a heartbreaking scream. Sakaski, what are you doing? Never expecting Sakaski to strike suddenly, Warlord stood up with a horrified expression on his face and snapped, "Put down Maynard." Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, Maynard's neck was snapped in response. Immediately after, Sakaski threw his hand to the side, ignoring the eye-rolling Warlord. His sharp and gloomy gaze swept over from Fire Mountain, Styres and the others, killing intent austere. From now on, no matter who it is, those who show disrespect to Xiaoyu will end up like this. After a slight pause, Sakaski immediately shifted his sight to Warlord. This is my attitude, Martial Warlord. If you don't wish to see Marinvado covered by a lava volcano, sign your name on this document. Sakaski, you, Warlord glanced sideways at Maynard, who had his neck snapped, not to mention that half of his neck was scorched by lava, and his eyes were wide with rage as he said, "If you guys do this, you'll put the Navy in a place where it will never be able to recover." If the Holy Land knew about this, it would definitely not recognize Xiaoyu's legitimacy. At that time, there will be countless Navy soldiers who will die in peace because of your bloodshed. Warlord Marshal, it's not important to talk about this anymore. Sakaski gazed at Warlord with a burning gaze and said in a deep voice, "From the moment I saw Mother Sama, I no longer cared about right or wrong." After saying that, Sakaski stopped talking nonsense and turned around to return to Xiaoyu's side, his eyes unprecedentedly determined. In the past, the reason why he practiced thorough justice was because he saw his parents die tragically under the pirate sword, and because the seed of hatred buried in his heart since he was a child was taking root. However, after learning that his mother had risen from the dead and had been taken care of by Xiaoyu for 3 long years, the justice that he insisted on in his heart faltered. Not because he was disappointed in the Navy or the world government, but he had a guilty conscience. When he thought about the fact that his mother didn't die back then but was buried in the earth by him, he couldn't wait to punch himself first. He couldn't imagine how his mother survived after breaking the ground, much less what she had gone through in the years since he joined the Navy. Based on the fact that his mother-sama still remembered his favorite white rice and chili even though she had Alzheimer's disease and forgot his name, he could conclude that his mother-sama must have been searching for his whereabouts after she survived that year. If not, surely his mother-sama wouldn't have remembered his favorite food despite her worsening dementia. He thanks Xiaoyu for reuniting him with his mother-sama. Thanks Xiaoyu for giving him the opportunity to make up for the big mistake he nearly made when he was young. And thanks Xiaoyu for his unceasing care over the past 3 years. It was important to realize that his mother-sama would forget about Xiaoyu at any moment because she was suffering from Alzheimer's. In that case, Xiaoyu could have sent his mother-sama to a nursing home at the Navy headquarters or hired a nanny. Most importantly, according to the Flying Squirrels, Xiaoyu's original plan was that it would be good if this operation succeeded, but if it failed and died, let the Flying Squirrels forward the investigation report to him because Xiaoyu was worried that if he failed and died, the old man who suffered from Alzheimer's would have no one to take care of him. It's really over now. After gazing at Sakaski, who walked to Xiaoyu's side with a determined look in his eyes for a moment, Warlord secretly sighed in the bottom of his heart. Poliacerino hadn't shown up until now. His attitude was already clear enough. Plus at this time, Sakaski, a great general who practiced complete justice, also stood firmly by Xiaoyu's side. Even if he threw his weight around, he couldn't change all of this at the moment. Although he still has a naval hero title of Carp this trump card and another Admiral Kuzan available, but Carp is on vacation. The probability is to run to the East China Sea, until Carp rushed back. Even if Carp is strong, it is impossible to fight against Sakaski, Xiaoyu and all the reversal of the headquarters of all levels of officers. As for the great General Kuzan, he still didn't hold any hope, because as early as 3 days ago, Kuzan had run off on his bicycle to skulk around in an unknown sea, and with his understanding of Kuzan, he wouldn't come back without skulking around for 10 days and half a month. Even if Kuzan comes back at this time, under this current situation, Xiaoyu's side with Sakaski joining him will be emboldened. Of course, now is not the time to talk about the worst possible outcome. The reason is that after Xiaoyu takes complete control of the Navy, the Holy Land will most likely make a compromise, and may even directly appoint Xiaoyu as the new Marshal of the Navy headquarters. After all, at this point in time, the New World has given birth to another Emperor of the Sea, and the Revolutionary Army has gradually grown in these years, which has already seriously threatened the rule of the world government. So if the Holy Land goes to war with Xiaoyu at this point, it's obviously not a wise choice. Then again, once the Revolutionary Army joins forces with the Navy under Xiaoyu's control, the Holy Land will surely be in a situation where it is attacked from the back. And all of this was obviously within Xiaoyu's calculations. Of course, Whether he signed or not didn't have much of an impact on Xiaoyu. If he didn't sign, Xiaoyu only needed to eradicate all the soldiers and officers at the headquarters who didn't stand up to him. After all, at this point, more than half or even more of the officers and soldiers had already chosen to be loyal to Xiaoyu. After a short silence, Warlord slowly looked up at Xiaoyu with a serious expression. Xiaoyu, how have Carp and Zephyr and I treated you since you entered the headquarters? Xiaoyu nodded. It's good, especially Mr. Zephyr, who had high hopes for me back when I was in the officer training camp. As for Carp, although he's been trying to groom me to be his successor, I don't really agree with his philosophy. To be precise, I don't agree with any of the justice practiced by the Navy from top to bottom, because in my opinion, as long as there is that big mountain of celestial dragons pressing down on the world government, there can be no so-called justice in the Navy. And it is precisely for this reason that I want to use my way to make the Navy's justice no longer have any boundaries or shackles restricting it. Warlord shook his head. I have no desire to debate with you. I just want to know why you're hiding something from us when we've all treated you well. Xiaoyu smiled and said lightly, Marshal Warlord, what I am doing is to start a mutiny. Can I not hide it? No, no, no. Warlord waved his hand, his eyes burning into Xiaoyu's. I was referring to the person Guillaume just mentioned. Emu, if you know something that none of us know, why didn't you choose to tell me your Carp and Zephyr instead of Guillaume? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu looked sideways at Guillaume, who was standing beside him, and said in surprise, You told them? Guillaume nodded. Xiaoyu doesn't blame, retracting his eyes to look at Warlord and asking rhetorically, Do you believe everything Guillaume said? About Between the Flowers? About the existence of imps? I'm pretty sure you not only don't believe it now, but you'll think it's something I'm making up in order to convince Guillaume and the others to follow me and start a revolt. If you don't believe it in this current situation, do you think you'll believe it if you're told before this? Warlord didn't take his eyes off of Xiaoyu, as if he wanted to see through Xiaoyu's true thoughts deep down. So there really is a place called Between Flowers in the Holy Land? As well as a lordom who wants to sit on the Void Throne? Xiaoyu waved his hand. Marshal Warlord, instead of being skeptical here, why don't you go to the Holy Land and ask the 5 Elder Stars face to face, or go to the Holy Land to see for yourself? Although I know that him lives between the flowers, I don't know if him is a man or a woman. If you can live to see him's true colors, remember to come back and let me know. But before you do that, you need to sign this document and make a speech right away to get the officers and soldiers who are lurking around trying to wait for an opportunity to reverse the situation to give up their resistance. Chapter 020 Reward arrives early. Ability fully maxed. Looking at the papers laid out in front of him, Warlord wanted to say something. Eventually he chose to compromise, picking up a pen and quickly signing his name to the document. When Warlord signed his name, Hound, who was standing at the side, immediately moved forward to pick up the document and hand it over to the adjutant at his side, saying dryly, Copy this document to all branches and fortresses at once. Yes, the adjutant didn't dare to slow down, took the document with both hands and turned to run out of the conference hall at a fast pace. The Hound did not retreat there and stood in front of the Warlord holding a broadcasting telephone bug, bowing and saying, Lord Warlord, you are still needed to make a broadcasting speech next, telling all officers as well as soldiers who have not yet given up their resistance to go to the Marinvento Square to gather in 10 minutes and announcing that Lord Xiaoyu has temporarily taken over the position of the Marshal. Upon hearing this, Warlord stopped dilly-dallying and simply took the radiophone bug. After a short period of silence, Warlord secretly took a deep breath, and then spoke nonchalantly. I am Warlord. All officers and soldiers who hear this broadcast, please stop fighting and put down your weapons immediately and head to Marinvento Square. This farce, it's time to end. As Warlord's voice traveled out through the radiophone bugs, loudspeakers placed throughout Marinvento went off, carrying Warlord's voice to every corner. Marinvento Women's Officers' Quarters Building. Major Tina, who was standing in the dormitory, as well as a group of female officers stood up straight when they heard the voice coming out of the radio, and cocked their heads in the direction of the headquarters building in unison. Major Tina, it's Lord Warlord's voice. Great, the mutiny is over. Did we win? Hearing the constant voices around her, Tina frowned slightly. Did none of you understand what Marshal Warlord said? Marshal Warlord is telling us to stop fighting and put down our weapons and head to the plaza. What do you mean? A female officer blinked in bewilderment. Instead of explaining, Tina simply turned and walked out of the dormitory. When she stepped out of the door of the dormitory building, hundreds of female officers of the ministry had already gathered in front of the door, and many of the female officers were even walking in an orderly manner towards the Marinvento Square. Not only the dormitory building where they were, but also the male officers' dormitory building not far away next to them also sprang up in a dense number of figures one after another. In no time at all, the road to the Piazza dei Malinverdi was crowded with people, some nervous, others talking and laughing as if what was happening in Malinverdi had nothing to do with them. Although there were people around her who greeted them from time to time, Tina had a look of rejection on her face, and didn't even bother to look at the other person as she followed the flow of people straight towards the square. A few minutes later, Tina followed the large group to the entrance of the plaza, only to see enough to accommodate 100,000 people in the square at this time brightly lit. The previous second is still noisy flow of people and walking into the Marinvento square have quieted down. It was not that they consciously followed order, but the square was surrounded by densely packed soldiers armed with guns, and almost every soldier had a red silk scarf wrapped around his shoulder, making it easy to distinguish them from the soldiers who walked into the square. What's going on here? The female officer who was following Tina's side, after seeing the soldiers standing around the square with loaded guns and a brigadier general or major general sitting at every distance, the female officer immediately hid behind Tina nervously and said in a trembling voice, "Tina, it can't be that the rebels have one, can it? Ooh, will they kill us?" Without waiting for Tina to react, Warlord's voice came over the radio again. "I apologize to everyone about what happened tonight. From now on, Lieutenant General Xia Yu will take my place as the temporary marshal." The moment these words came out, the originally quiet square instantly exploded. Immediately afterward, the first officers to walk into the plaza, who had previously been trapped in the dormitory building, jumped out one by one, raising their voices in protest. "Warlord Marshal, how could you compromise with the rebels? How can Xia Yu replace you as the headquarters marshal?" Marshal Warlord must have been taken hostage by Xia Yu. Looking at the suddenly disorganized crowd, the soldiers standing around the square raised their guns. Immediately afterward, a major general led a team of 100 men who quickly rushed into the square. The leading major general rushed towards the chaotic crowd while sternly shouting, "Quiet! All be quiet! Traitor! Let Xia Yu command the navy! We will never agree!" Facing the charging major general, an officer at the head, also clad in a major general's coat, raised his arms and shouted, "Who would like to kill with me side by side into the headquarters building?" Bang bang bang! Without waiting for the others to chime in, a series of ear-piercing gunshots came out without warning. Immediately afterward, a cloud of blood mist floated out from the major general who had just raised his arms. "Seek death." The two soldiers immediately behind the major general rushed up to the shot major general after running out of bullets, and dryly raised the butt of their rifles and slammed them heavily into his head. The sudden scene caused the chaotic square to fall into dead silence. A major general of the ministry, actually taken out by two soldiers? Everyone stared wide-eyed at this moment, incredulously looking at the major general who had been heavily slammed to the ground by the butt of his rifle. In the meantime, Warlord, who was in the conference hall on the top floor of the headquarters building, got up and went to the window at the first opportunity after hearing gunshots coming from the direction of the plaza. Although there was some distance between them, coupled with the fact that the square was crowded at this time, he couldn't see what was going on at all. He could only see that everyone was quiet at this moment, like the tranquility before the eruption of a volcano, and a strong smell of gunpowder invariably permeated the air. Xia Yu didn't react much, but looked at Warlord with interest. The current situation was basically under his control, so he wasn't worried about any accidents, and trying to get all the soldiers and officers of the headquarters to give up resistance was difficult to do with just a single word from the Warlord. Feeling the raging smell of gunpowder coming from the direction of the square, Warlord couldn't think much about it, and immediately raised his voice and shouted, "Do you want to make Marinvento bleed to death? If you wish to see the scene, fight to your heart's content. I'm sure those lawless pirates on the Great Sea will be very happy to see you both lose your lives due to infighting. If you wish this farce to end, obey orders. I declare that Xia Yu will now be the temporary marshal. From this moment on, anyone who resists is considered mutinous." After saying the word mutiny, it was as if Warlord had been drained of his essence, and his feet even felt a sudden weakness, almost falling to the ground. Although the real mutiny was on Xia Yu's side, he had to say so in order to stop the situation from continuing to deteriorate with more bloodshed. As for where the navy would go next, he could only pin his hopes on the Holy Land and Xia Yu's final choice. Just as the warring states announced that Xia Yu would be the temporary marshal, an abrupt voice immediately resounded in Xia Yu's mind. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host on his successful mutiny and becoming a naval headquarters marshal. Hint, the reward is being sent. Hint, detecting the host's mastered abilities. Hint, the host has been detected to have mastered the following abilities: Armed Color Hegemony, Seeing Color Hegemony, Overlord Color Hegemony, Swordplay, and the 6 styles of the Navy. Hint, it's in the process of upgrading the host's already mastered abilities. Hint, Swordsmanship has been successfully raised to the highest realm. Hint, the 6 naval styles have been successfully raised to the highest level. Hint, Armed Color Hegemony has been successfully raised to the highest realm. Hint, the Seeing Color Hegemony has been successfully raised to the highest realm. Hint, the Overlord Color Hegemony has been successfully raised to the highest realm. As the system prompts continued to ring out, the unprepared Xia Yu felt a blur before his eyes. In the next second, He was in a completely unfamiliar space, and the information related to his system-enhanced abilities came from all directions like a tidal wave. Like an enlightenment, the knowledge, skills and techniques of using the three-colored hegemonic aura, swordsmanship and the 6 styles of the Navy, as well as their application in battle, all blended in at this moment, as if they were being used by his own hands. In just a single breath, it was as if Xiaoyu had spent a spring and an autumn, feeling the abundant energy fluctuations within his body, as well as the powerful confidence brought about by the various abilities being raised to the highest level. Xiaoyu's eyes gradually narrowed. Although he didn't expect that he would be able to obtain rewards for his temporary marshalship, it was always good to obtain rewards ahead of time, especially since the feeling after his strength was raised was really great. After enjoying the thrill of the ability to ascend to the highest realm with a single click for a while, Xiaoyu stood up without moving and faintly said, "Everyone, the big picture has basically been decided. Gather all the ministries and head to Marinvado. I have something to say." Speaking of which, Xiaoyu immediately turned his gaze towards Fire Mountain as well as Styres and the others, as if knowing what Xiaoyu was thinking, knowing that the momentum was gone. Stress and the others were no longer silent, immediately rising and straightening their backs and raising their hands in salute, following the example of the Hound and the others who had previously shouted in unison, "Loyalty." Xiaoyu nodded. "This will be the wisest choice you'll ever make in this life." After saying that, Xiaoyu no longer delayed and simply turned around and left. Chapter 021 Zephyr, he will be a very exceptional leader. As Xiaoyu turned to leave, only Warlord and Sakaski were soon left in the conference hall. "Sakaski, tell me what you really think?" As if Warlord knew that Sakaski would stay, and without seeing him turn around, he turned his back to Sakaski and said in a deep voice, "You have to think about it clearly. What Xiaoyu wants isn't just the headquarters marshal. Do you really intend to follow one path to the end?" Sakaski nodded. "I had a moment's hesitation before walking in here, but after hearing that there is a lord hidden behind the scenes in the Holy Land, I'm confident that I can't make a wrong choice." Warlord frowned slightly. Im's existence is just a one-sided statement from Xiaoyu. It's still too early to assert. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakaski murmured, "I believe." With that said, Sakaski didn't linger any longer, turned around and strutted out. As he walked out of the doors of the conference hall, he suddenly stopped and looked back. Even without the existence of him, the man behind the curtain, it doesn't affect my choice, because Xiaoyu gave me the opportunity to do my filial duty in front of the hall and to be happy at my knees. At those words, Warlord turned around violently and stared straight at Sakaski. "That old man that Xiaoyu has been taking care of for the past 3 years, is your mother Sama?" Instead of answering, Sakaski simply stepped out. After seeing Sakaski disappear outside the main door, the Warlord shook his head to himself and laughed bitterly. What a good tactic, Xiaoyu, actually finding Sakaski's only soft underbelly. After a slight pause, the Warlord withdrew his gaze and looked around the empty conference hall, then sauntered over to the window and gazed down at the brightly lit Plaza Marinvado. At this time, the square had already quieted down, and all the soldiers and officers stood side by side in an orderly manner, waiting for Xiaoyu, the new marshal, to arrive. Just then, Xiaoyu and his party walked out of the headquarters gate into the eyes of the Warlord. Looking at the young figure walking towards Marinvado surrounded by Guillaume and the others, a hint of anticipation inexplicably rose in the bottom of Warlord's heart. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to see how high this young man who was very outstanding in terms of both heart and means as well as in terms of winning people's hearts could go. If the Holy Land side made a compromise and recognized the legitimacy of Xiaoyu's headquarters as a marshal, perhaps Xiaoyu would take this opportunity to fight for more rights and interests for the Navy, so that the justice of the Navy would no longer have any shackles and constraints. As the Navy headquarters marshal, how can he not know that the current world government is no longer the previous world government? Living in the Holy Land claiming to be the descendants of God's Tenryujin also enjoy the supreme privilege and become more and more unrestrained, killing people, forcibly robbing people's wives, and so on and so forth to the Tenryujin as the world's nobility. But they are the privilege of the privilege. Even if something happens as a result, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters not only has to unconditionally rush over to maintain their safety, but also can't take refuge in those oppressed civilians at the bottom of the ladder. As Xiaoyu said, as long as the mountain of the Tenryujin presses down on the head of the world government, the Navy, which is under the command of the world government, will not be able to do true justice. He knew all these things, but he didn't have the courage to break it all, because one hair moves the whole body, and once someone stands up to break this, it will surely lead to even greater turmoil. Most importantly, the world government can stand on the top of the Red Earth continent for 800 years must have his reason for existence. He can do is to try to do his part, as far as possible to do the Navy's justice sprinkled around the world. Watching Xiaoyu and his entourage leave the headquarters building until they disappeared under the night color. Only then did Warlord withdraw his sight and muttered to himself, "Since ancient times, fame belongs to the youth. I think that old me was also one-spirited." Before the words left his mouth, Warlord's face suddenly changed, and then he quickly turned to look at the door. In front of the gate, 3 figures stood at some point. At the head of the group was none other than Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, codenamed Black Wrist. Following Zephyr were 2 young officers, a man and a woman. The young male officer, named Binz, wears an odd costume, a mauve fruit ability, and is trusted by Zephyr. The young female officer, named Ain, stepped on a pair of black spiked heels and wore a blue cloak, with a melancholy look in her eyes, as if she had just experienced a life and death. Zephyr? Not expecting Zephyr to show up at this time, Warlord hurriedly and quickly greeted him, saying with some urgency, "Why are you here? Your arm." Saying that, Warlord, who had come to Zephyr's body, immediately looked at Zephyr's right arm. Zephyr raised his left hand and touched his broken arm, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, it's been 3 years of time, I've gotten used to it long ago. However, you have to hurry up the science class and tell them to hurry up and develop the mechanical arm." Warlord wanted to say something, as if he knew what Warlord was thinking. Zephyr walked straight to the conference table and pulled a chair to sit down, before looking up at Warlord and then speaking. "I forgot that you've already handed over the marshalship to Xiaoyu. However, even if you're not the marshal, the science class will still give face." The Warlord's pupils shrunk, his face horrified as he gazed at Zephyr. "You're actually not surprised by what happened at the headquarters. Could it be that you already knew that Xiaoyu would stage a mutiny?" Zephyr smiled and nodded. "He's my student." Upon hearing this, Warlord shook his head helplessly and said slightly feebly, "It seems you're completely disappointed in the Navy." "Yes." Zephyr glanced at the 2 students, Ian and Binz, who were standing in front of the door, and spoke with a touch of resentment and hatred. "If it wasn't for Xiaoyu, I might have built a whole new navy by now. After all, you've all forgotten that the attack on the traineeship 3 years ago that led to the burial of dozens of young lives at sea made me lose hope in the Navy." Warlord's face changed slightly, and he spoke out in time to explain. "I didn't forget." "Not forgotten?" Zephyr stood up fiercely, emotional. "Dozens of young officers of the ministry were buried at sea. As a marshal of the ministry, you should have ordered an all-out pursuit until they were apprehended and publicly executed, because only then will those pirates who dared to kill the Navy be cowed. Will the dozens of young lives that died rest in peace, and will the living continue to uphold justice? But you didn't do that, and it wasn't my heart you chilled for 3 years." With that, Zephyr raised his hand to point at Ian and Binz. "Rather, it's them, and all the young officers who carry the future of the Navy on their shoulders as well as theirs." Realizing that he was on the verge of losing control of his emotions, Zephyr paused slightly, then whirled back into his chair and lowered his voice. "Warlord, you're getting old. We're all getting old." Warlord didn't say anything, but stood still with an ugly face and mixed emotions. He naturally wouldn't forget the attack on the traineeship led by Zephyr 3 years ago that resulted in dozens of young officers being buried at sea, and had been sending people to hunt down the murderer who had slaughtered dozens of young trainee officers. But he didn't explain, because as the headquarters marshal, he had to face more than just a single pirate, but had to look at the big picture, and couldn't have all 3 generals out for a single pirate. However, Zephyr had a point. Dozens of young officers were brutally murdered, and the murderer, who is still at large, has an unshirkable responsibility. "I know what you're thinking." Seeing that Warlord maintained his silence, Zephyr spoke again. "Are you now thinking that the reason I chose to stand by and watch is because Xiaoyu promised me that I would bring the pirates who attacked the internship ship to justice? To tell you the truth, Xiaoyu didn't promise me anything, but I'm sure he won't let me down." Speaking of this, Zephyr looked sideways at the 2 students standing quietly outside the door. "Ian, Binz, the big picture is set for tonight. From now on you will follow Xiaoyu. He will be a very exceptional leader." Chapter 022 Gambling on the Navy's Name of Absolute Justice. Sakaski, who had left the conference hall, did not immediately follow Xiaoyu out of the headquarters building. He first went to his office and glanced at the plaque hanging on the front wall of his office, his eyes resting on the large words "Thorough Justice" on the plaque. After a short period of silence, he suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, as if he had put down the last of his burdens, and his face even revealed a smile that had never appeared in decades. Immediately afterward, he stopped staying and simply turned around and walked out of his office. As he passed Palyasorino's office, the 2 soldiers standing in front of the door hurriedly straightened their bodies and shouted in unison, "Loyalty!" Sakaski raised his hand in return and asked, "General Yellow Ape is in there?" One of the soldiers nodded. "Yes, Grand Admiral Sakaski." Without hesitation, Sakaski murmured, "Open the door." The 2 soldiers, obviously aware of Sakaski's current status, immediately opened the office door. In the office, Porcelino sat at his desk, perhaps because of the seahorse handcuffs on his hands, or perhaps because he himself was so, with a breathless look. Seeing Sakaski walk into the office, Palyasorino's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Then he sat up straight and lazily said, "It's really scary. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to even convince you. Didn't you also choose to stand idly by?" Sakaski, who had come to the desk, gazed condescendingly at Polyacerino and said in a deep voice, "Tell me what is in your heart's truest thoughts. What can I think?" Polyacerino held up his handcuffed hands with a look of helplessness, because the same devil fruit ability person could not normally touch the handcuffs made of seafaring stone. Without the slightest hesitation, Sakaski looked sideways at the two soldiers standing next to him who were in charge of guarding Polyacerino and ordered, "Uncuff the handcuffs. Also, your mission is over. Go to the square and gather immediately." "Yes." The two soldiers raised their hands in salute in unison, while then quickly helped Polyacerino out of the handcuffs. After the two soldiers walked out of the office, Sakaski gazed at Polyacerino with a serious face. "You should know very well that you are my only brother in the Navy headquarters. If you accept the choice I am making now, can you continue to stand alongside me?" Polyacerino did not answer right away, only to see him briefly move his wrist, and then he slowly stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the illuminated Piazza Maranvento. At this time the square has gathered at least 50,000 people. Surprisingly, no one at this time to make a sound. All neatly stood in the square eagerly waiting. "I want to know what means Xiaoyu used to make you make such a choice." After a short silence, Polyacerino didn't turn around, his eyes moving slowly as he followed the figure leaving the headquarters building and heading straight for the plaza. "Don't tell me he's found out about any of your sins. He has found my Lord Mother." Without waiting for Polyacerino to finish his sentence, Sakaski immediately spoke, "And took good care of the old man for 3 years. Polyacerino turned back and said incredulously, "It's that old man that Xiaoyu saved 3 years ago? I've met him once." The old man seems to be suffering from severe Alzheimer's disease, forgetting everyone around him because of his illness, leaving his home alone to search for her grandson all over the family compound. At that time, I didn't know who his grandson was, so I arranged for 2 soldiers to stay by his side. Here, too, as if getting amnesia, Polyacerino turned the conversation around and asked, "By the way, what was your last sentence?" A question mark rose above Sakaski's head and he said uncertainly, "May I continue to be alongside?" Polyacerino shook his head. "One more last sentence." Sakaski thought for a moment and said tentatively, "Brother, come on, let's go see our mom." As soon as the words fell, a ball of flashing light flew straight out from the office, instantly landing in front of Xiaoyu's house in the family residential area. Leaving the headquarters building, Xiaoyu's group also arrived at the entrance to the Maranvento Square. Xiaoyu had just walked to the entrance, and the soldiers standing neatly on both sides of the entrance raised their hands in salute. The tens of thousands of soldiers standing neatly in the square as well as the officers at all levels of the headquarters also glanced sideways at this moment. In the crowd, the female soldiers in Tina's formation also looked at Xiaoyu with apprehension. Without stopping, Xiaoyu walked into the plaza towards the high platform of the plaza surrounded by a group of lieutenant generals such as Guillaume, Flying Squirrel, Bastille, Strombelli, and Hound. When Xiaoyu and his party walked into the square and passed in front of the first formation, all the soldiers as well as the officers standing at the front of the formation immediately took a step forward and straightened their backs in unison, shouting, "Loyalty!" Xiaoyu raised his hand and returned a salute. As he passed by the second formation, the soldiers in the second formation also took a step forward, shouting the word loyalty in frenzied and excited unison. Xiaoyu still didn't reply, but returned a salute with a warm smile on his face. Just as Xiaoyu passed by the third queue, without waiting for the soldiers in this queue to shout their slogans forward, a tall figure suddenly rushed out from the fourth queue, followed by a shout that shook the ears of many people present. "Xiaoyu!" As the shouts that carried the flavor of anger fell, the tall figure stood opposite Xiaoyu, like a moving mountain invisibly emitting powerful breath fluctuations. "John Jarno?" Without waiting for Xiaoyu to react, the face of Storabelli, who had not moved an inch away from Xiaoyu, changed slightly, but he still didn't hesitate in the slightest and took a step forward to make a fighting stance at the same time with Guillaume, who stood on Xiaoyu's left-hand side. Although the Flying Squirrels, Hounds, and Bastille didn't protect Xiaoyu's body in the first place, they still watched as if they were on the verge of an enemy as they suddenly rushed out with a very oppressive figure. It wasn't that they were making a big deal out of it, but the one who was blocking the road at the moment was Lieutenant General John Jondo of the Ministry, a powerful warrior from the Giant Clan. Most importantly, not only is John Jondo's strength and endurance several times that of an ordinary man, but the same Navy headquarters has the power to command all subordinates within the headquarters. Facing a lieutenant general of the same rank and a powerful warrior from the giant race, they certainly had to go all out. Once John Jondo made the slightest movement, they would certainly not hesitate to swarm up without giving John Jondo any chance. What madness! Xiaoyu, facing the 5 vice admirals who could kill over at any time. John Jondo didn't dare to rush forward, but just stood in place with the advantage of his height to condescend and gaze at Xiaoyu. However, betting on the Navy's name of absolute justice. I have to stand up and stop you. Before the words fell, John Jondo fiercely pulled out the huge sword behind him as fast as lightning, and the majestic battle spirit burst out, driving the wide and incomparable Lieutenant General's coat on his body to flutter wildly, and the invisible pressure surged out like a tsunami, instantly covering Xiaoyu. John Jondo. Xiaoyu raised his hand to stop Storabelli and the others who were preparing to kill their way out, and said with a calm expression on his face, "You should have stepped forward earlier to fight for justice, because if you only do it now, you'll be burdened with the charge of being a rebel." While speaking, Xiaoyu took a step forward. Dang! Just the moment his feet hit the ground, a tremor appeared on the ground in response. Immediately after that, a circle of horrifying gas wave impact burst out from under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a red and black flame cloud, and the invisible and majestic pressure even caused the void to emit a low-frequency vibration in a silent manner. In the next second, John Jondo, who had just drawn his sword in his hand, felt as if his body had been imprisoned, as if he could not move, and the top of his head was like an invisible mountain pressing down on him, making him unable to resist at all, and he fell to his knees with a plopping sound towards Xiaoyu. It's dash. John Jondo, who was kneeling on both knees, used his giant sword to support his body, and then he exerted all of his strength to look up at Xiaoyu, his face horrified as he said, "Overlord Color Hegemony. You actually awakened the Overlord Color Hegemony." Chapter 023, offering loyalty to the Lord Marshal. Not only was John Jondo shocked, all of the lieutenant generals standing behind Xiaoyu, including Guillaume, as well as quite a few officers in the square, were all gazing at the figure kneeling on both knees at this moment with horrified faces. What they were shocked about was not that Xiaoyu had awakened his Overlord Color Hegemony, but that Xiaoyu had actually shocked John Jondo, who was a lieutenant general, to the point that he fell to his knees on the spot without any resistance just by using his Overlord Color Hegemony. Most importantly, Xiaoyu's Hegemony Color Hegemony aura did not affect anyone else present, only locking onto John Jondo alone. After a short period of silence, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and various voices emerged one after another. What happened? Why is LT General John suddenly on his knees? Didn't you hear me? Hegemony Color Hegemony. Lord Xiaoyu has unleashed the Overlord Color Hegemony. What's a hegemonic color hegemony? The Overlord Color Hegemony is the qualification of a king that only one in a million possesses, and it is an innate ability. The most important thing is that the Overlord Color Hegemony cannot be cultivated. It can only be enhanced by improving one's strength. Even if the Overlord Color Hegemony is the qualification of a king that only one in a million possesses, there's no way it could have shaken LT General John to the point of being defenseless. There is only one truth. Lord Xiaoyu's strength is likely to be infinitely close to that of a great general, perhaps even surpassing it. Xiaoyu ignored the shock of everyone present, only to see him walk towards John Jondo without stopping his footsteps and without haste. Every time he took a step forward, John Jondo felt the weight of the 5-elemental mountain above his head increase by 1 point, making it completely impossible for him to fight against it, and his huge body prostrated as Xiaoyu continued to get closer. When Xiaoyu walked in front of him, he couldn't hold on any longer, and with a plopping sound of 5 bodies, his entire body was plastered to the ground. But even so, the pressure above his head did not diminish in the slightest. As he pressed his 5 bodies against the ground immediately cracked with several cracks, which then spread out in all directions. Seeing the ground crack underneath John Jondo, the several lieutenant generals following behind Xiaoyu had their eyes wide open, and the soldiers in the square also had to hastily take cover because the cracks spread to their feet. Overlord Color Hegemony that cracked the ground. Jion, who was following behind Xiaoyu, looked down at the crack that spread to his feet before looking up at the figure that had already stood in front of John Jondo with a face full of disbelief. The Overlord Color Hegemony can't be cultivated. It can only be enhanced with one's own strength. Storabelli also revealed a frenzied expression at this moment, and his words were even tinged with a hint of excitement. The fact that Lord Xiaoyu was able to shatter the ground through his hegemonic color hegemony is enough to show that his own strength may have surpassed that of a great general. Xiaoyu, who came in front of John Jondo, did not speak, but instead gazed at the giant lieutenant general in front of him with a calm expression. Although John Jondo's entire body was stuck to the ground, because of his massive body, Xiaoyu, who was less than 1 meter 9 in height, could only look at the other party flatly. Bet on the Navy's name of absolute justice? After gazing at John Jondo for a moment, Xiaoyu suddenly looked up and smiled. Lieutenant General John, aren't you at all curious as to why you, being of the giant race, grew up living in the Navy headquarters? John Jondo struggled to raise his head, but realized that he was unable to raise his head at all, as if it was glued to the ground, and could only speak with great effort. Xiaoyu, as a lieutenant general of the headquarters, you launched a mutiny to seize the marshal's position. You have no qualifications to talk about justice in front of me. It does seem like you're not curious. Xiaoyu shook his head and laughed. then he simply took a step forward. Buzz. As Xiaoyu's footsteps fell, a low-frequency vibration appeared in the void once again, and the hegemonic aura that had been elevated to the highest level by the system spewed out. The next second, the ground collapsed with a bang, and Jondo, who was on this ground, fell down with it, just about level with the ground. Not bad. Looking at the figure that was set into the ground, Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly, very satisfied with the overlord color hegemony that had been raised to the highest level. Jondo's appearance didn't require him to make a move, and the reason why he stopped Storabelli and the others was to try out how dominant the overlord color hegemony aura, which had just been elevated by the system to its highest realm, really was. Of course, releasing the hegemonic color hegemony to suppress Jondo was only a small test for the current him. The power of the highest realm's hegemonic color hegemony was much more than that. Just then, a flash of light rose up from the family housing complex before arcing straight down under the night sky into the Plaza de Marinvento. As the flash disappeared, the two great generals, Sakaski and Poliacerino, stood side by side behind Xiaoyu. Grand Admiral Sakaski, Grand Admiral Poliacerino, the two great generals had just appeared. A burst of confusion once again appeared in the crowd. Many people even put their last hope on them, excitedly shouting out. However, just as these people were getting excited thinking that the two great generals had come to stop Xiaoyu, Sakaski immediately took a step forward and faced Xiaoyu with his hands raised in salute. Marshal Xiaoyu. Sakaski returns to his position. Sakaski's appearance instantly silenced the Plaza de Marinvento. Those soldiers and officers in the crowd who had originally looked forward to it had a flash of despair in their eyes. Even the great General Sakaski, who practiced complete justice, had offered his loyalty to Xiaoyu, so what reason did they have to hope? Poliacerino, who was alongside Sakaski, was not idle and raised his hand in salute. Xiaoyu turned back to face the two men and reported a smile, then simply stepped out. Seeing this, Sakaski and Poliacerino hurried to follow. Immediately after that, Gion, Flying Squirrel, and a host of other lieutenant generals withdrew their minds to follow closely behind. Because of this little episode of Jondo, as well as the timely appearance of the two great generals, Sakaski and Poliacerino, there were no more murmurs emerging from the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the square, all of them straightening their backs and looking towards the ascending steps, eyeing Xiaoyu as he stood on top of the high platform. Xiaoyu, who had ascended to the high platform, condescendingly scanned the crowd in the square, and then took a step forward in the midst of all the attention. All of them. Xiaoyu had just taken a step forward when Sakaski, who was standing under the high platform, immediately turned around to face Xiaoyu, raised his hands in salute, and exclaimed, "Offer your loyalty to Lord Marshal." Wow! The tens of thousands of people in the square took a neat step forward, and then cocked their heads at the high platform and shouted in unison, "Loyalty!" The loud and neat voices rang out over Marinvento, eventually converging into a torrent that endured beneath the night sky. In the conference hall of the headquarters building, the two men, Sengoku and Zephyr, who were standing against the window, looked from afar at the figure of the young marshal standing on the platform in the plaza, and feeling the air filled with the scent of hot blood and vigor, the two of them coincidentally let out a sigh of exclamation. "It's good to be young." Before the words left their mouths, both of them suddenly changed their faces slightly and looked up at the same time to the sea outside the walls of Marinvento, only to see the sea outside the walls of Marinvento, a figure in the moonlight riding a bicycle unhurriedly approaching towards Marinvento. As this figure continues to move forward, the original blue ripples of the sea in front of him immediately to the amazing speed of condensation into ice. Chapter 024 Pirates must be purged, for the sake of justice. In the meantime, on the high platform of the Plaza de Marinvento, Xiaoyu also jerked his head up in the midst of all the attention to look at the high wall in the distance. Just the moment he looked up, the high wall in his line of sight was immediately frozen into a statue. Immediately afterward, a figure ascended the high wall and turned its back to the moonlight to look into the Piazza Marinvento. Standing on top of the high wall was none other than Kuzan, the last of the three great admirals of the Navy headquarters, codenamed Green Pheasant, who possessed the ability of the nature-based freeze fruit. Alu. It seems that my trip out, the Navy headquarters happened something extraordinary at. Kuzan, who had a height of nearly 3 meters, looked from afar at the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the square, and finally looked towards the high platform in confusion. Because of the sudden chill that swept over the entire square, many people who were in the square turned around to look over at the first opportunity. When they saw the figure standing on the high wall, each and every one of them instantly revealed an expression of delight. Immediately, however, they calmed down and withdrew their eyes to look at the new marshal standing on the high platform. On top of the high platform, Poliacerino and Sakaski also saw Kuzan, who suddenly appeared on top of the high wall at that moment. However, neither spoke, one keeping his guard up, the other languid and diffident, as if none of this had much to do with him. Grand Admiral Kuzan. Just then, The flying squirrel standing in the row behind the two great generals, Sakaski and Poliacerino, decisively turned around and took a step forward, saying with a serious expression, "You've come back just in time, as Lord Warlord is suffering from a health problem. Lord Xiaoyu is now temporarily taking over the position of Marshal, so that's how it is." Kuzan once again looked towards the high platform with a hint of confusion in his laziness. But why is it Lieutenant General Xiaoyu? If Marshal Warmonger is physically ill, the position of Marshal should be born out of the three great generals, and with Xiaoyu being a Lieutenant General, isn't Marshal Warmonger afraid that he'll have trouble obeying? As he spoke, Kuzan's figure flickered and arrived at the Marinvento Square, and slowly walked up the steps under the gazes of the crowd and stood in front of Sakaski and Poliacerino, cocking his head and looking at Xiaoyu on the high platform. "I smelled the smell of blood in the air. Can I understand it to be that Martial Warrior State is not in physical pain, but that you started a mutiny?" Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. "Your understanding is correct. As you can see, the reason why I stand in this position is not because of the warlord's appointment, but because all of the current naval headquarters, except for you, have offered their loyalty to me." After a slight pause, Xiaoyu looked sideways at the Hound. The Hound stepped out quickly and handed Kuzan the document signed and initialed by the warlord. Kuzan took the paper and looked at it, then looked up and asked, "May I go see Marshal Warlord?" "Sure." Xiaoyu nodded. "He's in the conference hall with Mr. Zephyr." At that, Kuzan simply turned around and walked away. Just at that moment, two figures quickly swept in, and they were clearly the two people who had rushed over from the headquarters building, Ian and Binz. Just as they arrived at the bottom of the high stage, Ian and Binz immediately straightened their bodies and raised their hands in salute, shouting in unison, "Lord Xiaoyu, Ian reporting for duty, Binz reporting for duty." Kuzan, who had just turned around, looked somewhat unexpectedly at Ian and Binz, who had come to report for duty. A fellow Zephyr student, he was no stranger to Ian and Binz. Not only were they not strangers, he also knew that both were survivors of the attack on the internship ship 3 years ago. As a student of Zephyr, he kept the attack on the traineeship in his mind and searched for the murderer who attacked the traineeship every time he went out on vacation, because he knew very well in the bottom of his heart that the attack on the traineeship was a big blow to Zephyr-sensei, and that if they couldn't apprehend the murderer, Zephyr-sensei would become more and more disillusioned with the Navy, and might even disassociate from the Navy. However, he had searched all over the 4 seas, and even traveled alone to the New World many times, but he had not found the murderer who had attacked the internship ship 3 years ago. Of course, none of this matters. Importantly, the fact that Ian and Bin show up at this point is enough to suggest that Xiaoyu staged a mutiny to become the new Marshal of the Navy, and was not only embraced by Zephyr-sensei, but may have even been involved in it. This also means that whether he accepts it or not, the big picture is set. Thinking of this, Kuzan secretly exhaled a mouthful of cold air, and then without moving, he glanced back at Sakaski and Poliacerino. From the reactions of the two men, he did not see that they were dissatisfied with Xiaoyu for staging a mutiny, especially Sakaski, who was as if he had changed into a different person, with extraordinarily resolute eyes, clearly having recognized the fact that Xiaoyu had become the marshal of the headquarters. As for Poliacerino, he appeared to be careless, but there were no unnecessary distractions either. Taking the reactions of the two generals in stride, Kuzan stopped and walked quickly towards the headquarters building. Xiaoyu didn't care about Kuzan's departure and secretly took a deep breath after Ain and Binz returned to their positions, then quickly looked around at everyone present and spoke without haste. "I know that among the tens of thousands of people present now, there are still quite a number of people who are having trouble letting go of what happened tonight, because in tonight's action, quite a few lieutenant generals, including Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Maynard, as well as officers and soldiers at all levels below lieutenant general, lost their lives. Many of you here are under these officers. If you do not agree with my temporary marshalship, you can come forward bravely and I will arrange for a warship to send you away. Of course, you can also choose to stay and choose to pledge your allegiance to me." After a slight pause, Xiaoyu raised his voice a bit. "Now, I'll give you all a minute to make a choice." As Xiaoyu's words fell, the Marinvento Square once again fell into dead silence. As Xiaoyu said, many of the officers and soldiers present were the Ghost Spider that had been killed, and the subordinates of lieutenant generals such as Doberman. When they saw the bodies of their superiors, their first reaction was to try to rise up and revolt, but since Marinvento was basically under the control of the rebel army, they could only bury their anger deep in their hearts and plan to look for a chance to escape from Marinvento. They could only bury their anger deep in their hearts, and plan to look for an opportunity to escape from Marinvado and come back. However, when they saw that the two great generals, Sakaski and Poliacerino, both chose to be loyal to Xiaoyu, the anger in their hearts was instantly doused. Most importantly, they didn't expect Xiaoyu to say that he would send a warship to send them away. They didn't doubt Xiaoyu's words because although they hadn't had any contact with him over the years due to their boss's disagreement with him, They all knew through their colleagues around them that not only did he respond to their requests, but he also practiced what he preached. After a short period of silence, several officers suddenly stood out in the queue. All facing Xiaoyu straightened their backs and saluted. Loyalty. As these few officers stood out in formation, the soldiers behind them raised their hands in salute and neatly shouted out loud slogans. Loyalty. Loyalty. For a while, the word loyalty rose and fell in the queue, and not a single person chose to step forward and leave. Of course, it made sense that even the great generals chose to pledge their allegiance, so why would they, with their lowly positions, bother to fight for their lives? Looking at the figure that constantly lined up to offer loyalty, Xiaoyu's eyes slightly narrowed. Through the system to enhance the highest realm of hearing color hegemony, then quietly launched. Just a blink of an eye. Hearing color hegemony in a silent cover the entire Marinvento. All the people's voices in the hearing color hegemony of the listening to nowhere to hide. After listening to the hearts of everyone, especially those who offered their loyalty at this time, through the hearing color hegemony, Xiaoyu's face gradually surfaced with a smirk, and immediately raised his hand to indicate the soldiers and officers who offered their loyalty at this time to enter the ranks. While there were very few hearts that did not offer their full loyalty, these individuals were simply worried about him settling scores in the fall and had no extra thoughts. In response, Xiaoyu also did not take it to heart and spoke unhurriedly. You have made the wisest choice of your lives. Of course, this honor, I won't be the only one to enjoy it. After a slight pause, Xiaoyu once again released his seeing color hegemony. However, this time he wasn't going to use his hearing color hegemony to listen to the hearts of everyone present, but rather he was going to give a brainwashing speech through his hearing color hegemony. Because the hearing color hegemony that has been elevated to the highest realm through the system not only possesses the ability to foretell part of the future, it also possesses the rare ability to convey one's own consciousness to another person, influencing his or her mind and thoughts, and even changing the other person's values and ideology. After a short period of silence, Xiaoyu, who had once again unleashed his seeing color hegemony, took a violent step forward, his voice rising with it. Everyone, the future of the Navy has come. I firmly believe that it is the great mission of the age in which we live to remove the crookedness of the old times and to build a new world of harmony, freedom and equality. It's time for the era of the Tenrya people enjoying all the privileges to come to an end, and those sinful pirates on the Great Sea must be purged. For justice. Chapter 025 Kuzan. Answer me. Will you stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Xiaoyu's speech was extremely compelling, and coupled with the influence of the seeing color hegemony, the atmosphere in the plaza was quickly ignited, with waves of loyal slogans overcoming waves. The most excited ones were the soldiers and officers who had been following Xiaoyu all these years. Each and every one of them were as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood. Their voices were hoarse from just shouting slogans. Some of them even exaggeratedly shouted out slogans of kill on the Holy Land and break away from the world government, raising the atmosphere in the square to an unprecedented height. The reaction of the tens of thousands of soldiers in the square was unexpected by the two great generals standing under the high platform as well as the group of lieutenant generals led by Guion. Xiaoyu's speech was indeed hot-blooded, but this was an ability that every commander-in-chief must possess. For example, John Jondo, in the past, every time there was a major event in the headquarters, it would be Lt. John who would come in and give a speech, thus driving the motivation of the soldier officers. Before Xiaoyu, Lieutenant General John's speech was one of the most provocative they had ever recognized. However, the picture presented in front of their eyes at this moment was even more exaggerated than that of Lieutenant General John's speech. Almost every soldier and every officer, even the several lieutenant generals who stood in the same row with Guion, as if they were possessed, kept raising their arms and shouting slogans of loyalty. Not only were the two great generals and Guion and the others incredulous, but Sengoku and Zephyr, who were in the conference hall, also had their jaws dropped because of the waves of shouts in the direction of the plaza. Soon, though, they noticed the anomaly. Rare seeing color hegemony? Noticing the anomaly, Warlord retracted his gaze and shook his head and smiled bitterly, conveying his thoughts and realizations through speeches, thus allowing everyone present to empathize with him. No wonder he was able to get so many people in the headquarters to be unwavering in their allegiance in just 6 years. Instead of answering, Zephyr suddenly turned to look at the door. Seeing this, Warlord hurriedly looked back. Just outside the main door of the conference hall, Kuzan stood there at some point, holding the document signed by the Warlord with a complicated expression. Mr. Zephyr, do you support what Xiaoyu is doing right now? Kuzan walked into the conference hall and got straight to the point. I'm sure you all heard Xiaoyu's speech just now, where he said that it's time for the era of the celestial dragons enjoying privileges to come to an end. If this statement is known by the Holy Land, the Navy will fall into the land of doom from now on. Zephyr's face changed slightly and he said in a deep voice, Kuzan, do you want to stop this? No. Kuzan's face remained unchanged as he said lightly, I just want to know what you guys really think. At those words, Zephyr shook his head and laughed. Kuzan, it doesn't matter what I think. You are one of my most honored disciples and the one who knows me best. In my mind, the navy that once was is dead. Of course, I also know you best. Back then when you came back from O'Hara you've always held a grudge against Sakaski for what he did, and even privately let go of Nicole Robin, the only survivor of O'Hara, and even changed your insistence on burning justice to lazy justice. Wasn't it also a great disappointment to the navy? Kuzan exhaled a breath of cold air and said nonchalantly, Mr. Zephyr, wait. Without waiting for Kuzan to finish his sentence, Warlord, who was standing to the side, suddenly took a step forward and looked at Kuzan incredulously. Back then, it was you who let Nicole Robin go? Kuzan, you. How could you do this? If this matter is known by the Holy Land, your future will be over. You should know very well that the Holy Land's biggest taboo is historians who study those 100 years of history. And you, as a general of the headquarters, actually let Nicole Robin go. What the hell were you thinking? As soon as Warlord's words fell, Zephyr immediately stepped forward. Kuzan, don't listen to his nonsense here. The headquarters is now in charge of Xiaoyu. You just let Nicole Robin go, right? It's no big deal. As long as you continue to stay at the Navy headquarters to assist Xiaoyu, with your 3 admirals assisting, plus the Navy that's united like never before because of Xiaoyu, there's no harm even if the Holy Land knows about it. Kuzan nodded. I understand, Mr. Zephyr's choice. Is it true that no matter what Xiaoyu will do next, even if it's a war with the world government, Mr. Zephyr will still fully support Xiaoyu? Zephyr said with a firm gaze. That's natural. The Navy headquarters, which had experienced the mutiny, gradually returned to calm after Xiaoyu's speech. Accompanied by the 2 great generals as well as a group of lieutenant generals, Xiaoyu returned to the top floor of the headquarters building, instead of walking toward the meeting hall. However, he went straight to the door of the marshal's office, not waiting for Guillaume, who was following him, to move forward and push the office door open. The tightly closed office door suddenly opened. Immediately after that, Kuzan, who was close to 3 meters tall, walked out of the office. Grand Admiral Kuzan? Not expecting Kuzan to come out of the marshal's office, Guillaume, who was just about to open the door, immediately took a step forward as if he were an enemy, and said in a deep voice, How did you end up in the marshal's office? Kuzan glanced at Guillaume, then shifted his eyes to look at Xiaoyu and lazily spoke. Zhong Xiaoyu. No, I should call you Marshal Xiaoyu now. If I leave now, I want to know who you would have take my place if the 3 admirals in the Navy headquarters were vacant? Leave now? Xiaoyu shook his head and laughed. Senior General Kuzan, you can't leave now. After all, you're a nature-based frozen fruit ability, and your strength is even more powerful. If I let you leave, it would be a potential threat to me. Therefore, you only have 2 choices. 1. Stay and be loyal to me, and continue to hold the position of Grand Admiral of the headquarters. 2. Be killed by us. Kuzan's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze then swept over Sakaski, Sereno, and Guillaume. You're worried that I'm going to head to the Holy Land to inform the Goa'uld of what you've done. You don't have a chance to go to the Holy Land. Xiaoyu waved his hand, walked straight past Kuzan to stand in front of the desk, and said indifferently, The matter of you letting Nicole Robin go in O'Hara back then, I've already had someone send it to the Holy Land, and as long as you set foot outside of this building, the matter of you letting Nicole Robin go will be known by the 5 Elder Stars. After a slight pause, Xiaoyu suddenly turned his words around and his tone became a bit milder with it. Kuzan, times have changed. You didn't leave after meeting Warlord and Teacher Zephyr, but chose to wait for me here. In fact, you've already made a choice in your heart, and to come running to ask me about an unrelated matter now is nothing more than needing me to give you a step. After all, now that the momentum of the Navy headquarters has been decided, you don't have much of a choice anymore. I'm not going to give you steps. I am now formally extending an invitation to you to stay and help me if you don't want to remain lost and wish for the justice you insisted on in the first place to burn again. There was once an ancient man in my hometown who said something like this: kings and lords are better than men. 800 years ago 20 kings were able to ally to create a world government. If we work together, we can just as easily create a better time in the present. 800 years from now. After speaking in one breath, Xiaoyu turned around and walked over to the marshal's desk and sat down, while then looking up at Kuzan. His voice suddenly raised. So, Grand Admiral Kuzan, please answer me. Are you willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Ask for a wave of power with love. Wahahaha. Chapter 026, MVP Settlement. Navy Headquarters Triad established. The pre-dawn darkness passes and the sun rises as usual. Office of the Marshal. Navy Headquarters. Kuzan ultimately chose to stay, alongside Sakaski and Sereno. As Xiaoyu said, now that the momentum of the Navy Headquarters has been settled, there are few choices he can make. Of course, the real reason that made him stay was not because he was afraid that he would be killed off by Xiaoyu, but rather, he, who had originally been confused for many years because of many things within the Navy, wanted to see if there would be any changes after Xiaoyu became the headquarters marshal. More than anything, he wanted to know where Xiaoyu, who was held in high regard by Zephyr-sensei and was embraced by so many officers at the headquarters, would take the Navy. Behind them, Gion, Flying Squirrel, Storabelli, Bastio, and a few other lieutenant generals were also lined up, looking in unison at Xiaoyu, who was seated in front of his desk. Dawn. Xiaoyu raised his head and glanced at the three admirals present as well as a group of vice-admirals, and said with a calm expression, "The Holy Land will soon become aware of this due to its inability to get in touch with the headquarters, and although the Navy headquarters are all under our control now, the real jousting has only just begun." After a slight pause, Xiaoyu looked sideways at the queue of lieutenant generals behind the three great generals. "Gion, you go sit in the listening room, and as long as it's a communication from the Holy Land, all of them will be answered by you personally. Also, get Ain and Bins in here." "Yes." Gion raised his hand in salute and simply turned and walked out. As soon as Gion had left, Ain and Bins quickly walked into the office to come in front of Xiaoyu, raising their hands in salute in unison. "Lord Marshal." Xiaoyu looked up at the two, his gaze gradually becoming softer. On his way back to the headquarters 3 years ago after taking out a pirate group and saving civilians, including Sakaski's mother, he accidentally encounters Ian, who survived an attack on his traineeship, Bins, and Zephyr-sensei, whose right hand was severed. It was also because of his presence that the three masters and disciples were able to return to the headquarters without any problems. Although 3 years had passed since this incident, neither Ain, nor Bins, nor Zephyr-sensei had yet to get over it. During these 3 years, since Xiaoyu would go and have a drink with Mr. Zephyr in his free time, he naturally couldn't avoid chatting with Ain and Bins for a while. In the beginning, Ain was quiet and seldom participated in the conversation because his heart was loaded with hatred. Bins was quite optimistic. Every time Xiaoyu went to find Mr. Zephyr, Bins would take the initiative to come over. And even more so, he would find the opportunity to spar with him from time to time. Maybe it's because Xiaoyu has a radiant personality, or maybe it's because they're both students of Mr. Zephyr's teacher. After seeing him use swordplay in a sparring match with Bins, Ain, who is also good at swordplay, gradually comes out of the shadows and takes turns with Bins to spar with Xiaoyu. Then later, when Xiaoyu is out on a mission, Ian and Bins help take care of the elderly man suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and become friends with Xiaoyu with very little communication but a very tacit understanding. "Ian, from now on, you replace Maynard as the new headquarters lieutenant general." After gazing at the two for a moment, Xiaoyu picked up a letter of appointment and handed it to Ain, then said, "There's only one thing you need to do next. Select the most elite men from the officer training camp to go out to sea to look for the murderer who attacked the internship ship in the first place." "Lord Marshal." Not expecting Xiaoyu to directly promote himself to lieutenant general of the headquarters, Ain's eyes widened in surprise and he stuttered a little. "I've been in the headquarters for 3 years, and I haven't made any merits." Xiaoyu waved his hand. "That's why I'm giving you the chance to take credit now." Saying that, Xiaoyu immediately turned his head sideways to look at Bins. "Bins, I'm appointing you as Ain's adjutant, and follow Ain out to sea to complete this mission. When you return from the mission, you will be promoted to Lieutenant General of the headquarters to replace Ghost Spider." "Yes." Bins stepped forward and raised his hands in salute. "Loyalty." Xiaoyu nodded. "It's decided. You guys retreat first." Ain and Bins didn't dare to slack off, glancing at the group of veteran lieutenant generals and great generals standing next to them, and somewhat sheepishly turning around and walking out. After seeing the two out of the office, Xiaoyu immediately cast his gaze towards the 3 generals standing in the first row and went straight to the point. "The headquarters needs to make some adjustments, and I've decided to set up 3 units with the 3 of you at the head. The unit under Sakaski's command is renamed the Red Dog Army, the unit under Polyucerino's command is renamed the Yellow Ape Army, and the unit under Kuzan's command is renamed the Green Pheasant Army. Each of the 3 forces will be assigned 6 lieutenant generals from the ministry, with each lieutenant general and the following officers all in a 3-3 system." Before his words fell, Xiaoyu immediately picked up 3 documents and handed them to the 3 great generals respectively. In these documents is a list of the lieutenant generals and major generals under the command of your commanders, as well as a list of some of the officers that need to be promoted. There's no need to question the list of these promoted officers. They are all the ones who were instrumental in last night's successes. In the meantime, Manhwa, the Holy Land, the Chamber of Power, the 5 elders, who are the highest authority in the world government, begin a new day's work routine. In the spacious and bright hall of the Room of Power, the Science Defense Valkyrie Jagarussia Sartan sat on the side of the couch, looking boredly at the telephone bug that sat on the coffee table in front of him. Behind him, Izanbaran V. Neza Shiro, the god of finance and martial arts, who wore a dojo and carried a katana in his arms, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and yawned in boredom as he watched the gradually increasing number of figures in the plaza of Pangaea outside the window. For his part, Shepherd Tenpit, the agricultural martial god in a suit, had a serious expression, as if he was thinking about something important, staring intently at a newspaper in front of him. Maka's Maz, the environment Valkyrie, leisurely walked over to a single couch with a cup of coffee and sat down, his gaze occasionally sweeping over to the agriculture Valkyrie, who was reading a newspaper, and the science defense Valkyrie, who was sitting in a daze. Looks like I'm late then. Just then, a voice appeared abruptly, breaking the silence of the room of power. Immediately afterward, Topman Wachuli, the legal wielder with a spot of birthmark on his forehead, pushed his way into the room, walked quickly to the long couch in the center, sat down, and asked Sartan, who was bored with looking at the phone bugs, "Is there anything important that needs to be taken care of today?" Sartan shook his head, somewhat puzzled. Until now, this phone bug hasn't even rung. Not only is there no information coming in from the major CP organizations, the Navy headquarters side is also very quiet. In the past, at this time of the day, we already have many documents piled up in front of us, and the naval headquarters would also be making relevant reports through the phone bug. At that, Topman dryly changed the subject. No intelligence has come in from the New World either? It was not that he was very assured of the Navy headquarters, but the Navy headquarters did not conduct work reports every day, and even if there were work reports, they were first reported to the hands of the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army, and only after they were approved by the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army would they enter the room of power. Sartan shook his head once again. There are nothing but two things happening in the New World lately. One is the Elbaf incident, and the other is the rise of the red-haired Shanks as one of the maritime emperors of the New World. However, both of these events are not being handled by us, but the Knights of God are in charge. Topman's eyes lit up. I didn't realize that Shanks has grown to such an extent that he not only suppressed Prince Loki of Elbaf, but also became the new Emperor of the Sea as a result. If Figurandu Gringo steps in at this time, is it possible to get Shanks to use for us? Didn't Shanks return to live in the Holy Land back then? Sartan looked up at Topman and said helplessly. At that time, his twin brother, Shamrock, tried his best to retain him, hoping that he would stay in the Holy Land, but he eventually chose to leave, because there was no important work to be dealt with. The 5 Elder Stars, who were the highest authority in the world, opened up their words one after another and started all sorts of gossip just like the general public. Before they knew it, several people had spent a reasonably pleasant morning in the room of power. Just as several people were about to get up and leave for the restaurant to eat, the phone bug that had been quiet all morning suddenly rang, followed by a voice that sounded as if it was intentionally masked and thus resulted in a somewhat neutral voice coming out. Is the 5 Elder Stars available? The voice that suddenly came out of the phone bug made all the 5 Elder Stars' faces change drastically, and then they all got up in unison to face the phone bug, bowing and respectfully shouting, Lord Im, Chapter 027, Chief Commander of the whole army, Steel Bone Hollow. In the meantime, World Government Headquarters Building, Office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. A nearly 100-year-old man sat at his desk with a mountainous haircut on his head, wearing a sleeveless black shirt and a dark green armband with a stony face as he examined the mountain of papers in front of him. Empty, codename Steelbone, former Marshal of the Navy Headquarters and current Commander-in-Chief of the World Government, runs all departments under the World Government including the Navy, the 8 CP organizations from CP1 to CP8, as well as the Naval Science Force and the Naval Classified Special Forces. The document that Empty was browsing through was precisely the investigation report on Vice Admiral Xiaoyu submitted by the Navy's internal investigation team. Although the investigation report was thousands of pages long, most of them were inconsequential matters, and the most serious of them were the 3 charges of embezzlement and bribery, cultivating dead soldiers in the Navy headquarters, and ganging up. As the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, he would not do everything himself. Even if Xiaoyu was a Lieutenant General of the headquarters, he would not ask more questions, and at most he would just take a look at the relevant information after an officer was promoted. Therefore, he didn't have much of an impression of Xiaoyu, the Lieutenant General of the headquarters, and only vaguely remembered that Karpan Warlord had mentioned it to him when they came to the Holy Land headquarters. After reading the contents of the document, Empty pinched his brow with a bit of a headache. Through the investigation report, he found that although this Lieutenant General called Xiaoyu is very young, the growth speed is very amazing. Only used just 6 years to grow from a new recruit to a strong person who masters the armed color hegemony, the smell color hegemony as well as the Navy's 6 styles at the same time, and his swordsmanship is even more than that of Guion, who was an admiral in waiting. If it wasn't for the fact that the amount of money involved in Xiaoyu's case was too shocking, and that he had even done something that the world government would not want to see, he would have kept him and nurtured him without hesitation. He's well aware of the fact that there's a fault line in the Navy's headquarters, and only a few of the younger generation are capable of taking on big roles. Once the warlords, Cap and the three great admirals retired to the background, the Navy headquarters will face the predicament of a shortage of youth. And through the investigation report, Xiaoyu not only grew at an amazing speed, but also possessed excellent leadership skills. As long as Xiaoyu was given a little more time, it was entirely possible to cultivate him to become the successor after the current three great generals, and perhaps even guide and cultivate him in the direction of the headquarters marshal. It's a shame. A good talent. How did he end up on this path? After shaking his hand and tossing the Xiaoyu-related investigation report aside, Empty let out a long sigh, then turned his head sideways to look at the gate and shouted in a deep voice, "Someone come! Air-sama!" A messenger officer walked quickly into the office and stood across from Hollow. Empty got straight to the point. "Haven't you contacted the Navy headquarters yet?" Blew. Without waiting for the crier to respond, the phone bug in front of Hollow suddenly rang. Seeing this, Empty hurriedly signaled the summoning officer to keep quiet. Then he took the phone bug and said in a deep voice, "This is Empty, Air-sama. I am Vice Admiral Guion of the Navy headquarters." A gentle voice came from the phone bug. "I'm sorry, there was a communication problem at the Navy headquarters last night, and it hasn't been restored until now. And Lord Warmonger asked me to get in touch with you at the first opportunity so that you wouldn't be worried." Empty froze and said in surprise, "Communication problems? How is this possible?" "Never mind. It's good that it's restored. Where's Warlord? Why didn't he contact me personally?" Guion's voice was as gentle as ever. "Lord Warlord is resting at home with a health condition. What can I do for you, Air-sama? I can pass it on." Upon hearing this, Empty stopped talking nonsense and said in a deep voice, "I want to know how far the trial of Lieutenant General Xiaoyu has gone. It's now noon, how come there's still no news? You immediately have base report back to me on the work." "Yes, I'll see Judge Base now." As Guion's words fell, the phone bugs fell silent. Hollow didn't look away, staring unseeingly at the quieted phone bug, always feeling that something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, the warlord would not have asked Guion Chinaka to come and report on his work even if he was physically ill. However, when the lieutenant general of the headquarters made a mistake, the warlord, who was the marshal of the headquarters, was more or less responsible for it, and it was probable that the warlord was pretending to be sick when he was at home at this time of the year, holding in illness. Just as Empty was brainstorming on his own about warlord pretending to be sick at home, the phone bug, which had just gone quiet, rang again. Without waiting for Air to respond, the voice of Satan, the martial god of science defense, came out of the phone bug. "Air, why hasn't there been any answer from the warlord's phone bug? Contacting the headquarters marshal's office has also been redirected to LT, General Guion, and I want to know what's going on here. Also, there's no answer on base's phone bug." Empty pupils shrunk slightly, and a touch of uneasiness inexplicably rose in his heart. In the meantime, Navy headquarters, Marshal's office, Xiaoyu, who was tightly redeploying up and down the Navy, let out a long sigh of relief, and then leaned back in his chair with some fatigue. Although everything was now under control at the Navy headquarters, he knew in the back of his mind that the Holy Land was quick to notice the anomaly and through constant contact eventually knew what was happening at the headquarters. Once this moment arrives, it means that the Navy's encounter with the world government will officially kick off. But he is not in a hurry. The now in charge of the world government's most massive war machine, even if the Holy Land knows that he staged a mutiny to seize the marshal's position, but also do not dare to hastily tear his face off with him. Therefore, the next thing he had to do was to first make personnel adjustments to the 4 seas as well as the major bases of the Great Voyage, and promote all the trusted personnel up to become the supreme officers of the major branch bases. "Lord Marshal," Guion pushed the door in and said with some urgency, "Just now, Air-sama and Satan of the 5 elders called one after another. And although I've stonewalled them, it's not hard to tell from their reactions that they've both become suspicious." Xiaoyu nodded and asked, "The flying squirrels and Bastillo should have arrived in the Shambodi Islands, right?" "Yes, the flying squirrels and Bastillo have taken over the naval base in the Chambord Islands and have taken control of the entrance to the sanctuary. And as soon as someone comes down from the sanctuary via the elevator, they'll be the first to take control of them." Xiaoyu got up and left his desk. "Next we'll wait for news from the 4 seas as well as the Great Voyage's major branch bases. I've been busy all night and I'm a bit hungry. Accompany me to the cafeteria to dine." "Isn't Lord Xiaoyu going home?" Guion blinked and cautiously reminded. "If you don't go back, the old man will come running to Ain and I for someone again." Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled. "Sakaski should be at my house right now, so I won't bother them with a mother and son reunion. Let's go to the cafeteria." "Okay." Guion guffawed and followed Xiaoyu out of the office. "Lord Xiaoyu." The two had just stepped out of the office when a soldier ran headlong, saying with 100,000 pounds of urgency, Lieutenant General Karp is back." Chapter 028, Karp, I'll just take a vacation. The Navy changed hands? Marin Vento Harbor. Ahahaha, what a long vacation. A loud, hearty laugh came from the deck of a warship. Immediately after that, a strange old man wearing a dog's head mask and a vice admiral's coat from the Navy headquarters jumped down from the deck of the warship. Munch D. Carp, the Navy headquarters of the legendary vice admiral, once several times to the king of pirates Roger to the end, but also because in the year shocked the world government of the Valley of the Gods event suppression of the Rocks pirate group and become the hero of countless naval hearts. Having just jumped off the deck, Carp immediately removed the dog's head mask from his head, pulling a box of senbei out of his bag in the process and savoring it with gusto. Carp-sama, you're finally back. A naval soldier waiting at the harbor ran over quickly and said with an excited expression, Lord Warlord knows that you're coming back today and specially asked his subordinates to wait here. Carp blinked, bewildered. How did the warlord know I was coming back today? That's impossible. The old man rushed back from his vacation early. There's absolutely no way he could have known I was coming back today. Wait, who are you? Where are my soldiers? Lord Carp. The soldier blinked and commiserated. I am your subordinate. Yes? Carp laughed awkwardly. It does seem like I'm getting old. I can't even remember you brats. You go about your business. I'll go find Warlord myself. With that, Carp threw his dog's head mask at the soldier with a shake of his hand and strutted towards the headquarters building. The soldier who watched Carp walk towards the headquarters building didn't leave right away, but picked up the phone bug right after Carp walked away. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, and he said with incomparable seriousness, Lieutenant General Carp is about to enter the headquarters building. Roger that. In the lobby of the first floor of the headquarters building, a Navy soldier who received the phone bug briefing immediately picked up another phone bug. Without waiting for the soldier to report the news, the elevator door across from him suddenly opened. Immediately after that, Xia Yu and Guillaume walked out one after the other. Seeing this, all the soldiers in the hall on the first floor stood up and saluted in unison with their hands raised. Loyalty. Xia Yu's footsteps did not stop and he quickly walked out of the door. Just as he stepped out of the gate, Carp's figure immediately caught his in Guillaume's eyes. Ahaha, Xia Yu brat, old man is back. Seeing Xia Yu walk out of the door from afar, Carp hurriedly accelerated his pace, his face full of excitement and said, surprised or not, unexpected or not, looking at Carp, who had arrived in front of her, Guillaume took the lead and spoke politely. Mr. Carp, Guillaume, what's been going on with you these last 2 years? Carp looked at Guillaume and said for the sake of old age, you just have that crazy suitor from Keikaku. Leave the opportunities to the young female officers at the headquarters, like little Tina. By the way, where's Tina? I can't get through to her with the phone bug. Guillaume shook her head and laughed, somewhat helplessly. Carp-san, haven't you noticed how different the headquarters is from before your vacation? Nothing's different. Carp blinked and whirled around quickly, nodding his head as if he'd thought of something. There was an extra human-sized crater in the square when I just passed it. At those words, Guillaume secretly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and did not move to look sideways at Xia Yu. Xia Yu was too lazy to beat around the bush with Carp and simply said, originally, I thought you would come back a few days later, but I didn't expect you to actually mention it before this time. Since this is the case, there is no need for me to hide, now that the Navy headquarters is under my say. A simpler way to understand it is that I staged a mutiny to seize the marshal's position, and now all the headquarters officers, including the 3 admirals, have made a wise choice. Kapu, who was chewing senbei in his mouth, rose up with a head full of question marks. Staring straight at Xia Yu for a while, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Starting a mutiny? Puhaha, you're really getting more and more humorous. However, this kind of joke can't be made casually. If someone hears it, beware of the ghost spiders who have been at odds with you all these years. They will report you to the police. Xia Yu didn't laugh, and said in a shocking tone, the ghost spider is dead, as well as people like Doubtman and Maynard. They are the stumbling blocks for me to seize the marshalship. They all must die. As Xia Yu's words fell, dozens of officers suddenly rushed out of the headquarters building, quickly surrounding Carp under his unbelieving gaze. Immediately afterward, more Navy soldiers rushed over with guns, surrounding Carp in 3 layers. The sudden scene caused the smile on Carp's face to gradually stiffen. After feeling the oppressive scent that filled the air, Carp finally believed everything Xia Yu had said. After a short period of silence, he placed the box containing the immortal shells in his hand into his bag, before raising his head to gaze at Xia Yu with a burning gaze, and said in a deep voice, Xia Yu, what do you mean by this? Are you going to kill me off as well? If that's the case, these people alone can't do anything about old me. Xia Yu waved his hand to signal the officers and soldiers who had surrounded him to back off. As a hand gesture fell from Xia Yu, the officers and soldiers who had suddenly arrived immediately returned along the original path. Taking this scene in his eyes, Carp's face changed slightly. To know, Xia Yu did not give any order, only using a hand gesture to let the soldiers' officers to order. Such a strict military discipline of the Ministry of Officers and Soldiers. he had not seen for many years. Of course it doesn't matter. What's important is that Xiaoyu isn't joking with him, but rather that the ministry is now under Xiaoyu's complete control. Still, he had 100,000 doubts in his mind. Although he had always been very optimistic about Xiaoyu in the bottom of his heart. From the time Xiaoyu entered the officer training camp, he had high hopes for Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu did not let him as well as Warlord and Zephyr down. Growing from a new recruit to a lieutenant general of the headquarters who could hold his own in just 6 years. But what he didn't expect was that this young admiral, whom they had high hopes for, not only took advantage of his vacation to start a mutiny, but also succeeded in taking control of the Navy headquarters. This makes him really difficult to understand. It is undeniable that Xiaoyu has a terrifying talent that surpasses that of his peers, but it is absolutely impossible to defeat the three great generals, even if he knows that Xiaoyu has enlisted quite a number of officers and soldiers over the years. But it is simply not possible for these people alone to want to mutiny and successfully control the headquarters. However, the truth was that Xiaoyu had not only done it, but had also made the three great generals all make wise choices? Forcing his mind to wonder, Karp asked the question that concerned him the most at the moment. Where's Warlord? He's still alive, isn't he? Xiaoyu nodded. His old man should be having noon tea with Mr. Zephyr right now. At that, Karp's eyes instantly widened. It's this time of the day, and he's still in the mood for tea? Realizing that he had lost his temper, Karp hurriedly coughed dryly and said with a serious expression, "So, what are you going to do with the old man? Put me under house arrest? Or take away my rank? And then throw me over to drink tea with Warring States and Zephyr?" Xiaoyu nodded again. "Karp, there are no more warships that can carry you in the Navy headquarters now. You're all old and it's time for you to retire. It's no good letting the old man leave like that. Kid." Karp took a step forward, his iron fist clenched with it, and said in a deep voice, "This huge war machine of the Navy is not something that anyone can control. So let's see if you can pick up this heavy responsibility or not." Sensing the majestic battle intent that suddenly erupted from Karp's body, Ji-on, who was standing next to him, hurriedly took a step forward and said sharply, "Mr. Karp, be at ease. The reason why Lord Xiaoyu came to see you alone is that he doesn't want to be your enemy. Now that the momentum is set, your fight will be pointless. Ji-on, you stand down." Karp bent up his sleeve and said in a bad mood, "It's just that the Xiaoyu brat is fooling around. I didn't realize that you, who are always stable, would follow suit. Don't you know that both the Warring States and the old man and Zephyr have high hopes for him? As long as we're gone, he'll be one of the generals, if not the marshal. But he actually started a mutiny. Don't tell me that the situation has been settled. As long as I'm still alive, he won't be able to continue fooling around." Before the words left his mouth, Karp fiercely took a step forward, and a horrifying shock of chi waves immediately spread out from under his feet. In the next second, the red and black color of the Overlord hegemonic aura will be released in his surroundings, intertwined in vertical and horizontal, leading to the void to send out bursts of low-frequency vibration, invisible majestic pressure, and then surging out like waves of rage. Instantly will be Xiaoyu shrouded in which. But the invisible pressure had just covered Xiaoyu, and a circle of even more majestic pressure suddenly burst out, instantly colliding with the raging Overlord color hegemony. Boom! Between the two collision, an explosion resounded through the sky, and then there was a circle of destruction shockwave to Xiaoyu and Karp as the center to the surrounding volatile out, like a hurricane blowing up on the ground. Wherever the earth cracked, the house trembled, just like a scene of the end of the world. Chapter 029 Overlord Color Collision. Alarming Im. The courtyard in front of the front door of a small detached villa in the residential area of Marinvento. Warlord and Zephyr were sitting under a parasol, both with cups of tea in front of them, and it was easy to tell from the contents of the cups that neither of them had drunk any. "Zephyr, I've been curious about something." After keeping silence for some time with each mind, Warlord took the lead and spoke out with a grave expression. "I don't believe that you're only supporting Xiaoyu righteously because you believe that he will definitely capture the pirates who attacked the internship ship back then. There must be some other reason for this. It's worthy of you all, Warlord." Zephyr nodded and took a sip from his teacup before saying with a calm expression, 3 years ago, during the time I was at home recuperating from my injuries, Xiaoyu would come over every few days to spend some time chatting with me. He could tell that I was very disappointed in the Navy at the time and told me that he saw part of the future, saying that at some point in the future, the murderer of the attack on the internship ship would become a member of the new 7 Marshalseas under the king, and I'll be completely disillusioned with the Navy as a result, taking Ein Bins out of the Navy to start a new one. Upon hearing this, Warlord's face changed slightly, and he tentatively asked, "You believe it?" "Of course I wouldn't believe it." Zephyr shook his head and continued, "He also knew that I wouldn't believe it, so he told me one more thing. He said that in 3 years, Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, would reign over the New World and become the Emperor of the Seas alongside Edward Newgate, Charlotte Ling Ling, and Kaido, and told me to wait and see." He also said that Shanks would ascend to Elbaf and suppress Prince Loki of the Giant Kingdom before becoming the fourth emperor. At those words, Warlord jolted to his feet and gazed at Zephyr incredulously. This is what he told you 3 years ago? Zephyr nodded. It's not just those two things, but parts of the future he saw 3 years ago are now all but a reality. Shanks King's landing in the New World as one of the 4 emperors, and Loki, Prince of the Kingdom of the Giants, is imprisoned in the underworld. Speaking of this, Zephyr looked sideways at Warlord and said in a deep voice, if it were you, would you continue to doubt Xiaoyu? Or would you believe that he could indeed see part of the future? I chose the latter. And that's why I have no more illusions about the Navy. Just because you were unable to apprehend the murderer who attacked the internship ship doesn't mean that you didn't do so. I can understand that. However, you actually allowed the pirates who killed so many young officers to become the new 7 Marshalseas for the sake of the so-called checks and balances. What qualifications does such a navy have to talk about justice? Warlord wanted to say something, but in the end, he was unable to refute it. Although this hasn't happened yet, the fact that Xiaoyu foresaw 3 years ago that the red-haired pirate Captain Shanks would become one of the 4 emperors of the New World, as well as Prince Loki's downfall, is enough to show that Xiaoyu isn't just being an alarmist, but that at some point in the future, the pirate who killed the internship ship could really become the new king of the 7 Marshalseas. Of course, it's not really important to talk about that right now. The important thing is that Xiaoyu can actually see so far into the future. He couldn't imagine how Xiaoyu did it. He knew that seeing color hegemony cultivated to the top could see part of the future. But there was a limitation of time. So far no one had been able to see such a long time into the future. And Xiaoyu not only foresaw 3 years ago what would happen 3 years from now, but he also saw an even longer future. Most importantly, the appearance of a new Shichibukai is a sign that a previous Shichibukai member had an accident or defected. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came out from the direction of the headquarters building without any warning, followed by a circle of horrifying airwave impacts that shook the void, making them, who were far away from each other, feel the earth trembling. Not waiting for the two to react, a red and black flame cloud carrying a destructive force from the direction of the headquarters building gate flew into the sky. Instantly will be high in the sky above the clouds broke to form a huge vortex. At first glance, it seems as if the sky was pierced through the like. Shocked the warring states and Zephyr reflexes of the double stood up, and then unanimously lost their voices. Bully color clash. Damn, it's Carp back. In the meantime, in front of the door of the Hanbu building, because Carp made a move at the drop of a hat, Xiaoyu, who had decisively unleashed his overlord color hegemonic aura to fight against him, violently took a step forward, only to hear a thud sound. A circle of even more majestic destruction shockwave then erupted and bloomed from under his feet, suppressing the overlord color hegemony released by Carp with an unstoppable momentum. How? Not expecting his overlord color hegemony to be instantly suppressed, Carp looked up at Xiaoyu with a horrified expression. It seems like you've been hiding your strength all these years. It's amazing that you've even hidden it from the old man. At the same time the words fell, Carp unconvincingly also stepped forward, and the overlord color hegemonic aura was then unleashed without reservation. With the overlord color hegemony again crazy collision, the ground under the feet of two people immediately cracked out of the dense cracks, as if a huge spider web net in the ground. Invisible majestic pressure is crazy squeezed the ground, so that cracked cracks of the ground inch by inch cracks, and then quickly collapsed downward, as powerful as Gion. Under the collision of the overlord color hegemonic aura released by the two people, she was uncontrollably backing up, and the impact of the frenzied aura wave was even rolling the cape on her body, making her look very lousy. However, at this moment, she couldn't care less about her image, because if Carp continued to fight with Xiaoyu, the headquarters building behind her and even the entire Marinvado could be destroyed. Mr. Carp, Lord Xiaoyu, stop it. Marinvado will be destroyed by you. In the meantime, at Xiaoyu's home, Sakaski, who had been accompanying his mother Sama with the guilt he had felt for her all these years and couldn't care less about resting, turned back violently, and then, with a horrified expression on his face as he gazed at the flaming cloud that rose straight up to the heavens in the direction of the headquarters building, he cried out towards Palliacerino, who was sitting beside him in his perpetual state of sleeplessness. Kapu's back. Overlord color collision. It's really scary. Palliacerino looked up at the terrifying flaming cloud that connected heaven and earth outside the door, and slowly stood up. You stay here with Mother Sama. I'll go check it out. Before the words left his mouth, he had already turned into a ray of light and disappeared. As he reached the roof of the headquarters building, Kuzan came to him in a flash as well. Palliacerino did not look at Kuzan, but swept away the image of lethargy just now, looked incredulously at the two figures standing opposite each other on the ground, and lost his voice. Marshal Xiaoyu actually suppressed Mr. Carp's hegemonic color hegemony? Kuzan spoke with the same serious look on his face. He hid it from all of us. Sanctuary of Marihoa? Between the flowers, butterflies fluttering in a peaceful garden. a figure suddenly flashed out, and then raised his head to reveal a pair of dark red corrugated eyes looking toward the direction of the Navy headquarters Marinvento. When these rippling eyes caught sight of the flaming cloud rising in the direction of Marinvado, an incredulous voice then resounded between the flowers. "No, this can't be." A maid who had heard the sound quickly ran into the garden and knelt on one knee in front of the figure, saying warily, "Lord Im, go! Inform the Knights of God's Junzi to head to the Navy headquarters as fast as she can right away. I want to know who the person who released the Overlord color Hegemony is." Chapter 030 God Avoidance reappears. Shocking Carp. While the sudden outbreak of fighting quickly drew the attention of all the officers and soldiers in Marinvado, those below the rank of Lieutenant General did not dare to approach at all. In the beginning, some people were awakened by the battle and rushed over it the first time, but they didn't want to. But before they got close, they were swept away by the terrifying shockwave that swept over them and flew out. Several of them even fainted on the spot under the intimidation of the Overlord color Hegemony. And even the Lieutenant General didn't dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. In front of the main gate of the headquarters building, along with the ground crumbling and collapsing, as the flame cloud continued to climb, the headquarters building towering over Marinvento Square finally couldn't withstand it, and the wall cracked open with an eye-popping crack amidst a breaking sound. Lord Xiaoyu, Mr. Carp, seeing that the wall of the headquarters building was also shaken out of an exaggerated crack, forcibly resisted after the collision of even more dominant Overlord color hegemonic aura of Guillaume held his sword with both hands and plunged the sword into the ground, and then looked up to the front of the collision of just one time will be around the ground as well as the walls of the headquarters building of the Xiaoyu and Carp cracked, with all the strength of his body yelled out, quickly stop, ah, the headquarters building is about to collapse, buzz, buzz. Without waiting for Dion to finish her sentence, the dizzying low-frequency vibrations came out again, instantly drowning out her voice. Immediately after that, a circle of destructive chi waves once again swept out with Xiaoyu and Carp at the center. Ahaha, what a surprise to old me. Xiaoyu, Cap, whose body was wrapped in flaming clouds, clenched his fists and took a step forward as hard as he could, and laughed out loud with bravado. Next, let's see if your armed colors are this domineering as well. Before the words left his mouth, a circle of terrifying aura fluctuations once again erupted from Carp's body, which was already wrapped in flaming clouds. In the next second, his figure flashed and he jumped up in place. The armed color hegemonic aura that he had cultivated to the top covered his entire body, and his fists, which were also entwined with flaming clouds, then became black and shiny. Fist and bone crash, jumping into the air, Carp did not hesitate for a moment, and his fists, hardened in armed color and wrapped with overlord-colored hegemonic aura, carried terrifying power, and he punched down on Xiaoyu, who was standing on the ground, in a dry and sharp manner. In the meantime, swish, an air-breaking sound suddenly rang out. In the moment when Carp's fist fell, Xiaoyu left a residual shadow on the spot, and then his body appeared in front of Carp like a ghost in the air. Old man, you're too slow. Xiaoyu, who appeared in front of Carp without the slightest hesitation, his fist carrying the same terrifying power then enlarged infinitely in Carp's pupils. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the fist containing terrifying power penetrated through Carp's armed color defense with devastating force. Immediately afterward, in the shocked gazes of the officers of the headquarters who were watching from afar, Carp suddenly shot out like a heavy artillery shell and smashed down 100 feet away, without waiting for the group of headquarters officers who were watching from afar to react. Xiaoyu, who had sent Carp flying with a punch, suddenly sidestepped and grabbed through the air in the direction where Guillaume was. Guillaume, lend me your sword. Before the words fell, the famous sword Golden Vipassana that was originally attached to Guillaume's waist flew out of thin air and was steadily grasped in Xiaoyu's hand. The Golden Vipassana had just been grasped in Xiaoyu's hands, and the body of the Golden Vipassana blade was instantly covered and entangled by flaming clouds. In the next second, Xiaoyu, who was holding the Golden Vipassana, catapulted out at an astonishing speed, and the Golden Vipassana, which was entwined with clouds of flames, slashed out through the air at Carp, who was 100 feet away. In an instant, the bright and dazzling blade chi was like divine punishment, rolling the air to send out dizzying low-frequency vibrations, carrying the terrifying might of cutting through everything, instantly chopping to Cap who had just rolled over and stood up to prepare for a counterattack. It's divine avoidance. In the face of instantly in the pupils of the infinite enlargement of the horror of the chopping attack, Cap face horrified wide-eyed. Want to dodge has been too late. Can only unreservedly release the armed color hegemony as well as the hegemony color hegemony. However, he was still a step too slow. Only to hear a boom sound came out. Black and red flame clouds should bloom to fill this space. Immediately after that, he felt a deathly aura coming at him, and his body was uncontrollable as it flew out again at an astonishing speed. Boom boom boom. accompanied by a series of deafening explosions, consecutively knocked down a few buildings. Carp could no longer hold back, opened his mouth and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and then with the splattered debris of the houses smashed in the Marinvento Square. In a flash, as Carp smashed down into the Marinvento Square, the surrounding sounds seemed to disappear as if they had disappeared, and the officers who were watching from afar were all staring in disbelief, shocked beyond belief because Carp had been defeated by a single blow from Xiaoyu. Not only the officers who were watching from afar, even the two great generals, Palliacerino and Kuzan, who were standing on the roof of the headquarters building, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in the bottom of their hearts after seeing Xiaoyu defeat Carp with a single move. When they saw Xiaoyu unleash his Overlord Color Hegemony to collide with Carp's Overlord Color Hegemony, they knew that Xiaoyu had been hiding his strength all these years, but they had still underestimated the upper limit of Xiaoyu's strength. Is it a god avoidance? After a short period of shock, Palliacerino pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose, his face unprecedentedly serious. I didn't expect that after so many years, the divine avoidance created by the Pirate King Roger back then would resurface in the Navy headquarters. It's not the god avoidance that Roger created. Kuzan shook his head, his face equally serious. Back then, on the eve of the outbreak of the Eight-Wall Sea War, I had followed Mr. Carp to the New World, and Roger was standing still when he used the divine avoidance, whereas just now Marshal Xiaoyu slashed the divine avoidance in motion. Most importantly, when Roger was executed, Marshal Xiaoyu was only 6 or 7 years old. He definitely hadn't seen Roger, much less learned swordplay with him. Although it's hard to imagine, it's clear that this is Marshal Xiaoyu's self-created divine evasion. The most shocked was Gion. Gion is shocked because Xiaoyu was first introduced to swordsmanship because she was a temporary instructor at the officers' training camp at the time, and because she realized that Xiaoyu had a high level of talent in swordsmanship. She tried to teach him swordsmanship for a while. Although Xiaoyu's rapid advancement in his sword skills over the years had amazed her, she thought that she was still slightly better than Xiaoyu in terms of sword skills. However, when she saw Xiaoyu's just now astonishing sword, she completely realized that the current Xiaoyu had already grown to a height that was hard for her to reach. Cough cough dash. Suddenly, a series of violent coughs broke the sudden silence of the square. Immediately after that, Carp rolled over and sat up, not caring about the shocking wound on his chest, and stared wide-eyed at Xiaoyu, who was standing with a knife. We agreed to compete in the Overlord colors and the armed colors. Why are you suddenly using a knife? Ouch dash. Before the words fell, Carp suddenly let out a cry of pain, and then looked down at the wound on his forehead that was cut out by Xiaoyu's sword, and cursed furiously. Kid, you're trying to hack the old man to death. Taking Carp's reaction in, the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly as he flung his hand and threw the golden Vipassana directly into the sheath on Gion's waist, saying indifferently, still capable of cursing, it looks like it won't die. After saying that, Xiaoyu simply turned around and walked over to Gion. Let's go. I'm even hungrier after the fight. Chapter 031, the whole army receives a year's salary? Long live the Lord Marshal. Not expecting Xiaoyu to throw himself down and turn around, Carp was a bit unable to react for a moment and anxiously shouted, Don't go Xiaoyu. Just now it was the old man who was careless and didn't flash. Come on, continue. Old me can still fight. As if Xiaoyu did not hear it, he accelerated his pace towards the direction of the cafeteria. Along the way, all the encounters with either officers or soldiers straightened their bodies, and the sound of loyalty continued all the way to the cafeteria hall. Xiaoyu had just left the plaza when Zephyr and Warlord came over at a fiery pace. When the two saw the shocking wound on Carp's chest, Warlord rushed forward to hold Carp up, and Zephyr turned around and shouted, Quick, go get the medical class. No. Capo spoke up to stop it. It's just a superficial wound. There's no need to make such a fuss about it. Ouch. What are you doing touching my wound? Warlord, it hurts like hell. You know it hurts? The Warlord glared at Carp and said in an unkind manner, What do you think you're doing being so impulsive? Now that the situation in the headquarters has been finalized, even if you can defeat Xiaoyu, so what? Don't forget, now that the three great generals have made their choices, they won't let you do whatever you want. Give me the senbei. Carp pointed to his pockets and grimaced. Kid hit pretty hard. Without a word, Warlord pulled the box with the senbei out of Carp's bag and smoothed 2 pieces from the box and tossed them into his mouth as he handed them to Carp. Seeing this, Carp couldn't even care about his wounds and furiously said, Give me back my senbei. Warlord ignored it, chewing on it with great enjoyment. Just then, 2 nurses from the medical shift came running over. Looking at the shocking wound on Carp's chest, Zephyr's eyes narrowed slightly before looking up at the roof of the headquarters building. Although Palliacerino and Kuzan, who had been standing on the roof of the building watching the battle, had somehow disappeared, Zephyr didn't retract his eyes because of that. Previously, he and Sengoku didn't think much of it when they first captured the Overlord color clash, both only thinking about rushing over to stop Carp and Xiaoyu from continuing their fight. Now that he's calmed down, he somewhat understands why Xiaoyu didn't strike out at Kuzan, who also returned after the mutiny was over, and instead chose to have an overlord color clash with Carp. The reason is simple. Although the Navy headquarters is now completely under Xiaoyu's control, but whether it is the 3 admirals or other officers who did not participate in the mutiny, in the bottom of their hearts, they will more or less have doubts about Xiaoyu's strength. After all, even if Xiaoyu had progressed even more rapidly over the years, he was still only a lieutenant general in strength now. In such a situation, Xiaoyu wanted to completely control the Navy headquarters. He had to lower it with one force. Kuzan is a good whetstone. After all, Kuzan is one of the highest fighting forces in the Navy headquarters, but not the most suitable. And Carp, as the legendary Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, who has become the idol in the hearts of countless navies because of his heroic efforts to push the previous pirate king, Roger, to the brink of extinction on several occasions, is clearly the most suitable candidate. As long as Carp is defeated, the officers and soldiers who didn't participate in the mutiny last night will surely be greatly shocked, thus not daring to have any dissent in the days to come. Most importantly, the 3 great generals, who are known as the highest fighting force in the headquarters, will also be impressed with Xiaoyu and even recognize him as a young marshal. Lord Xiaoyu, in the cafeteria of the Navy headquarters, the 2 officers who were just about to leave didn't expect Xiaoyu to suddenly appear here. The ones who were still talking and laughing a second ago instantly became serious before raising their hands in salute. As the 2 men's words fell, the cafeteria hall also quieted down in an instant, and all of the officers and soldiers present were looking at Xiaoyu with fervor. Although the cafeteria was some distance away from Marinvento, they had all watched the battle just now, and everyone in the cafeteria exploded at the sight of Xiaoyu sending Carp, a legendary lieutenant general of this ministry, flying away with a single slash. Among them, although there were a very small number of people who had to choose to be loyal because they were in the way of the great power, after seeing the powerful strength displayed by Xiaoyu, their determination to follow him no longer wavered in the slightest. Xiaoyu looked around the cafeteria hall, not showing any fatigue at all because he had a big battle with Carp, and said with a warm smile, "It's mealtime, so there's no need to be so formal." Loyalty. Everyone who was in the cafeteria hall raised their hands in salute at the same time. Right. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something, waved his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, and said indifferently, "Although we still have many hard battles to fight next, we can't let our brothers go into battle hungry. Gion, later on, you go to the finance class and increase the pay of all officers and soldiers upwards and give everyone a one-time paycheck for the next year." Without waiting for Dion to react, all the officers and enlisted men who were in the cafeteria once again exploded. "Long live Lord Xiaoyu! Ha ha, great! Another year's paycheck! Whoa whoa, long live Lord Xiaoyu! With this amount of money, I won't have to worry about my brother's wedding. Lord Xiaoyu, when my brother gets married, you must come." Among the exploding crowd, although some of the soldiers who did not participate in the mutiny last night were also excited beyond belief, there were still some among them who could not believe that this was true. After all, if they hadn't been trapped in their dormitories at that time, they most likely would have followed their superiors' orders to fight the soldiers who had followed Xiaoyu in his mutiny, especially a young man wearing a brigadier general's uniform. Standing in the crowd, he looked left and then looked again, and then he summoned up the courage to squeeze out of the crowd and quickly came to Xiaoyu's body. "Lord Marshal, last night we who didn't take part in it, can we also receive the next year's salary?" "Of course." Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. Now that the ministry's big picture is set, the payroll aspect won't change, regardless of whether or not they were involved in the operation last night. Great! The young brigadier general's eyes reddened with excitement and choked. "Thank you, Lord Marshal. This amount of money is too important to me. Me." The young brigadier general apparently ran out of words because he was too excited, and after saying "I" 3 times in a row, he suddenly stood up straight and raised his hand, facing Xiaoyu and shouting from his heart, "Loyalty." He was originally a subordinate of Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, because his little sister at home was sick in bed for a long time and needed sky-high medical bills every month to stay alive. At first he could afford it, but soon he couldn't hold on any longer and borrowed all his colleagues around him, which ultimately led to his colleagues going around him when they saw him. He had no choice but to go to LT General Ghost Spider for help, but what he got was an impersonal scolding from Ghost Spider. Fortunately, the sky is the limit, and Xiaoyu, who staged a mutiny to become the new headquarters marshal, actually gave each officer and soldier a one-time one-year paycheck. At this moment, he finally understood why Xiaoyu had gained the allegiance of so many officers and soldiers. Not because Xiaoyu was strong enough to defeat the ministry's legendary Lieutenant General Carp with a single slash, but because Xiaoyu's kindness to his subordinates was visible to the naked eye. The atmosphere in the cafeteria became more lively because of the fact that they had received another year's paycheck. However, neither the officers nor the soldiers came back to disturb Xiaoyu. After calling in the food at Gion, Xia Yu, who was seated against the window, picks up his chopsticks and starts gobbling. It is not that he does not care about the image. It is really this period of time to cooperate with the investigation class investigation and finally was imprisoned and did not have enough to eat, coupled with his mastery of the various abilities by the system upgraded to the max. His stomach on a revolution. The amount of food is even more followed by a boat rise. Guillaume did not move her chopsticks, resting her cheek with one hand as she looked at the youngest and first man in the history of the Navy to stage a mutiny to become a marshal in front of her, and she could not help but see Xia Yu's appearance in front of her eyes when he had just entered the officers' training camp. At that time, Xia Yu had just turned 18, childish and curious about everything, although she was very sure that Xia Yu would definitely amaze everyone in the future through her contact at the officer training camp. She didn't expect Xia Yu to come out of nowhere in such a way. Right. Suddenly, Xia Yu put down his chopsticks and looked at Guillaume. Is the headquarters still able to issue paychecks now? Guillaume nodded. It should be enough. However, if the headquarters breaks with the world government, we won't be able to pay our salaries in the coming year. Not afraid. Hearing that he would still be able to pay a year's salary, Xia Yu put his heart down. The Holy Land may not be infuriated and break with us. It doesn't matter to them who is the headquarters marshal. As long as the Navy is still affiliated with the world government, they may make a compromise. At that time, we'll maximize our benefits. Upon hearing this, instead of relaxing, Guillaume said with a worried expression, the headquarters are all under control now, so I'm not worried. What I'm worried about is the Four Seas and the Great Voyage's major branch bases, because up until now not a single branch base has sent news. Chapter 032, Purge all the pirates. Leave no one behind. World Government Headquarters Building, Manhwa, Holy Land, Office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army. Empty-faced, he paced back and forth in front of his desk. On the other side of the desk, several intelligence officers had a phone bug in their hands, nervously making contact with various departments under the world government. Report. Suddenly, an officer put down the phone bug and looked at Air with an ugly expression. Lord Air, the Naval Science Unit can't be contacted. Report, Naval Classified Special Forces unreachable. Naval Special Science Class unable to contact dash. Report, word has come in from the Judicial Island side, and they can't get in touch with Inquisitor Base either. Report, successful contact with Propulsion City. Hearing one report after another, Air immediately returned to his seat and sat down in front of it, saying in a deep voice, there's no need to contact the Navy headquarters and the related forces of the headquarters anymore. Immediately contact the Great Voyage as well as the branch bases of the Four Seas. An officer asked cautiously, Lord Air, what is going on here? Why all of a sudden did the Navy headquarters lose contact with the Holy Land? Instead of answering, Air glared up at the officer. Seeing this, the officer didn't dare to ask any more questions and picked up the phone bug and started contacting the major branch bases outside of Navy headquarters. East China Sea, Naval Base 153, Shields Town. A group of a dozen soldiers rushed into a dormitory at a fast pace, holding classified documents sent from the Navy headquarters. With a muffled bang, the closed dormitory door was brutally slammed open. Several officers who were resting in their quarters quickly got up and looked in unison at the dozen or so soldiers who had broken through the door. Without the slightest hesitation, one of the soldiers at the head of the group dryly raised the paper in his hand. Appointed by the ministry, Staff Sergeant Munker steps forward. As the soldier's words fell, a stout, tall officer immediately took a step forward. None other than Munker, the Staff Sergeant Officer of Branch 153, by order of Lord Xia Yu, the new Marshal of the Navy Headquarters. From now on, Staff Sergeant Munka is promoted to Branch Colonel and takes over Branch 153 immediately. At these words, a flame flared up in the eyes of the stout Munka, while at the same time he took a step forward and raised his right hand high, exclaiming, Loyalty, great! Is it finally time for the big one? Long live Lord Xia Yu! Munker had just received the letter of appointment when several of the officers standing around him jumped up and down in excitement. At the same time, another soldier stepped forward quickly and handed a brand new colonel's uniform to Munker. Colonel Munker, from now on, Branch 153 is in your charge. Please instruct. Looking at the colonel's uniform that was handed to him, Munka's eyes reddened with excitement, and his hands trembled slightly as he took it. When he first joined Branch 153 as a young man, he did so with a passionate desire to one day purge this great sea of all evil. However, because there is always someone on top of him, even if he rushes to the forefront every time he catches pirates and takes on the most dangerous jobs, in the end it's all in vain, and all the credit he has made has been snatched away. Which leads to the fact that he is still a small corporal in his middle age. Until 2 years ago, when a big shot came to the headquarters, he originally didn't know this great man, but he was named by this great man. At that time, he thought he had made some kind of mistake, and he didn't even dare to raise his head when he met this great man. What he didn't expect was that this big shot was not only young, but also unusually gentle. The most shocking thing is that the big man actually know him very well, as if he has known him for a long time, if it is not in the way of each other's rank is higher than his, but also from the ministry. He could not wait to pull each other drunk a spit out these years of heartache and unwillingness. This great man was no other than Field Marshal Xiaoyu, who at this time had appointed him colonel of Branch 153. At that time, when Xiaoyu was leaving Branch 153, he had asked him a question about whether he would like to offer his loyalty. Of course he does. In his middle age he has put a lot of things into perspective, and if he wants to move up the ladder, he has to have someone to back him up. In the 2 years that followed, although he had no further contact with Xiaoyu, from time to time he would receive a staggering amount of baileys that Xiaoyu would have sent over, and instructed him to distribute these baileys to all those who were truly in need of help. In 2 years' time, he has received more than 100 million cumulative berries, but he didn't keep a penny for himself and gave it all out to all the soldiers in need as well as his colleagues, because he knew very well in the bottom of his heart that this was definitely Lord Xiaoyu testing him. This letter of appointment that appeared at this moment indicated that he had not only passed the test, but had also received Lord Xiaoyu's approval. Colonel Munka. Just then, a soldier ran over with a phone bug in his hand and stammered, Holy Land General Marshal's office phone. Munka snapped his head sideways at the soldier and said in a deep voice, What Holy Land Chief Marshal's office? From now on, Branch 153 will only follow the orders of Lord Marshal Xiaoyu of the Naval Headquarters, and no one else, no matter who they are, is to be ignored. With that, Munka flung his colonel's coat over his head while striding out of his quarters. Pass on my order that all officers and enlisted men of Branch 153 assemble in the schoolyard. In the meantime, East China Sea, Naval Branch 16 Base, a young man clad in a brand new colonel's coat, surrounded by 7 or 8 soldiers, aggressively headed straight for the colonel's office. Boom! With a muffled thud, the closed door to the colonel's office was slammed open by the soldier who ran forward one step ahead of the young man. Without waiting for a reaction from inside the colonel's office, a group of 7 or 8 men rushed in, guns in hand, and took control of the 2 adjutants standing in front of the desk at the first opportunity. What are you guys doing? At the desk sat an officer, also clad in a colonel's coat, with a face covered with a scattering of whiskers. The desk in front of this officer was stacked thickly with dozens of stacks of baileys, most of which had been broken up. Mouse, a colonel of the 16th branch of the East China Sea Navy, a naval scum who has committed crimes in the waters under his jurisdiction by virtue of his status as a colonel of the branch. Colonel Mouse. The young man clad in a brand new colonel's coat quickly stepped to the desk, condescendingly gazed at Colonel Mouse, and straight to the point directly pronounced the sentence. Because you have long been complicit with the pirates in oppressing the innocent people in the jurisdiction, I, as the new colonel of the 16th branch, sentence you to death, to be executed immediately. What are you babbling about? Hearing that this young man in front of him actually called himself the new colonel of the 16th branch, and even wanted to sentence himself to death, Colonel Mouse violently stood up and snapped, I'm the colonel of the 16th branch. Someone come, send this man. Stop yelling rat. The young man waved his hand. Now that branch 16 is under my control, you can go to hell. As soon as the young man's words fell, the 7 or 8 soldiers standing beside him did not hesitate in the slightest, and almost simultaneously pulled the triggers ruthlessly. Thump, 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 thump. Intense gunfire erupted, and within moments, Colonel Mouse, who hadn't quite realized what was going on, was being shot to pieces by soldiers who had emptied their magazines. The young man walked over and kicked the rat's corpse away, while then turned to look at the group of subordinates who stood with their guns collected and said in a loud voice, by order of Lord Marshal Xiaoyu of the headquarters, our department has only one task ahead of us, to purge all the pirates in the sea area under the jurisdiction of the 16th branch, and to get rid of all the evils, leaving none of them. Chapter 033, The Curtain Rises on the Navy's Internal Purge. East China Sea, Rogue Town Naval Base. Colonel Smog of the Naval Headquarters, who had just gone to be the supreme officer of Rogue Town not long ago, looked at the piles of documents in front of him, and his brows furrowed into a big Chuan character. As a colonel of the Navy Headquarters and a nature-based smoke fruit ability, he was transferred to the East China Sea to be a base commander, which made him already very dissatisfied. And then when he saw the mess left behind by these former supreme officers in front of him, his mood immediately became terrible. Colonel Smog, Headquarters Secret. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and immediately a teenage girl who looked 17 or 18 years old pushed her way in, holding a confidential document and came to the desk in a panic. Confidential headquarters documents? Smog froze, taking the document in hand and tearing it open. Seeing this, the young girl hurriedly looked away. Dash, what are you doing? Smog looked up at the young girl and said in a deep voice, You're my adjutant. Did you leave me to deal with these papers? Ha! The young girl named Dashji blinked in slow reaction and said with a dumbfounded expression, "This is a classified document. I can't read it. I didn't say I had this one in my hand." Smog sprang up with a head full of black lines and pointed to the piles of papers in front of him. "You've got half an hour to find out what's useful." Saying that, Smog stopped talking nonsense and opened the classified document he had just gotten his hands on and read it. Just after reading the first few paragraphs, Smog stood up violently, looking at the contents of the document incredulously. "Martial Warlord is in ill health, and Lieutenant General Xiaoyu will temporarily assume the authority of the headquarters marshal? Report." Not waiting for Smoggy to react, a shout suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately, a messenger officer rushed into the office with great urgency and stammered, "We just received news that Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch was executed on the spot by the newly appointed colonel. The reason was that he was complicit with the pirates in oppressing the people. And also, there has been a change in the colonel of branch 153. The one who is now the colonel of branch 153 is an officer named Monka." At that, Smog snapped his head back and stared straight at the crier. "What's the name of the new colonel of branch 16? I think it's called Stoic. Sent there by the headquarters." Damn! Hearing the name Stoic, Smogger couldn't help but burst out. "I know this Stoic. He's a close associate of Xiaoyu. There's also that Monka from branch 153. He's also one of Xiaoyu's people." After a slight pause, he put down the document in his hand and said with a serious expression, "Something big has happened to the headquarters. This confidential document was not sent voluntarily by Martial Warlord, but rather the headquarters has most likely fallen into Xiaoyu's hands, if I guessed correctly. At the same time I got this document, there were personnel changes in the Four Seas and even many branch bases of the Great Voyage, and these people are all Xiaoyu's absolute inner circle." What does it mean?" Daski's reaction was still half a beat slower as she said blankly, "Isn't Lord Xiaoyu a lieutenant general? How could he temporarily act as the marshal of the headquarters in place of Marshal Battle Kingdom?" Smug looked up at Dashji and said in a shocking manner, "Mutiny. Xiaoyu must have staged a mutiny to forcibly seize the marshalship." "Ha?" Smog's sudden words scared Daski's nose frame almost fell off. After fumbling to fix the frame, she spoke with a small bewildered face. "How can this be possible? Lieutenant General Xiaoyu is a very good person. I've heard of many of his deeds, and many of the officers and soldiers in this ministry who have difficulties at home have been helped by him." Smog pounded his desk. "That's his way of enlisting people." Brew blue. Suddenly, the phone bug on the desk rang. Without waiting for Smog to respond, a neutral voice immediately came out from the phone bug. "Is Colonel Smog available? This is the office of the General Commander of the Holy Land. Lord Empty has an order to give." Upon hearing this, Smoggy didn't dare to be slow, and immediately stood up straight and respectfully shouted, "Lord Empty." "Smug. Great. I'm Empty." A somewhat anxious voice came from the phone bug. "To make a long story short, the headquarters has completely lost contact with the Holy Land, and should have completely fallen into Xiaoyu's hands. Not only the headquarters, but also many bases in the East China Sea have no one answering their phone bugs, so it's no surprise that all these bases have been controlled by Xiaoyu's cronies. What you need to do now is to contact those branch bases that have yet to be controlled as much as possible and stabilize the situation in the East Sea." Without waiting for Smog to oblige, the call ended quietly. Daski's little head buzzed, obviously confused by this sudden event. "Lord Smog, how could this happen? Lieutenant General Xiaoyu, why did he start a mutiny?" Instead of speaking, Smog eyed the quieted phone bug. What he had before was just a guess, but after hearing the call from Lord Empty himself, his guess became reality. But it doesn't matter. Importantly, he was somewhat unable to understand how Xiaoyu had accomplished such a big thing with the body of a vice admiral, actually putting the Navy headquarters firmly under control, and even directly cutting off contact with the Holy Land. You have to know that the Navy headquarters not only has the warlord in charge, but also has the three most powerful admirals as well as a number of vice admirals in the headquarters. Even if Xiaoyu has enlisted a lot of people over the years, as long as the three admirals haven't switched sides, it's impossible for the headquarters to fall into Xiaoyu's hands so quickly. Not only was it impossible, but Xiaoyu might even be killed by the three great generals. However, the fact is that in just one night, the Navy headquarters fell into Xiaoyu's hands, and Marshal Wangboy even signed a document, letting him temporarily act as the marshal of the headquarters. Dusty, the ministry is in great danger. After a moment of calm reflection, Smogger slumped into his chair in a slightly disheveled manner and said feebly, "The fact that Xiaoyu was able to take control of the headquarters so quickly is enough to show that at least two of the three major generals have turned against him and embraced him, and as Lieutenant General Guillaume has been relatively close to Xiaoyu in the past few years, quite a few of the lieutenant generals headed by her are surely involved in this mutiny as well." Dashji was confused by what she heard and said blankly, What do we do?" Smog looked up slightly out the window with a complicated expression. "Xiaoyu sent Stoic to take out Colonel Mouse. making Munka the colonel of Branch 153, while the Rogetown base is quiet. Clearly, this new marshal of ours giving me a choice. Still bewildered, Dasji repeated. Lord Smog, what do we do? Wait. Smog as if he made a major decision. A second full-blooded resurrection over. Look firm, if Xiaoyu just for his own selfish desire to start a mutiny, I will bet on the justice of the Navy and fight with him to the end. If he continues to uphold the justice of the Navy after taking charge of the Navy, I will stay in Logantown and do my part. Striving for power and profit is not something I'm interested in, nor do I want to be involved in, as Smog suspected. At the same time he received the papers. More than half of the original base chiefs of the major branch bases in the West China Sea, North China Sea and South China Sea have been replaced at a rapid pace. A top-down cleansing of the Navy from within began. Chapter 034, Exclusive Power? The Revolutionary Army is stupid. How dare you? How dare you? This Xiaoyu is simply lawless. How dare he start a mutiny? Sacred places, chambers of power. The faces of the gathered 5 elder stars were hard to see. Just now, the latest intelligence from the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army had come in, and it had been established that the headquarters was now completely in Xiaoyu's hands. It was also because of this latest information that 4 of the 5 elder stars nearly cracked in place, especially when they learned that not only the Navy headquarters, but also the 4 seas and many branch bases of the Great Voyage could not be contacted. The last trace of fluke in their hearts suddenly vanished. I knew something would go wrong with the Xiaoyu. Embracing a katana in his arms, Izanbaran V. Neza Shiro, the god of finance and martial arts, looked at the 4 pentagrams present with a grim expression and said with a murderous air, when Spandane first found me, I sensed a threat, which is why I ordered the Isle of Justice to intervene in his investigation and trial, and I thought that we were fast enough, but I thought that he had already bared his fangs in the shadows. Spandane? Topman Warchuli, the legal martial god sitting in front of the couch in the center, looked up at Izanbaran V. Nashiru. How did he come to you? Just a power-obsessed griffin, said Izanbaran V. Nezashiro coldly. It doesn't matter how he found me. What matters is what we do now. According to the latest information reported from the air, it can be ascertained that not only the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters as well as a number of vice-admirals have chosen to stand behind Xiaoyu. Many bases in the 4 seas and the Great Voyage are now undergoing personnel changes, and it is clear that Xiaoyu is trying to take complete control of the Navy from top to bottom. If he dares to start a mutiny to take over the Navy now, he will surely hold the Navy hostage and make the world government an enemy in the future. So, my suggestion is to have Air lead the entire force except the Navy to surround Maranvata while he's still in his wings. I can be sure that as long as the entire army presses through, there will definitely be people in the Navy headquarters who will turn against him on the battlefield. After all, once they follow Xiaoyu to make an enemy of the world government, they will be burdened with the charge of being traitors from now on. Be at ease, Izanbaran, the martial god of law. Topman Warchuli waved his hand and said with a serious face, this is a matter of great importance, and this matter needs to be considered in the long run. First of all we need to know what Xiaoyu is up to. If he merely wants to become a marshal of the Navy headquarters, then we'll grant him that wish and allow him to officially replace Warlord. Of course, this is just our delaying tactic. As long as he is at peace and obeys the Holy Land after becoming a headquarters marshal, we will then slowly divide the Navy internally and arrest and execute him when the time is right. Because right now he has just taken charge of the Navy and his reputation is in full swing. Even if Air personally leads the entire army to kill over there, even if we end up winning we will still end up in a situation where we will have killed 1,000 enemies and lost 800 of our own. And once we go to war with the Navy led by Xiaoyu, it will surely lead to the Great Voyage being thrown into unprecedented chaos. And if the pirates, the 4 emperors of the New World, and the Revolutionary Army take advantage of the situation, we will be in a passive situation, and it may even lead to some of the already wavering countries of the franchise to turn on us in the battlefield. I don't think so. Izanbaran V. Nasashiro took a step forward and said in a deep voice, this situation you're talking about is that Air is in a state of scorched earth with the Navy led by Xiaoyu. There's no denying that there are now 3 admirals as well as numerous vice-admirals and close to 100,000 Navy soldiers in the Navy headquarters, and it's almost impossible for Air to suppress them in a short period of time. After a slight pause, Izanbaran snapped his head up. But what if the Knights of God intervene? With such a major change occurring in the Navy headquarters, there is no reason for Fergalando Gringu not to intervene. As long as Fergalando Gringu leads the Knights of God to the Navy headquarters to hold the 3 great admirals in check, the other naval leaders will be insufficient to be feared. As for the lawless Xiaoyu, he's just a lieutenant general. In addition, we have the CP division, especially CP9 led by Rob Lucci, who is the strongest and most ruthless killing machine in all generations of CP9. They've been lurking in the capital of 7 Waters for the past year, and are perfectly capable of breaking into the Navy headquarters as a surprise force. Soldiers are precious and quick. As long as we finish off Xiaoyu in one go, not only will this mutiny end there, the Revolutionary Army or the so-called Four Emperors of the New World, by the time they react, the big picture has already been brought back under our control, so I'm sorry that they wouldn't dare to make waves at this time. At those words, Topman fell silent, while the other 5 Elder Stars looked at Topman in unison, apparently agreeing with Izanbaron's response. May not. Just then, a voice that seemed a bit shrill came out abruptly. Immediately afterward, the door to the Room of Power was pushed open, and a tall figure was then reflected in the eyes of the 5 Elder Stars. The visitor was clad in a cloak that dragged down to the ground. His entire body was wrapped inside the cloak, only revealing a pair of dark red rippled eyes outside, invisibly radiating a suffocatingly terrifying pressure, causing the 5 Elder Stars, who enjoyed the highest power in the world, to scramble up and move forward, before neatly kneeling down and prostrate themselves on the ground on both knees. Lord Im, this Xiaoyu is not as simple as you think. Im, fully wrapped under his cloak, slowly walked past the 5 Elder Stars to stand in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, his back turned to the 5 to control his voice, and faintly said, "A battle broke out at the Navy headquarters earlier, a clash of Overlord color hegemony. To be exact, I sense a familiar aura in these two hegemonic color hegemonic auras in the collision, very similar to the hegemonic color hegemonic aura possessed by the Joy Boy back then." At these words, the 5 Elder Stars all looked back at him with horrified faces. "It seems like you guys don't know much about this Xiaoyu." Im slowly turned back, a chill flashing through his dark red rippled eyes. Has he been sitting in the position of the 5 Elder Stars for too long and grown old? The sudden sentence just shocked the 5 Elder Stars into a cold sweat, but Im immediately changed his words. "You guys don't need to intervene in this matter anymore. I will have the Knights of God go and investigate. As long as the one who started the mutiny, Xiaoyu, is not a member of the D-Clan, or has no relationship with Joy Boy, this so-called mutiny is just a change of a new person to be the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. In the meantime, because of the sudden personnel changes in the Four Seas and the Great Voyage's major naval branch bases, the spies of the various forces lurking in these branch bases have sent out the information at the first time. Even at the Navy headquarters, a piece of information was transmitted to the Revolutionary Army headquarters through an encrypted phone bug. Great Voyage, Revolutionary Army headquarters, Bardigo Island. In the freezing snow, a Revolutionary Army cadre rushed as fast as he could to a tent not far ahead, holding the top-secret information he had just received. Lord Chief, just after rushing into the tent, this Revolutionary Army cadre came up for air and said, "Top-secret information came from the Navy headquarters. The former Vice Admiral Xiaoyu launched a mutiny last night, and has taken control of the Navy headquarters this morning. And now the Navy's bases in the Four Seas as well as many of the Great Voyage bases are carrying out an unprecedented internal cleansing, and the supreme chiefs of all of the bases have been replaced by Xiaoyu's inner circle of close friends." Xiaoyu's inner circle. As the cadre's words fell, the tent was plunged into dead silence. Sitting at the head of a conference table in the tent is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Munch D. Dorak, who was listed as the most vicious criminal by the world government at the World Conference 2 years ago for leading the Revolutionary Army with the sole goal of overthrowing the world government. After a short period of silence, Dorag, who was clad in a green cloak with a hideous scar on his face, said with some disbelief, "Lieutenant General Xiaoyu, the youngest lieutenant general that has suddenly risen to prominence in the headquarters in the last 3 years? What the hell is going on here? How dare a vice admiral start a mutiny and even succeed? When did the Navy headquarters become so unbearable?" The cadre who came to report returned. "This is the information sent by that lord himself. There is absolutely no room for error." Understood. Hearing that it was the lord who had sent the information, Dorag dryly stood up and ordered, "Send an order to the 5 armies to pay close attention to the world government's every move. And as soon as they go to war with the Navy controlled by Xiaoyu, the 5 armies will strike at the same time, and take advantage of this opportunity to liberate as many countries as possible." Chapter 035 Kaido, it's best if this boring world is destroyed. Great Voyages, Naval Branch G5. In the base chief's office sat a tall, middle-aged man with short hair and lightning bolt sideburns on either side of his face. Virgo, codename Ghost Bamboo, Vice Admiral of the Navy and base commander of the G5 branch. Of course, that's just who he appears to be. His true identity is the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family, the primordial Corazon, who infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent and rose through the ranks to become a Vice Admiral and ultimately a G5 branch base commander. At this time, he swept away the usual amiable and approachable appearance, gazing with a grave expression at the desk brew calling non-stop phone bug. Only after the phone bug rang 3 times in a row did he bring it over and said in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "Virgo, it's me." A cool female voice came from the phone bug. "Navy Branch G14 Base Commander, Doyle." "Oh, So it's Lieutenant General Doyle. Virgo returned to his plain and easygoing expression for a second and asked politely, "What did you want to see me about? Did you receive the document signed by Lord Warlord? What do you think about Lieutenant General Xiaoyu's temporary authority as the headquarters marshal?" In the base chief's office at the Navy's G-14 branch base, a tall woman who looked to be in her 30s stood with her back to her desk, a sense of unease about the future pervading her large eyes under her short dark hair with bangs. "I just received news that many branch bases in the Four Seas have undergone large-scale personnel transfers, and many of the newly appointed branch colonels are close confidants of Xiaoyu's inner circle. Unsurprisingly, a new lieutenant general will soon be parachuted over from me. After all, I don't have much of a deep friendship with him. Lieutenant General Doyle, there's something in your words." Virgo's voice was gentle as he said lightly, "Based on the analysis of what you've said, can I understand that you think Xiaoyu has staged a mutiny to take control of the headquarters and is now purging dissidents? Isn't it obvious?" Doyle raised his voice a bit, somewhat emotionally agitated. The fact that Xiaoyu was able to take control of the headquarters and conduct large-scale personnel movements to the Four Seas and all the bases of the Great Voyage so quickly is enough to show that at least half of the officers of the headquarters, including the 3 great admirals, have all fallen to Xiaoyu. It may even be worse than I thought. In which case we may be liquidated no matter which side we choose. Why choose? Virgo shook his head. What's happening now can only be described as an internal power struggle. As long as the Holy Land hasn't taken a stance, there's no need for us to make a choice right away. Just do what we have to do at the moment. After a slight pause, Virgo then spoke. "Lieutenant General Doyle, this concludes our conversation. Goodbye." After saying that, Virgo simply ended the call, and then took out an encrypted phone bug only the size of a baby's fist from a hidden compartment in the drawer and dialed out decisively. "Virgo." A familiar voice immediately came out from the phone bug just after it dialed out. "Contacting me at this time is not a wise choice." Virgo spoke with a serious face. "Dover, remember what I told you before? I might be cleared by the Navy, but that's just my guess. I want to stay and wait and see what happens." "What do you mean? You told me something?" A somewhat scratchy voice came from the phone bug. "Virgo, is your amnesia acting up again? Then I will speak now." Without a moment's hesitation, Virgo briefly told what he had learned about what had happened at Navy headquarters. As he finished his narration, the office fell silent, and the telephone bug seemed to fall silent. After a full few seconds of silence, the phone bug suddenly transmitted a unique loud laughter. "Order, order, order this Xiaoyu Lieutenant General. I know. The last time I went to the Navy headquarters to convene a meeting of the 7 armed seas, had met with him, at that time he did not have any outstanding place. I did not think that this is only the past 2 years. He made such a big deal in the Navy headquarters a mutiny to take the marshal's position? Order, 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 order." I really underestimated this Lieutenant General. A couple of old marijuana guys are definitely going to get burnt out next. "Order, order, order, order. New World, Kingdom of Dressrosa." In the open-air dam outside the royal palace located at the highest point within the kingdom's borders, under a parasol standing at the very edge of the dam, a flirtatious man wearing sunglasses and a pink feathered coat as well as 9/4-length pants smoothly lifted the drink that was placed next to him and laughed at the phone bug in front of him. Doflamingo, head of the Don Quixote family, king of the Kingdom of Dressrosa, member of the 7 musketeers under the king, and a superhuman linear fruit ability. After a burst of laughter, Doflamingo grabbed the phone bug over and said in a deep voice, "Virgo, with your strength you'll have no problem getting out of this. So what you need to do now is to wait and see what happens. If they really want to replace you, you just happen to take this opportunity to offer your justice to the Holy Land. You might get an unexpected surprise. If the Navy headquarters doesn't intend to clean you out, it means that the Navy headquarters still trusts you. You continue to lurk. I want to know whether the Xiaoyu only wants to become a headquarters marshal or has greater ambitions." After saying that, without further ado, Doflamingo simply ended the call and speed-dialed another phone bug. Worororo. The phone bug had just been connected, and a big rude laugh immediately came out from the phone bug. "Joker, long time no see." In the meantime, chilling laughter suddenly emanated from a huge deep pit on an unknown island in the New World. Immediately afterward, an oppressive and lofty figure emerged from the deep pit. "What did you say, Joker?" As soon as the hideous head emerged from the pit, a rude voice resounded through the air. "A mutiny at the Navy headquarters? Worororo, this little brat Lieutenant General named Xiaoyu is doing a good job." The words did not fall. Standing in the pit with a lofty figure jumped out. Up to more than 7 meters of lofty stature does not need any cover. The strong breath of unbridled emanation out, rolling the surrounding air ripples. Quito, governor of the 100 Beasts Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of King's Landing New World. Fish fruit, phantom beast species, green dragon form ability. A terrifying existence known as the strongest creature among all living things on land, sea and air. The bounty is 4,611,000,000 belly. It's best to destroy this boring world. Hurry up, Joker, start preparing for the top war. As the Revolutionary Army, Doflamingo and the 4th Emperor Kaido were the first to receive the news of the mutiny incident at the Navy headquarters. The other forces of the Great Voyage also received the information one after another. Soon, all the major newspapers in the Great Voyage were informed of this news that was big enough to set the world on fire, and it was printed and sent around the world at the first time. The busiest of all is the Chambord Islands, as the entrance to the Holy Land at the top of the Red Earth continent and the necessary place to enter the New World in the second half of the Great Voyage, as well as the proximity to the naval headquarters, Marin Vento. The Shambles Islands are home to a wide range of talented people from all over the world in all walks of life. Trafficking syndicates, pirate groups, adventurers, world nobles, and journalists from major newspapers gathered here. And of course, the top powerhouses that once rode the seas. Inside a bar hanging the signboard of Shaki's Knockout Bar in the 13th district of the Shambaldi Islands, a short-haired woman with a tall figure, whose real age could not be seen, stood in front of the bar, a lady's cigarette clutched in one hand, and in the other hand, she was holding a piece of information she just got. After reading the content of the information, she immediately looked up to the only guest sitting in the corner of the bar and spoke nonchalantly. Don't you want to know the content of this information? Riley. Chapter 036, The Knights of God invade the headquarters. While the world situation was volatile, the Navy headquarters was peaceful and quiet as if nothing had happened. The officers and soldiers at all levels who had been following Xiaoyu all these years and whose destiny had been changed by his presence were following their orders and doing their jobs at their respective posts, keeping the Navy headquarters, the most massive war machine, running in an orderly fashion. As for the officers and soldiers at all levels who did not participate in the mutiny, although they changed their minds amidst the sound of Xiaoyu's speeches, they were still very worried deep down, fearing that they would be ostracized if they had not made an inch of merit, or even fearing that they would be liquidated if they did not pledge their allegiance to Xiaoyu at the very beginning. However, when they and the other soldiers and officers received their paychecks for the coming year, the worries in their hearts then dissipated, and one by one, they returned to their respective posts with great vigor, and many of them even secretly resolved to dedicate their loyalty to Marshal Xiaoyu in the upcoming changes. Navy headquarters, one of the fortresses. A few soldiers stood by the turret, gazing as if they were enemies at the endless sea beyond the high wall. Next to these soldiers, two officers clad in colonel's coats leisurely smoked cigarettes. They were both once Lieutenant General Doberman's subordinates, but since Doberman had been killed off when the mutiny first unfolded, being Doberman's subordinates naturally made them a potential threat. However, when the officers and soldiers involved in the mutiny surrounded the dormitory where they were staying, they did not immediately launch an attack on the dormitory building, but were strictly forbidden to leave the building. At that time, there were quite a number of people who did not know what was going on, and they rushed out of the dormitory building at the first opportunity to try to deter the other side by virtue of their status as officers. But they did not expect to be killed by random gunfire just as these people rushed out of the dormitory building. It was also at that moment that they learned that someone in the ministry had staged a mutiny. Faced with the sudden encirclement of the army, no one in the dormitory building dared to leave again. Even if there were powerful major generals who wanted to kill their way out, they were eventually killed one by the officers surrounding the dormitory building. At that time, they were inwardly desperate and all feared that they would be liquidated after this mutiny was over. But what they didn't expect was that Xiaoyu, who started the mutiny and became the new marshal, not only didn't kill them, but also let them receive the same salary as the officers and soldiers who participated in the mutiny. And at this time, he even handed over this fortress to them to guard it. Colonel Akur, what are you going to do with this paycheck? When the dust settles from this incident, would you like to go out on a trip in my company? One of the colonels fished out a pack of cigarettes from his arms that he usually couldn't afford to purchase, and while pulling one out and handing it to Colonel Oak, he shook his head and laughed. To be honest, I'm now envious of those fellow officers who were loyal to Lord Xiaoyu from the very beginning. Know about Stoic? He secretly led a warship to the East Sea during the mutiny, and at that time, I saw him walk out of the dormitory building wearing a colonel's overcoat. Unsurprisingly, he must be heading to some branch to take up his post as base chief. You know, when he first entered the Navy headquarters, he was still serving under me. Many other officers involved in the mutiny have all been promoted 2 ranks because of this incident. A major who previously served under me is now a brigadier general under my superior. Don't be envious, Colonel Snake. Colonel Akur took the cigarette and sniffed it, shaking his head and laughing. Not only did Lord Xiaoyu not liquidate us, but he also allowed us to receive a year's salary as well. What is there for you not to be satisfied with? After a slight pause, Ook took out a lighter and lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and then said, forget about traveling. I've already sent all the salary back to my hometown. You know the situation of my family. My parents' health is not good, and there are 3 younger siblings. If I take this money to travel, they will have to go hungry. Right? Snake suddenly remembered something and said uncertainly, when I was in the cafeteria earlier, I think I heard Lord Xiaoyu and Lieutenant General Guion mention something about a children's school. It probably means that after this incident is over, he is going to start building a children's school near the headquarters as well as the major branch bases, and as long as they are the children of headquarters officers or branch officers, they can all enter the children's school free of charge, with all the expenses being borne by the headquarters and the major branches. After completing their studies at the children's school, the officers' children can choose to join the Navy to receive militarized training, or they can choose to return to their respective hometowns to contribute to the construction of their hometowns. Really? Oka's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, Lord Xiaoyuan. Before the words were finished, Ok suddenly stopped and whirled around, quickly picking up the binoculars hanging on his chest to look out to sea. On the surface of the sea, several huge warships were heading straight for Marinvento at an astonishing speed, and the flag flying on the mast of the first warship had the word Justice written on its face. A warship from Justice Island? After seeing the word Justice through the binoculars, Ok's eyes flashed with doubt. Could it be that the Holy Land was unable to contact the headquarters, allowing the people from Justice Island to come over and check the situation? Whatever. Snake took a step forward and said in a deep voice, I don't want to go back to the old days of misery. I only recognize Lord Xiaoyu as the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Before the words left his mouth, he immediately looked at the soldiers standing next to the turret and decisively ordered, all hands, prepare for battle. Snake, don't be impulsive. Ook stopped with a timely voice. Report it first, in case it's a representative sent by the Holy Land to negotiate. You'll be spoiling Lord Xiaoyu's big event. Once again, Ok, who hadn't finished speaking, suddenly stared at the roof of the headquarters building with wide, unbelievable eyes. Without waiting for him to react, a circle of terror suddenly blossomed from the roof of the headquarters building. Immediately afterward, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, and immediately, a series of flaming clouds rose up from the roof of the headquarters building. After a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, Ok suddenly cursed out, damn it, someone's invading the headquarters. Quick, sound the alarm. In the meantime, on the roof of the Navy headquarters building, a huge pentagram teleportation array appeared out of thin air, and along with the flaming clouds rising up, a weird fluctuation appeared in the surrounding void. Immediately after that, a figure took a step out of the pentagram teleportation array. As this figure walked out from the teleportation array, the Navy headquarters, which was quiet and peaceful a second ago, suddenly had alarm bells ringing, and the ear-piercing sirens then startled all levels of officers and enlisted personnel at the headquarters. In the direction of the cafeteria, Xiaoyu, who had just walked out of the door after having his meal, was not surprised by the sudden ringing of the alarm bells, only to see that he slightly raised his head to look at the roof of the headquarters building, and opened his mouth in a cloudy manner. Teleportation array? Knights of God? Chapter 037 MS. Junzi, you can't afford to give me what I want. At the home of the warlord, because of the sudden alarm bells ringing, the three Navy headquarters patriarchs who had just sat down couldn't even take a sip of tea before they got up and ran out into the yard. Carp, who was looking up at the roof of the headquarters building, couldn't help but have his pupils clench at the sight of the strangely dressed figures on top of the building. The Knights of God. Warlord was filled with doubt and said with some exasperation, how did the Knights of God's teleportation array appear on the roof of the headquarters building? Is there an undercover agent summoning it? Or did they mark it long ago after the building was completed? Zephyr reacted relatively calmly, only to speak nonchalantly after gazing in silence at the figures on the roof of the building. Carp, you recognize these people? Several of you are members of the Knights of God who participated in the Valley of the Gods hunting game 32 years ago. Carp nodded and continued. To be precise, all but one of the young women. The other 5 had been present during the events of the Valley of the Gods back then. The roof of the Navy headquarters building. The first one to come out of the teleportation formation was an unusually young-looking woman with long legs with bicolored pupils. The woman wore a newsboy cap with wind mirror, clad in a cloak, wearing a double-breasted top with unusually long sleeves, but her lower body was only wearing bikini-like super short pants, a pair of long legs unreservedly exposed, stepping on a pair of cylindrical boots, giving people a valiant but a bit of a revealing fanatic flavor. Junko, member of the Knights of God, arrow fruit ability. Junzi, who had wrapped her mouth with a bandage, had just stepped out of the teleportation array, when the flaming clouds in the teleportation array behind her rose again, and the invisible pressure then swept up in a circle of ripples, as if the void had been distorted, which looked exceptionally bizarre. Immediately afterward, several figures appeared from the teleportation array. Immediately following Junzi out of the teleportation array was a masked man wearing a mask with the word 46 printed on it. The masked man was holding a western sword, and because of the mask, It made it impossible to see his appearance. This was followed by a long-haired woman with an elegant temperament, wearing a revealing navel dress and an alluring figure, as well as a short-haired woman with a quiet look. As the three of them walked out of the teleportation array, the flame cloud-shrouded teleportation array immediately disappeared into thin air, leaving the two strangely dressed men standing at the same spot, looking around vigilantly. A strange man with a long-handled scythe on his shoulder and wearing a skull mask standing at the disappearing teleportation array. Although he never moved his body from the beginning to the end, he exuded a suffocating aura of death invisibly, as if the god of death had descended. Standing alongside the skeleton man was a hooded man with a long gun on his shoulder and a hood that looked like a boy next door. As the group of 6 people led by Junko appeared on the roof of the headquarters building, the surroundings of the headquarters building were immediately surrounded by the soldiers of the Navy headquarters who were attracted by the alarm. Immediately after that, a flash of light rose up from the ground and instantly appeared across from Junko and the others, and it was none other than Admiral Polucerino of the Navy headquarters. Without waiting for Junzi and the others to react, Sakaski as well as Kuzan also walked out of the rooftop exit side by side. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, looking at the 3 who appeared one after another, Junzi did not hesitate in the slightest and was the first to speak. It seems that you have not been affected in any way by the mutiny. In that case, can I deduce that you all participated in this unprecedented mutiny action in the history of the Navy last night? Upon hearing that, Polucerino, who was the first to arrive at the roof of the building, looked around at the several uninvited guests present and lazily spoke. The Knights of God? It's really terrifying. Actually arriving at the Navy headquarters building directly through a teleportation array. Polucerino, don't get me wrong. Without waiting for Junzi to speak, the long-haired woman standing next to her immediately took a step forward. We have come here this time, not to pursue you all, but to negotiate with Lieutenant General Xiaoyu on behalf of the Holy Land. At those words, Polucerino and Sakaski looked at each other in silent agreement. Although this result was expected, they still didn't expect that the ones who came to negotiate were actually members of the Knights of God. As Grand Generals of the Ministry, they not only knew about the Divine Knights, but also knew that the main duty of the Divine Knights was to protect the Celestial Dragons residing in the Holy Land as well as to maintain the order of the Celestial Dragons in the Holy Land. Even if the Knights of God would occasionally leave the Holy Land due to some special missions, it would still be a major event that directly concerned the Celestial Dragons. For something like a mutiny at the Navy headquarters, even if the Knights of God were to go out, it should be the 5 Elder Stars of the Room of Power who would go out only after they had doubled their troubles. And at this moment, before the 5 Elders of the Room of Power had made any statement, the Knights of God had come directly to the Navy headquarters through a teleportation array. And there were 6 of them all at once? This made them momentarily wonder what had happened on the Holy Land side. And their attitude towards the Holy Land was somewhat elusive. Make Xiaoyu come see us. Just then, Junko took a step forward to stand alongside the long-haired woman. His face icy. If he wants to secure his position as Marshal of the Navy headquarters, he'd better not keep us waiting too long. What a mouthful. As soon as Junzi's words fell, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after that, 2 figures walked out of the rooftop exit, and it was none other than Xiaoyu and Guion. Xiaoyu, who walked out from the exit, did not stop his steps and walked straight to the front of the 3 great generals before raising his head to look straight at Junzi and said in a deep voice, "Ms. Junzi, you're not qualified to engage in negotiations with me because you can't afford to give me what I want. You know me?" Not expecting Xiaoyu to call his name directly, Junzi's pupils could not help but tighten for a moment, his eyes gazing at Xiaoyu without blinking. It was important to realize that not only did the Knights of God rarely appear before the eyes of the world, even many people in the Holy Land did not know how many people were in the Knights of God, because the Knights of God not only have the Tianlong people living in the Holy Land, there are many people who are recruited by the Knights of God, the strongest people on the sea who are recruited to become members of the Knights of God. Almost all of them will be anonymous after joining the Knights of God. Most importantly, she hadn't joined the Knights of God very long ago, and other than some of the Knights of God knowing her identity, even the 5 Elder Stars didn't know that the current her was a member of the Knights of God. And this Xiaoyu who started the mutiny in front of her to take over the power of the Navy, joined the Navy only 6 short years ago, and looks even younger than her. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for Xiaoyu to know her name. Xiaoyu didn't answer Junzi. His sharp gaze swept over the other 5 Knights of God members, his tone flat. If I'm not wrong, all 5 should be members of the Knights of God who participated in the God's Valley hunting game 32 years ago. It seems that you all haven't been mixing it up very well. It's saddening that you who were already members of the Knights of God more than 30 years ago are actually following a little pussy, staying in the Divine Knights for so many years without having a future. Why don't you change your allegiance to me and I'll give you a bright future. Chapter 038, Overlord Color Buster Aura Divine Might, Shocking the Knights of God. Xiaoyu spoke lightly, but his words exploded like thunder in the ears of the 5 members of the Knights of God behind Junzi, because the incident of the Valley of the Gods 32 years ago had long since been erased from history, and not only that incident, but even the island where the Valley of the Gods was located had disappeared from the map. It is also so, at this time know this matter of people even the Navy headquarters are only a few, and know that they participated in the year that hunting game of people in addition to the year to participate in the incident of the Valley of the Gods in addition to Carp. The Navy headquarters, even if it is the Warlords Marshal also do not know. Most importantly, they could be sure that this was their first meeting with Xiaoyu. Even if Carp from that incident had told Xiaoyu, there was absolutely no way that Xiaoyu would have recognized them right after meeting them. Not only did the 5 members of the Knights of God reveal expressions of disbelief, the 3 great generals standing behind Xiaoyu also raised their heads to look at him, although they as the Ministry of the Generals, but when the Valley of the Gods event broke out they are only 10 or 20 years old. The youngest Kuzan is only 11 years old, so they are not clear about the Valley of the Gods event. Even if they gradually grow up and eventually become the Ministry of the Generals, they only because of the contact with the Ministry of some of the top-secret archives through the year galloped across the CC of the Sea Overlord Lox's related information to perceive some of the not quite normal. The information is not normal. Of course none of this matters. Importantly, they as the 3 major generals of the headquarters were not clear about the Valley of the Gods incident. Xiaoyu, who was only a lieutenant general of the headquarters before this, not only knew the Valley of the Gods incident very well, but also named the 5 people in front of him as having participated in the Valley of the Gods hunting game back in the day, which inexplicably gave them the illusion that they were still young in front of Xiaoyu. You actually know about the Valley of the Gods incident. After a short period of shock, the long-haired woman standing beside Junzi took a sharp step forward. The skeleton man reflexively grabbed the long-handled scythe, and the hooded man was even in the first time to burst out of the exit, and the lance in his hand was simultaneously ended in front of his body to make a fighting stance. In the face of the 3 stressful reactions, Xiaoyu took a step forward with an ancient well and said indifferently, "As I said, you group of stinking fish and shrimp have no qualifications to negotiate with me. Return to the Holy Land immediately and let the 5 Elder Stars come to interview with me in person." After a slight pause, Xiaoyu suddenly turned his words around and spoke without surprise. "No, the 5 Elder Stars didn't react in any way, but rather, you guys came to the Navy headquarters through the teleportation array. Am I to understand that it was not the 5 Elder Stars that made you guys come over, but rather Im?" Hearing the name Im come out of Xiaoyu's mouth, the 6 Divine Knights, including Junzi, all changed their complexion drastically. "Damn it, you actually know about Im-sama's existence. You know too much." At the same time as the words rang out, several people's eyes have flashed a smear of killing intent. The leader of the military Sun even quietly launched fruit ability. A huge arrow wrapped by bandages appeared across the sky, with amazing speed straight to Xiaoyu. The sudden scene made the 3 great generals standing behind Xiaoyu as well as Guion, who was keeping a step away from Xiaoyu, were all taken by surprise. For one thing, they were unfamiliar with the name Im, and they didn't expect Xiaoyu to let the other party rush into such a state by merely uttering the name, and even more so by recklessly and brazenly launching an attack. Although Guion knew of Imu's existence, she likewise didn't expect that Imu's existence would be so taboo to such an extent that merely calling out the name would instantly ignite a war. It is also at this moment that she finally understands why Xiaoyu did not let her rush to investigate the truth related to the existence of Im between the flowers as well as Im in the first place. Even the light of a glowing fire wants to compete with the white moon? Without waiting for the 3 great generals and Guion to react, Xiaoyu's voice was suddenly filled with killing intent. In the next second, Xiaoyu backhandedly grabbed the hilt of the long sword at Guion's waist. The moment Xiaoyu grabbed the hilt of the blade and pulled it out, the black and red hegemonic aura visible to the naked eye burst out. However, the hegemonic aura was not released from Xiaoyu's body or feet, but rather shot out from the sheath of the blade in a bizarre manner. Before the blade was fully sheathed, the terrifying overlord color hegemonic aura covered and enveloped the rooftop. Boom, boom, boom. The huge arrowhead that had just shot up and appeared in front of Xiaoyu exploded inch by inch under the covering impact of the overbearing color hegemonic aura, and instantly turned into ashes that drifted in the air. Watching the arrows he had released being shattered into ashes by the overlord color buster aura, Junzi's pupils tightened and his face was horrified as he lost his voice. Overlord color buster aura. No, this can't be. The long-haired woman standing beside Junzi likewise stared with wide eyes and spoke incredulously. It's even stronger than Locus's overlord color hegemony back then. Who the hell are you? Damn, I can't take it anymore. The other 2 Knights of God members felt as if their bodies and souls had split the moment the overlord color hegemony enveloped them, and while their bodies were unable to move, their hearts actually welled up with unprecedented fear. Under the horrified gazes of several members of the Knights of God, Xiaoyu, who had grabbed the hilt of the sword, did not hesitate in the slightest and decisively and swiftly unsheathed Guion's saber. Buzz. The moment the blade was sheathed, An even more overbearing overlord color hegemonic aura swept in front of the members of the Knights of God instantly, with the rolling flaming clouds centered on Xiaoyu, accompanied by a low-frequency vibration in the air. Both Junzi and the other 5 members of the Knights of God could no longer support themselves, and they all fell backward uncontrollably. Get the back. Tell him that from now on, it's not only Nika that you have to be scornful and afraid of, but also me, Xiaoyu. As the words fell, the long sword entwined with the overlord color hegemony that had been elevated to the highest level by the system slashed out horizontally with it. In an instant, the winds above the rooftop were fierce, and there was a hidden thunderbolt descending from the sky, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye then shook the void, mixed with black and red hegemony-colored hegemonic aura instantly sweeping through Shogun Z as well as the other 5 members of the Knights of the Gods. Knights. Only a few uncontrollable screams came out one after another, and the 6 Knights of God who had just come through the teleportation array were swept up by the overlord-colored hegemonic aura, just like 6 projectiles that shot out, heading towards the Holy Land located at the top of the Red Earth continent against the sky. The 3 great generals standing behind Xiaoyu all opened their eyes wide at this moment, revealing expressions of shock. Although they weren't clear about the strength of the divine knights that had suddenly appeared on the roof of the building, the terrifying nature of the overlord color hegemony that Xiaoyu had just unleashed was far beyond their imagination. One must know that among their known hegemony color hegemony powerhouses, even Roger, the king of pirates, who had been executed 16 years ago in Rogue Town, couldn't do it with just his hegemony color hegemony alone to send people flying so high and so far. At this moment, whether it was Sakaski, Palliacerino or Kuzan, they were all completely convinced by Xiaoyu's power, and they also understood where Xiaoyu's motivation for this mutiny actually came from. It wasn't those officers and soldiers who had been helped by Xiaoyu over the years and thus chose to pledge their allegiance, but Xiaoyu himself possessed the qualifications of a king. After shattering 6 members of the Knights of God with a single slash, Xiaoyu backhandedly returned his longsword to the sheath of his guion, and then turned to gaze condescendingly at the several warships approaching outside of the high walls of Marinvento, and said indifferently, Palliacerino, sink those warships, they're an eyesore. Roger. Palliacerino withdrew his shocked expression and decisively released the shining fruit that was uniquely his to leap into the air. Chapter 039, Silly Big Spandam. World Government Headquarters Building, Manhwa, Holy Land, CP9 Office of the Supreme Governor. A middle-aged man was sitting in front of his desk, looking at the phone bugs placed on the table, his face unprecedentedly grave. Spandane, a sinister man who was not powerful in his own right, but has risen step by step to become the highest officer of CP9 by virtue of his superb political skills and his unscrupulous efforts to root out dissidents. Becoming the CP9 Supreme Officer wasn't his ultimate goal. What he wanted was to become a member of the Chamber of Power, and in order to achieve his ultimate goal, he had to have good relations left and right. He had to establish good relations with the other departments under the world government, especially the Navy headquarters, a huge war machine that he had always had an eye on. Because of this, he frequently cooperated with the Navy headquarters, and 14 years ago, he even traveled to O'Hara, the archaeological island in the West Sea, together with Vice Admiral Sakaski and Vice Admiral Kuzan of the Navy headquarters, and obtained the golden telephone bug from the hands of Warlord, who was still an admiral at that time, before launching the slaughter order to erase O'Hara from the map. At that time, he thought that he would rise higher with this opportunity, but he didn't realize that after he returned to the Holy Land, he was sitting in the position of CP9's highest officer, which gave him the idea of eradicating CP9, because CP9 is a secret agent organization that hides behind the curtain. If CP9 is not removed, he will be kept trapped in this position forever. However, before he could think of a foolproof plan, the undercover agents that he had managed to place in the Navy headquarters and the officers at all levels that he had managed to enlist had successively disconnected from him. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but as more and more of the officers who originally had contact with him cut their ties with him, he had to pay attention to it, and secretly began to investigate this Lieutenant Admiral named Xiaoyu. When the investigation report was presented in front of him, even the calculating man who would do anything for promotion was shocked out of a cold sweat. According to the investigation report, at least half of the officers in the Navy headquarters had a strong bond with Xiaoyu, especially the officers who used to have dealings with him and even reached some cooperation. They all started to gradually cut off contact with him because of their contact with Xiaoyu, and some of them even put out the word that if he doesn't know how to appreciate his honor anymore, they will have to shake him out for what he has done at the expense of turning themselves in. The network of relationships that had been established with great difficulty was interrupted, so how could he bear it? Immediately, he took the investigation report and secretly met with Izanbaran V. Neza Shiro, the financial martial arts god of the 5 Elder Stars. Immediately after reading his investigation report, Izanbaran V. Nezushiro orders the Isle of Justice to intervene in the investigation and gather evidence, and ultimately succeeds in arresting Xiaoyu and imprisoning him. What he didn't expect was that when Xiaoyu was about to be transferred to Justice Island to be executed, Xiaoyu, who was in prison at the Navy headquarters, actually started a mutiny, and succeeded in seizing the marshal's position in just one night. Not only was he not expecting this, but the 5 elder stars in the Room of Power were also not expecting this, because it's not scary for Xiaoyu to stage a mutiny. What's scary is that Xiaoyu completes the transfer of power in one night and takes over the Navy headquarters. This also means that not only did the 3 admirals turn against Xiaoyu, but many of the Navy headquarters patriarchs also stood behind Xiaoyu. Father Sama. Suddenly, the closed office door was brutally slammed open, and immediately a man with a holster on half of his face quickly rushed to the front of the office desk, and urgently said, "Something bad has happened. Xiaoyu the damned admiral actually started a mutiny to seize the marshal of the Navy headquarters. If he knows that he was investigated and tried because of our father and son's secret layout, he definitely won't let us go." Spandam. Spandan's silly oldest son, although he is not yet the supreme officer of CP9, he has been the one who has been throwing his weight around all these years, executing the power of the supreme officer of CP9 in Spandan's place. Spandane frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Spandam, how many times have I said, be calm when things go wrong. There's nothing that can't be solved. If you panic when something goes wrong, how will you be in charge of CP9 in the future? Father Sama, haven't you realized it yet?" Spandam pounded his hands heavily on the desk and growled, "The Holy Land has not made any moves until now, obviously because Xiaoyu's control of the Navy has made them wary, because what the Holy Land is facing now is not the mutiny of a certain person, but the entire Navy." At that, Spandoan fell silent. Of course he knew that this matter was extraordinary. It was no longer an ordinary mutiny of someone, but the slightest carelessness could lead to the Navy's complete separation from the world government, thus becoming the world government's greatest threat. Under such circumstances, the Holy Land's current choice is only one: to make concessions and reach some sort of agreement with Xiaoyu, recognizing Xiaoyu's legitimate status as a marshal of the Navy headquarters and allowing the Navy, a huge war machine, to continue to serve the world government. And for that agreement to be reached, someone from the Holy Land would have to step up and take the fallout from this incident, because on the surface, the trigger for Xiaoyu to start this mutiny was the sudden trial. If the Holy Land really made concessions, then the only ones who would bear the consequences of this incident would be their father and son. Just as Spandane was secretly thinking of a countermeasure, Spandam, who was standing in front of his desk, suddenly looked up at the sky outside the window behind him and stammered with wide eyes, "Father Sama, what is that?" Spandane instinctively looked back. At this look, his pupils couldn't help but clench, only to see the high sky outside the window, a few figures with amazing speed from far and near, like a meteorite in the high altitude to draw a path of arcs after the direction of the Holy Land. Pango Square fell down rapidly. Boom boom boom. Not waiting for the father and son duo to react, deafening explosions suddenly came out. Immediately afterward, a thick cloud of smoke rose from the direction of Pango Square. The sudden scene instantly triggered an alarm in the Holy Land, and amidst the ear-piercing sound of the alarm, densely packed figures flashed and swept in from all directions, encircling the Pango Plaza at the fastest speed possible. That madman wouldn't be trying to attack the Holy Land. Watching the smoke rising from a distance in the direction of the square, Spandam swallowed darkly, then turned and rushed out. Spandam, not realizing that Spandam had actually ventured out at this point in time, Spandane snapped out of it, looked at the foolish Dal who had run out, and couldn't help but curse. Damn, stupid. Cursing as he did, Spandane got up first thing and went after him. When father and son arrived at Pango Square, the smoke that had risen had cleared with the wind. On the square surrounded by 3 layers, 5 large human-shaped pits appeared particularly eye-catching, and although all the people surrounded by them were like enemies, none of them dared to rush up. Ahem, ahem. Accompanied by the sound of violent coughing, a figure immediately climbed out of the pit and stood up in a sorry state, and it was precisely Junzi who had been shocked back by Xiaoyu with his overlord color Hegemony. Chapter 040 Head of the Knights of God. The correct way to open the hegemonic color Hegemony. Stand down, all of you. Just when the atmosphere in the square was tense, the crowd on the right side of the square suddenly dispersed to both sides, and then an old man wearing a cloak with a half-moon hairstyle and a western sword at his waist walked into the square in a dignified manner and came to the front of one of the big pits. Greetings, Lord Grim Ancient Saint. The old man had just walked to the front of the large pit, and Junzi, who had climbed out of the pit, couldn't be bothered to rewrap the bandages scattered at the corners of his mouth, and hurriedly knelt down on one knee to greet him. Upon hearing Junzi's name, the crowd that surrounded the area exploded. Lord Grimghoul Sage? He's the head of the Knights of God? Heavens, after being stationed in the Holy Land for so long, this is the first time I've seen this lord. Have the Knights of God been startled as well? What the hell is going on here? How did that woman in panties fall out of the sky? Lord Grim Ancient Sage actually came out personally. It can't be that the Holy Land has been invaded, right? The old man was no one else but Fergalandu Gringu, the leader of the Knights of God, the king who was once active in the Canyon of the Gods. What a mess! Junko. Grimgu glanced condescendingly at Junzi, then turned his head sideways to the crowd that surrounded the square, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone return to their original position. This place will be taken over by the Divine Knights, and no one will be allowed to approach without my permission." As Grimgu's words fell, the crowd that had been in an uproar a second before immediately quieted down, and then methodically returned along the original path. Lord Grim Ancient Saint, I have important information. While everyone was returning along the same path, Spandam, who had run from the World Headquarters building, actually flew up against the flow of people towards Gringo. Stop! Without waiting for Spandam to get close to Grimghoul, a member of the Knights of God standing not far behind Grimghoul immediately unsheathed his sword, pointing the blade straight at Spandam's throat. Seeing this, Spandam was so frightened that his feet softened, and he even fell to both knees with a plop, shouting with a trembling voice, "Lord Grimghoul, I have important information." Without even looking at the kneeling Spandam, Gringo gently waved his hand and said, "Drag it down." Just then, Spandane followed. Not waiting for the members of the Divine Knights to strike, he hurriedly ran to Spandam and said hurriedly, "Lord Grimghoul Sage, rest his anger. I'll take him away now." With that said, Spandane dared not be the slightest bit slow, dragging the foolish Dal up and running. Although he was the highest officer of CP9, he could not even be counted as an ant in front of Grimghoul, the head of the Knights of God, because Grimghoul was not only the head of the Knights of God who protected the security of the Celestial Dragons and defended their dominance, he also had the power to judge and execute the Celestial Dragons. Facing such a great man, even if he had monstrous ambitions, before his ambitions were realized, all he could do was to grovel to him. Spandane and his son had just left the square when Gringo got straight to the point. "What's going on? How did you?" Speaking of this, Grimghoul immediately looked up to the sky, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Junzi didn't dare to hide it. Keeping his posture with one knee on the ground, he spoke, "Back to your lordship's words. We were shaken back by the overlord color hegemony." Grimghoul's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked towards the 5 members of the Knights of God behind Junzi. "Is it that Lieutenant General Xiaoyu who started the mutiny? Could it be that all 6 of you together are unable to resist?" Junzi lowered his head with a mortified face. "We didn't have a chance to make a move." Before the words fell, Junzi suddenly remembered something and jerked his head up to look at Grimghoul. Lowering his voice, "Grimghoul Sage Lord Xiaoyu, he knows about Lord Im's existence." The sudden statement caught Gringo off guard and made his eyes widen. "What did you say?" In the meantime, Marin Vento, on the roof of the Naval Headquarters building, Xiaoyu, who stood on the rooftop with his arms folded, looked away from the warship slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea, his eyes gradually narrowing. Although the warships were flying the flag of justice, he knew that not all of the people on the warships were Justice Island troops, and most of them were CP9 members. As early as when these warships were heading straight for Marin Vento, he had captured them through his umbrellas, and even more so, through his umbrellas, he had listened to the voices in the hearts and minds of some of the personnel on the warships, and had learned that the reason why these warships had appeared at this time was because they were dispatched by the highest officer of CP9, Spandane. Between his eyes narrowing slightly, a touch of cruelty flashed across the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth. Spandane dared to send someone to appear at the same time as the Knights of God at this time, so he obviously knew the movements of the Knights of God through his intelligence network. This also means that not only has Spandane extended his hand to the Navy headquarters, many departments in the Holy Land have been infiltrated by Spandane. Putting aside his character, just based on the fact that Spandoan had made it this far with the strength of a battlefield scum, Xiaoyu had to give him a nod of approval. Of course, kudos aside, since Spandoan dared to put his hand on his head, and even collaborated with the Justice Island as well as a certain high-powered person in the Holy Land to try to finish him off, he must have been ready to die. "Lord Xiaoyu, what about this teleportation array?" Jion, who had been standing silently by Xiaoyu's side, did not ask Xiaoyu why he wanted to take out those warships, only that she gazed unseeingly at the long-gone teleportation array on the opposite rooftop, and said with a grave expression, "Allowing the teleportation array to remain here is always a scourge. Is there any way to get rid of it?" Without waiting for Xiaoyu to react, Poliacerino took the initiative to step forward. "I'll stay here and keep watch." "No need." Xiaoyu waved his hand. "Let me try." Saying that, Xiaoyu turned around and walked towards where Junzi and his party were standing before, and after looking around, a countermeasure suddenly surfaced in his mind and he simply said, "Jion, go get 2 seals." "Ha?" Jion's beautiful eyes widened, looking at Xiaoyu as if she thought she had heard wrongly. Secretly messing up, This is the Knights of God's teleportation array. Lord Marshal. Similarly, the three great generals standing on the other side of the room had a sideways glance that they hadn't expected. Sakaski's facial muscles twitched furiously. Although as an admiral of the Navy headquarters he didn't know what the principle of this teleportation array was, he was certain that the SEALs would certainly not be able to seal it. For his part, Sereno, after sidelong glances, wanted to say something, but eventually fell silent and eyed it. Kuzan's reaction was relatively calm, with only the customary frown. The sudden solidification of the air made Xiaoyu think that he hadn't made himself clear and said blankly, "What? Need me to repeat myself? No, don't." Gion retrieved his mind and laughed awkwardly, and after making sure that Xiaoyu wasn't joking, he instantly turned around and ran out. Soon, Gion returned to Xiaoyu with two seals. Xiaoyu took the seal and pressed it into his palm. The Overlord color hegemonic aura was then quietly released, accompanied by a slight low-frequency vibration of the surrounding air. The released Overlord color hegemonic aura didn't rattle around as it did before when it shocked the members of the Divine Knights led by Junzi, but instead, it was strangely absorbed by the seal that Xiaoyu had pressed into his palm. Seeing this unbelievable picture, the three great generals and Gion stared at once, and Sereno was even directly ed out of his emoticon, only to see his mouth wide open, and his eyes were even staring as if they were bronze bells, unbelievably staring at this scene in front of him that could be called a miracle. Although Sakaski and Kuzan weren't as exaggerated, they were also dumbfounded by Xiaoyu's wave of maneuvers, and their hearts couldn't help but bubble up with the words, "Hegemonic color hegemony can still be used like this?" Taking in the reactions of the three great generals and Gion in his eyes, Xiaoyu inexplicably could not help but feel a little bit of a smile on his face. However, the professionally trained man held his tongue. No matter what, he was now a naval headquarters marshal and couldn't afford to be a pleasure man from time to time like he used to be. While injecting his Overlord color hegemony into the seal under the gaze of the three great generals and Gion, Xiaoyu mouthed the words in a serious manner. As Xiaoyu spoke faster, the Overlord color hegemonic aura that was madly injected into the seal once again caused the surrounding air to emit a low-frequency vibration, and the buzzing sound was even more incessant. What? Question marks kept popping up on the heads of the three generals and Gion, who uses their hegemonic color hegemony like this. Although they were puzzled, the four did not dare to ask, nor did they dare to venture a murmur at this point. Just as the four people were uncertain and tacitly stepped back out because the Overlord color hegemony was getting stronger, Xiaoyu suddenly raised his voice. The great mighty dragon, the Prajna Buddhas, the world-honored Earth Store, the Prajna Bami Boom. Just as the word boom was pronounced, Xiaoyu raised the seal infused with the Overlord color hegemony and heavily slapped it to the ground. Along with a circle of air waves rippling out, the seal was actually set directly into the ground, as if it had fused with the ground. Done. Glancing at the seal infused with Overlord color hegemony that was set in the ground, Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction. With this seal, the next time they dare to use this teleportation point, let them go back wherever they came from. Chapter 041 I want to talk to him. Marahoa, the Holy Land, dimly lit palace hall. Sitting in the void throne of the eyes of him coldly stared at the five old stars standing side by side on top of the hall, as well as Figurandu Grimgu and the military son who appeared to be in a bit of a mess. Hidden under the cloak of the hands tightly gripped the throne protector. Invisible exudes a suffocating pressure. After telling Imu everything that had happened at the Navy headquarters, Junko bowed and didn't dare to stand up straight. Because she led the other 5 members of the Knights of God to the Navy headquarters this time not only did not negotiate with Xiaoyu successfully, but also by Xiaoyu a stream of shock back. Good thing there is Fei Garlando Grimgu accompanied by, or else borrow her 10 guts she would not dare to stand on top of this big hall to come. Of course, she wouldn't have dared to walk into this palace without Figurandu Gringu. After a short period of silence, after listening to Junzi's report, Im snapped to his feet, his eyes burning as he gazed at the several people present, and said in a deep voice, "To actually know of my existence, who exactly is this Xiaoyu? Lord Im? This man must not be kept." Finance Marshal God Izanbaran v. Mazashiro carefully raised his head and said with murderous intent, "He staged a mutiny to monopolize the power of the Navy. We can compromise, but in this case, it can never be tolerated. Knowing of your existence, Xiaoyu must die." At those words, Figurandu Gringu, who was standing next to him, frowned slightly. Although he was the head of the Divine Knights, not only did he command powerful Divine Knights members, but his own strength was no weaker than that of the 5 elders present. He didn't approve of Izanbaran v. Nasashiro's suggestion. The fact that Xiaoyu dared to stage a mutiny and take over the power of the Navy headquarters at a minimal cost means that Xiaoyu must have the cards to call the shots with the world government, and this has been partially verified. Just by relying on his dominant color hegemonic aura, he was able to send Shogun and the other 5 members of the Knights of God back to Marahoa from the Navy headquarters. Xiaoyu's strength can no longer be judged by the lieutenant generals or the so-called 4 emperors of the Great Sea. because so far, as powerful as Locus, who raided the Valley of the Gods back then, or Roger, who later rose to become the new generation of Pirate King, even if their overlord color hegemony was unparalleled, they couldn't use their overlord color hegemony to such an extent. If the world government rushes to war with Xiaoyu, who possesses such terrifying strength and is in sole control of the navy, even if the world government wins in the end, it will still suffer a great deal of damage, which will allow the revolutionary army and those lawless pirates of the Great Voyage to take advantage of the situation and cause the situation to become even worse. Thinking of this, Grimgoo raised his head to look at the figure standing in front of the throne in the void, then bowed slightly and said, "Lord Im, the fact that Xiaoyu directly mentioned your name in front of the three great generals as well as one of the great generals' alternates indicates that the people who know of your existence now are not just the four of them. It's likely that the warlords, Karp as well as Zephyr and the others have already been made aware of it. The only way to continue to keep this secret is to go to war with Xiaoyu and the navy he controls and make sure to kill them all in one fell swoop. Obviously, the current situation no longer allows us to do so. According to the latest information I have, the matter of Xiaoyu staging a mutiny to take control of the Navy headquarters has already been printed and distributed by the Great Voyage's major newspapers. Before these newspapers knew about it, I'm sure the Revolutionary Army or some other ill-intentioned force had gotten hold of the information as well. Without waiting for Gringo to finish his sentence, the phone bug in his arm suddenly rang. Just as the phone bug rang, Grimgoo's face changed, and then he tried to cut it off in a slightly anxious manner. However, he was still a step too slow. A low voice immediately came out from the phone bug that rang twice in Brew. "Father Sama, this is Shamrock. I just received the latest information that the Revolutionary Army's Eastern, Western, and Southern armies as well as the Northern and Great Voyage armies are mobilizing almost simultaneously. In addition, undercover agents in the Kazunokuni have also sent word that 100 Beasts Kaido has learned through Doflamingo about the mutiny launched by Xiaoyu in the Navy headquarters, and is proceeding with preparations to start a top-notch war." Got it. Because of Imu's presence, Grimghoul did not dare to say much, and threw down these words and ended the call decisively, before looking up at the figure in front of the throne. As the phone bugs return to silence, the Great Hall also becomes instantly silent, and although the 5 Elder Stars' faces remain unchanged, their hearts are panicked to no end, especially Izambaran v. Neza Shiro, because things had evolved to such a point, partly because he had listened to Spandon's advice to launch an investigation into Xiaoyu. He thought of taking advantage of Xiaoyu's unfulfilled wings to get rid of him, but at first he only thought that he couldn't cause internal turmoil within the Navy because of Xiaoyu's investigation, so he ordered Judicial Island to intervene in the investigation, in order to let Judicial Island bear the wrath of the officers of the Navy headquarters. Other than that, he didn't have too much to worry about, because in his opinion, Xiaoyu may be a threat in the future, but it's not worth mentioning at the moment. However, the fact is that this Lieutenant General, who was not yet fully fledged in his opinion, not only brazenly started the mutiny, but also attracted various forces to stir up the situation through the mutiny. All of this seems to be logical, but in fact, it is all within Xiaoyu's calculation, because he can be sure that the reason why the Revolutionary Army and the 100 Beasts Kaido controlling the Country of Peace can know about the mutiny of the Navy headquarters in advance through Doflamingo is not because their intelligence network is so powerful, but rather Xiaoyu intentionally did it, in order to completely stir up the water to form a situation of multiple constraints. Of course none of this matters. Importantly, he didn't expect Xiaoyu to actually know about Lord Im's existence. It was important to realize that Lord Im's identity was by far the highest level of secrecy, and apart from the 5 of them, only Figurandu Gringu and a very few of the Knights of God turned out to know about it. Just as Izanbaran v. Nezashiro was secretly calculating how to deal with the situation at hand, Im, who was standing in front of the throne, slowly turned his back to the crowd. A touch of bone-chilling coldness flashed across his dark red rippled eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Tell Xiaoyu that I would like to talk to him." In the meantime, Naval Headquarters Building, War Room. Because of the sudden appearance of the Knights of God, the 3 patriarchs, Karp, Warlord, and Zephyr, also came into the conference room, in addition to the few lieutenant generals who had left the headquarters to carry out their missions. All the lieutenant generals who were at the headquarters as well as the 3 great generals were also present. "Lord Xiaoyu, there's one thing I don't quite understand." The meeting had not yet begun, and Gion, who was seated beside Xiaoyu, took the opportunity to ask with some confusion, "Why did you tell those members of the Knights of God that it was not just Nika that they should be scornful and afraid of? Is it a deliberate attempt to provoke them, or is there another purpose?" "Not a provocation, and not for any purpose." Xiaoyu laughed and continued, "It just felt like it would be less domineering if I didn't say something." Chapter 042, The Game of All Parties in a Vast Situation. Unexpectedly Xiaoyu will be this kind of answer. Gion somewhat unexpectedly wide-open beautiful eyes, and then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, the Xiaoyu she knew hadn't changed by staging a mutiny to take sole control of the navy. From the time Xiaoyu enters the headquarters until the beginning of the mutiny, Xiaoyu gives off the impression of being a humorous and witty teenager. Even when facing the presiding judge's questioning on the bench, Xiaoyu would say something like likes to light his cigarettes with a Bailey that would make people hold their tongues. All here? Xiaoyu no longer continued on this topic, raised his head and looked around at the attendees, and said unhurriedly, before the meeting begins, there is one thing that I have to notify all of you first. Unsurprisingly, by now the Revolutionary Army as well as one of the 7 musketeers, Davarango, should have known about the mutiny and acted accordingly. Of course, the fact that they were able to get this news first after the mutiny was over is not because the undercover agent they placed in the Navy headquarters was so powerful, but because I did it on purpose. After a slight pause, Xiaoyu glanced sideways at Palyacerino and continued. The Revolutionary Army might know about it earlier than Doflamingo because the undercover agent that the Revolutionary Army arranged in the Navy is not of a low rank. As for the undercover agent arranged by Doflamingo, since he wasn't at the headquarters, I revealed what happened at the headquarters to him through another branch lieutenant general, or rather, drove him to make a choice. Hearing Xiaoyu bring up the topic of undercover agents before the meeting, Warlord, who was listening from the side, looked up at Xiaoyu with some surprise. He who had been the marshal of the Navy headquarters certainly knew that there were a number of undercover agents arranged in by forces within the Navy, and although he had noiselessly uncovered some of the undercover agents through his own means, he was sure that there were still undercover agents in the headquarters that he did not know about, and for Xiaoyu to say it at this time, it was clear that he had long since grasped the details of these undercover agents. In contrast to Warlord's silence, many of the lieutenant generals among the attendees were making noises. Doflamingo actually placed undercover agents in the headquarters? Who the hell is this undercover guy? Not at the headquarters? Could it be the base chief of some branch base? Lord Marshal, why don't you uncover these undercover agents? Xiaoyu raised his hand to signal the crowd to quiet down, and said with a warm smile, undercover agents don't necessarily have to be uncovered, and many times it's more useful to let the undercover agents stay than to take them out. Now their wonders are beginning to show. News just came in from the Shambaldi Islands, and the 5 armies of the Revolutionary Army, who knew about the mutiny within the Navy, came out in force. I'm pretty sure that as long as the Holy Land is in a tizzy because I started the mutiny, they'll definitely take this opportunity to expand their territory as well as their influence. And after Doflamingo obtains this information through an undercover agent, he will be the first to notify the 4th Emperor Kaido in King's Landing New World. You guys heard it right. As the King's 7 Musketeers, Doflamingo has another identity, codenamed Joker. Not only is he an underground world intermediary, but he also has a close connection with the 4th Emperor Kaido. What will Kaido, who has been hoping for the best for the destruction of this world, do once he learns, through Doflamingo, that our relationship with the world government has broken down? Although the world will eventually know about all this we've done as the newspapers fly around the world, the timing is off. At that time, the Holy Land will surely seize this time gap and end the war as fast as possible with the idea of suppressing us in one fell swoop. I dare to start a mutiny, so naturally I'm not afraid of going to war with the world government. The crux of the matter is, once we go to war with the Holy Land, what will the other forces do? The odds are that the Revolutionary Army won't turn on us at this time, and they, who have always been committed to overthrowing the rule of the world government, not only won't launch a sneak attack on us, but they may also send an emissary to butt heads with us, because this is the best opportunity for them to turn on the Navy at this time. For the Revolutionary Army, the world government is their ultimate goal, but for other forces, especially those lawless pirates on the Great Sea, the Navy is their greatest threat. Therefore, I intentionally stirred up the situation ahead of time, so that the Holy Land would think that everyone would have something to worry about, and thus sit down calmly to talk with us. Speaking in one breath, Xiaoyu suddenly looked sideways at Carp, Warlord, and Zephyr, who were listening in, and laughed. You guys should really want to meet this behind-the-scenes controller of the world government I mentioned, with your own eyes. Of course, I'm sure there are many of you here who are curious about this man. As long as the Holy Land is willing to talk, everyone will meet this man soon, because, after I shook those few Knights of God members back to the Holy Land, Im's existence will no longer be a secret to us. As long as Im doesn't want the Revolutionary Army as well as the D1 to reap the benefits of a war with us, you'll see it soon enough. Brew Blue. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, the phone bug quietly placed in front of him suddenly rang. Immediately afterward, a voice of deja vu came out of the phone bug. This is Junko. At these words, the gazes of everyone in the room were cast over, especially Warlord and Carp, who unconsciously took out a box of senbei each out of concentration and brought them to their mouths on their own. Miss Junzi, it seems that you weren't injured by the impact of the Overlord color hegemony. Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly. I am relieved in that case. After all, We haven't reached the point where we've completely torn our faces off yet. Maybe we'll become side-by-side fighting partners next. On the other end of the phone bug, the Junzi standing on top of the Great Hall of the Holy Land's royal palace looked up somewhat sheepishly at the oppressive figure in front of the throne, and not daring to say much, she went straight to the point and said, Lord Im wants to see you. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Yu immediately asked, when? Tomorrow. Xia Yu nodded. I hope to see Spandane and his father when I arrive at the Holy Land tomorrow. After saying that, Xia Yu directly ended the call, and then looked up at the crowd that had gathered their gazes over, slightly shrugging his shoulders. It seems like the Revolutionary Army and Kaido and the others are going to work for nothing. Holy Land, World Government Headquarters Building, CP9 Office of the Supreme Governor. Spandoan sat at his desk with his face ashen, his eyes staring lifelessly at the phone bug on his desk. Just now, he received a piece of bad news. Several of the warships he sent through Justice Island on their way to the Navy headquarters were sunk without a single survivor of all personnel. If these people died, the crux of the matter was that the fact that the Navy headquarters had sunk a warship flying the flag of justice at the drop of a hat was enough to show that between Xia Yu and him, one of them was bound to pay with his life in this incident. Judging by the Holy Land's reaction, the calculating man had already roughly guessed that the Holy Land would not go to war with the Navy controlled by Xia Yu, at least not now. Not going to war means compromises and concessions. Compromises and concessions, on the other hand, require a price to be paid, such as pushing him, as the highest officer of CP9, out to quell the anger of Xia Yu, who had staged the mutiny. Father Sama. Father Sama. Suddenly, Spandam's panicked voice came from outside the office door. Without waiting for Spandane to return to his senses, Spandam slammed open the door and rushed to his desk, saying with 100,000 pounds of urgency, the Knights of God are coming this way. At these words, Spandoan slumped helplessly in his chair, a flash of despair and fear in his eyes. Chapter 043, Full Takeover of the Navy? What an amazing tactic this is. Sunset. The sun hanging high in the sky slowly fell into the end of the sea, spreading out over the infinite sea as if it had been melted, reflecting a magnificent blood-red color. After the end of the meeting, Xia Yu went to the roof of the headquarters building alone. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked out over the boundless sea, and his mind was filled with thoughts. When he opened his eyes 6 years ago and realized he had traveled to the world of pirates, he was instantly hot and ready to roll up his sleeves. Of course there was also the fear of the other world, as he wasn't sure if he would be able to obtain a powerful golden finger like the protagonists in the many travel novels he had seen before crossing over. As time went on, the golden finger he was expecting never appeared. However, he was not disappointed, but resolutely gave up his illusions to face the facts, and doubled his training every day while making as good a relationship as possible with the enlisted officers around him. Gradually, he realized that even without the system, he seemed to be able to have a place in this world. Thus, he, who originally only wanted to live as long as possible in this world, tried to start laying out his plans. As his strength continued to rise, and as more and more people gathered around him, his ambitions began to gradually grow larger. However, according to his layout and plan, he wouldn't fight to the death at this time, because with his current strength as well as his connections, at best he would be able to survive this trial, and it was almost unlikely that he would want to seize the marshal's position to control the navy up and down the line. What he didn't expect was that the system actually did appear, and even more so, when he hadn't yet fully secured the position of marshal of the navy headquarters, he was given a reward in advance, allowing all the abilities he had at his disposal to be upgraded to the highest realm with a single keystroke. When his ability was first upgraded, Xia Yu clearly felt that his strength had risen to an unprecedented height. But even though the various techniques of using the three-colored hegemonic energy, swordsmanship, and the 6 styles of the navy as well as the combat experience that the system gave him through its powerful functions were all like something innate to him, he couldn't really experience how strong his ability that had been upgraded to the highest level was, and it was only through the fight with Karp and the shocking flying of the 6 members of the God Knights that he realized clearly and intuitively that his strength was already at its peak. Through the battle with Karp and the shocking death of the 6 members of the Knights of God, he realized that his strength was already at its peak, especially the Overlord color hegemony. The previous understanding of the Overlord color hegemony was still stuck in the pre-traversal perception of the Overlord color hegemony, but after the system was elevated to the highest realm, he truly realized how great the gold content of the Overlord color hegemony overrides everything really was. Of course these are all things that have already happened, and what is in front of Xia Yu now is tomorrow's meeting with him and some plans for the future. Although Im made a compromise, he would not be naive enough to think that Im had really compromised. Im in control of the world government behind the scenes for so many years, would not be because of him a mutiny and compromise, the reason why he wanted to talk to him, but just temporarily stabilize him. Of course, he also needed a little time to buffer. It was not a sensible choice to go to blatant war with the world government now, a behemoth that had stood at the top of the Red Earth continent for 800 years, and a momentary hot-blooded impulse would probably lead him, who was now occupying the initiative, to passivity. Of course, if he only wanted to be a sea emperor in this world or something, he did not need to start a mutiny directly with his loyal officers and soldiers to leave the headquarters to set up another mountain. There is no need to go through so much trouble. As a great traveler, running off to fall into the weeds and become a pirate while holding the dragon slaying technique as well as having a system is simply a big joke. Lord Xiaoyu? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Following the voice, one could only see Gion, who had her famous sword Golden Vipassana at her waist, valiantly draped in a lieutenant general's coat, quickly striding to Xiaoyu's side. Xiaoyu turned his head sideways and asked, "Is it all arranged?" "Yes." Gion handed a document to Xiaoyu and continued. "In addition to Lord Warlord, Mr. Carp, and Zephyr Sensei, 3 great generals also want to go to the Holy Land. In addition, I found that the 2 great generals, Kuzan and Sakaski, are a bit negative in their moods, and I'm worried that they, Xiaoyu-sama, that over the years, the 2 of them have had quite a few verbal altercations due to their philosophical disagreements, and several times they even came close to having a big fight." "Don't worry." Xiaoyu waved his hand and laughed. "It makes sense for the 2 of them to be a bit negative at this point in time, because Im's existence has shaken the justice that each of them upholds, especially Sakaski. In his heart he has long been displeased with the celestial dragons and the 5 elders of the Chamber of Power, but due to his status as well as the justice he practiced, he chose to hold back. Now that a controller behind the world government has suddenly appeared, anyone who carries true justice in their hearts will be demoralized. The same goes for Kuzan. Back in the O'Hara incident, he was confused about justice in the Navy, and now after learning of Imu's existence, his confusion is naturally amplified. However, when we go to the Holy Land this time, I'm sure neither Sakaski nor Kuzan will be confused again." Gion brightened up and said tentatively, "Is that why you spoke of Imu's existence in front of the Knights of God member when you shocked him into flying? In order to not exactly have a showdown with Imu and the world government, but to allow the 2 Grand Admirals, Kuzan and Sakaski, to make the final choice?" Xiaoyu nodded. "Not only them, but also Sengoku and Carp. For them, these old-fashioned as well as powerful people, pure force as well as some customary means are simply not enough to make them completely choose to stand alongside us. Only by letting them see the situation and understand the truth on their own, coupled with what we're doing now as a cushion, will they abandon all illusions and face reality." At those words, Gion slightly glanced sideways at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was still the same Xiaoyu, but the Xiaoyu at this moment made her feel a little strange. To know, Xiaoyu's age is now with Tina about the same age, but whether it is the mind or the city or very people can be compared to the means of pinpointing people's hearts as perfect. Not the slightest loss of wisdom will be called the warring states, and even have more than not. The sea breeze that swept in from the sea drove the coats on Xiaoyu and Gion, making a slight sound in the wind. Xiaoyu swept a glance at the content of the document and then smoothly handed it to Gion, and then raised his head to look into the distance. His eyes slightly narrowed as he softly said, "The wind is picking up. A new day dawns and the sun rises as usual." As the newspapers printed by the major news agencies were sent around the world by a newsbird, the Great Voyage and all the major powers of the 4 seas were shocked by the contents published in the newspapers. New World, red-headed pirates territory. Dressed differently, the members of the red-haired pirate group fell to the east or lie on the ground. All kinds of snoring like thunder, alarming the birds in the surrounding woods do not dare to make murmurs. Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, who has just become the 4 emperors of the New World, is drunk on wine because of a huge banquet with his crew and sleeps through the night with a bottle in his arms. Just as he opened his eyes, Shanks saw a figure on the opposite end of him, none other than Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates. Beckman didn't look sideways at Shanks waking up, holding the newspaper delivered by the newsbird in both hands, his face as stony as ever. "Beckman, good morning." Rubbing his slightly swollen eyes, Shanks dragged his bottle up to Beckman and grinned. "Up so early? Didn't have much fun last night?" Instead of speaking, Beckman handed Shanks the newspaper in his hand. His eyes just swept to the headline on the newspaper. Shanks' pupils suddenly clenched for a while, and then snatched the newspaper over, reading with wide-eyed incredulity. "Mutiny at the Navy headquarters? Vice Admiral Xiaoyu seized the position of Marshal." After a brief moment of shock, Shanks snapped his head up to look at Beckman. When did this happen?" "Last night when we had a banquet." Beckman touched out a cigarette and lit it up, his face gloomy. "Before you woke up, I got in touch with the intelligence members lurking in the Chambord Islands, not only the Navy headquarters, the Great Voyage as well as most of the naval branch bases in the 4 seas had a thorough cleansing at the same time with a thunderous force. All the officers who have become the chiefs of all the major naval base bases at this time are this Lieutenant Admiral's close confidants." After a slight pause, Beckman looked up at Shanks. "A full takeover of the Navy in just one day. What kind of amazing means is this? I have a premonition that next, both the balance between the Holy Land and the world government franchises, and the balance between the Navy and the 4 emperors of the New World over the years will be completely shattered because of this Lieutenant General. Chapter 044, Hawkeye, Krogdal. In the meantime, New World, Whitebeard Pirates territory. On the Moby Dick ship, which symbolized the identity of the world's strongest man, a giant over 6 meters tall was sitting at the bow of the ship, with various 4 tubes hanging from his body, holding a copy of the latest newspaper in his hand, his eyes focused and looking at it with extreme seriousness, although he did not have any action, just sitting there, exudes a look down on the world of the king's aura. The invisible sense of oppression is even more people dare not look up to stare at him. Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, shock fruit ability, has the title of the world's strongest man. The crew under his command respectfully called his old man. On the deck, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates teams as well as the combatants all remained quiet at this moment, as if they were worried about disturbing their old man, even walking softly without making any noise. The closest to Edward Newgate is the captain of the first team of the White-Bearded Pirates, Margot, with a golden punk head and the name Immortal Bird. He is one of the few captains looking up to their old man at this time. However, he didn't make a sound either, quietly crossing his fingers, because before their old man saw the newspaper, they had already glanced over its contents and learned that the situation of the world government and the navy under its command at this time had become tense overnight. Although they were pirates, and even more so, captains under the strongest man in King's Landing's new world, and would not be alarmed by all sorts of sudden changes, they all had to pay attention to what was in the newspaper that was delivered today. The reason is very simple. Once the world government and the navy under its command, this war machine saber rattling will certainly affect the situation of the whole world. The current hard to stabilize the balance of the new world will inevitably be impacted. After reading the contents of the newspaper, Edward Newgate suddenly let out a loud laugh and spoke with as much bravado as he could muster. It seems that both the warlord and Carp have grown old as well, and were actually stolen from their homes by a brat. However, it's not warlord and Carp who should have a headache right now. It's the 5 elders of the Holy Land's Chamber of Power. After a slight pause, Edward Newgate's face changed, picking up the newspaper once again, and said with a gloomy face, "What in the world does this brat Lieutenant General named Xiaoyu want? Just to start a mutiny and become a naval marshal to continue to serve the world government? Or do you want to lead this huge war machine of the navy to break away from the world government and become a king of the land? If it's the former, it won't have much of an impact on the current situation. If it's the latter, the already turbulent Great Voyage will surely set off shocking waves." Upon hearing this, Margot immediately took a step forward and spoke. "Pops, I've already arranged for personnel to be in the Chambord Islands, so no matter what happens next, we'll be able to grasp it in the first place." Speaking here, Margot suddenly changed his words. In addition, Kaido went to the empty island to commit suicide again yesterday, and unlike before, he who did not succeed in committing suicide did not return to the Kazunokuni this time, but instead, the 3 plagues of the 100 Beasts pirates left the Kazunokuni one after another. I think he must have known the news in advance and wanted to take this opportunity to start a new war. Pay no attention. Edward Newgate waved his hand, his eyes searingly gazing at a photo on the newspaper's front page headline, and said word for word, "Xiaoyu, what an extraordinary young man." Somewhere in the waters of the Great Voyage, on a coffin-shaped boat riding the wind and waves, a young man with eyes as sharp as an eagle's was carrying a huge sword with a cross-shaped hilt, sitting with his legs crossed on the deck that could only accommodate him. Although there were waves constantly splashing as the boat rode the wind and waves, the moment these waves were about to land on him, they were blocked by a wave of invisible energy, and then drifted away with the wind. Jorisel Mihawk, nicknamed Hawkeye, is the world's #1 swordsman who sits at the pinnacle of the art of swordsmanship, a former naval hunter, and now one of the members of the 7 musketeers of the king under the world government. Just then, a bird call came abruptly from the sky. When Mihawk looked up, a newsbird had lowered its altitude and flew over his head. Seeing this, he, who had always been fond of reading newspapers, did not hesitate for a moment, and threw the newsbird a biriboner while taking down a newspaper in his hand. Just seeing the headline on the newspaper, Mihawk, who was still cozy and relaxed a second ago, stood up violently, and a flash of shock ensued in his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Mutiny at Navy headquarters? LT. Admiral Xiaoyu takes over the Navy in full force and the world government is at war with the sword? After quickly reading the news content, Mihawk withdrew his mind from the shock and whirled around to look ahead. He was no stranger to the name Xiaoyu. In a convening order issued by the Navy, as one of the members of the 7 musketeers under the king, he had gone to the Navy headquarters to attend a meeting, and at that time, although he had not seen Xiaoyu, He had heard some news about him through quite a few officers of the headquarters. He was not interested in anything else. The reason why he remembered this name was because an officer had said that there was a young strong man in the Navy headquarters who had mastered all the 6 naval styles in only 6 years. Not only that, this young powerhouse also had amazing talent in the field of swordsmanship, more so than many of the strongest swordsmen in the Navy headquarters. Lieutenant General Xiaoyu? After a short period of silence, a flash of wariness suddenly lit up in Mihawk's eyes, taking over the Navy headquarters fully in just one day. I didn't expect you to have grown to such an astonishing level. In that case, it's time to meet you. Before the words fell, the powerful aura that uniquely belonged to the world's #1 great swordsman burst forth with it. In the next second, the coffin boat under his feet suddenly accelerated and winded towards the Navy headquarters. After a brief 10 seconds or so, the boat malfunctioned just as it broke out of a huge wave and stopped on the spot on strike. Glancing at the boat that had stopped to go with the flow, Mihawk, who had been so energized 1 second, sprang up with a head full of questions. Immediately afterward, he helplessly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, quickly looked around the surrounding waters for a circle, to make sure that the nearby waters are not infested with any ships, decisively took down the supreme big fast knife as a paddle, skillfully swinging a single paddle to row away from the waves. The first half of the great voyage. In a dimly lit room of Rain Banquet, the largest casino located in the city of Rainlands within the Kingdom of Alabaster, an imposing man had his back turned to the only light in the room, and a disturbing low chuckle escaped his lips. Ha 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 ha, what a surprise! The Navy headquarters is actually being fully taken over by a Vice Admiral. Before the words left his mouth, the man suddenly turned around to reveal a face with horizontal scars and a large back hair combed sleek and smooth, invariably exuding an oppressive feeling of an ambitious man. Shah Crocodile, a member of the 7 Musketeers under the King and founder of the crime syndicate Baroque Work Society, codenamed Mr. Zero. Of course, no one in the Kingdom of Alabaster knows his true identity right now, because right now he is establishing a very righteous hero persona in Alabaster, and through that identity is looking for an opportunity to carry out a plan that has been in the works for a long time. Miss, All Sunday, Crocodile, who had just turned around with a book of cigars in his mouth, looked across the room to the shadowy corner and grinned as he slowly said, "We're going to have to move up our plans." As Crocodile's words fell, a tall young woman with a white cowboy hat immediately stepped out of the shadows. Nicole Robin, Vice President of the Baroque Work Club, codename Miss All Sunday, Flower Fruit Ability, but also the only survivor of the O'Hara incident that year, by the world government crowned O'Hara Demon Crime, and a bounty of 79 million berries. Glancing at Nicole Robin, who stepped out from the shadows, Crocodile said with a serious expression, "The world government or the Navy headquarters will most likely issue a summoning order to the King's 7 Muskai, and if the Navy headquarters is at loggerheads with the world government because of this mutiny, the King's 7 Muskai, who are sandwiched in the middle between the Navy and the world government, will bear the brunt of the implications. In order to ensure that our plans are not compromised, I need to leave Alabaster for a while, and I'll leave the Baroque workhouse in your hands." With that said, the corners of Crocodile's mouth curved up in an arc, his eyes burning into the woman in front of him wearing a white cowboy hat. "I hope you don't let me down." Nicole Robin, Chapter 045, Be Quiet and Become a Legend. King of the Underworld Riley. While the world's major powers were in the dark because of the mutiny at the Navy headquarters, a large warship slowly sailed out of the harbor of Maranvento and broke the waves towards the Shambodi Islands. On the deck of the warship, Xiaoyu stood in the front wearing the Navy headquarters marshal's coat. Behind him were the 3 great admirals who each had their own preoccupations. Guion still maintains a step away from Xiaoyu. With one hand on the hilt of her sword, she lets the sea breeze roll around her coat. Underneath her calm exterior, she hides a nervous heart. It certainly makes sense. Although the Holy Land made a compromise, and that who was hidden behind the curtain even chose to meet with Xiaoyu, it didn't mean that the other party would really be sincere. And if the Holy Land went back on its word, it would definitely be an unprecedentedly vicious battle when the time came. "Take it easy." As if he knew what Guion was thinking, Xiaoyu suddenly voiced out to break the silence on the deck, breezily saying, "Even if the Holy Land goes back on their word, it's impossible for them to keep us. Most importantly, the current situation does not allow them to go back on their word. Now not only us, even the Holy Land's every move is pulling the nerves of the intelligence traffickers lurking in the shadows." At that, Guion secretly shook her head and smiled. From the day she met Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu was the image of a boy next door in her eyes. And even though she knew that Xiaoyu had made rapid progress over the years and would definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future, she never imagined that one day she would be comforted by Xiaoyu like a little girl who needed to be comforted. She did get a little nervous, but she wasn't scared. However, even though she was much older than Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu's sudden "don't be nervous" sentence still warmed her heart. Unconsciously, the young man who had once followed her in her sword training had become a heavenly tree, and it was even more so soothing. since the Navy headquarters was not far from the Shambodi Islands. The Shambodi Islands soon came into view. Instead of heading to the naval base in the Chambord Islands, the warships sailed directly to the harbor leading to the Holy Land. As the warship approached the harbor, the calm exterior of the Shampud Islands was suddenly stirred by dark currents, and the intelligence officers of various forces lurking here all heard the wind and moved, secretly watching this large warship coming from the Navy headquarters. In front of Shaki's knockout bar in Sector 13 of the Chambord Islands, the owner, Shaki, had a lady's cigarette in one hand and binoculars in the other, looking through the trees at the large warships sailing past in the sea, the camera moving in time with the movement of the warships. When she saw the young figure standing in front of the three great generals as well as Dion on the deck of the warship, even though she was once the previous emperor of the Daughter Kingdom, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of exclamation. To have such amazing vigor at such a young age, this next era is going to be his era. Speaking here, Shaki suddenly looked sideways at an old man standing not far from her side. Intentional and unstoppable. The old man standing beside Xia Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, taking in all the figures on the warship with his powerful vision, and praised without mincing words. It's not as bad as the one who invited me to go out to sea back then to turn this world upside down. Silbaz Riley, a former vice captain of the Roger Pirates, codenamed Hades, is known as the top powerhouse of the olden days of the right wrist of the King of Thieves. After the disbanding of Roger's pirates, Riley stayed in the Chambord Islands with a mysterious mission and became a coder. In order to better hide his identity, he often frequented the major casinos in the Chambord Islands, and sometimes even mortgaged himself to the human traffickers group, and then was sold by the traffickers group to the slave auction house. Oh, suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Riley's eyes, and with it, his eyes moved away from the young figure standing in the bow to look at the three older men sitting in a group on the deck of the warship. Warlord, Carp, Zephyr? Shaki spat out an eye ring and shook her head and laughed. The three highest combatants of the Navy headquarters plus the three patriarchs of Warlord Cap as well as Zephyr appeared at the same time. With such a powerful lineup, even the Holy Land would have to think twice about it. At that, Riley brightened up and simply said, "I'll go join the fun." Before the words fell, his figure flickered away, instantly disappearing into the woods near the bar. When he reappeared, he was by the harbor leading to the Holy Land. At this time the harbor has gathered a lot of naval soldiers stationed in the Chambord Islands, under the leadership of Storabelli as well as Bastio, two lieutenant generals. Hundreds of naval soldiers stood in 2 rows, the military uniform, wild-eyed, because of the arrival of the warships from the Navy headquarters. The merchant ships that traveled to and from this port and provided various kinds of food for the Holy Land had shunned, and all of them shifted to the sea outside of the port, and all of the merchants on the merchant ships gathered on the decks of their respective ships at this moment, and all of them cocked their heads at the warships that were slowly docking into the port. As the warship docked, Storabelli and Bastio, who had been waiting in the harbor early, immediately straightened up. Dion and the three great generals even jumped off the deck at the first opportunity, Dion standing alone on the left while the three great generals stood across from her, waiting for Xiaoyu to walk off the warship. However, Xiaoyu, who was still standing on the deck before, was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Standing in an inconspicuous corner in the distance, Lely didn't pay attention to the three great generals and Lieutenant General Guillaume who walked down from the warship, but instead, he didn't move and released his seeing color raining aura to cover 100 feet in a radius. Through the capture of the hearing color bay, the intelligence personnel lurking in the vicinity were all caught in his eyes, and all kinds of whispers were even captured by him without missing a word. 3 headquarters admirals plus a former marshal of the warring states and Carp, a naval hero. Xiaoyu is on the verge of a showdown with the Holy Land. Xiaoyu is showing his cards, but the Holy Land seems to have made a compromise, or else Xiaoyu and his party certainly wouldn't have appeared in such a manner, but instead led the headquarters navy to kill the Holy Land. Where is everyone? Where is Xiaoyu? He was on the deck before. How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? This isn't the time to be concerned about where he is, but what will happen when he heads to the Holy Land with the 3 great generals as well as the 3 patriarchs, Warlord Cap and Zephyr? What else can happen? The Holy Land compromises and Xiaoyu secures greater rights for the navy. There's another possibility. The Holy Land first put a low profile to trick Xiaoyu's line to the Holy Land, and then finish them off in one fell swoop? Are you serious? Not to mention the fact that the entire navy is now under Xiaoyu's control. The 5 armies of the Revolutionary Army, who obtained this information earlier than us, are moving out at the same time, and if the Holy Land dares to go back on its word at this time, they will be greeted by a revolutionary storm of unprecedented proportions. Catching the irrelevance of these intelligence peddlers' topics through his seeing colors, Riley shook his head to himself, and then retracted his seeing colors to look up at the deck of the warship. Meanwhile, in the cabin of the warship, Xiaoyu walked out of the bathroom, took the handkerchief handed over by the waiting soldier, wiped his hands, and simply said, "Let's go." With that, Xiaoyu took big strides out of the ship's cabin. Just came to the deck. Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly flashed a flash of surprise, and then motionless sideways head to the shore where Riley's direction. At that exact moment, Riley also happened to retract his seeing color hegemony to look at the warship. When he saw Xiaoyu, who had just stepped out of the ship's cabin and stood on the deck, suddenly looked sideways at where he was, his heart jolted. From Xiaoyu's reaction and eyes he could easily tell that he had already been exposed. If he's just an ordinary coding craftsman, it's no big deal if he's exposed. The crux of the matter was that he had completely hidden his scent since he came here, and coupled with the foliage, not to mention Xiaoyu who was far away from the warship. Even the two intelligence traffickers who were lurking 10 meters away from his right-hand side at this time did not discover his existence. And the fact that Xiaoyu looked up towards him just as he stepped out of the ship's cabin was enough to show that Xiaoyu had discovered his presence long ago. Sure enough, just as Layli's heart shook, if anything, a voice abruptly sounded in the bottom of his heart. Don't come out to make trouble when you're retired. Be quiet and become a legend, Stygian King Layli. The sudden voice made Riley unable to remain calm any longer, his face widening in horror. Obviously, not only had Xiaoyu discovered him, he also knew his true identity. Chapter 046, the Center General holds his sword. The Great General bows his head. Xiaoyu certainly didn't discover Riley's presence long ago. When he stepped out of the ship's cabin onto the deck, he was simply trying to get a sense of what was going on by covering the entire island with his seeing color bay. But he didn't expect to find Riley, the former Pirate King's right wrist, in the vastness of his heart. Of course, he could completely ignore Riley's presence. After all, the current Riley had yet to pose a threat to him. The reason why he chose to transmit his voice to Riley through his seeing color bay was that he felt the need to interact with the famous Undertaker and see Riley's reaction in the meantime. Everything is in his expectation. Did not expect that he was not only discovered but also by Xiaoyu. The real identity of Layli expression is very wonderful. There is shock. There is disbelief. Not waiting for Layli to return to his senses, Xiaoyu's voice once again resounded in the bottom of his heart. When this matter is over, I'll take the time to go and sit at the once daughter Kingdom Emperor Xiaqi's knockout bar. As an intelligence pass, she may be of some help to me. Once again, not expecting Xiaoyu to even know so much about Xiaqi's identity and details, Layli's heart once again stirred up huge waves. After a short period of shock, Riley suddenly shook his head and laughed. What a scary young man. Is this a wake-up call for old me? Riley didn't leave. Since he had already been discovered by Xiaoyu, he also stopped hiding, and immediately stepped out of the shadows and stood under the sunlight to look at the figure standing on the deck of the warship from afar, and also used his hearth-color reigning aura to transmit his voice. I hope you have a good trip. The new Marshal of the Navy, Xiaoyu. On the deck, a smirk rose at the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth, no longer interacting with Riley and simply stepping out. As soon as Xiaoyu stepped off the warship, the naval soldiers who had been waiting on the shore early as well as the two lieutenant generals, Storabelli and Bastio, immediately raised their hands in salute and shouted in unison, Loyalty. At the same time, Gion also unclasped the famous sword Golden Vipassana at his waist and took a step forward bowing with both hands in his palms. Lord Marshal. Xiaoyu blinked and said blankly, Gion, what are you doing? Gion maintained his bowing posture and said with a serious expression, Lord Marshal would be less domineering if he did not have his saber with him. Saying that, Gion held up the golden Vipassana above her head and handed it to Xiaoyu. Seeing this, the three great generals standing opposite of Gion bowed their heads, obviously also wishing that Xiaoyu was wearing a sword. Xiaoyu was also not polite, and smoothly took the golden Vipassana and attached it to his waist, pressing the hilt with one hand before walking through the middle of Gion and the three great generals. Xiaoyu had just stepped out, and Gion immediately followed, with the three great generals close behind. The last to walk off the deck, Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr actually smiled as they took in the scene, especially Zephyr-sensei, when he saw Xiaoyu walking towards the elevator leading to the Holy Land surrounded by the three great generals and Gion. A mist inexplicably rose in his eyes. He didn't expect that what he had wanted to do all these years but had never dared to do would be realized in Xiaoyu, a student of the Fast and Furious. He believed that the next navy would be completely transformed under Xiaoyu's command, becoming a navy of justice in the true sense of the word. Watching from afar as Xiaoyu, who had received the long sword from Gion, walked out with vigor, Layli was once again awed by the sight. The center general held his sword, and the three great generals bowed their heads. Sengoku, Carp and Zephyr surged behind him. A supernova unique to the Navy is rising. It was also at this moment that Riley seemed to see the prologue of a brand new era unfolding before his eyes. Holy Land, Marahoa, Jun Zi, who had learned through the elevator staff that Xiaoyu and his party had already arrived at the harbor, did not dare to be the slightest bit slow, and immediately came straight to the entrance with several Knights of God. When they arrived at the entrance, a familiar figure was already waiting there one step ahead of them. Shamrock? Junzi spoke with some surprise. What brings you here? The man standing at the entrance was no other than Shamrock, the eldest son of Fergalandu Gringu. the head of the Knights of God. Unlike Junko and the other members of the Knights of God, Shamrock was also clad in a black cloak, but his cloak was different from that of Junko and the others, as his black cloak came with a hood. A face under the hood would have been shocked by this if it had been seen by a powerful person on the Great Voyage, because Shamrock actually had the exact same face as Shanks, who had just become one of the 4 emperors in the New World. Without taking his eyes off the elevator across the room, Shamrock said lightly, "I am also a member of the Order of God. You shouldn't have shown up at this time." Junzi frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "The ones who came to the Holy Land with Xiaoyu were not only Gion, but also the 3 great generals as well as Warlord, Carp as well as Zephyr. If they were to see your face, how many more secrets do you think we have now?" Not waiting for Junzi to finish his sentence, Shamrock suddenly interrupted with a voice, "Even Lord Im's existence is no longer a secret. Is my identity still important to them?" At that, Junzi said no more and turned to look across the elevator side by side with Shamrock. Looking at the slowly running elevator, Junzi fiercely felt a little nervous, and his breathing became a little short with it. Noticing Junko's abnormality, Shamrock's brow furrowed slightly and he said with a sideways glance, "You're nervous?" Junzi nodded with a bit of a wriggle and looked grave. "You should know what I'm most afraid of. They're almost here." The long-haired woman standing beside Junko suddenly looked up and gazed ahead as if she were an enemy. Soon, the elevator came up in the air and came to a steady stop at the entrance. Immediately after that, Gion, who was standing in the elevator, as well as the 3 great generals stepped out one step ahead of Xiaoyu, and then stood on either side. Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr were just about to follow them out when they froze in their tracks after glancing at Shamrock, who was standing side by side with Junko. Shanks? After a brief lull, Carp was the first to wake up. In the next second, he rushed out of the elevator with his fists clenched in anger, and roared at Shamrock, "Bastard! Don't think that I won't recognize you if you wear a hood. It's just a matter of bringing my grandson down. You actually dare to come to the Holy Land." Carp, as if he knew what Carp was going to do, Warlord spoke up just in time, "Don't be impulsive. He's not Shanks." Carp cocked his head at Warlock. Warlord didn't explain that he hadn't seen Shamrock before, but reason told him that the man in front of him wasn't the captain of the red-haired pirate group that had just kings landed in the New World. Of course, it didn't matter if the one in front of him was Shanks or not, because more than the feud between Carp and Shanks, he wanted to meet with his own eyes the who had been controlling the world government behind the scenes all these years. The 3 great generals in Gion also noticed Shamrock and also showed surprise at seeing Shamrock's face, but they were limited to surprise, because it was not difficult to clone a person with the cloning technology that the world government had mastered. Just then, Xiaoyu also stepped out of the elevator and explained to Carp with a warm smile on his face, "Warlord is right. This person is not Shanks, but Shanks' twin brother. Stinks. Stinks?" Almost at the same time, Junzi, Shamrock, and the long-haired woman standing next to her all stared in surprise. Obviously, as Shamrock had guessed, Xiaoyu knew of Im's existence and naturally knew his identity. But, what the hell is Stinks? Chapter 047 1 second to empty the magazine is not my limit. Choked by Xiaoyu's sentence of Stinks, Shamrock pressed one hand on the hilt of the western sword at his waist, wanting to snap but not daring to. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Xiaoyu's powerful strength that could shock Shogun and the other 6 members of the Divine Knights in his party away through his overlord color Hegemony, but he was worried that his loss of composure at this moment would spoil the main event. After secretly taking a deep breath, he took a step forward and bowed slightly. "Figurando Shamrock, by order of Lord Im here to greet Marshal Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu looked around, his brows then furrowed, ignoring Shamrock's presence to look sideways at Junzi. "Miss Junzi, it seems like you didn't bring my words. Since Im wants to see me, then show me your sincerity." As if Junzi knew that Xiaoyu would ask such a question, she only saw her sidle up and wave her sleeve, dryly saying, "Bring the people up." With Junzi's order, several heavily armed, helmeted palace guards standing not far behind the members of the Knights of God immediately turned and ran out. In a short while, these few palace guards escorted Spandane back quickly. "On your knees." Having just escorted Spandane to Xiaoyu, one of the soldiers violently kicked Spandane, forcing him down to his knees. "You can't do this to me. I'm a Spandane who has done the world government a favor." Kicked to the ground, Spandane struggled to get up, but was immediately held down and lowered by 2 palace guards. But even so, he struggled violently and growled unwillingly, "Let go of me. Damn it, you bunch of losers." Finally, after a moment of struggling, Spandane reared his head, though he still couldn't get to his feet. However, he didn't look at Xiaoyu, but instead looked sideways at Shamrock, who stood by the side and watched coldly, as well as Junzi's line, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. I didn't realize that the world government, which stood on the Red Earth continent for 800 years, had been reduced to compromising with the mutineers, the Knights of God, the 5 Elder Stars. I poo." Sooner or later, one day, you will pay a terrible price for your current compromise. Xiaoyu dares to start a mutiny today, and in the coming day, he will definitely trample the world government under his feet as well. Unbridled, Juniper's willow eyebrows rose, and with a wave of her cuffs, the fruit ability that belonged uniquely to her was released. In the next second, a bandage-wrapped arrow flew out silently, instantly wrapping and strangling Spandoan's neck, and then hanging high in the air. Shamrock spoke up just in time to stop Junko from finishing Spandane off, holding back his anger at having just been ignored, and spoke nonchalantly, "It's up to you to decide what to do with it." "Only Spandoan?" Xiaoyu glanced at Spandane, who was strangled and hung up, a touch of cruelty in his calm tone. "That's not enough yet, Shamrock. Cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. If I'm not mistaken, Spandane also has a son. What's his name?" "Spandar. Yes, that's the name. Xiaoyu." Not expecting Xiaoyu to even spare his own son, the strangled Spandoan once again struggled frantically to make a sound. "One person does what one person does. Spandoan has nothing to do with this. Words can't say that." Xiaoyu waved his hand to signal Junzi to put him down, and then took a step forward to condescendingly look at Spandoan, who fell to the ground breathing heavily. "If I kill you here, it will have something to do with your stupid eldest son. He will definitely hold a grudge against me because of this, and thus be utilized by the 5 Elder Stars, and in the future, he can completely use him as an excuse to disgust me, and at that time, even if I were to be thunderously furious, the 5 Elder Stars can still say that this is Spandam's personal act of avenging his father's death." "Spandane, it's undeniable that you're very skillful, actually able to get on the 5 Elder Stars and have them order the Island of Justice to come and judge me. If it wasn't for the fact that I've accumulated quite a few connections over the years, I really might have fallen into your hands this time. But unfortunately, even if you were more calculating, you wouldn't have expected me to start a mutiny, much less take over the Navy fully in just one day. You have to admit it when you become a king. Of course, I must thank you. If you had not intervened at this time, I might not have made up my mind so quickly. To show my appreciation, I must reunite you father and son." At those words, a flash of despair flashed through Spandoan's eyes as he growled like a madman. "Xiaoyu, you!" Bang, bang, bang. Without waiting for Spandane to finish his sentence, one of the palace guards standing next to him suddenly took a step forward and quickly raised his gun to dryly pull the trigger on Spandane's head. The sudden scene caused all the people present to open their eyes wide in surprise, and Shamrock even reflexively pressed the hilt of his sword in preparation for drawing it. Marshal Xiaoyu. Not waiting for Shamrock to unsheath his sword, the palace guard who emptied the magazine immediately straightened his body and raised his hand in salute towards Xiaoyu. "Please forgive me for executing this person in front of you. Emptying the magazine in 1 second is not my limit, but I hope to let you see my loyalty." "What does this mean?" Xiaoyu blinked in bewilderment. Over the years, although he wanted to cultivate some beloved generals in the Holy Land, but because the Navy stationed in the Holy Land were all drawn from the Navy headquarters and special forces before he became the Navy, and directly commanded by the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army empty, coupled with the fact that he was only a lieutenant general before the mutiny, and could not enter the Holy Land at any time to start the layout smoothly, even the Navy stationed in the Holy Land could not be pulled together, let alone the palace guards of the Holy Land. As if he knew what Xiaoyu was thinking, the royal palace guard hurriedly removed the heavy helmet on his head, revealing a young face. "Marshal Xiaoyu, this is our first time meeting. However, I've long heard of your deeds, and they all say that you are always responsive to requests. My parents were brutally murdered by pirates a few years ago, and although my sister was saved, she became a disabled person because of her severe injuries. All these years I have not wanted to avenge them all the time. But, speaking of this," the palace guard kicked the removed helmet away and said with a firm expression, "I would like to take this opportunity to beg you to take me out of the Holy Land." "I hear you." Xiaoyu nodded. "You want to leave the Holy Land to avenge your parents and sister, right?" "Yes." The royal palace guards nodded fiercely. "Yes." Xiaoyu sidestepped to make way for this royal palace guard. "The path is under your feet. Just stride forward." Not expecting Xiaoyu to agree so dryly, the palace guard first froze, then pressed on and raised his hand in salute and shouted, "Loyalty." Xiaoyu waved his hand. "Go." "Yes." The royal palace guards answered once again, and then ignored the presence of Shamrock and his party, striding towards the elevator with their heads held high. Just after walking to the entrance of the elevator, the royal palace guards suddenly turned around, face to face with Xiaoyu plopping down on both knees, choking and shouting loudly, "Lord Xiaoyu, if I can succeed in my vengeance and come back alive, can I become your subordinate?" Xiaoyu nodded. "You already are." Soldier, an extra chapter for the brothers who sent the hypes, the likes and the power with love. For all you 3 admirals, 4 kings, 5 elders, 6pence, and 7 musketeers out there, if you like this book, could you please add it to your bookshelf and give it a follow? I'm going to make a group. Hey, related must reply. BTW. The next updates will all be at 12 p.m. with a steady 2 shifts per day, because Tomato is a free model. More shifts cannot increase much income for the author. So, let's have a campaign to increase the number of updates, and increase the number of chapters for every 1000 increase in the free gift generating power with love. Oh, degree asterisk, oh. Chapter 048 Blessings are never enjoyed alone, and responsibility is borne by one. Watching the palace guards throw down their helmets and walk into the elevator, Shamrock and the others who stood to the side had faces that were hard to see. How could they not expect Xiaoyu's influence to actually penetrate the Holy Land, actually causing the royal palace guards they first met to fall in place? If it was before, they would definitely not hesitate to execute him on the spot, because this behavior of the royal palace guards was even worse than mutiny. However, Shamrock and the others dared to be angry but dared not speak out, because the current Xiaoyu was in the midst of his days. At this time, they did not say executing that palace guard. Even if they made a little noise, they could attract Xiaoyu's fury, thus making this negotiation evolve into a new war. It wasn't that they were alarmist, but Xiaoyu really did it. According to the information they have, when Xiaoyu was still a colonel in the Navy headquarters, he had fought over a cannon fodder soldier who had just joined his command, and in the end, he even resisted all alone to be confined by Martial Warlord for a week. If you have a request, you will answer it. If you have a favor, you will repay it. If you have a blessing, you will never enjoy it alone. If you have a responsibility, you will bear it alone. If you are short of it, you will not be reasonable. This is Xiaoyu, like Shamrock and the others, Gion, the 3 great generals, as well as Sengoku, Zephyr, and Carp, who stood behind Xiaoyu, all glanced sideways at the sudden move of the palace guards. Several people present were once Xiaoyu's superiors, and they more or less had a certain understanding of what Xiaoyu had done in the headquarters over the years, but they still didn't expect that Xiaoyu's influence was actually so great that he actually made a palace guard who had only heard of his deeds to do such astonishing things. It is important to know that the status of the palace guards of the Holy Land is far higher than that of the palace guards of any of the world government's franchises, because this is the Holy Land, the center of the world. Being a palace guard is an unattainable honor for many people, not to mention ordinary people. Even among the naval soldiers stationed in the Holy Land, there are many people who dream of being selected to become a palace guard of the Holy Land. Making people who had already become palace guards give up their hard-won honor was tantamount to taking their lives. But just now that palace guard not only fell in place, but also hoped to become Xiaoyu's subordinate in the future. Enough to show that the image set up by Xiaoyu over the years has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, not only influencing the Navy up and down. The top of the vast red Earth continent is also surely a lot of people will be regarded as its faith. What's going on, guys? Realizing that the surroundings had suddenly gone quiet, Xiaoyu somewhat unexpectedly scanned the crowd after watching that palace guard leave, then turned his gaze to Shamrock and said with a smile, "Stinky Kess, what's your expression? It's not because I let that soldier leave and you're upset, right? You don't have to be. He just wanted to avenge his parents and sister. He didn't do anything wrong, and even if he did, you don't get to worry about it. He's my soldier now." At those words, Shamrock's facial muscles jerked viciously, trying to suppress the anger in his heart, and corrected himself. "I am not some stinky Kess. My name is Figuranda Shamrock. Sorry, my memory is not very good." Xiaoyu nodded his head, and then turned his words around and asked, "How long will it take you guys to bring Spandam here?" Shamrock's brow furrowed momentarily. "Do you really want to drive them out? Spandane has already paid for his behavior on behalf of Dash." Ha! Not waiting for Shamrock to finish his sentence, Xiaoyu's eyes instantly became stern, changing his image of a warm smile just now, and said in a deep voice, "Shamrock, after chatting with you for a few more sentences, you don't think you're okay, do you? Give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes bring his head up in front of me, otherwise suffer the consequences." After saying that, Xiaoyu no longer spoke nonsense with Shamrock and simply turned around and left. Seeing this, Junzi hurriedly winked at Shamrock before bringing several other members of the Knights of God to quickly catch up with Xiaoyu. Just then, a group of royal palace guards suddenly ran over at a fast pace, as each royal palace guard was wearing heavy silver armor, coupled with the large number of people. As they came running, it brought a shocking feeling of a large army coming to cover up. However, these royal palace guards did not approach Xiaoyu, and the leading royal palace guards immediately dispersed towards both sides after they were about to approach Xiaoyu and his party, standing neatly on both sides of the automatic walkway. Within a short while, hundreds of royal palace guards were all scattered and standing on both sides of the automatic walkway. Immediately after that, a group of people immediately appeared in the automated walkway, and at the head of them, it was none other than the world government's all-army commander-in-chief, MT. Following behind Hollow are the dozens of soldiers stationed at the Holy Land, as well as the Navy headquarters staff Crane, who came to the Holy Land to hold an impromptu meeting but was unable to return in time due to Xiaoyu's mutiny, having just followed the Yempty to the opposite side of Xiaoyu. Because of the baptism of the years from the beautiful girl Navy who once fought side by side with Cap and Sengoku shifted into a little old woman, Tsuru immediately took a step forward to look up at Xiaoyu, a touch of complex feelings in his calm tone. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, well done. Without waiting for Lieutenant General Tsuru to finish his sentence, a pink figure suddenly jumped out from behind the lanky Hollow. Jumping out from behind Hollow was a young girl with strawberry blonde hair. The young girl wore a pink hat on her head and a pink dress that was pink from top to bottom, invariably flattering. Peacock, the granddaughter of Lieutenant General Tsuru, has just turned 20 this year, and is a superhuman whiplash fruit ability, capable of commanding everything that has been whipped, including buildings. Of course none of this matters. Importantly, before she became a fruit ability, Peacock was a cute and cuddly pink loli, but as she grew older and acquired the whiplash fruit ability, Peacock gradually became Xiaoyu's nightmare, because Xiaoyu would go to Crane's house from time to time during the officer training camp to dabble in food, thus gradually getting acquainted with Peacock. After Xiaoyu left the officer training camp, Peacock would run to his office every other day and then wield a steel whip to make all sorts of messes, and his behavior was even more and more spirited, thus causing a lot of misunderstandings among his colleagues. When the rumor spreads that Xiaoyu is the granddaughter-in-law of Admiral Tsuru, the rumors get more and more outrageous, such as they were secretly married when Peacock was 18 years old, or that a newborn baby in the family home is actually Xiaoyu and Peacock's child, or other rumors. Helplessly, Xiaoyu decisively uses a little bit of small means to send him to a classified special force. Out of sight, out of mind. For Xiaoyu, marriage is a no-no, and women will only be a drag on his path to greatness. What is a family for before the great work is done? Chapter 049, Put away your high and mighty postures and let him come. Peacock's sudden appearance as well as the phrase well done directly smoked Lieutenant General Tsuru as well as the empty CPU. The two old men who were close to 200 years old combined both turned their heads sideways, their facial muscles twitching and twitching. Peacock, shut up if you don't want to be hung out to dry on the clothesline. After scolding his granddaughter in a timely manner, Lieutenant General Crane immediately turned his attention to Xiaoyu, who had high hopes but did something about the mutiny, and wanted to say something, but swallowed his words when they reached his mouth. There was no point in her saying anything after what had happened. Xiaoyu was no longer silent either, and took a step forward to look into the air. Lord Commander-in-Chief, goodbye. Are you here under orders, or do you simply want to come and ask me why I've come this far? I'm the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army. Empty forced back the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, you made such a big commotion. Can I not show up? Let go of me. You guys let go of me. Ouch. My hand is about to break. Just then, a wailing sound came over abruptly. Immediately afterward, Spandam, who was wearing a leather holster on half of his face, was forcibly brought over by two members of the Knights of God. Xiaoyu. Spandam, who was escorted to Xiaoyu's body, was shrouded by the fear of death. Although this was his first time to meet Xiaoyu, he still recognized him in one person, and then pounced over like a madman to hug Xiaoyu's thighs, begging in a trembling voice, Lord Xiaoyu, it's none of my business, please let me go. I promise you that I will never seek revenge on you in the future. What are you guys doing? Not realizing that the members of the Knights of God had actually brought Spandam over, Xiaoyu's brows instantly furrowed as he said in a deep voice, what I want is his head, not to listen to him wailing in front of me. At those words, the two members of the Knights of God who had brought Spandam over immediately looked up at Shamrock. Shamrock didn't say anything, just nodded gently. Seeing this, one of the members of the Knights of God did not hesitate for a moment to drag Spandam away from him, and at the same time dryly drew his sword and chopped down. Obscure. Xiaoyu lifted his foot and threw those two words down before walking into the auto walkway. Xiaoyu, wait for me. Xiaoyu has just stepped into the auto walkway, and without waiting for Gion as well as the three great generals to follow, Peacock reacts with speed and runs towards Xiaoyu. However, just as she was about to approach Xiaoyu, she was stopped by Junzi, who came to Xiaoyu's side one step ahead of her. You can't come along. Peacock, who was forcefully stopped, sank his face. Why can't I come along? I'm a colonel of the sharpshooter force. At those words, Xiaoyu, who had walked into the automatic walkway and distanced himself from the crowd, helplessly turned back. Peacock, this is not the time to fool around. Go back. Oh, under Xiaoyu's gaze, Peacock, who had wanted to retort a couple of sentences, hurriedly swallowed his words and returned to Lieutenant General Crane's side with a reluctant face. Gion, who had been standing to the side and remained silent, did not greet Lieutenant General Tsuru, although she and Lieutenant General Tsuru had the best personal relationship, but as Xiaoyu said, this was not the time for small talk. After glancing at LT, General Tsuru in silence, Gion did not linger any longer and walked past LT, General Tsuru and Hollow along with the three great generals, Carp, You stay. Just as Warlord, Zephyr, and Carp walked past the two as well, Hollow suddenly spoke up. You can't see the person Xiaoyu is going to see right now. Carp snapped his head up and stared wide-eyed straight into the air. Why can't I? Empty faced serious. Because you're AD. At these words, Sengoku, who was alongside Carp, suddenly stopped in his tracks, and then looked up at Kung, saying somewhat unexpectedly, Lord Kung, did you already know that there is another mysterious behind-the-scenes person in power above the 5 Elder Stars? Hollow shook his head inside in the face of Warlord's questioning, his tone softening as he did so, glancing sideways at the young figure that stood slowly away from the automated walkway. Maybe you guys know a little bit more about this than I do. Understood. Warlord nodded and turned with Zephyr to walk briskly into the auto walkway. Instead of following, Carp looked at Hollow with displeasure, wanting to have a fit but ultimately holding back. Although he was already over 70 years old, he was considered a youngster in front of Empty. After all, at this time Empty was about to enter the threshold of 100 years old. Of course age and all that was not a problem. The crux of the matter was that the Empty was not only his top boss, but also his teacher. Ignoring Carp's disgruntled look, Hollow gazed wistfully at the fading figure on the self-paced trail, a flash of unprecedented confusion in his eyes. Until he learns of the mysterious existence of him, he has been thinking about how to salvage the situation, because he is the commander-in-chief of the entire army, and with the mutiny in the naval headquarters under his command, he must take full responsibility, even if he ends up going to war with Xiaoyu, who is in control of the naval headquarters. But after learning that there was a mysterious behind-the-scenes person in power above the 5 Elder Stars, he gradually turned from shock at the beginning to confusion, and for a moment, he didn't know exactly what to do to make the most correct choice. He wants to meet the man behind the scenes who was above the 5 Elders with his own eyes more than Carp does, but the 5 Elders have expressly forbidden both him and Lieutenant General Tsuru from getting involved, and unless he follows Xiaoyu's example of a mutiny, he can only do as he's told. Accompanied by Junzi and Shamrock, Xiaoyu, who entered the holy ground Pangu City by taking the self-propelled walkway, raised his head to look at the magnificent and atmospheric world government headquarters building in front of him, then quickly looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Such a vast and beautiful piece of land, actually only inhabited by a group of Tianlong people, it's really a bit of a waste. Just as Xiaoyu's words fell, a group of figures suddenly stepped out from within the gates of the world government headquarters building. At the head of the group was none other than the ostensibly highest authority, the 5 Elder Stars. The first to walk out of the door was the legal wielder, Topman Warchuli, Shepherd Tenpit, Valkyrie of Agriculture, Jagarussia Satan, Valkyrie of Science and Defense, and Makas Maz, Valkyrie of the Environment, followed side by side. Walking at the end of the line was Izanbaran V. Neza Shiro, the financial warlord, who was carrying a katana and had a grim look on his face, walking out of the door of the 5 Old Stars to Topman Wachuli as the center lined up. As the 5 people stood side by side, belonging to the surface of the world's highest authority, of the sense of oppression suddenly swept out, actually rolled the air under the feet, swept up a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. The 5 Elder Stars had just stopped, and the head of the Knights of God, Figurandu Grimgu, immediately led several members of the Knights of God in a line out to complete their stance next to the 5 Elder Stars, and by virtue of the advantage of standing on the dais, he condescendingly looked down at Xiaoyu. TSK, 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 TSK. Feeling the surrounding air in the steeply solidified, Xiaoyu's eyes slightly narrowed. The hegemonic color hegemonic aura then quietly burst out. Instantly will be shrouded to make the air appear briefly solidified. Invisible pressure shocked dispersed, and then raised his head to gaze at the standing position. Is still a little bit of taste of the 5 Old Stars and the Knights of the Gods. The body's aura continues to climb. Hard to the other party's aura pressed down. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Since I dare to come, it means that not only will you not be able to leave me behind, but you may also be killed by me altogether. Before the words fell, the berserk and unparalleled overlord color hegemonic aura rode mountains and ceased to engulf the 5 Old Stars as well as Grimgu in a cage. Immediately afterward, Xiaoyu pressed the hilt of his sword at his waist with one hand and took a step forward. Put away your lofty postures. You are not qualified to negotiate with me from the perspective of strength and status. At this point, Xiaoyu snapped his head up and said in a single word, "Let him come." Chapter 050. Sakaski bows down only to marshal Xiaoyu. The black and red hegemonic color hegemonic aura recklessly covered and enveloped the 5 Elder Stars as well as all of the Divine Knights led by Grimgu, and did not stop there, but instead swept in all directions at an astonishing speed with Xiaoyu as the center. In a matter of moments, the entire Pango City was covered by overlord color hegemony. The young Navy headquarters marshal stood in the center of this pure energy vortex, his marshal's coat hunting in the airwave shockwave, without the slightest concealment of the overbearing temperament of the natural, strong, bully, unbeatable. This was the visual impact that the Xiaoyu at this moment brought to everyone present. Standing behind Xiaoyu, Gion, Sakaski, Palyacerino and Kuzan are all middle-aged, but when they see the figure of the young commander in front of them, they seem to have returned to their youthful days, and their long-lost blood is quietly boiling and burning. Especially Sakaski. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to go hard against the 5 Elder Stars as well as the Divine Knights led by Grimgu as soon as they met, and even uttered such a heated and domineering declaration of "You are not qualified to negotiate with me from the standpoint of strength and status." You know, ever since he became a Grand Admiral, he had had enough of all the heckling and accusations from the 5 Elders. It would be fine if he was punished and reprimanded for not doing his job to the best of his ability, but every time he was reprimanded it wasn't because he had a problem at work, but even though he had 10,000 grievances in his heart, he could only hold back the anger in his heart. There was no way. In the eyes of the world, he was one of the 3 admirals with the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters, but in the eyes of the 5 Elder Stars and the Celestial Dragons residing in the Holy Land, he wasn't much different from the others. Many times, he also wanted to have a tit-for-tat conversation with the 5 Elder Stars like Xiaoyu did at that time. Of course, after all, the 5 Elder Stars were the highest authority in the world government, and had the right to reprimand him as well as punish him, because the status and position was there, but even so, he should be given the most basic respect, and no matter what, he was also a great general of the ministry. The truth was, he'd never gotten any respect in the Holy Land in all those years, even from a Tenrya man with a snotty nose like a waste of rice, who'd pointed and even screamed at him on the strength of his privilege to enjoy everything. But, all of this is now a thing of the past. The current him is the Admiral of the Navy headquarters under the command of Xiaoyu. The dignity he once lost, he wants it all back. Thinking of this, Sakaski's eyes instantly lit up with unprecedented blazing flames, and then took a step forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiaoyu and stood on his right-hand side, with a burst of fiery energy rising up. The magma fruit ability that belonged solely to him was suddenly unleashed. Palyacerino also took a step forward to stand beside Sakaski at that moment, and a bright and dazzling flash of light blossomed with it. Yale yale yale. Is this a fight before negotiation? Seeing that Sakaski and Palyacerino had moved forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiaoyu, Kuzan, who had also awakened the once lost burning justice due to Xiaoyu's sudden strong dominance, was not willing to lag behind, only to see him push the frames on the bridge of his nose. Then he simply took a step forward and stood side by side with Gion on Xiaoyu's left-hand side. The next second belongs to his freezing fruit ability quietly released, accompanied by a burst of crisp sound came out. The ground under his feet immediately condensed into ice, and then spread out in all directions with amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, within a radius of 100 feet of the buildings, squares, and light grass and trees are frozen. The ground was frozen at the same time. High above the sky suddenly dark clouds rolled, and then there were dense sparks shining out from the rolling clouds, covering the entire Pangu city with the momentum of a prairie fire. Meteor volcanoes in the sky are poised to erupt, and the ground is covered in an ice age. Ice and fire from the Navy headquarters thus descended upon the Holy Land without warning. Unexpectedly, the 3 generals would not hesitate to release their respective fruit abilities without hesitation to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiaoyu, Shamrock and Junzi, who were responsible for greeting Xiaoyu and his party. All had a big change in color, wanting to react, but found that at this time, they were under the suppression of the hegemonic color hegemonic aura released by Xiaoyu, and were actually very hard-pressed to even make the movement of drawing their swords or fighting stance. Compared to the 2 newcomers, Shamrock and Junzi, the 5 members of the Knights of God standing behind them who had participated in the incident in the Valley of the Gods were a bit more relaxed. However, they still didn't dare to make any movements, because although they were still able to move, they all felt that there was an invisible pair of eyes staring at them, causing them to inexplicably develop a hallucination that they would bear the brunt of being taken out as long as they made the slightest movement. In the face of the strong and domineering Xiaoyu, as well as the 3 generals' historic common enemy, the 5 Elder Stars and Grimgu were naturally not willing to show weakness, only to see Grimgu take the lead in taking a step forward against Xiaoyu's release of his overbearing color hegemony. The sword on his waist then brazenly unsheathed, the blade of the sword pointing directly at Xiaoyu standing in the middle, and he said in a deep voice, "Xiaoyu, what are you trying to do? We came to greet your arrival, yet you're in a fighting stance. Do you really think we're afraid of you?" "Greetings?" Xiaoyu said with a cold smile. "You guys put up such a big show. It's just that you want to test my strengths and weaknesses so that you can increase your bargaining chips for the next negotiation. I'm just fulfilling your test." After a slight pause, Xiaoyu looked around and said in a deep voice, "How is it? Does our attitude still satisfy you all?" Not waiting for Grimgu to react, Izanbaron suddenly took a step forward. holding his katana in his arms and looking down on the three great generals in a condescending manner, sternly scolding, Sakaski, Sereno, and Kuzan, do you guys really want to go all the way with Xiaoyu? Shut up! Not realizing that even at this point in time the five elder stars were still posing in a lofty manner, Sakaski raised his head violently, all the grievances that had built up over the years erupting at this moment. I know what you guys are thinking. In your archaic thoughts and perceptions, you think that it's impossible for us to follow Marshal Xiaoyu unswervingly. To tell you the truth, I'm very dissatisfied with the various orders and policies you five have been following over the years, but I can only tolerate it due to your status and position, because you are the highest authority in the world government and my superiors, and obeying orders is a soldier's natural duty, but all of that is a thing of the past. You are not in a position to tell me what to do from the point of view of your status and position now. From now on, Sakaski will only bow down to Marshal Xiaoyu. The brothers are awesome. Almost 400 gifts. Although I didn't get to 1,000 power with love, there were more brothers because they sent out rush charm blade flowers and likes. So, we can't let you brothers down. So let's add an extra chapter first. Chapter 051, the Void Throne belongs to me now. The meteoric volcano that rolled dark clouds above the high sky spread out instantly, making everyone in Manhwa feel an unprecedented depression. The tense atmosphere spread to every corner at an alarming speed, causing the world nobles residing in the Holy Land to return towards their respective residences in a sorry state under the protection of their respective bodyguards. Damn it, meteor volcano. It's Sakaski. How dare he? So the current Navy headquarters is completely under the control of Xiaoyu, who staged a mutiny? Even Sakaski, an admiral who practiced complete justice, has turned against him. Cut the crap and protect the Scrolls people from leaving. And watch out for the total justice that Sakaski practiced to fall on your heads. Panga City is in the square, garden, lakeside and other places leisurely loitering Tianlong people, and the feeling of the suffocating horror of the pressure from the top have changed greatly, even rolled with the woeful escape. Luckily, the bodyguards around each Skrull as well as the CP0 agents, known as the strongest shield of the Skrulls, reacted in time to stop a stampede from occurring. In the meantime, at the entrance of the automatic walkway, Lieutenant General Tsuru and Karp stood side by side, all looking up at the World Government Headquarters building, each with an unprecedentedly grave expression on their faces. Peacock, who was standing beside the trio, looked up at the meteor volcano that kept flashing like a starburst in the rolling dark clouds in the sky, and stood behind Lieutenant General Tsuru, driven by instinct. Meteor volcano of Grand Admiral Sakaski, is this going to be a fight? After a slight pause, she immediately looked sideways at Karp and asked tentatively, Mr. Karp, if there's a fight, who do you help? Don't worry, there's no fight. Karp changed his usual cheeky face and gazed seriously at the direction of the World Government Headquarters building, feeling the blazing energy and bone-chilling coldness drifting in the air from afar, and said unhurriedly, the five Elder Stars most likely want to create a bit of pressure on Xiaoyu and the others, so that they can take the initiative in the ensuing negotiation. After all, this kid Xiaoyu has concealed himself from everyone, and even Lao Fu doesn't know where the upper limit of his strength actually lies. So the five Elder Stars naturally want to test it out first. However, it's clear that Xiaoyu didn't give them a good face, and Sakaski completely stood behind Xiaoyu at this moment, and by covering the sky above Panga City with a meteor volcano he was telling the five Elder Stars that this was holy ground, and that if a war broke out he'd be the first one to feed the group of trashy sky dragons inside Panga City lava. Hearing Karp bluntly call the Skrulls trash, Air and Crane sidled their heads almost simultaneously. However, they didn't stop it, because Karp had never had a good feeling about those celestial dragons in the Holy Land who enjoyed all the privileges, not to mention in front of them. Even if it was a celestial dragon man standing in front of Karp right now, Karp wouldn't hesitate to call out a piece of garbage. It was also because of his lack of affection for the Skrulls that Karp refused to be promoted to Grand Admiral several times. In Karp's mind, becoming a Grand Admiral would have resulted in a lot less freedom, not to mention the unconditional need to be the first to rush to the rescue when the Skrulls, whom he resented, were in danger. Of course, their sidelong glances at Karp weren't exactly because Karp was cursing the Skrulls, but rather, none of them had expected Karp to actually analyze the situation in the Holy Land so thoroughly. In front of the World Government Headquarters building, as Sakaski's words fell, the atmosphere was tense. Izambaran looked up at the meteor volcano that enveloped the sky above Pangu City, and then looked at the frozen ground. Even though he had murderous intent in his heart at this moment, he didn't dare to make any more moves at this moment. It was because they had put up that kind of stance before to test Xiaoyu's strength and how the three great generals would react. However, while the result was obvious, it was not what they expected. They thought that the three great generals would make common cause with Xiaoyu, but they didn't expect Sakaski and Kuzan to directly unleash their big moves. Under such circumstances, if they continued to test the waters, the battle would be inevitable. Once the battle starts, the meteor volcano hanging high in the sky will definitely pour down, indiscriminately attacking everyone living in Pango City. The freeze fruit ability that covers 100 feet in a radius will also instantly spread out to turn Pango City into a city of ice. They were certainly not afraid, but the celestial dragons living in Pango City were bound to die and be injured. Stand down. Suddenly, a voice that appeared somewhat sharp yet somewhat low and muffled came from behind from the 5 Elder Stars and several members of the Knights of God led by Grim Goo. Immediately after, crisp footsteps seemed to have a natural rhythm, from far and near clearly ringing in the ears of all present. Looking around, he saw him, who was wrapped in a cloak that was dragged on the ground, only revealing a pair of dark red corrugated eyes on the outside, walk slowly out from within the gate. Seeing this, the members of the Knights of God led by the 5 Elder Stars and Grim Goo hurriedly stood on both sides and bowed in unison as they respectfully shouted. Lord Im, who possessed a pair of dark red corrugated eyes, did not stop his footsteps and walked straight past the 5 Elder Stars and Grim Goo, condescendingly gazing at Xiaoyu and his party who stood at the bottom of the steps. Almost at the same time, the 3 great generals, as well as Warlord and Zephyr standing behind them, looked up, incredulously at the tall figure that made the 5 elders and Gringo bow down. Whether it was the 3 great generals or the warlords and Zephyr, they had believed in Imu's existence, but they still felt a buzz in their heads after witnessing it with their own eyes. Follow me. Ignoring the presence of the 3 great generals as well as Warlord and Zephyr, Ima gazed at Xiaoyu for a few moments before a sharp and low voice with a hint of a low tone came out once again. Without waiting for everyone present to react, a huge teleportation array suddenly appeared underneath everyone's feet. In the next second, everyone present suddenly darkened in front of their eyes, and even bizarrely appeared in a light that appeared to be somewhat dim above the palace hall. Here's, not realizing that he had gone from the door of the world government building to the top of the royal palace hall in the blink of an eye. The warlord was the first to react and lost his voice. The sacred palace of the king. Before the words left his mouth, his pupils shrunk violently, and his face was horrified as he looked toward the tall figure standing in front of them that was fully wrapped under a cloak. Under his gaze, the figure picked up the steps with his back to the crowd above the hall and stood in front of the void throne that stood at the very top of the hall. Walking over to the void throne, Im slowly turned back to the dark red rippled eyes sweeping over to the wide-eyed and horrified-looking warlord, Zephyr, and the 3 great generals and Gion. I believe Xiaoyu has already told you the secret that you weren't supposed to know, and as you can see, the void throne now belongs to me. Without waiting for the 6 to recover from their shock, Im, whose words had fallen, directly crossed over the row of weapons inserted in front of the void throne before sitting on top of the void throne. Seeing this, the 6 of them gradually transformed from their initial shock to relief, and finally withdrew their gazes in unison to look at the young marshal standing just a step in front of them. Chapter 052 beat the transformed 5 Elder Stars back to their original form. As the core of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku and the others were naturally very knowledgeable about all aspects of the world government, especially at this moment, the throne of emptiness above the main hall of this royal palace. They not only knew that it was built by 20 kings 800 years ago, but also knew that after the situation in the world had calmed down, the original 20 kings had unanimously decided to jointly make an oath that no one would be allowed to sit on the throne in the future, and no one would be allowed to become a dictatorship. However, at this moment, the void throne that had been vacant for 800 years actually possessed an owner. While they didn't even know what the other party looked like, as if he knew what the 6 were thinking, Im spoke once again. Since you've already chosen to follow Xiaoyu, whether I sit on the void throne or not is meaningless to you. After a slight pause, Im shifted her eyes to look at Xiaoyu. I'm curious about you. Back when I first caught the hegemonic color hegemony you unleashed, I thought it was that man who had returned. Obviously, you're not the man, much less Nika. At this point, Im suddenly turned the tables, his voice rising 2 decibels with it. So, who are you really? Where did you come from and where do you want to go? At those words, Xiaoyu's brows furrowed slightly, and then he raised his head to look at the figure sitting on top of the throne, before asking others who they are. Shouldn't you also take off your mysterious veil and let us have a glimpse of your true face? After all, we are having a fair conversation now. Before the words fell, 2 nearly substantial black and red rays of light suddenly burst out from Xiaoyu's pupils, instantly enveloping him. The next second, Xiaoyu had appeared across the sky in front of him while grabbing at the face scarf that was covering Im's face as fast as lightning. Unbridled, although Xiaoyu surprised and attacked with even faster speed, but Im also reacted very quickly. In the moment Xiaoyu grabbed at the face scarf, Im let out an angry chortle. Immediately afterward, an arrow containing terrifying energy fluctuations was instantly sent out, aiming straight for Xiaoyu's brow. Facing the arrow that instantly enlarged infinitely in his pupils, Xiaoyu had to abandon Im's face scarf and grab the arrow that was about to miss his brow with one hand. Buzz. The moment the arrowheads were grabbed, the sound of 2 and 2 colliding suddenly came out, and then a circle of visible shockwaves swept out, instantly spreading to the entire palace hall with Xia Yu and Yim as the center. Not waiting for everyone present to react, a huge black shadow suddenly flashed, appearing out of thin air on top of the wall behind the throne, condescendingly looking down at Xia Yu, who was grasping the arrowhead. The other end of the arrowhead was connected to this huge and monster-like black shadow. Not expecting Xia Yu to suddenly strike at him, the 5 elder stars standing opposite the 3 great generals, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Gion were the first to react, and immediately a circle of terrifying chi waves erupted from their bodies. In a flash, the 5 elder stars completed their transformations almost at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this? Seeing the 5 elder stars transform into a head of ghastly monsters, Warlord's eyes almost fell out, and Gion and Zephyr were as if they were facing a great enemy, decisively taking a fighting stance. Similarly, the 3 great generals did not expect things to take a sharp turn for the worse, and even more so, they did not expect the 5 elder stars they remembered to turn into a head of ghastly and hideous monsters, and stared wide-eyed in surprise. The first to complete the transformation was the financial martial god Izanbaron. Shrouded in a cloud of flame, Izanbaron's lower body became the limbs of a skeletal horse, while his upper body remained unchanged, just like a daunting centaur form. The original agricultural martial god Shepherd Tenpit, who stood side by side with Izanbaron, transformed into a huge sandworm that made people's hairs stand on end just by looking at it, with a black flame cloud wrapped around his body, just like a demonic creature that ran out of hell. Tophman Warchuli, the martial god of law, also transformed into the form of a massive warthog wrapped in clouds of flame, his sharp tusks glinting chillingly above the dimly lit halls. The environmental martial arts god Maka's Maz is even more exaggerated, directly transformed into a bird-snake mixture of Etsu Zenten form hovering above the other 4-5 old stars, gazing at Xia Yu, who blatantly launched an attack to sneak attack him with his teeth and claws open. The one that creeped out the 3 great generals and Gion the most was the science defense martial god, Jagarussia Satan, whose lower body transformed into a massive black spider, and whose upper body was topped with a huge bull's horn. The invisible pressure that accompanied the completion of the half of the 5 elder stars at the same time filled the hall of the royal palace with no restraint. Deeply shocking Sengoku, Zephyr, the 3 great generals, and Gion, who had once served and given all their body, mind, and soul, causing them all to have the illusion of falling into hell. In the meantime, Xia Yu, who had grabbed the arrow, turned back violently, and the majestic and unparalleled hegemony color hegemony aura then surged out, enveloping the 5 elder stars who had just completed their transformation. Buzz. The dizzying low-frequency vibration of the air then exploded in everyone's ears, and the vastness of the overlord color hegemonic aura that was like the waves of the angry sea then impacted the 5 elder stars that had transformed into the form of a monster. Facing the sudden onslaught of overlord color hegemonic aura, Sartan, whose lower half of his body turned into a huge spider and was entangled in a black flame cloud, was unable to suppress a miserable scream at once. Immediately after that, his body returned to its original form in an instant, and then he collapsed to the ground with a plop as if he was exhausted. Plop. The other 4-5 elder stars were also simply unable to resist the sudden onslaught of overlord-colored hegemonic aura, and they all reverted to their original forms. Looking at this visually striking image in front of him, the 3 admirals, as well as Warlord and Zephyr, were all wide-eyed, and Warlord couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. To know, he is also a hegemonic color hegemony possessor, but he has never seen anyone use the hegemonic color hegemony to such an extent, from a new recruit to an admiral of the Great Voyage to the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Simply amazing. Although the 3 great admirals had long since seen the shocking image of Xia Yu sending the Knights of God flying from the roof of the naval headquarters building, they still weren't immune to it and were once again shocked on the spot. Because at this moment, Xia Yu was not facing members of the Knights of God, but the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elder stars. With just the hegemonic color hegemony, he knocked the 5 elder stars back to their original form, and if it was a full-scale war, the 3 great generals didn't dare to think any further, because at this moment, they thoroughly understood what exactly Xia Yu's sentence, "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall," that he had uttered when he faced the 5 elders in Grimgu directly underneath the main building of the world government headquarters earlier meant. Right at this moment, a terrifying sword chi suddenly blossomed, as the 5 elder stars were knocked back. Gringo, who stood alongside them, struck. However, the moment he unsheathed his sword and unleashed his terrifying sword aura, Sakaski took a violent step forward, his lava-iced fists instantly clenched, and he said with murderous intent, "Gringo, if you dare to swing your sword, I will do whatever it takes to finish you off." As Sakaski's words fell, Palia Sereno, Kuzan, and Gion were the first to stand over. This time, Warlord was no longer on the sidelines either, as Imu's act of sitting on top of the throne of the void caused him to stop having illusions about the world government and decisively stood next to Zephyr alongside him. At the same time, all of the Divine Knights, including Shamrock and Junko, had taken up combat stances. Enough! Just as the crowd was drawing their swords, Im, who was sitting on top of the throne, suddenly spoke out, "Gringo, stand down!" Without waiting for Gringo to react, Im immediately looked towards Xiaoyu, who had grabbed the arrow and knocked the 5 Elder Stars back to their original form with his overlord color Hegemony. "Let's stop testing each other. Without a doubt, you have the qualifications to have a fair conversation with me." After a slight pause, Im turned his words around and said in a deep voice, "Junzi, give a seat to Marshal Xiaoyu." Slow. Xiaoyu spoke up just in time, shaking the arrowheads from his grasp and picking his way down the steps to join Sakaski and the others in front of them as the crowd gazed on. And then he turned to look at the figure on the throne and said in a deep voice, "The so-called fair dialogue is for us to sit here and continue to look up to you, who is high above us. According to this trend, today also want to add more rhythm cover the face JPG. I get 1,000 with love power plus a chapter. In fact, is thinking it is difficult to achieve to steal down lazy. As a result, count you hard wake up tomorrow no matter whether it reaches 1,000 with love or not. Continue to add more." Chapter 053, for the first time in history, he was on equal footing with the 5 Elder Stars. The rolling dark clouds and the suffocating meteor volcano that shrouded the sky above the holy land of Pango City gradually disappeared as I transferred Xiaoyu and the others through the teleportation array, and the freeze that covered 100 feet in a radius quietly melted, leaving wisps of frigid air drifting in the air. Standing on the auto walkway, Hollow, Lieutenant General Tsuru, and Karp's group all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts after the sunlight once again poured from the sky above them. In the bottom of their hearts, they all knew very well that the meteor volcano's disappearance was definitely not a sign that Sakaski had given up the fight, but rather it meant that the Holy Land's test had failed. "Empty, why can't I come along because I'm AD?" Relaxed by the disappearance of the meteor volcano, Karp glanced at the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Air, who was standing beside him, and said in disbelief, "Now that Xiaoyu is equivalent to a complete showdown with the world government, even if I'm AD, it doesn't have any effect, does it? How could there be no repercussions?" Empty glared at Karp and said in a bad mood, "That lord's greatest fear is the D-clan. If you were present, this negotiation could very well directly evolve into a war. Just now you also saw, Sakaski and Kuzan took a position one after another, during which any uncertainty that arises may directly erupt into a battle. That lord?" Karp's brow furrowed momentarily as he said in a deep voice, "Empty, do you recognize the identity of him as the person who was behind the control of the world government?" A flash of confusion flashed in Hollow's eyes. The appearance of Imu hit him the hardest compared to Karp and Warlord, for he had been equally unaware of Im's existence before this until last night, when Im had summoned him directly through the 5 Elders. He expected him to show up at the Chamber of Power, but he didn't expect him to summon him directly at the Palace of the Holy Land. When he walked into the palace hall and saw the 5 Elder Stars kneeling with their faces facing the Void Throne as well as the figure sitting on top of the throne, his entire body was in a state of brain downtime. The Void Throne, which had been vacant for 800 years, actually had a king sitting on it without him, the commander-in-chief of the world government, knowing anything about it. Thinking about the images from last night when he was summoned by Imam, and some of the things Imam had said to him, he was momentarily at a loss as to how to answer Karp. After a short period of silence, Air turned around and gazed at Karp with a grave expression on his face. "It's about the truth of that blank 100 years of history, as well as the secrets of the D1 clan and the legend of Nika. I'm so messed up right now that I can't give you an accurate answer for a while. But Karp, you may know a lot of things we don't know. He should give you the answer you want. As for me," Empty paused slightly, then turned his head sideways to look in the direction of the World Government Headquarters building, as if he had unloaded some heavy burden, as if he was relieved. "When this matter is over, it's time to retire. In the meantime, conference room, Palace of the Holy Land." Im, who ultimately chose to compromise, sat opposite Xiaoyu at each end of the rectangular conference table. Sengoku, Zephyr, Gion, and the 3 great generals were seated face to face with the Golden Gringo. Although the 5 Elder Stars had been knocked back by Xiaoyu's overlord color hegemonic aura impact, they hadn't suffered much damage, and one by one, they were sitting upright, staring angrily at the warring states and the others who were sitting across from them. Warlord didn't choose to lock eyes with the 5 elders across from him, only to see him unhurriedly take out a box of senbei from his bag before taking a piece out of it and handing it to Zephyr. Seeing that Zephyr didn't reach out to pick it up, he didn't hesitate to throw it into his mouth in front of the 5 elders and Imu. Not to mention, it felt really great to eat senbei so recklessly in front of the 5 old stars. Thinking back to that year, He was also a young man with a lot of ambition, but since he became an admiral and later was promoted to be a marshal of the headquarters, he gradually forgot what he once was, and did his best for the Navy and the world government, and kept as humble and cautious as possible in front of the 5 elder stars. Now because of Xiaoyu's rash kid's sudden appearance, coupled with seeing him's existence with his own eyes, he naturally had nothing to worry about. Most importantly, at this moment, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief because the child he had watched grow up had made a name for himself and given himself a fighting chance. I can't say why I feel this way. It just feels good. After throwing a piece of immortal shellfish into his mouth once again, he squinted his eyes with great enjoyment and looked sideways at Xiaoyu under the gaze of the 5 elder stars across the street who were about to spit fire. With a look like I knew you kids were the most competitive since you were a kid. The 3 great admirals were also different from when they used to meet at the Navy headquarters, especially Palyaserino and Kuzan, who used to meet either napping or counting the hours waiting for the end of the day. But at this time they were all more energized than one another. The reason was simple. It was the first time ever that they were on an equal footing with the 5 elder stars. Of course, the one whose heart was most relieved was Sakaski. Because of the thorough justice he practiced, he had been reprimanded many times by the 5 elder stars either in person or through phone bugs, and he could only endure it even if he had a monstrous anger in his heart. And now that he no longer had to suffer from his previous wimpy anger, he sat at the end of the 4 corners of the room beside Xiaoyu, staring at Satan, who had once reprimanded him the most. The atmosphere was a little subtle. Xiaoyu and him looked at each other, one wanting to take off the other's face mask to see what kind of face was hidden underneath it, and the other racking his brain to guess who the other was and where he came from. Im was genuinely curious about Xiaoyu. Through the information in hand, as well as the previous probes, it can basically be ruled out that Xiaoyu comes from the D1 clan, and although the overlord color Hegemony has similarities with that man from back then, with the knowledge of that man, it's unlikely that the two are connected in any way. With no connection to that man, it's even less likely to be Nika, as Xiaoyu is not a devil fruit power user. Of course, it was precisely because the above possibilities were ruled out that Im was willing to sit down and talk to Xiaoyu, because for Im, this world is only one of the D clan as well as with Nika is the biggest threat. The other, even the top powerhouses in the Great Sea, can be specially recruited into the Holy Land to join the Knights of God will be specially recruited, cannot be specially recruited to find a way to get rid of them. If special recruiting can't be hot recruiting either, and getting rid of can't be done, then we'll have to sit down and talk about it. That's enough. Warlord. Suddenly, Izambaru could no longer stand the incessant barfing sound of Warlord chewing on the senbei, only to see him stare at Warlord with wide eyes in anger, and said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to eat senbei." Warlord chewed on a senbei and slurred a bit. "You're in no position to dictate to me right now." At these words, the 3 great generals sitting next to him sidled their heads almost simultaneously. The 5 elder stars and Grim Goo on the opposite side of the room were also instantly wide-eyed. Taking in the crowd's reaction, Warlord was once again inexplicably darkly pleased, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Finally, I've said what I've wanted to say all these years. Ah ha ha ha." After a slight pause, Warlord suddenly glared sideways at the 3 generals. "What are you looking at me for? Meeting? Fierce? Too fierce. Almost 700 gifts, plus more first. Reach 1,000 by 12 tonight and keep adding more tomorrow." Chapter 054, Sakaski is on fire. Let's get started. Xiaoyu no longer bothered to dwell on whether it was a man's face or a woman's face hidden under Im's face scarf, and simply said, "Since this is a negotiation, everyone should take out the appropriate sincerity. Shouldn't all of you present, as the masters, show it first? Let's start with the issue of the Navy's funding, which has always been dispersed by the Holy Land's finance class in the past. Starting this year, after that, the annual funding allocated to the Navy by the Holy Land will be increased tenfold." As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, Isan Baron stood up violently and said furiously, "What? Raise it tenfold? Do you know how much the Navy spends each year?" Izan Baran. Without waiting for a reaction, Sakaski was the first to stand up, completely letting go of the slightest hint of holding back, and snapped, "You'd better shut up before Marshal Xiaoyu finishes his sentence. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to finish you off." "Sakaski, you are reckless." Satan looked up at Sakaski and said in a deep voice, "Sit down. Who are you?" Sakaski took off his military cap and fiercely came in front of Satan, saying with murderous intent, "The most hateful of the 5 old undead is you. If you tell me what to do again, I'll finish you off too." Sensing Sakaski's killing intent, Palyaserino and Kuzan, who were sitting beside him, looked at each other historically, each with a look of doubt in their eyes. What's going on with Sakaski? What a fire! Xiaoyu also didn't expect Sakaski to finish off the other party at the drop of a hat. First it was Grim Goo, then Isan Baron, and now it's become Satan, catching whoever bites whoa this is. Sartan was infuriated, and the muscles in his obese face continued to throb. obviously trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Izanbaran, too, was so angry at Sakaski's old undead remark that he gripped the hilt of his katana, and Topman Wachuli, as well as the other 2 5 elders, also roused by the mad dog like Sakaski, stood up. What? Don't want to talk about it? The 5 elder stars had just all stood up. When a cold light was calculated in Xiaoyu's eyes, he immediately slapped the table. Then let's do a fight first. 7v7. Very fair. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu also stood up at that moment, and the facial muscles under the facecloth of him sitting across from him twitched slightly, but Im didn't stand up. Instead, he gently raised his hand and tapped on the desktop. Crisp knocking sound has just sounded. The 5 old stars suddenly feel the body stiff, and then the first time to neatly sit back in the chair will be the bottom of the heart of the anger of the raw suppressed. The 5 elder stars had just sat down, and Im immediately looked at Xiaoyu, saying nonchalantly, "You continue, no one will dare to interrupt out loud next." Seeing this, Xiaoyu also pointed to the point, signaling Sakaski to sit down, and then gazed condescendingly at the opposite side of the table with his hands propped up on the desktop. Regarding the issue of the Navy's funding, there's another way of dealing with it. That is, in the future, there is no need for the Holy Land to allocate funds, and the Navy Department and the Sky Dragon People's mission will go to the joining countries to collect the heavenly gold, and half of the heavenly gold earned will be returned to the Navy. Once again, Izanbaran didn't hold back from looking up at this statement. Give half of the heavenly gold to the Navy. Why don't you go rob it? The very moment Izanbaran looked up, Imu glared directly at him with a glare that scared him so much that he hurriedly retracted his neck and didn't dare to squeak. No problem. After glaring Izanbaran back, Im nodded dryly. From now on, half of the annual heavenly gold will go to the Navy. But when the Navy receives this half of the heavenly gold, it must continue to fulfill its duty to protect the franchise nations. This is natural. Xiaoyu nodded and continued. Next is the issue of naval affiliation. Again, 2 options. 1. The Navy still belongs to the world government and is at the disposal of the Chamber of Power. But the position of the 5 elders in the Chamber of Power must be changed to a rotational method, rotating every 6 months. And each time they rotate they must make sure that 2 of the 5 seats are from the Navy headquarters. 2. The Navy is independent from the world government, and is no longer in a superior/subordinate relationship with the world government, but an equal partnership. This article does not affect the first funding issue, the above 2 options. Regardless of the final result, I must emphasize one point, and that is that the privilege of the Tenrya people is invalid in front of the Navy, and the Tenrya people being threatened or harmed by the Admiral of the Navy headquarters who must be the first to rush over to support them unconditionally will also cease to exist. The Navy only exists to maintain order on the sea as well as justice, and if the Tenrya people are acting as tigers on the basis of their Tenrya status anywhere outside of the Holy Land, they will also be subject to justice. Of course, I can make a concession on this one. Any punishment or execution of the Skrulls will be forwarded by the Navy to the Knights of God, but only in the presence of an officer of the Navy headquarters. At that, Im's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, Xiaoyu is trying to divide the power of the world government. The 5 elder seats are rotated in such a way that each rotation must ensure that 2 of them are from the Navy headquarters, which means that while the Navy headquarters is still under the authority of the Room of Power, the 2 officers from the Navy headquarters who rotate into the 5 elder seats will have a greater authority to give orders to other departments besides the Navy directly through the Room of Power. As for the second one, there is no need to bring it up at all, because the Navy under Xiaoyu's control has already formed the trend of forcing the palace. Independent or not independent of the world government is no longer important. However, Im has Im's machinations, although Xiaoyu's intentions were obvious. With the situation at hand and some uncontrollable factors in the future, Im still spoke up dryly. The proposal of rotation is good. Perhaps this will become a breakthrough towards a better future between the world government and the Navy. As for the article that the Navy has the right to enforce the law if the Tenryu people do something harmful outside of the Holy Land, and that the right to dispose of them is in the hands of the Divine Knights, that's fine too. Before Im's words fell, the 5 elder stars looked up almost simultaneously and said in unison, "Never, I'm Sama." Unlike the reaction of the 5 elder stars, the 3 great admirals, Gion, as well as Sangoku and Zephyr didn't expect that Im would agree so readily. To know, Xiaoyu put forward these resolute program is completely favorable to the Navy. As a workplace veteran they are not difficult to see that Xiaoyu is trying to through this negotiation will be the headquarters of the officers pushed to the Room of Power to share the power of the world government. When Xiaoyu proposed the first option, they all secretly sweated, all thinking that Im would not agree. But the result was once again unexpected. Im not only promised to adopt a rotating system for the seat of the 5 elders in the Room of Power in the future, but also gave the Navy the right to enforce the law against the nobles of the world. The 5 old stars rotating or not rotating is not important at all. What is important is that from this moment on, the Navy does not have to suffer from those world aristocrats of the nest. For a moment, the three great generals in Guion barely resisted the urge to shout the word loyalty. The Navy, which has been bowing and scraping and dying for the world government for 800 years, has finally gotten the respect they deserve, and a moment of glory for the Navy that has been long overdue. Chapter 055 The Treaty of manhwa. The 5 old stars take turns sitting. The negotiating session lasted until noon. Many of the conditions put forward by Xiaoyu, Im agreed to them one by one. Of course there were also some conditions that were rejected, but Xiaoyu didn't take it to heart because these rejected conditions were all put forward by him intentionally to disturb the public. Outside the palace of the Holy Land, with Shamrock and Junzi standing side by side, they looked ahead in unison at the closed gates of the palace. Standing behind the two, in addition to the 5 divine knights who had been shaken off following Junzi through the teleportation array to the Navy headquarters, there were also several divine knights who had been standing behind Gringo before. Unlike the 5 members of the Knights of God standing behind Shamrock and Junzi, these members of the Knights of God all had the word holy after their names. It was well known that among the Tianlong people of the Holy Land, the men's names would all have a saint added to them. This also meant that these members of the Knights of God were not specially recruited from outside the Holy Land, but rather, they were strong men selected from the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land. The 2 men at the head were Chillingham and Somaz. Both are the main fighting members of the Knights of God in both Devil Fruit ability. Chillingham is a dragon fruit, phantom beast seed, Kirin form devil fruit ability. Because the fruit ability has long been awakened, at this time he is directly in the form of a humanoid Kirin, with a long neck surrounded by white floating clouds, wearing a gorgeous military uniform as well as the Knights of the Gods Order of the Cape of the People have. Though standing, Chillingham's eyes were closed as if he were asleep, and he was actually speaking in a dreamy voice that was unintelligible to the onlooker. Somaz, on the other hand, is a superhuman thorn fruit ability, although the age has been high, but the muscle is incomparably developed. The figure is even more stout to the extreme. The strong aura is not any concealment. However, despite his advanced age, Somaz was a bit of an old man, and was currently squinting at Junko. Somaz, noticing that Somaz's gaze was a bit unsteady, Shamrock frowned slightly as he stood side by side with Junzi and said in a deep voice, "Watch your gaze, ahahaha, caught in the act." Somaz laughed out loud and shifted his gaze from Junzi's dress to the closed palace gates, and asked for the sake of the old man, "Junzi, in fact, you don't have to wear a cloak at all." At those words, Junzi blinked in slow reaction before her beautiful eyes widened and her face, which wasn't covered by the bandage tangle, blushed all over with it, while quickly turning around and pulling the cloak on her body. Somewhat unable to look away, Shamrock spoke again. "Somaz, at this point in time, please be serious. I want to be serious too." Somaz spread his hands innocently. "It's mostly because Junchan's dress is just too appealing to the eyes." Before the words left his mouth, Somaz suddenly changed the topic and asked with a serious face, "Shamrock, do you have any thoughts about this incident? I don't think it's at all necessary for Lord Im to talk to Xiaoyu. Undeniably, his strength is powerful, especially his Overlord color Hegemony, the strongest of all the Overlord color Hegemony possessors I've seen over the years. However, their party is only a mere 7 people. While the Holy Land not only has the Divine Knights, but also the 5 Elder Stars as well as Lord Im, the advantage of the entire Holy Land against the 7 of them is entirely mine. So why not take this opportunity to suppress and finish them off once and for all? As long as we take out Xiaoyu as well as controlling the 3 great admirals, the Navy headquarters is simply not enough to be feared, and Chillingham and I will go ahead and take them all in." Hearing this, Shamrock shook his head. This matter is far from being that simple. Xiaoyu dared to ascend to the Holy Land with only 6 people. But it's not just that his own strength is strong and has the ability to defend himself, but that behind him stood all levels of officers and soldiers of the Navy who are very loyal to him. You can understand it this way: the current Navy can do without the world government, but the world government can never give the Navy away at this time. That's just it. Somaz waved his hand, wanting to look at Junzi but was immediately glared back by a look from Shamrock, and ultimately shrugged his shoulders helplessly. This level of big event is beyond the scope of our rights, and with Lord Im personally sitting in on it, I'm sure this matter will be resolved properly very soon. In the conference room of the Palace of the Holy Land, Im, who had agreed to a series of conditions put forward by Xiaoyu one by one, glanced at Xiaoyu, who suddenly stood up and came straight from behind the 5 Elder Stars to his body, and his dark red corrugated eyes could not help but shrink as he said in a deep voice, "Xiaoyu, stop at the right time. Don't worry, I didn't try to take off your face scarf." Xiaoyu, who came in front of him, took out a document and put it on the conference table, smilingly saying, "Although you have agreed to all the conditions that I put forward, empty promises are not supported by evidence. You still need to sign this document." "What's this?" Im looked at the document that was placed in front of her, the corners of her mouth twitching under her visor at the large, bold line in the title of the document. "The Treaty of manhwa?" Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. sign the Treaty of manhwa, and we will end this negotiation here. Of course, besides you signing it, we also need the 5 Elder Stars to write their big names as well, because this treaty needs to be photocopied and sent to all the joining countries. I'm decisively refused. My existence is now limited to the naval headquarters as well as the Holy Land to know. Ah, Xiaoyu blinked, then nodded in relief. Sorry, it was an oversight on my part. Right now, the ostensible supreme authority of the world government is still the 5 Elder Stars. Saying that, Xiaoyu picked up the document and put it in front of the leading top manhwa. This treaty will be signed by all of you. Upon hearing this, top manhwa hurriedly looked to him, and only when he saw his nod of approval did he pick up the document and look at the contents of the treaty. The contents of the treaty were all the things that him had previously agreed to, while none of the contents that him had rejected were there. Obviously, the conditions that were rejected by him that Xiaoyu put forward were nothing more than a blindfold for Xiaoyu. What Xiaoyu really wanted was the contents of the treaty that had already been drawn up. After reading the contents of the treaty, top manhwa looked up at Xiaoyu with a deep look. Previously, in front of the World Government Headquarters building, when Xiaoyu unleashed his powerful and unparalleled overlord color hegemony at the drop of a hat, he almost mistakenly thought that this was a reckless young man who relied solely on his powerful strength. Now, it seemed that this Xiaoyu, who he had judged as a reckless young man, had calculated almost every step just right, and his city and means were simply chilling. In a short time, the Treaty of manhwa was signed. Guys, let's go! After the last of the 5 Elder Stars signed their names on the treaty, Xiaoyu quickly put away the documents, as if he was worried that him and the 5 Elder Stars would renege, and simply turned around and left. Wait, Warlord, Zephyr, and the 3 great generals in Gion had just stood up when him suddenly spoke up. Xiaoyu, let's talk alone? Xiaoyu turned back to meet him's gaze with a serious expression. You're going to take off your scarf and be honest with me? Without waiting for him to react, Xiaoyu waved his hand somewhat impatiently towards Warlord and the others. You guys go wait for me outside. Im also gave orders to the 5 elders in Gringo. You too, get out. The 5 Elder Stars in Grimgu didn't dare to be slow, so they got up and walked out of the conference room. Seeing this, Warlord and the others did not stop and followed closely behind. Soon, only Xiaoyu and Im were left in the conference room. The door to the conference room had just closed, and Im immediately looked up with a burning gaze at Xiaoyu and spoke without a thought. You don't belong to this era. Xiaoyu met Im's gaze, a little confused. Not waiting for Xiaoyu to react, Im began to explain himself. If you were born in this era, your overlord color hegemony couldn't be that strong. I previously deduced that your hegemonic color hegemony could be the hegemony left over from that man's storage, but after what I've just observed, it's clearly not. So much so that there is only one answer. You, like me, do not belong in this age. So, are you from 800 years ago, or further in the past? The man you're talking about is Joy Boy. Right. Feeling the wisp of bewilderment that permeated Im's rippled eyes, Xiaoyu couldn't help but speak. Don't worry, I'm not Joy Boy, much less Nika. I'm just me. However, you only have to promise me one more condition and I'll tell you where I come from. Iman's eyes lit up and her pupils dilated a bit. What strip? Before the words were out of his mouth, Im snapped out of it and rejected it outright without hesitation. Trying to get me to take off my scarf is never going to happen. Xiaoyu slightly shrugged his shoulders and feigned helplessness. Well, it's only fair that you have the look-alike gender that intrigues me, and I have the origin that you can't guess. Brothers mighty, come early tomorrow for an extra shift. Chapter 056, Great Voyage Wind and Cloud Convergence. All invincible. Outside the main hall of the royal palace, the first to step out, the 5 elders in Gringo stood in front of the members of the Knights of God, followed closely by the warlords group of 6 who walked right across from them. The 5 Elder Stars all had extremely complicated hearts at this time, for the conditions put forth by Xiaoyu. All the other conditions did not have much impact on them. The only one that they genuinely cannot accept is the one about the rotation of the seats of the 5 elders, because Xiaoyu's intention is very clear. The full control of the navy. Xiaoyu completely do not need to come to the Holy Land. Directly lead the navy to separate from the world government can be. The reason why Xiaoyu did not do so is very simple. Directly lead the navy, this huge war machine, to separate from the world government and its enemy will bring great sacrifices to both sides, and may even lose both sides, thus cheaper than the revolutionary army. The great voyage of those lawless pirate forces as well as all the joining countries. Surely this was something their lordom needed to face. It was also the fact that neither their lordom nor Xiaoyu wanted to come to this point, which was why they chose to sit down and talk. One side for retaining the navy as a huge war machine. One side is seeking greater profit and power for this mutiny. But they all know what's at stake. But why is it the 5 elders' seat rotation? Seat rotation meant that any one of the 5 of them could be rotated out. And after so many years of holding the highest power in the room of power, they had gotten used to and enjoyed the power. and it was naturally difficult for them to accept it at the bottom of their hearts when rotation suddenly took place. However, things have come to a head and they can only face reality. Taking in the reaction of the 5 Elder Stars, Junko first glanced across the room at the Navy Headquarters 6 in confusion, then at their leader, Gringo, and seeing that he also looked unhappy, she blinked in some bewilderment, then fixed her gaze on Shamrock. Although Shamrock didn't have much of a reaction, from the expressions on his father Sama's face as well as those of the 5 Elder Stars, he basically guessed that this negotiation meeting would more than likely end up with a complete victory for Xiaoyu. However, he was equally curious about the outcome of this negotiation meeting, and took a step forward to Gringo's side and spoke. "It's over, Lord Father?" Gringo nodded. Unlike the reaction of the 5 elders, the appearance of the 5 elders' seat rotation this time was not a bad thing for him as the head of the Knights of God, for saying no to listening to rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds. The reason was simple. Lord Im could accept this condition proposed by Xiaoyu. On one hand, he could not lose the navy as a huge war machine. On the other hand, he was dissatisfied with the inaction of the 5 elder planets over the years, and even if there was no appearance of Xiaoyu, the 5 elder planets might also make an adjustment in the next period of time. Half an hour later, the tightly closed gates of the palace were once again opened. Immediately afterward, Xiaoyu stepped out in large strides with a spring in his step, glancing at the crowd waiting in front of the main gate. Xiaoyu ignored the 5 elder stars as well as the crowd of Knights of God members and walked straight to Gion, handing over the documents in his hand before walking alone to the edge of the steps with his back to the crowd, slowly opening his hands and taking a deep breath of the fresh air of the Holy Land. Xiaoyu's sudden action caused the Navy Headquarters 6, as well as the members of the 5 elder stars and the Knights of God to be a bit puzzled. However, very soon, Xiaoyu stood with his arms folded, looked around condescendingly, and spoke to himself. Such a vast red earth continent is actually vacant of so much land. It's really too wasteful. Before his words fell, Xiaoyu suddenly turned back to look at the Navy 6. Teacher Zephyr, when you head to the Room of Power to take your turn at the 5 Elder Stars, remember to arrange for some people to reclaim a piece of land out to plant something random. Over in my hometown, almost everyone likes to plant land, and naturally, I'm no exception. Zephyr selectively ignores the fact that Xiaoyu likes to garden and is caught off guard with wide eyes. Me, rotating 5 old stars? Xiaoyu nodded. You and Mr. Warlord. Without waiting for Zephyr and Warlord to react, Xiaoyu immediately shifted his gaze to look at the 5 elder stars across the room, taking the 5 old stars eating bitter face in. Xiaoyu didn't hold back his laughter. No, what's wrong with you guys? Isn't it just giving up 2 seats? What's the need for such a sad face? Hey, Izanbaran, you want a mirror? I'll look at your expression now, especially your eyes, staring like a copper bell. Be careful to fall out. Oh, and you, Sartan Dash. Speaking here, Xiaoyu, who had been all smiles a second ago, suddenly sank his face. I know that you guys are not convinced in your hearts, but have you ever thought about why I would agree to this condition of rotating the seats of the 5 elder stars? Saying 1,000 words, it all stems from your lack of ability, especially in these recent decades. First the Rocks pirates' raid on the Valley of the Gods, then the advent of the Great Seafaring Era. What have you done in the face of the increasing number of increasingly lawless pirates? What else can you do but issue a bounty? Since you have no more skillful means, vacate your seats for those who can. Without giving the 5 elder stars a chance to retort or seize, Xiaoyu waved his hand and dryly turned around. Let's go. Seeing this, Gion hurriedly put away the papers and quickly followed. Immediately after that, the 3 great generals also turned around without the slightest hesitation and followed closely behind. Instead of leaving right away, Zephyr and Warlord stood still and looked at each other. It was only after several seconds of stagnation that the two of them woke up as if from a dream and said in unison, "We've become 5 old stars?" Xiaoyu, who had already walked away, glanced back at Warlord and Zephyr, who were in a daze because of their upcoming turns on the 5 elder stars, and suddenly opened his mouth to shout, "Sakaski!" Out of a conditioned reaction, Sakaski basically stood up straight instinctively. Seeing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but open his mouth. It's not work time, no need to be so serious. Sakaski was silent, his body still straight. Well, it's good that you like it. Xiaoyu slightly shrugged his shoulders. Next time you rotate, go rotate the 5 elder stars and piss off Topman, Izanbaran, and the rest of them. Me? Sakaski's eyes widened with the same reaction as Zephyr's. Caught off guard. Not just you, Xiaoyu said with a serious expression. From now on, this 5 elder seat will be rotated between the 3 of you and Gion. At these words, Gion, Palyaserino and Kuzan all looked up unexpectedly, wanting to say something but realizing that whatever they said at this time seemed a bit pale, and finally straightened their bodies just like Sakaski, raised their hands in salute facing Xiaoyu, and shouted in unison, "Loyalty, ha ha ha, yes." Glancing at the 4 people who were facing him with their hands raised in salute, Xiaoyu turned around and walked out with a big smile. Magnificent words then resounded in the ears of the four. The winds and clouds of the great voyage converge, and the four seas are tossed with the fury of the clouds and waters, to sweep away all vermin, all invincible. Well, there's an inner flavor, as of this writing, rounded up to exactly 1,000, plus more, regardless of power with love anymore. Brothers, vote or not, the love is here, unabated. Additional work continues tomorrow. Don't ask why, ask and you'll be loved. Chapter 057, Im's little scheme to support a Navy king? Immediately after Xiaoyu and his group left, Im summoned the 5 Elder Stars as well as Gringo. Above the dimly lit palace hall, Im was like a statue, sitting motionless on the void throne, his dark red rippled eyes without any emotional fluctuations, looking down on the 5 Elder Stars as well as Grim Gu. The 5 Elder Stars did not stand, but all of them kneeled down prostrate on the ground facing the throne of the void. Grim Gu was naturally no exception, but because he was the head of the Knights of God, he performed the ritual of kneeling on one knee. Know what you're thinking. After a short period of silence, Im's voice slowly resounded in everyone's ears. Are you all thinking that Xiaoyu should have been sent to the execution platform for committing treason? But I agreed to a series of his conditions, not only giving up 2 of the 5 elders' seats in the room of power, but also allowing him to have the same privileges as you? Upon hearing this, the 5 Elder Stars tensed their bodies. They did have such thoughts in the bottom of their hearts, but they didn't dare to say them out loud. The reason is very simple. As a D1 of the clan of Munch D-Carp can become a naval hero, should have died a long time ago, you can also become the 5 old stars to grasp the highest power in the world. The Great Voyage is even appearing the so-called Emperor of the Sea one after another. Why can't I support another naval king? As more and more people become aware of my existence, the world is bound to ripple again, and there is the possibility that it will hasten the reintroduction of Nika to the Great Voyage. 800 years ago there was an alliance of 20 of the original kings against the Pit Nika, and 800 years later the world government has long been in a state of turmoil. So can you alone do it? Xiaoyu is ambitious, and very ambitious, but that's not entirely a bad thing. Ambition means he has needs, and as long as he's not one of the Ds and not Nika, then his needs will be met. Not to mention the 2 5 Elder Star seats. As long as he can be of use to me, it's not impossible to let him take the place of Heir et al. When these words came out, they immediately scared the 5 old stars with sweat coming out of their foreheads, tensing their bodies and not daring to utter a single breath. Apparently, Lord Im wasn't very happy with what they had been doing all these years, and wanted to take this opportunity to give them a wake-up call, as well as trying to see if he could train new replacements for them. If they continue to do nothing in the next few days, they will not be able to leave the room of power in one piece, but will only face the end of death, because if Im wanted them to live, they could live for a long, long time, and if they felt they were useless, even if they were thousands of miles away, Im could easily make them go up in smoke. Taking the reaction of the 5 Elder Stars in his eyes, Im nodded his head. Spinning around, he got up and took a step forward to gaze back at the void throne, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke to himself. Is it also what you want to become the master of this throne? Then let me see just how far you can go, Xia. You. In the meantime, the Shambodi Islands are a direct port to the Holy Land. All of them. Attention. Salute. Xiaoyu and his party had just stepped out of the elevator and stood on the steps when Storabelli and Bastio, both of whom had been waiting on either side of the steps leading directly to the harbor, took a step forward and raised their hands in salute. As their voices fell, the naval soldiers also standing on both sides of the steps straightened their bodies, and their loud slogans resounded through the sky for a long time, echoing over the harbor. Xiaoyu raised his hand to return the salute and quickly walked over to Storabelli and Bastio, hooked their shoulders and pulled them to his body, directly giving them a big hug. Lord Marshal. Not expecting Xiaoyu to suddenly come this way, Storabelli and Bastillo almost simultaneously widened their eyes, before they were flattered and said in unison, "No, it can't be. What may not?" Xiaoyu let go of the 2 men and said in a serious manner, "I'm a marshal when I'm working, but in private we're still brothers. Let's go. Follow me back to the headquarters." Saying that, Xiaoyu pulled the 2 of them with one hand and stepped down the steps. Bastio and Storabelli were first pulled down the steps by Xiaoyu, but soon they withdrew their minds to silently look sideways at the young marshal walking between them, their backs gradually straightening. During Xiaoyu's trip to the Holy Land, they had been worried that Xiaoyu would have an accident in the Holy Land, and at the same time, they had also started to fantasize that if their Lord Marshal were to rise to the next level by virtue of this mutiny, they were worried that Xiaoyu would drift away from them in the future because of his climbing status. Once again, they proved to be overly concerned. When Xiaoyu took their hands and said the words "we're brothers," it was as if sand had entered their eyes, and their eyes instantly reddened. This honor, I will not have it all to myself. The Lord Marshal, whom they swore to follow, did not break his word. Damn, the world government is compromised. It's simply unbelievable. Xiaoyu actually left the Holy Land so quickly, and by the look on his face, It's obvious that he obtained everything he wanted. Quick, report the situation here immediately. The intelligence personnel from various parties who had been secretly following this big event since Xiaoyu set off for the Holy Land had not yet had time to take a bite of lunch before they all took their positions due to the sudden return of Xiaoyu and his party from the Holy Land. In a short while, both the news agencies around the world, as well as the Revolutionary Army, the 4 emperors of the New World, and the intricate forces of the world's underground all received the news one after another. Sector 13, Chambord Islands. Inside the knockout bar, Sharky pulled a cigarette from the carton and lit it up. After gently exhaling a smoke ring, she slightly looked sideways at the figure standing outside the bar door and spoke nonchalantly. Riley, back then, among the truths you saw when you arrived at Lavandru after Roger, could there be a figure of this young marshal? Standing outside the door, Riley looked through the thick trees at the huge warships returning from the sea towards the Navy headquarters and shook his head. There are no records related to him. Then your layout back then may need to make some changes. Shaki walked out of the bar with her back against the door and said lightly, back then, you chose to stay in the Shambaldi Islands in Java State in Elbath in order to wait for the appearance of the person Roger was expecting. Now that person has not appeared, but the Navy headquarters has produced a young marshal who has compromised the Holy Land. With his thunderous takeover of the Navy, but also through the means of negotiating with the Holy Land successfully, it is not difficult to see that the next he will certainly be purged of pirates as the goal. If he's truly prepared to launch a purge of the Great Voyage as well as the Four Seas pirates, it's highly likely that the one Roger was expecting will die prematurely as a result. Upon hearing this, Riley looked sideways at Shaki and smiled. Although I was once a pirate, if he can really do the job of purging the pirates and returning the world to a stable and peaceful place, I'll be happy to see that day come. Oh, a flash of surprise passed through Shaki's eyes, somewhat unable to believe that this was coming from the mouth of the right wrist of the former pirate king. Riley, all these years of seclusion in the Chambord Islands have changed you. Changed? Riley froze, then laughed in relief. Maybe it's because it's been too peaceful all these years. Ha ha. Just then, the phone bug sitting on the wineglass bar suddenly rang. Without hesitation, Sharky turned and walked to the bar, taking the lead. It's me. A somewhat anxious voice came from the phone bug. Xiaoyu and the 5 Elder Stars signed the Treaty of manhwa, which is now being printed in large quantities and will be sent to the world government's member countries within today. As for the content of the treaty, I didn't dare to read the whole thing. I just scanned it roughly. I remember a clause that the 5 Elder Stars seats will henceforth appear on a rotating basis, with 2 of them going to the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu enjoys the same privileges as the 5 Old Stars. Also, the right to recruit the King's 7 Musketeers will only belong to the Navy headquarters from now on. And Xiaoyu has full control over the replacement of the 7 Musketeers personnel as well as the power to abolish the 7 Musketeers system. Chapter 058 All Officers. Greet the Lord Marshal. The Navy headquarters, with nearly all the officers and enlisted men present, stood neatly in the harbor, looking wildly enthusiastic for the return of their Lord Marshal. As the huge warship slowly sailed into the harbor, the officers of all ranks standing neatly in the harbor almost simultaneously took a step forward and looked up at the figure of the young commander-in-chief who stood in the bow of the warship with great vigor. Immediately afterward, all of them raised their hands in salute at the same time and shouted in unison, all officers and soldiers of the Navy headquarters, welcome Lord Marshal. As the voices of the officers of all ranks fell, the naval soldiers who stood neatly behind them all the way from the harbor arrayed to the Plaza de Marinvado raised their hands in salute. Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. A series of 3 neat and loud slogans resounded over Marinvento, like thunder rising from the ground. Marinvento finally had a long-lost moment of glory. Standing on the bow of the warship, Xiaoyu looked down on the officers at all levels of the headquarters who stood neatly and the densely packed soldiers who looked frenzied after shouting their slogans, and a smile floated up on his face. Speaking with great pride, gentlemen, the moment of glory for the Navy has finally come. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu suddenly looked sideways at Storabelli, Bastio, and the 3 great generals and Guillaume who were following him. As if they knew what Xiaoyu was thinking, Strombelli and Bastille hurriedly took a step forward to be alongside Xiaoyu while holding hands. Without waiting for the 2 to react, Xiaoyu smoothly held Storabelli's hand. Guillaume understood over in a second and came to Xiaoyu's side with great generosity, taking the initiative to shake Xiaoyu's hand and look sideways at the 3 great generals. Although the 3 great generals all knew what Xiaoyu wanted to do, they were all of age after all, and they were a bit squirmy for a moment. Soon, however, Sakaski decisively took Poliacerino in one hand and shook Guillaume with the other. Poliacerino, though a little flushed with old age, took Kuzan by the hand. The moment the group held hands, Xiaoyu immediately took a step forward holding the hands of Guillaume and Storabelli, and his magnificent voice then resounded over Marinvento. This honor belongs to every officer and enlisted man in the room, and to all of their fellow officers who sacrificed their lives for the sake of justice. It belongs to the entire Navy. Heroic Navy, long live. Xiaoyu's voice was not loud, but the words clearly echoed over Marinvento, causing both the lieutenant generals and soldiers present to shout slogans in unison as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood. Looking frenzied, the flood of slogans covered one another in waves, enduring over Marinvento and eventually converging into a torrent raging in all directions. After learning of the Treaty of manhwa, the supreme officers of the Four Seas and the various naval branches of the Great Voyage were shocked by the fact that the slogan loyalty still resounded, despite the great distance from the Navy headquarters. In this regard, Xiaoyu's brazen mutiny to take over the Navy and sign the Treaty of manhwa with the Holy Land comes to an end, and a brand new era begins. Later historians named this mutinous event the Spring of Marinvento, and called this era the Age of Naval Splendor. The next day, portions of the Treaty of manhwa appeared all over the world through newspapers printed by the major newspapers under a dense news broadcast. At the same time, the Ministry of Information of the Navy headquarters also published the latest newspaper, and the front page of the newspaper printed and distributed by the Navy headquarters itself did not mention the content of the Treaty of manhwa, but rather, it was a picture that shocked the world. In the photo that took up most of the page was a group photo of the Navy headquarters from the marshals down to the common soldiers. In the photo, the young marshal is sitting in the C seat. The three highest combatants of the headquarters are sitting on the right-hand side of the young marshal with their legs crossed, and the former marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Lieutenant Admiral Karp, and the former Grand Admiral Zephyr are sitting on the left-hand side of the young marshal. Standing behind the young marshal were all the lieutenant generals, major generals, brigadier generals, and school officers of all ranks of the headquarters, led by Guillaume. The reason why this photo occupies most of the page is that behind all the officers of the Navy headquarters, there are also densely packed soldiers of the headquarters standing in a fan shape. Some of these soldiers are holding long swords, some are pointing their guns to the sky, and some have their arms wrapped around their chests. Although the looks of all the people, including officers of all ranks, varied, they all wore smiles that were uniquely those of the victors. Below this photo was a dense row of names. At the head of the line was Xiaoyu, the youngest marshal in the history of the Navy headquarters, followed by the patriarchs, led by the warlord, and the three greatest generals, the highest fighting force in the ministry. After that were the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters in no particular order of name, and the vice admirals of the major branches of the Navy were even more names one by one. All the people who saw this newspaper at the first time, whether it was those lawless pirates on the sea or the Four Emperors pirate group that had landed in the New World, were all shocked by this picture, especially Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who had ridden all the way from the old days, or Charlotte Ling Ling or Kaido. For the first time since they could remember, they had seen a marshal of the Navy with such a terrifying cohesion. Before this young marshal, whether it was Sengoku, who was known as a wise general, or the former marshal of the Navy, Khan, who was the commander-in-chief of the world government at this time, the Navy under their management seemed to be formidable, but in reality, it was in vain, especially under the leadership of the warlord Navy headquarters. The three admirals seemed to get along well, but in fact the appearance of separation, especially Kuzan and Sakaski, two admirals, and the Navy has dealt with many times, they know very well that the two have very different ideas. As for the other code name of the Yellow Monkey Admiral Poliacerino, from the beginning of the admiral to give a person the feeling of ambiguity, so that people do not know what he is thinking about. It is also the three great admirals seem to be separated, each pursuing their own justice, coupled with the world government intends to maintain the balance of the sea, launched the king under the seven marshal sea system, ultimately leading to the Navy. This huge war machine cannot function properly if the Navy headquarters could work together as one. Even if it was just two admirals working together, it would be basically impossible for the so-called Four Emperors situation to occur in the New World today. Of course, all of that is now a thing of the past. With the appearance of this group photo of the Navy headquarters, the former Navy is like an old era that disappeared in the river of history, and a brand new Navy under the leadership of Xiaoyu, the young marshal, will become a nightmare for all pirates. Sector 13, Chambord Islands. Being at the docks, Riley, who had just finished coating a ship, sat in a row with a couple of coating workers, holding a newspaper published by the Navy headquarters, and looking thoughtfully at the young marshal sitting in the sea seat. When the Roger pirates disbanded, as the captain of the Roger turned himself in on the guillotine, he in the world at the time called the King of Thieves left arm of Jabba the Hutt, as well as the Roger pirate ship Dr. Crocus, were secluded in the Shambaldi Islands, as well as Elbath and the Twin Points, although it is a seclusion. But in fact, in order to wait for Roger expected the D1 of the clan and has a strong strength as well as the will and unparalleled cohesion of the people appeared. There is no doubt that the young naval marshal in the photo already possesses great strength as well as unrivaled cohesion. And the only thing that cannot be proved to prove whether or not he is the one that Roger expects to be the son of one of D's clans is that Xiaoyu's name does not carry a D. But all this is no longer important. After that, this sea will certainly tremble because of this powerful and united navy. Xia, you will also become the brightest one in this era. Suddenly the temperature dropped, and my mind was a little foggy, so I think I caught a cold. So, the extra chapters may be a bit late. Chapter 059 Mihawk comes to an appointment? What kind of appointment? Naval headquarters, officer's family residential area, the courtyard of Xia Yu's house. Sakaski sat on the floor, carefully pruning a potted plant. Not far from him, Poliacerino leisurely carried a sprinkler to water the flowers and plants in the yard. A huge parasol was propped up on the grass across from the two. Under the umbrella, Warlord and Carp were arguing over a box of senbei. Especially Carp. He grabbed 2 pieces of the box of senbei, and the rest were eaten by Warlord in his stomach, which made him very angry, and he threw his fists around, ready to give Warlord a bit of color. Although Zephyr, who was sitting across from the two, didn't have any change in expression, he still almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw the two fighting like children over a piece of immortal shell. For a moment, it was as if he had gone back to a time when he had been young, a time when the Warlord had been the biggest asshole of the 3 of them in the era that belonged to them, and had been able to piss off Maharaja Carp until he exploded in place every time. Just then, a chill came over him. Immediately afterward, Kuzan came quickly to the 2 men and placed the 4 or 5 boxes of senbei in his arms on the coffee table. Not waiting for Kuzan to put down all the senbei in his arms, the coffee table was swept clean of senbei by Carp and Warlord. Seeing this, Kuzan exhaled a heavy breath of cold air and handed Zephyr the last box of senbei in his hand. Zephyr didn't hesitate to take the box and rip it open. Ha! Suddenly, a surprised voice came from behind Kuzan. Without waiting for Kuzan and Zephyr to react, a head emerged from behind Kuzan, none other than Sakaski's mother Sama. The old man who poked his head out from behind Kuzan curiously looked at the senbei in Zephyr's hand, and then at Carp and Warlord who were crunching on the senbei, and then immediately grabbed the corner of Kuzan's coat and excitedly opened his mouth. What's this thing? Oldest son? Kuzan glanced sideways at the old man who had grabbed the corner of his coat. His facial muscles moved slightly, and then he raised his hand to point at Sakaski, who was trimming a potted plant across the street. Old man, I'm Kuzan, and your son is the one across the street. No, he's not my son. The old man shook his head and tightly tugged on the corner of Kuzan's coat. He's my eldest grandson. You're my son. Ha! Almost simultaneously, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Carp all looked at Kuzan in unison with wide eyes at the same time. Not only the 3 of them, but Sakaski across the room nearly cracked in place at his old mother's words. No, you're mistaken, old man. Again, not expecting the old man to mix up the relationship to such an extent, Kuzan panicked a bit. Although he had previously disagreed with the justice that Sakaski practiced as well as the ideas he upheld, he wouldn't dare take advantage of Sakaski. Putting aside these factors, purely in terms of age, Sakaski is 5 or 6 years older than him. According to the old man, this relationship seniority, then Sakaski younger than Sakaski 5 or 6 years, he actually became Sakaski's dad. But, what's with the inexplicable little kick in the pants? In the bottom of his heart, Kuzan thought so, but he didn't dare to show it, realizing that at that moment Sakaski was glaring at him with eyes that could kill. I'm not mistaken. The old man, stubborn and serious, tugged on Kuzan's coat and shook it. Son, you're biased, buying for them and not for me. Mommy's angry. Kuzan took a dark, deep breath and, for the first time in history, cast a look of help at Sakaski. Sakaski was worried that his old mother would continue to make jokes, and no longer watching hurriedly got up and jogged over, slightly embarrassed. Mother, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm your son. I'm Sakaski. What is wrong with you, child? You are my grandson. By the way, what is my grandson's name? After a slight pause, the old man stopped thinking about it and simply changed the subject, pointing at the cactus shell in Zephyr's hand and tugging Kuzan tightly. Son, mommy wants to eat that. Kuzan glanced at the corner of his coat that was being tugged by the old man's death grip, and wanted to force it open but was afraid of being beaten by the group. So with a hardened heart, he tried to look calm and tried to speak as his son. Fine, Mother Sama. Wait a moment, I'll go and get it for you right now. No, I'm going with you. The old man still tugged at his coat. Alright, Kuzan was taken to death, decisively giving up his struggle and nodding his head repeatedly like a dutiful son. Alright, I'll take you with me. Saying that, Kuzan took the initiative to hold the old man's hand, slowing down as much as he could to walk slowly and leisurely out of the yard with the old man. Having just walked out of the yard, the old man suddenly stopped and took the first look at the bicycle parked under a tree at the entrance of the yard and asked curiously, Son, is that your bicycle? Can I sit on it? Kuzan nodded again and dryly ran over and pushed the bike over to him, then hugged the old man with one hand, grabbed the steering wheel with the other and sat down, saying softly, Mother Superior, hold me tight. Well, son is great. The old man was excited like a child. hugging Kuzan tightly after the bike pulled out, his mouth broken. In the yard, Sakaski's eyes gradually softened from being on the verge of spewing fire at first to seeing Kuzan hugging his mother-sama on the bike, and finally a smile that he probably didn't even know he had. It's beautiful. Xiaoyu, who was in the living room, watched all the scene that happened in the courtyard. After watching Kuzan drive the old man away, he smiled and looked sideways at Gion beside him. He couldn't help but say, "Gion, did you see the expression on Sakaski's face? It's amusing." After the old man mistakenly recognized Kuzan as his son, his eyes almost spewed fire. Gion smiled and nodded. Naturally, she saw it all. However, at the sight of Sakaski's reaction, she was more than a little nervous. Today was a good time for the Navy headquarters to take a collective vacation and for officers of all ranks to get together on their own. And she didn't want to see Sakaski and Kuzan get into a fight at this time of year. Luckily, Sakaski not only didn't snap, but also smiled as he watched Kuzan and Mother Superior leave. Gion, who knew what Sakaski's smirk meant, no longer had the slightest worry and smiled. It seems that because of the old man's appearance, the relationship between the two generals has eased quite a bit. Xiaoyu slightly shrugged his shoulders. That's natural. There's an old man in the family who has a treasure. Lord Marshal. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the courtyard door, instantly drawing the eyes of the two great generals as well as the three patriarchs in the courtyard. Without waiting for the 5 people in the courtyard to react, a colonel officer rushed into the courtyard in 100,000 haste and went straight to the living room, saluting Xiaoyu and then hurriedly saying, Xiao Rackle Mihawk has come to the headquarters. In the meantime, in the harbor of Marinvento, a small coffin-shaped ship was quietly parked on the shore, and Mihawk, the world's #1 great swordsman, who was carrying the supreme great quick sword, took elegant steps forward, idly surrounded by a group of naval soldiers who were like a formidable enemy. I'm Jorakol Mihawk. Tell your Lord Marshal that I am coming to an appointment. Extra shifts end today. Bro Mo. Discuss something. Let's stabilize 2 shifts a day and give us a break for a few days. Okay? Biggie. No. Biggie, still want to earn your power with love standing up? Want. And I want more. Biggie, then keep adding more tomorrow. You'll have all you want. Buzz, degree plus. Continue to add more tomorrow. Chapter 060, a new recruit eager for military merit. Mihawk was ignored. Mihawk? Xiaoyu froze, surprised. Without a conscription order, he actually dares to come to the headquarters, the colonel officer explained. He said he was coming to an appointment. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled and said, come to think of it, when I was stranded on an isolated island 6 years ago, he also happened to pass by that island. Speaking of which, I still owe him a favor. If he hadn't happened to pass by, there wouldn't have been me joining the Navy afterwards. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu waved his hand at the colonel officer. Go on, invite him here. Yes, the colonel's officer saluted, while turning and running out. Boom! The colonel officer had just turned around and ran out when the kitchen door was pulled open with great force. Immediately after, a strong smell of grease and fumes rushed out, followed by Strombelly, Flying Squirrel, and Hound, who ran out of the kitchen coughing violently. Lord Xiaoyu, are you sure this is the hot pot base you want? Hound, who rushed out of the kitchen with a smell of grease, was the first to arrive in front of Xiaoyu and said excitedly, this is too spicy. Strombelly and the Flying Squirrels couldn't care less about talking to Xiaoyu and ran straight to the yard to take a big breath of fresh air. What? Not spicy enough? Xiaoyu looked up at the Hound, saw its tears were choked out, couldn't help but speak. Look at your point of interest. In my hometown side is how to eat hot pot. There is spicy must be hemp. Okay, the Hound dropped his head, slightly helpless. The base is ready. What's next? Taking in the Hound's reaction, Gion, sitting next to him, shook his head and laughed, saying, I'll take it from here. You guys go out into the yard and get some air. What ventilation? Xiaoyu got up and rolled up his sleeves. Take the hot pot base to the courtyard, and whoever likes to eat anything just throw it in there. Saying that, Xiaoyu ran into the kitchen and picked up the audience's vegetables and meat that had been prepared long ago and headed towards the courtyard. Seeing this, the Hound did not dare to slack off and grabbed the tables, chairs and benches. Soon, all kinds of vegetables, meat and fruits were all brought to the courtyard. Smelling the smell emanating from the hot pot base being boiled, Carp and Warlord instantly felt that the senbei in their hands didn't smell good anymore, and the first thing they did was sit down at the dining table, picking up their respective favorite vegetables and meat and throwing them into the pot. As Sengoku, Carp and Zephyr took their seats, the Flying Squirrels, Strawberry and Hound gathered around at the table. Xiaoyu had just sat down next to Zephyr with his chopsticks when Polyacerino and Gion came over as well. Gion, who had just sat next to Xiaoyu, looked around and realized that there was still one Sakaski missing, and she hurriedly looked sideways across the courtyard. Sakaski was seen standing in the courtyard staring in the direction of the gate, pacing back and forth with an expression that looked slightly anxious. Sakaski, stop pacing. Xia Yu, who knew what Sakaski was waiting for, spoke decisively, if you can't rest assured, just follow over and take a look. No, there's no need. Sakaski, who had been read through Xia Yu's mind, turned back slightly stiffly. I'll wait here. You guys eat first. When he finished, Sakaski paced again, looking to the door from time to time. Just then, the familiar sound of a bicycle bell came. Immediately afterward, Kuzan, who was pedaling a bicycle, flashed out from the corner and came straight to the courtyard gate with a windy speed. Kuzan, seeing Kuzan pedal back alone on his bicycle, Sakaski hardly hesitated at all, and with an arrow's stride rushed out of the courtyard gate to say in a deep voice, "Where is my mother?" Without speaking, Kuzan slowly turned around, only to see him on his back. The old man, whose body had become not much different from a child's due to his old age, hung himself from the southeastern branch, one hand hooked around Kuzan's neck, one hand grasping a few bags of snacks, happy as a child. Mother superior. Not realizing that his old mother was actually hanging on Kuzan's back, Sakaski was so scared that he almost cracked in place, and while shouting out, he quickly stepped forward to carry his old mother off of Kuzan's back. Just after hugging his old mother, Sakaski glared up at Kuzan. How could you let Mother-sama hang on your back? What if she falls off? Kuzan looked helpless and explained. I can't help it. The old man wants his back. At those words, Sakaski's tone instantly softened, and he spoke with a bit of a squirm. Sin. Hard work. Kuzan gave Sakaski a somewhat unexpected look. It was the first time in all the years he had worked with Sakaski that he had heard those words from Sakaski's lips. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is that since reuniting with his mother, Sakaski seems like a completely different person. He was like a rabid dog when he was in the Holy Land, catching whoever he could and taking them out. Back at the headquarters, and especially in front of his mother-sama, he actually saw something in Sakaski's eyes that he had never seen before: tenderness. Come on, it's been a while since we've had a meal together. After a short silence, Kuzan initiated the invitation. Let's have a drink. In the meantime, Naval Headquarters, Mihawk, accompanied by a colonel officer into Marin Vento Square, had visions that he was in the wrong place. Jude remembered that the last time he came to the headquarters because of the conscription order, this place gave him a slightly depressing feeling, especially those Navy soldiers on duty. One by one, they stood at their respective posts in a deadly silence, obviously windy and sunny, but they had to put on a posture as if they were facing the enemy. On top of that, the Plaza de Marinvento is usually largely deserted and seems very cold. But at this time on the square of Marinvento actually neatly set up tables. Dense naval soldiers and officers of all ranks gathered around the tables piled high with food and wine. All kinds of shouting and boiling sound one after another. Laughing and joking is even a piece. Lively and full of vitality. Because I learned that Mihawk in 6 years ago has not yet become the Navy's Marshal Xia, you know. Come to meet the colonel officer no longer have any qualms. Full of pride and opened his mouth. Today is the Navy headquarters collective day off. Lord Marshal led all the officers and soldiers to put down their hands of work. And in the plaza large flowing banquet, whether it is the officers and soldiers and their families and friends have can be participate. After a slight pause, the colonel officer suddenly stopped and looked back at Mihawk, subconsciously blurting out, Hawkeye, did you know about this news and came here specifically to rub it in? Mihawk bubbled up with a head full of questions looking at the colonel officer. He was the world's #1 great swordsman and he needed to run to the Navy headquarters to rub his nose in it? However, just as he was about to retort, his stomach suddenly and indisputably gurgled. Ahahaha, I knew it. The colonel officer turned around with a big smile. Don't worry, Lord Xiaoyu and the others are having a hot pot in a small stove at home, and since you and Lord Xiaoyu are old acquaintances, with Lord Xiaoyu's generosity, red wine and beef will surely be enough for all of them. Because his stomach wasn't up to it, Mihawk didn't bother to explain. After following the colonel's officer through the Plaza de Marinvento, Mihawk soon noticed another phenomenon that boggled his mind. Back then when he entered Marinvado, many soldiers as well as officers were fearful because of his name as the world's #1 great swordsman. Some even shivered because of his proximity, and many more didn't even dare to meet his eyes. But he walked all the way over here. Both soldiers and officers in Marinvento Square were as if they didn't know him, just casually swept a glance at him and began to drink and eat meat. What's more, because he looked at him twice, he directly disliked him with a "What are you looking at?" or "Yo, isn't this Hawkeye Mihawk?" and so on and so forth that do not put him in the eye. As if he knew what Mihawk was thinking, the colonel officer walking in front of him spoke up again and explained, "Don't get me wrong, Mihawk, they're not targeting you, let alone you. Even the 5 Elder Stars, they don't carry fear now. Let me put it to you this way. Right now everyone up and down the headquarters is incredibly eager to build up military success to repay Lord Marshal, especially those new recruits who just glared at you, still in their recruit training period and yet they dare to rise up after the Lord Marshal. Fight. Fight and rob. Hand over your power generation with love. Doghead save your life. And remember to add a bookshelf Chapter 061 Dare to draw sword on Mihawk. General Bear. Mihawk's facial muscles twitched slightly when he heard that all of the ministry was now eager to build up military success. How could he not have imagined that the young man he helped 6 years ago by chance, in just 6 short years, he had risen to prominence in the Navy headquarters, and even took over the Navy up and down the line with a mutiny, becoming the idol and faith in the hearts of countless Navy soldiers. 6 years ago, when he first met Xiaoyu was only a 15 or 16-year-old teenager, trapped on an isolated island and lonely, making people look and feel sorry for him. He happened to be passing by the island. He unprecedentedly compassionate, by the way, to take it away from the island sent to a town. After that, he had no further contact with it, and had even long since put the matter behind him. It wasn't that he was an expensive man, it was just that such things were not worth mentioning to him at all. Even when Xiaoyu said at the time that he would remember his kindness in rescuing him, he did not take it to heart, no matter what. He was the world's #1 great swordsman. This small favor was not enough. However, for the last time when he came to the Navy headquarters because of the enlistment order and heard quite a few officers mentioning the name Xiaoyu, he just remembered the name because he didn't think that this Xiaoyu was the other Xiaoyu and didn't connect them together. It was simply a matter of thinking that the Navy headquarters had produced a young powerhouse of incredible talent, more so in the area of swordsmanship than Dion, who was an admiral in waiting, had ever been. Until he saw the newspaper published by the Navy headquarters, and saw the young marshal sitting in the CC through the group photo of the Navy headquarters on the newspaper. He suddenly woke up and realized that the two Xiaoyu were the same person. It was for this reason that he uttered those words, "come to the appointment," when he landed in the harbor of Marinvento. Of course, he didn't have a pact with Xiaoyu, and when he dropped him off in town 6 years ago, he waved goodbye to him without leaving even a cloud behind. After being led by the colonel's officer through the Plaza de Marinvado, the image before Mihawk's eyes changed abruptly. Only a narrow road appeared in front of his sight, in the middle of which tables were set up, and, like the scene in the square, officers and soldiers of all ranks were mingling and yelling in a lively manner. However, just as he followed the colonel officer into this road, the officers and soldiers of all ranks, who had been clamoring a moment before, actually quieted down, and then looked at him sideways in unison. Eagle Eye? Jorokol Mihawk. Immediately after a brief silence, several middle-aged officers stood up at a table closest to Mihawk and the colonel's officers, some clad in brigadier general's coats, others wearing major general shoulder patches, and a few others bare-chested, revealing power-packed abs. As these few officers stood up, there was a clatter on the narrow road, and almost all the officers and soldiers all stood up at this moment, staring angrily at the suddenly appearing Mihawk. In an instant, the overriding killing intent came to the surface. The naval officers at all levels, originally clad in the uniform of justice, as well as the soldiers at this moment, resembled the gang members who were mixed up in the underground world, and one by one, they were not deterred because of Mihawk's reputation as the world's #1 great swordsman. Instead, they also revealed a ferocious gaze. For a moment, Mihawk had the feeling that he had arrived not at Navy headquarters, but had entered the home base of some gangster organization. Hey, what are you guys doing? Realizing that the atmosphere was wrong, the colonel officer hurriedly took a step forward. Didn't you see the person? He's a member of the King's 7 Marshalseas, and he's the world's #1 great swordsman, Jorokol Mihawk. Of course we know he's the King's 7 Musketeers. A rear admiral took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Not only do I know that he is the King's 7 Musketeers, I also know that he was also a Navy hunter back in the day." After a slight pause, this major general fiercely unsheathed his sword, his voice rising with it. "Hawkeye, do you still remember the colonel you killed back then? He was the person I respected the most besides Lord Xiaoyu. All these years, I've been waiting to seek revenge on you, but I didn't realize that you've actually become the King's 7 Muskai. But it doesn't matter. After Lord Xiaoyu signs the Treaty of Manhwa with the Holy Land, the system of the 7 Muskai under the king will soon cease to exist." With that said, the rear admiral took a step forward with his sword and raised his voice once more, betting on the name of naval justice. "I, Rear Admiral Noah of the Navy headquarters, challenge you, Jorokol Mihawk. Please enlighten me, and me, Hawkeye. I think I almost died under your blade back in the day. Ahahaha, how could such a thing be missing me?" "Calm down, brothers. He's the #1 great swordsman in the world. You're going to die." Although there were quite a few people in the crowd who spoke out, they were all physically honest, and all of them got up and came behind Major General Noah, with a few of the officers alongside him. It was as if they had a super aggressive look on their faces, as if they were going to beat up Jorokol Mihawk in a group. "Oh, I did not expect these naval officers in front of me not only do not fear themselves, but instead have risen to challenge themselves." Mihawk eyes a cold light flashed. Behind the supreme great fast sword is as if it knows the master's mind. vaguely emitting a suffocating death aura, towards the blocking naval officers surging. Is this the navy led by Xiaoyu? After sweeping everyone present in a circle, Mihawk took a violent step forward while grasping the hilt of his sword with his backhand. His sharp eagle-like eyes once again flashed with a flash of essence. Although the courage is commendable, but even after 100 years, you guys are still not my rivals. However, I never refuse a challenge from any swordsman. Since you guys want to fight, I'll fulfill you. Before the words fell, the terrifying might that uniquely belonged to the world's one great swordsman quietly erupted, instantly forcing back the group of officers and soldiers opposite him. In the next second, the world's strongest black sword swept up a purple flame cloud and sheathed itself, its blade pointing directly at the opposite side of the naval officer and a group of soldiers who had been forced to retreat step by step. Mihawk, feeling the majestic killing intent that suddenly arrived, the colonel officer in charge of coming to greet Mihawk's face changed slightly, and at the same time took a step forward against the immense pressure, and said in a deep voice, "Do you want to go on a killing spree in the Navy headquarters?" Without waiting for Mihawk to react, the colonel officer immediately looked up at the officers and soldiers across the street who had not scattered and fled even though they were enveloped by the terrifying might, and loudly rebuked, "All of you stand back. Mihawk's current identity is not the King's 7 Musketeers, but a guest invited by Lord Xiaoyu. If you guys want to make Lord Xiaoyu thunderously angry, just draw your swords and shoot." Hearing that Mihawk had been invited by their Lord Marshal, the group of officers all looked at each other. Immediately afterward, they made way for Mihawk, knowing that the colonel officer who had spoken would not dare to misrepresent himself, though their hearts were in doubt. "Mihawk, please." Seeing this, the colonel officer breathed a secret sigh of relief. Although he knows that everyone in the current Navy headquarters is eager for military honors, but this person beside him is the world's #1 great swordsman, and one of the members of the King's 7 Marshalsees. If the group of colleagues on the opposite side of the battle against Lord Xiaoyu's protection of his shortcomings and drunkenness, the casualties will be secondary, and Lord Xiaoyu will surely be caught in a dilemma, because Xiaoyu himself said that he got help from Mihawk back then. It was well known that Lord Xiaoyu would always return favors when asked for. If these officers and soldiers in front of him rushed up to fight with Mihawk at this time, it would surely cause their Lord Marshal's credibility to be tarnished. All of them, attention, salute. Suddenly, at the end of the narrow road, a loud shout rang out abruptly, causing all the officers and soldiers who had just made way for Mihawk to subconsciously straighten up, and then retreat in unison to both sides of the road with their hands raised in salute. As the officers and enlisted men stood up on both sides of the road and straightened their backs and raised their hands in salute, several figures immediately stepped out at the end of the road. At the head of the group, it was clearly none other than Xiaoyu. "Mihawk, long time no see." Xiaoyu, who walked quickly to Mihawk's body amidst a loyalty slogan, wore a warm smile. "Originally, I planned to see you again when I sent out a call-up order to the 7 Marshalsees after this all-army celebration banquet, but I didn't expect you to actually come early." Glancing at the officers and soldiers at all levels of the Navy who instantly straightened their backs and saluted because of Xiaoyu's appearance, Mihawk did not move and put away his supreme great quicksword, and said on the surface of the ancient well, "It is really a good thing that you should be impressed when you are not in the same position as a soldier. Xiaoyu, in the past, all these officers and soldiers would bow their heads because of their fear when they saw me, but now, because of your existence, they dared to pull out a sword on me. It is quite something." Xiaoyu slightly shrugged his shoulders. "There's no way. Well, bears and bears." Mihawk looked up and down Xiaoyu a circle. "And 6 years ago when we first met, the tenderness of different. At this time the Xiaoyu more mature and a few more points of the wind. Hands and feet between the king's temperament is exposed." If Xiaoyu hadn't taken the initiative to greet him, even if he was face to face at this time, he wouldn't dare to hastily determine that the young naval marshal in front of him was the same teenager he had helped 6 years ago. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is, Mihawk's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "You want to abolish the 7 Musketeers system?" "There's that idea." Xiaoyu nodded his head. Then his words changed. "This is not the time to talk about work. Go drink extra chapters to sleep up and start writing Chapter 062. The most terrifying force on this great sea. Looking at the courtyard around the hot pot eating full of oil, Sengoku and Carp and Zephyr, 3 Navy headquarters patriarchs, as well as silent nonstop, raise a glass of Admiral Sakaski and Kuzan Admiral. Spare as the world's #1 great swordsman, Mihawk cannot help but feel a burst of scalp numbness. To be precise, the aura emanating from the current Navy headquarters, inside and out, was inexplicably giving him some heart palpitations. The Navy headquarters of all levels of officers up and down is also just. The 3 great admirals also actually sat at a table, and the former headquarters of the Marshal, and the naval hero Carp and the former Admiral Zephyr happy. This picture if the Navy headquarters news department published in the newspaper. certainly in the previous Navy headquarters group photo as far-reaching. For a moment, Mihawk somewhat regretted coming to the Navy headquarters at this time. Also at this moment he finally understood why the officers and soldiers on that narrow road just now dared to pull out their swords and block the road. Not because those officers and soldiers were blindly arrogant to think that they could defeat him, the world's #1 great swordsman, but rather they possessed an unprecedented backbone. He could guarantee that just now, but if he dared to swing his supreme great quick sword at the officer-soldier who blocked the way, the 3 great generals sitting here would definitely be the first to move out. He may be able to defeat one of the generals by chance in a full battle, but the 3 generals at the same time, not to mention him, even if he is the king of the new world, with the title of the strongest man of the Whitebeard, Edward Newgate will also have to kneel. At that time, it was a small matter that he was deprived of the title of the 7 Musketeers, and it was an unknown whether he could leave alive or not. Ahahaha, Mihawk, long time no see. Just as Mihawk's scalp tingled as he looked at the courtyard of former marshals and generals as well as current great generals and lieutenant generals, Cap, who had eaten with his mouth full of grease, suddenly tilted his head, grinning broadly, waved at him and shouted, "Don't just stand there, come and have a drink with my old man." Warlord also looked up at Mihawk at that moment. "So it's Mihawk. I didn't expect you to show up at this time. Since you're here, hurry up and sit down. Anymore, you are still a member of the 7 Marshalseas now." Sakaski and Kuzan, obviously a bit drunk, completely ignored Mihawk's presence, both raising their glasses to follow Xiaoyu's mantra that he had hung onto while drinking over the years, and silently shouted, "Go one." Poliacerino also flung up his mantra as if he hadn't seen Mihawk. "That's terrible. You've already drunk 5 pounds. That's about right, Sakaski. Are you two going to stay drunk?" Seeing that the 3 great generals actually ignored Mihawk's presence, Karp immediately stomped his nose. Hey, do you 3 have any manners? Can't you see that Mihawk is here?" "Oh." The 3 generals looked up at Mihawk in silent agreement and said in unison, "Sit." Mihawk was speechless, and stiffly found an empty seat and sat down. Just as he sat down, Mihawk realized something was wrong. He was the world's #1 great swordsman, so why was he inexplicably a little apprehensive, like a sheep in a pack of wolves? After looking around the crowd present without moving, Mihawk secretly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It wasn't true that he was the world's #1 great swordsman, but none of the people here, except for those few lieutenant generals, were lords he could mess with. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the biggest Alexandria had been since he became the world's #1 great swordsman. The arrogance that uniquely belonged to the world's #1 great swordsman was something he didn't dare to show off at all. "Mr. Mihawk." Just then, Dion brought a set of dishes and placed them in front of Mihawk, and the hound carried a crate of wine and threw it next to him, before returning to his seat with a haughty twist of his head. "How dare a mere lieutenant general throw his face at me?" Glancing at Lieutenant General Hound, who was seated across from him, Mihawk exhaled a cloudy breath once more, suppressing the urge to draw his sword raw. Changed. The Navy as he perceived it had changed completely and utterly. To know, before the warlords under the command of the Navy, not to mention just met on the road of those arrogant soldiers, even if the Lieutenant General to see him also have to be polite, especially at this time in the seat of the flying squirrels and just gave him the face of the Hound Lieutenant General, even if he is just a casual action can let the other side such as a great enemy. At this point, however, the flying squirrel is all about the fondue from start to finish, and the Hound Lieutenant General, though he carries a case of wine for him, is clearly reluctant. Coming. Xiaoyu, who had also moved a box of wine from the living room, sat down next to Mihawk with a big grin and looked at the crowd with a smile. 1 box of wine per person. No one is allowed to leave until they finish drinking. Saying that, Xiaoyu smoothly raised a bottle of red wine from the case and handed it to Mihawk, then took out another bottle and opened it, saying with extreme bravado, "Don't even raise your glasses. Pick up your bottles and collectively walk one to welcome Mihawk's arrival." At these words, the crowd, who had been eating and drinking to themselves a moment before, raised their bottles before focusing their eyes on Mihawk. Mihawk looked at the bottle of wine handed over by Xiaoyu, and then looked at the case of wine placed beside him. His lips slightly mumbled for a moment, wanting to say something, but finally held back, dryly raised the bottle of wine and opened it. "Ha, good. Such a good time to be floating." Tons and tons of a bottle of wine was consumed by Xiaoyu, who smiled broadly and wiped his mouth, then raised another bottle from his case and handed it to Mihawk. The corners of Mihawk's mouth twitched wildly as a question mark rose up in his head. "We agreed on 1 case each, but you're just handing over your own case of wine one by one. Marshal Sama, no cheating." Taking Mihawk's reaction in, Gion, who was sitting on the other side of Xiaoyu, shook her head and laughed, saying softly, "Just now, Lieutenant General Hound moved a case and put it next to Mr. Mihawk. You're taking your wine now." "Ahaha, it seems so." Xiaoyu scratched the back of his head and decisively withdrew the wine bottle he handed over. Don't freeze on Mihawk. 6 years ago, if it wasn't for you passing by that lonely island in time, I would have to start a deserted island survival. A great favor is not to be thanked. Everything is in the wine. Come on, drink up. With Xiaoyu even dry 2 bottles, alcohol on the head after the Mihawk gradually put open. No longer is just sat down that appearance of high cold inner apprehension. Took the initiative to pull Xiaoyu open the topic. Xiaoyu naturally knew everything. Even when Mihawk asked about the mutiny, Xiaoyu only concealed the existence of the system and his identity as a traveler. After hearing about Xiaoyu's growth in the Navy headquarters over the past 6 years, as well as the call to arms when launched, Mihawk, who was already 7 points drunk, actually gradually became sober. As the world's #1 swordsman, he wouldn't be naive enough to believe that Xiaoyu could make so many officers and soldiers of the headquarters give their loyalty to him in just 6 years based on money alone. It is never money that can do the job of making people give their loyalty and their lives. Rather, Xiaoyu possessed a radiant personality that could quickly coalesce all cohesive people to his side quickly, thus converging into the most terrifying force on this great sea. The additions are late but here. Wahahaha. Ask for power with love. Chapter 063, Member of the Locust Pirates. Buckingham Stussy. Because Sakaski's elderly mother was clamoring for another bike ride, Kuzan, who was happy to be a child, had no choice but to take her old mother away. This time Sakaski did not stay behind, and rose with Polyacerino to act as his old mother's escort, and ran out of the yard after the bicycle with a hachi-hachi. The 3 generals had just been abducted by their old mother, and several lieutenant generals and major generals immediately ran into the courtyard, shouting their loyalty to Xiaoyu before dragging the flying squirrels, the hounds, and the Bastille 3 up and away. The successive departures of the 6 didn't deter Warlord and Carp from wolfing down their food. These 2 old guys obviously completely let go. Without the burden of identity, they are 2 old codgers, cactus shells to fight for. The beef in the hot pot also want to grab. Look at the one-armed Zephyr straight shook his head. Xiaoyu. Suddenly, Mihawk, who was chatting quite happily a second ago, stood up violently and gazed at Xiaoyu condescendingly. Back then, when I came to the Navy headquarters, I heard a lot of legends about you, and many of the officers said that you were the most amazingly gifted young powerhouse that the Navy headquarters had ever seen, and that you not only mastered the 6 styles of the Navy, but that you also had notable achievements in the field of swordsmanship. Let's take this opportunity to fight soundly, and let me see just how far you've cultivated your sword art. At these words, Sengoku and Carp, who had been scrambling for food a moment before, fell silent almost simultaneously, and Zephyr looked up at the blushing Mihawk in surprise. At this time, although Mihawk is still carrying the supreme sword, but with the world's first great swordsman, this title is obviously a bit out of place. The whole a drunkard shape, standing in front of Xiaoyu staggering at any time may fall. Without waiting for Xiaoyu to react, Gion, who has always been gentle, frowned slightly and then stood up decisively. Mihawk, although I am grateful that you extended a helping hand to Marshal Xiaoyu back in the day, it doesn't mean that you can be reckless in front of Marshal Xiaoyu based on that. Don't forget, you are now the King's 7 Marshal Cs. Of course, if you really want to fight soundly, I can fight instead of Lord Marshal. Mihawk didn't pay attention to Gion. His sharp eagle-like eyes stared at Xiaoyu without blinking, acting as if he wouldn't leave until Xiaoyu agreed. Gion, sit down. Xiaoyu glanced sideways at Gion, then shifted his eyes to look at Mihawk, and said with some forbearance, Hawkeye, are you sure that you can utilize the strength of the world's #1 great swordsman in your current state? Stop it. Even if you want to have a sound battle, wait until you're sober. Xiaoyu, how much you underestimate me. Mihawk backhandedly grabbed the hilt of the supreme great fast sword that was on his back and said with warlike intent, I'm the world's #1 great swordsman. How can a mere case of red wine possibly intoxicate me? Come on, let me see how much you have grown to various levels in these 6 years. Ding dong. Xiaoyu had just wanted to refuse, when the familiar system beeps abruptly sounded in his mind. A challenge to the host has been detected. You now have 2 choices. Challenge declined. Reward, a bottle of red wine. Accept the challenge and defeat your opponent. Reward, 1 supreme great fast sword 12 worker. Ha! Not expecting the system prompt to pop up at this time, Xiaoyu blinked somewhat unexpectedly. Although 2 choices were given, it seemed like he could only choose one. Because if you choose to decline, you are also rewarded with a bottle of red wine. Is he short of this bottle of red wine? The current him was a marshal of the Navy headquarters, enjoying the same privileges as the 5 Elder Stars. Would he lack wine? However, he lacked a competent knife. Previously, he had been borrowing Gion's saber, Golden Vipassana, because after raising his swordsmanship to the highest realm through the system, he was unable to find a famous saber or sword that could carry his swordsmanship for a while. and he had thought to wait for the dust of the mutiny matter to settle down and send someone to look for it, but he did not expect that the system would actually show up in such a timely manner. After a short period of surprise, Xiaoyu decisively swallowed back the words of refusal that were already on his lips and simply said, "I accept your challenge, but not now." As Guillaume said, "You are now a member of the King's 7 Martial Seas. I am the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, and the world government has just forwarded the King's 7 Martial Seas enlistment order to the Naval Headquarters, which means that I am now your direct superior." After a slight pause, Xiaoyu once again picked up a bottle of wine and said without haste, "How about a week later? Because tomorrow, the Navy Headquarters will send out a summoning order to the 7 Martial Seas to have a meeting of the 7 Martial Seas with you 7 great pirates. After the meeting, the once 7 Martial Seas will cease to exist. At that time, we will no longer be in the relationship of superior and subordinate but friends. Since we are friends, wouldn't it be great to drink when we want to drink and spar when we want to spar?" Upon hearing this, Mihawk no longer insisted and simply put away his supreme great quicksword, nodding his head. "Then I will wait for you for 7 days. Speaking of which, Mihawk glanced sideways in the direction of the living room. "Since there's going to be a meeting of the 7 Martial Seas, I'll be staying at your house until then." Without waiting for Xiaoyu to nod his head in agreement, the phone bug in the living room suddenly made a brew sound. Immediately afterward, a familiar voice came out from the phone bug. "Lord Marshal, this is Ain. Lord Marshal, are you there?" Hearing the voice coming from the living room, Xiaoyu first froze, then stood up violently, directly grabbing at the phone bug placed in the living room through the air. In the next second, the phone bug was grasped into his hand through the air. "Ian, did you find the pirates who attacked the internship ship back then?" "Yes, Lord Marshal." The voice coming out of the phone bug made Zephyr, who hadn't been integrated into the drink, instantly light up. However, just as he stood up, he was forced to sit down by Xiaoyu. "Tell me your current position. Also, you and Bins are no match for him. Until backup arrives, you have one mission. Follow him." With that, Xiaoyu handed the phone bug to Guillaume at his side, and while asking Guillaume to make a note of the sea where Ian was at the moment, he decisively turned on his seeing color hegemonic aura and transmitted, "Pora Seleno, come quickly." Xiaoyu's transmission had just fallen, and Yellow Ape, who had already followed the bicycle and ran out of the family compound, stopped violently. In the next second, he couldn't think twice and instantly released his fruit ability. Accompanied by a flash of light sweeping by, Palya Sereno had stood in front of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. "We found the pirates who attacked the internship ship back then, so you'll immediately set off to the sea area that Guillaume has written down to support Ian and Bins. I have only one request. Catch him and cut off one of his arms before bringing him back. Remember, don't let go." Wait. Palya Sereno had just turned around when Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something and spoke with his face towards Zephyr. "Mr. Zephyr, if I remember correctly, it wasn't a single person who attacked the internship ship at that time, but a mother and son?" "Yes." Zephyr's eyes spewed out flames of hatred as he gritted his teeth. "Miss Barkin, a former member of the Locust Pirates. Her real name is Barkingam Stussy. It was she who encouraged her son Edward Wilbur to attack the internship ship." Palya Sereno, in a rare moment of seriousness, nodded slightly to Zephyr and said, "Don't worry, Zephyr-sensei, I'll definitely bring mother and son back." Chapter 064, Mr. Warlord, please address Lord Marshal. Early the next morning, after washing up and changing into his uniform and putting on his marshal's coat, Xiaoyu walked out of the bedroom in high spirits. "Do you always get up this late?" Xiaoyu, who had just opened the door and walked out of the bedroom, hadn't had time to visit the old man on the second floor when a familiar voice came over coldly. Following the sound, only to see the dining table, a casual dress Mihawk crossed his legs hand holding the newspaper published by the Navy headquarters. "Breakfast is ready, because you dawdled for half an hour. The old man and I did not wait for you." I didn't expect that Mihawk not only really cheeky to stay in his own home, but also didn't see any outsiders at all to cook by himself. The corner of Xiaoyu's mouth slightly twitching. Immediately, though, his eyes were drawn to the assortment of breakfast items laid out on the table. The most unexpected thing was that the old man actually ignored his presence and took a rice ball and ate it with his breakfast. After swallowing the food in his mouth, the old man eventually discovered Xiaoyu's presence. Surprisingly, the old man was not forgetful, and the moment he saw him he immediately beckoned. "Good grandson, come quickly. Grandma has hidden a lot of delicious food for you, but don't let Sakaski know about it. That kid is very bad." Xiaoyu didn't dare to be slow, quickly walking over to the old man's side and sitting down, asking knowingly, "Grandma, where did you get this food?" The old man raised his hand and pointed to Mihawk. "Mitaro made it. It's delicious." "Me, Mitaro?" Xiaoyu blinked, barely able to hold back his laughter. For his part, Mihawk was silent, not taking his eyes off the newspaper, his facial muscles pumping furiously. "He's desperate too, alright. In the morning before he got up, he was startled by the old man who suddenly burst into his room. It was a good thing that he had met the old man yesterday, and while he knew the old man's identity, he had also roughly guessed that the old man might be suffering from Alzheimer's disease, so he didn't dare to slack off, and immediately got up and talked to the old man. He nearly exploded in place after this conversation, because the old man was so forgetful. He had just told him his name, and as soon as he turned his head, he asked him who he was. Just when he was about to collapse, the old man suddenly cried out for hunger. How dare he continue to talk to the old man who already likes to cook? Rushed into the kitchen and began to busy. Strangely enough, the old man didn't come and make trouble while he was making breakfast, and kept complimenting him on his great cooking skills because he dumped the pot from time to time. That would have been a good place to start. But the old man did not remember his full name, Jorakol Mihawk, but remembered one of the words M. Remembering the word M was just M, but the old man preferred to add the word Taro after it. He's Jorakol Mihawk from the island of Krigana, the world's #1 great swordsman, not some Taro. If the one who shouted out that name was some pirate, even if it was the Navy, he would definitely not hesitate to draw his sword and slash. Seeing that Mihawk was silent, Xiaoyu also stopped there and left after chatting briefly with the old man. Naval Headquarters, Conference Room. All of the lieutenant generals and major generals of the headquarters were absent. All of them were seated with their heads in their hands, all of them looking up at Xiaoyu, who was sitting on the marshal's chair. The two great generals, Sakaski and Kuzan, as well as Sengoku, Zephyr and Karp sat on either side of Xiaoyu. Outside the door of the neat military appearance of the Navy soldiers 10 steps opposed, holding a steel gun straight body. Although the expression is serious, the eyes are more than a proud. The reason was simple. The former Lord Lieutenant General they were loyal to had now not only become a headquarters marshal, but also enjoyed the same privileges as the 5 Elder Stars. Most importantly, they would also never again have to suffer from the anger from the Holy Land, especially that group of high and mighty celestial dragons from the Holy Land. Gion, let's begin. Xiaoyu, who was seated on the marshal's throne, looked around the conference room and spoke faintly. First, let's talk about the pay of all the officers and enlisted men in the Navy headquarters. Yes. Gion picked up a document and stood up, getting straight to the point. Because of the early payment of a year's salary to all officers and enlisted men, there are now very few funds left that the headquarters can divert, and for the time being, they are unable to pay the bounties that have been submitted by the major branch bases. And this is a problem that we must solve as soon as possible, because once we are unable to pay the bounties to the bounty hunters, it will have a bad effect on the Navy's credibility impact. Of course, this is only a tiny fraction of what will be required next for the ministry. After a slight pause, Gion suddenly raised his voice. I have a proposal. Can I get the officers above Colonel to give generously to get through this difficult time at hand first? After the heavenly gold has been deposited into the treasury, it will then be doubled and distributed to all officers. May not. Not waiting for the people in attendance to react, Xiaoyu immediately waved his hand and said, You guys aren't aware of the situation of many of the officers in this ministry, but I've seen it all in my eyes over the past few years. Many of the officers have old and young children, and almost all of their paychecks are sent back to their families when they arrive. So if they are asked to unload at this time, it would undoubtedly add to their woes. I have an idea. After a short period of silence, Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth then flashed with a touch of cunning. Over the years, the new world has seen the emergence of a few big shots who are known as the kings of the underground world. Some of them have become the king of transportation because of monopolizing the transportation lifelines of the Great Voyage, and some of them have become the king of Shylock because of their money lending. Compared to their fame, they are too far behind the fourth emperor, but in terms of wealth, they can be considered rich. So, I am going to personally handwrite a letter to them to extend an invitation to come to the Navy headquarters as a guest. If they are afraid to enter the Navy headquarters, let them pick a place where I will meet them. If they dare to refuse, the Navy will do only one thing next, a full takeover of their business and their wealth. It's not just that none of these so-called kings of the New World underworld should be spared, but also the world nobles of the Holy Land. They're buying random slaves for hundreds of millions of berries. It's time for them to do something for the cause of justice. Gion, you personally go to the Chambord Islands and contract a hotel. I'm going to get a metamorphosis entertainment program and pick a time to invite some of the world's nobles. At that, Gion looked down and covered her face. As expected, Xiaoyu is still the same Xiaoyu. Even though he has already become a marshal of the headquarters and even enjoys the same privileges as the 5 Elder Stars, he is still very familiar with this aspect of getting money. Unlike Gion's reaction, the rest of the attendees, with the exception of Warlord and Sakaski and the 2 great generals of Kuzan, almost all of them had wild expressions on their faces. Sure enough, their Lord Xiaoyu hadn't changed a bit from becoming a marshal, and it was still the same familiar formula. In terms of messing with money, no one is more professional than their Lord Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, no. Just then, Warlord stood up. The 6 underground kings of the New World have a huge influence. If we forcefully take over their business and wealth, it's likely to cause world turmoil, especially the transportation king Kyberson. Not only does he have transportation business with the various great pirate forces as well as between countries, but the Holy Land's supply is also handled by Kyberson's transportation company. Mr. Warlock. Without waiting for Xiaoyu to react, one of the major generals stood up violently, stared at Warlord with wide-eyed fury, and said in a deep voice, "During the meeting, please address Lord Marshal." The sudden comment directly dried up Warlord's expression. Following the sound, Warlord's eyes stared like bronze bells, incredulously saying, "Noah, when did you become a Major General? Did Xiaoyu promote you up?" The Major General who stood up was no other than Major General Noah, who had drawn his sword on Mihawk yesterday. Major General Noah held his body straight and said loudly, "Yes, all officers below the rank of Lieutenant General who followed you in your rebellion, Grand Artist Xiaoyu, are promoted 1 rank. Mr. Warlord, I repeat, please address Lord Xiaoyu as Marshal." Upon hearing this, the corners of Warlord's mouth twitched, and he smoothly fished out a piece of senbei and threw it into his mouth, changing the serious image he once had when he was a marshal, and arrogantly looked up and said, "Coincidentally, I've risen 3 levels in a row, and I'm about to head to the Holy Land's Room of Power to rotate on the 5 Elder Stars." Ha! Noah's eyes widened, the aura on his body instantly doused, and he cast a look of help towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu stifled his smile and waved his hand. "Sit down all of you, the matter about the money is so decided, no need to discuss it again. Let's move on to the second topic, regarding the Shichibukai system under the king. This is a system I do not recognize. Not only have they done nothing for the 7 Musketeers since their inception, but they've also gained even greater benefits because of their status as the 7 Musketeers. However, before repealing it, I'm going to use the conscription order to call a meeting of the 7 Musketeers to knock some sense into their arrogance." Speaking of which, Xiaoyu turned his attention to several lieutenant generals: Flying Squirrel, Stalaberry, Bastillo, Hound, Fire Mountain, Styres. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, the 6 lieutenant generals whose names were called hurriedly stood up. "You guys take the enlistment order with you and set off immediately, and send orders to the 6 members of the Shichibukai other than Mihawk to make sure they come to the Navy headquarters within 3 days to attend the Shichibukai meeting in 3 days. Tell them that if they don't show up at the headquarters to participate in the meeting in 3 days, they'll face more than just being stripped of their Shichibukai status. They also need to be prepared to face the wrath of the Navy headquarters." Chapter 065, Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, Navy Headquarters Harbor. The Flying Squirrel walking in front glanced at Strombelli and Bastiliox who were following him, and after several times of wanting to speak, he gathered the courage to speak. "Bastiliox, should we switch? I'll go summon Doflamingo, and you go to 9 Serpents Island?" "No, no, no, no." Hearing that he wants to switch with himself, Bastilio hurriedly waved his hand. "Doflamingo should be in the kingdom of Dressrosa at this time. It's a long way. I'm worried that your little body can't carry it. It's better for me to go. After all, I'm much stronger than you. Most importantly, Doflamingo is not easy to deal with. After all, he is still considered a Tianlong man." At those words, the corners of the Flying Squirrel's mouth twitched slightly. Bastillo talks a good game, but in fact, he is afraid to go to the 9 Serpents Island. The reason is very simple. 9 Snake Island Amazon Lily Kingdom Empress Boa Hancock is he is going to summon one of the 7cc, because it not only has sweet fruit ability, but also has the title of the world's first beautiful woman. But all as a normal man to see Hancock are inevitably heart, and once heart may trigger its daily fruit ability and petrification will become a human statue. Above all, Hancock is not only arrogant to the extreme, but also presents himself as a tyrant, and the slightest mistake could petrify the soldiers who travel with him. Immediately after the brief silence, the Flying Squirrel looked sideways to the other side and spoke tentatively. "Stromboli, bye." Not waiting for the Flying Squirrel's words to fall, Storabelli suddenly accelerated and threw down those 2 words before leaping straight up and jumping onto a warship. Just then, the 2 of them, Fire Mountain and Styles, walked over. Flaming Mountain is one of the veteran vice admirals of the headquarters. Not only is his strength strong, but his character is also very gentle, and he is a role model in the hearts of many naval soldiers. On the night of Xiaoyu's mutiny, although he had noticed it, he did not expect things to develop into what they are now. Of course none of this matters. Importantly, he did not expect that on the night of the mutiny, Doberman and Ghost Spider would bear the brunt of the mutiny and be killed by a group of soldiers and school officials who randomly shot them. To know, Doberman and Ghost Spider were both veteran lieutenant generals of the headquarters just like him, although more or less they did not share some of his ideas, but to die like that without a name, it was more or less difficult for him to accept it at the bottom of his heart. When he learned of this news, he was already mentally prepared for the great purge that would follow. In his opinion, Even if he hadn't participated in the mutiny, Xia Yu wouldn't keep them in the Navy headquarters anymore. But it turned out that Xia Yu not only didn't take out the ones who didn't participate in the mutiny, but instead allowed them to remain in their original positions and all received a year's salary. Now it was even more important for him to be directly involved in such a major operation, which turned his heart from the hard acceptance when he first learned that Ghost Spider and Doberman had been taken out to the apprehension he felt now. Flying Squirrel, we've been estranged for a while now. Coming to the Flying Squirrel's side, Flaming Mountain looked left and right, then lowered his voice and asked, "Did Lord Marshal say anything about the topic in the past 2 days? For example, Stiers and I who were not involved in the mutiny. What's the point of mentioning you guys?" The Flying Squirrel blinked in bewilderment. "It's not like you guys did anything to wrong the Lord Marshal. Speaking of which," the Flying Squirrel released over, shaking his head and smiling, "Fire Mountain, the Lord Marshal gave you his first mission as a new officer, showing that he has no suspicion of you. By the way, which 7 Marshalseas are you in charge of?" Without giving it much thought, Fire Mountain simply said, "Flower Zazer, Anaza?" The Flying Squirrel winked. He's on good personal terms with Kaido now, which means this trip will be very treacherous. For the sake of us being colleagues for so many years, I'll go for you. That's not good. Flinthill glanced back at the headquarters building and lowered his voice, to let Lord Marshal know. "So you don't know the Lord Marshal?" The Flying Squirrel spoke in an old-fashioned manner. "You should have been alongside us back when I invited you. Let me put it to you this way. Following the Lord Marshal, our rules are rules. All those previous rules and regulations will cease to exist." Well then, before the words left his mouth, Fire Mountain suddenly changed his tone and asked, "Which 7 musketeers are you in charge of?" "Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock." Not waiting for Flame Mountain to react, the Flying Squirrel hurriedly added, "Hancock is the closest of all the members of the 7 Marshalseas." Flame Mountain, why did you leave? Come back. I haven't finished talking, asshole. Before the words were finished, Fire Mountain had already boarded the warship and sailed away. Seeing this, the Flying Squirrel exhaled a long, cloudy breath, and looked at Stiers in an undying manner. "I take my leave." Stiers originally wanted to stay here in the Flying Squirrel to find out some Xiaoyu-related information to prepare for the next get-together, but after hearing that the Flying Squirrel is in charge of the 7 Marshalseas as the Pirate Empress, threw down these words and darted out like a mouse seeing a cat. In the meantime, Windless Zone, 9 Serpents Island, a balcony of a wooden house built halfway up a mountain outside the city of 9 Serpents. In the kingdom of Amazon Lily, a withered old man sat alone in a wooden chair, holding a hard-won newspaper in his hands and reading it with great interest. Flame Flower, the former emperor of the Amazon Lily, a former member of the Locust Pirates, returned to the Amazon Lily alone 32 years ago due to the defeat of the Locust Pirates in the Canyon of the Gods, and chose to live alone outside of this 9 Serpents in order to make up for the mistakes she made in her youth, as well as to honor the current empress. Under the baptism of the years, the once magnificent former Amazon Lily Emperor Flameflower turned into today's image of an old woman, and even the name of Flameflower not many people still remember. The younger generation are called it Woeful Granny, because 9 Snakes Island is located in a windless zone and is virtually isolated. There are very few newsbirds traveling to and from the island, so Granny Whacker treasures every hard-earned newspaper. Another month-old news item. After reading the content of the newspaper, Granny Wacky sighed and then stood up from her chair trembling. Just then, a bird call suddenly came from the sky. Immediately afterward, a newsbird fluttered its wings and flew onto the balcony. "I can't wait for you to get here." Looking at the newsbird that flew up to the balcony, Granny Wacky was excited and fastidious. After skillfully paying the fee and removing the paper, without waiting for the newsbird to fly away, Granny Wacky resumed her seat in front of the chair and opened the paper with the first impatience. The moment the newspaper was spread out, the visually striking news headline suddenly and without warning hit the retinas of Granny Whacker. "Admiral Xiaoyu of the Navy headquarters has mutinied." This dash just by seeing the news headline, Granny Wacky's pupils clenched and she lost her voice. When did this happen? Scanning the time of publication of this news, Granny Wacky couldn't think twice about quickly skimming through the news content. The more Granny Wacky reads, the more shocked she becomes. When she finishes reading this news, she looks like she has experienced a robbery, appearing somewhat deflated as she slumps back into her chair, her shocked expression unmistakable. A full takeover of the Navy in just one day. What an extraordinary tactic. Xiaoyu? How come I've never heard of this name before? With confusion, Granny Whacker picked up another newspaper in her hand. What this paper did not have was news content. What it did have was a large group photo of the officers and enlisted men of the Navy headquarters that took up almost more than half of the paper's space, and a dense list of naval names. Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Xiaoyu? Looking at the young marshal sitting in the C-seat in the group photo, Granny Wacky once again stared in surprise. "I can't believe I'm so young." Though curious, Mrs. Wacky didn't continue reading. but picked up a newspaper again and opened it. After reading the news content on this newspaper, Granny Wacky could no longer sit still and instantly jumped up from her chair with a horrified look on her face and said, "Treaty of manhwa? A rotation system for the seats of the 5 Elder Stars in the Holy Land's Room of Power? The Navy headquarters occupies 2 seats. The world government is compromising with Xiaoyu? What's this? Shichibukai conscription rights to the Navy headquarters?" After a moment of incoherence, Dee snapped her head up. No good. Hancock is in danger. With the wisdom and foresight of the former emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, she was keenly aware that the young Marshal of the Navy would likely take on the 7 Marshalseas next. The current Empress of the Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, is one of the 7 musketeers under the king. Today's extra shift is over, and the next 3 shifts will be every day, regardless of whether there's any love power. Well, it's decided. Chapter 066, Hancock, concubine will go change now. 9 Serpents City, Royal Palace of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The Empress bedchamber. Combing the Heim hairstyle has a head of long black hair. Amazon Lily current emperor quietly lying in the bathtub, with a pair of deep blue eyes. The corners of the eyes of the long and thin and clean. She rested her head on the bathtub. Let the waterfall of long hair fall vertically out of the bathtub. Her eyes blinking, staring at the ceiling. The almond eyes revealed a little cold and absolutely beautiful face is hung with a set of people do not get close to the expression of indifference. Boa Hancock. A superhuman sweet fruit power user. Possessor of Overlord Color Hegemony, Hearing Color Hegemony and Armed Color Hegemony. At the age of 18, he became the Emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, because he led the 9 Serpents pirates on their first expedition. He was recruited by the world government to become one of the members of the King's 7 Musketeers by virtue of his powerful strength, and he was the pinnacle of his career. At this time, the surroundings of the bedchamber had been completely secured, not to mention a person. Even if a bird flew over the top of the bedchamber, it would be instantly killed. The reason was simple. The Empress of the Amazon Lily was bathing, and no one other than the 2 sisters beside the Empress was allowed near this chambers. Of course, Hancock wasn't worried about being seen bathing. After all, the Amazon Lily Kingdom was a kingdom of women only, and the reason she had placed this chambers under martial law every time she bathed was because the 3 sisters had a secret that could not be known by outsiders. Suddenly, What granny? You can't go in there. Sister Sama is bathing. Outside the gates of the chambers, the wacky granny, who had hurriedly arrived with a stack of newspapers in her hands, was stopped by 2 women guarding the door, none other than the 2 younger sisters of Boa Hancock, the second sister, Boa Sundasonia, and Boa Marigold, with a stunning face known as the world's first beauty of Hancock. Different from the Sandarsonia and Marigold looks can be said to be difficult to say. Sandarsonia long and far larger than the body of the head. Marigold is the head of a small body obesity. Get out of the way. You guys, something big is going on. Dee ignored the 2 sisters, and with the advantage of her withered body, she drilled her way through the middle of the 2 sisters. Just as she pushed open the door and walked into the chambers, Granny Wacky opened her voice and shouted anxiously, Hancock, come out. Without waiting for Hancock, who was in the bathroom, to react, Granny Wacky lifted the curtain and rushed to the front of the tub, saying emotionally, "You're still in the mood to bathe in here. It's changing outside." Rushing in right behind her, Sundarsonia quickly came over, becoming serious because of the response of Dee, and asked, "What's going on out there, Madame Wa? What's going on out there? See for yourselves." With that, Dee flung her hand and threw the newspaper at Sundarsonia. Receiving the newspaper, Sandarsonia glanced at it with a puzzled face, and then said awkwardly, "I can't recognize some of the words, so it's better for my sister Sama to read it." While her mother-in-law and Sandazonian were talking, Hancock had risen from the bathtub and put on a bathrobe, and after silently picking up the newspaper, her face, which had been indifferent, changed dramatically just as she read the headline, Sister Sama. Taking Hancock's reaction in stride, Sandazonian and Marigold opened their mouths tentatively to shout. Without a word, Hancock quickly read the first paper and then couldn't wait to snatch up the entire stack of papers from Mia's hand. After reading all the newspapers, Hancock forced himself to hold back the shock in his heart and looked incredulously at the stood on the side of the taking over the Navy fully in just 1 day, and even signing the Treaty of Manhwa with the Holy Land. How is it that I've never heard of this man before? Saying that, she once again spread out one of the newspapers. Looking at the group photo of the Navy headquarters on the newspaper that occupied most of the page, her eyes rested on the young marshal who was sitting in the C-seat in a spirited manner. Her breathing was inexplicably a bit rapid, and she said excitedly, "What granny? Isn't there a clause in the Treaty of Manhwa that the Navy has the right to arrest the Tianlong people who have violated the justice right now?" Granny Wacky nodded. "That's what the paper said." Hancock's breathing became more rapid and he said uncertainly, Did the Treaty of Manhwa also mention that the Shichibukai conscription order goes to the Navy headquarters? Before the words left her mouth, Hancock suddenly turned around, as if she had lost her mind, and said excitedly, "Concubine will go and meet this new Marshal of the Navy right now. Sister Sama. Sister Sama." Not realizing that Hancock would react in such a way, Sundara Sonia and Marigold hurriedly spoke out to remind them. You haven't changed yet. They also shouted out at that moment. Hancock, there's no need to be in such a hurry. This young marshal with a thunderous hand will then issue a call-up order for the Shichibukai. What you should be concerned about now is not going to meet him, but whether or not you can keep your identity as a Shichibukai. Don't forget what you joined the Shichibukai for back then. At those words, Hancock's body couldn't help but stiffen. The reason why she had accepted the world government's invitation to join the Seven Muskai was purely to protect Amazon Lily from invasion. Because personally, she didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards the world government, especially the group of so-called world nobility Tenryuden that the world government supported. Not only do they not have the slightest goodwill, but they also have a deep hatred for them, because when they were young, the three sisters were taken by human traffickers as slaves to be bought by the celestial dragons, and the celestial dragons even left the shameful slave mark of the hooves of the celestial soaring dragons on the backs of the three sisters. But even so, as an Amazon Lily Empress, she had to give up the hatred in her heart to become the Seven Martial Seas in order to protect the people. Most importantly, facing the behemoth that is the world government, even if she also has a monstrous hatred in her heart, she doesn't dare to seek revenge on the celestial dragons. Now that the Shichibukai enlistment order had been transferred from the world government to the Navy headquarters because of that man's mutiny, as the Shichibukai it was completely necessary for her to meet this new superior. Of course, one of the very small reasons for this, the real reason she couldn't wait was that although there were powerful people in this world, neither the Emperor of the Sea, who was reigning over the New World, nor the Revolutionary Army, which was spreading all over the world with the momentum of starbursts, dared to lay their hands on the celestial dragons. This new Navy headquarters Marshal Xiaoyu not only changed the style of the Navy in the past, not only forcing concessions from the Room of Power in the Holy Land, but also giving the Navy the right to arrest the Tenryu for violating justice. This is put in any previous era would not dare to imagine things, but now directly become a reality. Although since the year when she was taken by human traffickers from the Nine Serpents pirate ship and sold to the Tenryu people's experience has made her extremely repulsive to men over the years, but at this moment she is incredibly eager to meet this man who dared to start a mutiny, and even more so, to make the world government compromise. As for what to say when she saw this man, she hadn't thought that much about it, but simply wanted to meet him right away. Empress Sama. Suddenly, a somewhat panicked voice came from outside the chambers. Admiral Flying Squirrel of the Navy headquarters with the Seven Musketeers enlistment order led the warships across the windless belt, and sent a message requesting that the Empress Sama must participate in the meeting of the Seven Musketeers to be held by the new headquarters marshal in 3 days' time. Without waiting for the person outside the door to finish his sentence, Hancock immediately spoke. My concubine will go and change her clothes. Chapter 067, Lifeless. Jun Zi was shaken again. Sanctuary of Manhwa, between the flowers. The whole body wrapped in the robes of him did not have the slightest because of Xiaoyu launched mutiny as with the navy up and down forced the Holy Land had to make concessions and affect the mood. Alone in the garden leisurely walk, dark red rippled eyes look at a butterfly stopped between the fingers. The eyes of the unprecedented emergence of a touch of not easy to perceive the fluctuation of emotions. Lord Im. Just then, a maid walked quickly into the garden and dropped to one knee facing Im. Im didn't move his eyes away, his gaze still resting on the butterfly between his fingers. His voice that slightly seemed normal but came out from under the face mask without any hurry. What has Xiaoyu been busy with these 2 days? The maid didn't dare to hide anything and bowed. Back to Lord Im. Xiaoyu gave the entire army a day's leave yesterday and held a flowing banquet at the headquarters, in which all the officers and soldiers as well as their families participated. However, this morning he immediately called a meeting of the headquarters, and on the way to the meeting sent 6 of the headquarters lieutenant generals forward to enlist the Shichibukai, and decided to call a meeting of the Shichibukai in 3 days. Because of the financial problems of the Navy headquarters, Xiaoyu has targeted Kyberson, who is the king of transportation in the New World, and Duffield, the king of loan sharks, who rose to prominence through loan sharking. Oh, hearing Xiaoyu targeting Kyberson and the others, Im's eyes twitched slightly, then he waved his hand to let the butterflies fly away and turned back to look at the maid who was kneeling on one knee. He's not entirely aiming to loot these people's wealth, but rather he's trying to pinch off the forces that have ties with these people, especially the king of transportation, Kyberson. Once the New World is missing him as a transportation line, whether it's Kaido, Edward Newgate, or Charlotte Lingling, it's almost impossible for them to stabilize in their respective territories. And those merchants who smuggle arms as well as all kinds of forbidden things, their good days, are coming to an end. Speaking here, Im retracted his gaze and slightly raised his head to reveal those dark red corrugated eyes, speaking to himself, 3 birds with 1 stone? What a good tactic. Lord Im, Xiaoyu's target is not just these people in the New World. The maitre d' swallowed and spoke. He also proposed some sort of metamorphosis plan at the meeting to contract a hotel in the Shamboard Islands and invite the celestial dragons of the Holy Land to attend. The morphing program? Im frowned slightly. What morphing program? The maid hurriedly shook her head. It is not yet known. After a moment of slight contemplation, Im ordered decisively, have Junko go to Navy headquarters. I want to know exactly what this plan is. Yes. The maid didn't dare to be slow, and immediately got up and quickly left between the flowers. Just as she stepped out from between the flowers, the maid saw Junko and Shamrock and 2 other members of the Knights of God walking head-on. Seeing this, the maid's face was happy, and she hurriedly accelerated her steps and ran forward to stop General Sun. Let me make another trip to Navy headquarters? Hearing that Im-sama had once again ordered herself to go to the Navy headquarters, Juniper, who had had a painful experience, reflexively stared wide-eyed. Immediately, however, realizing that she had lost her temper, she hurriedly bowed and said, I'll be right over. Saying that, Junzi didn't avoid the crowd and immediately used the teleportation array to prepare for his departure. Not realizing that Junzi would dare to use the teleportation array to go to the Navy headquarters, the long-haired woman standing next to Shamrock heartily reminded, Junzi, are you sure you want to go to the Navy headquarters through the teleportation array? What happened? Junzi blinked. Aren't things settled now? Now that Xiaoyu has obtained everything he wanted, he shouldn't be able to strike out at me again. Also, the long-haired woman nodded, but still uneasily instructed. When you meet Xiaoyu, put a little respect into it. After all, he's not only a naval marshal now, he also enjoys privileges equal to those of the 5 Elder Stars. I know what to do. Junzi didn't delay any longer and threw down these words before launching the teleportation array, accompanied by a burst of flame clouds as well as invisible energy flashes. Junzi along with the teleportation array instantly disappeared into thin air. Yeah, the teleportation array had just disappeared when a scream, if you will, suddenly rang in the ears of the long-haired woman and Shamrock and the others, causing a few people to subconsciously look around. And when they saw no one in the 4 corners of the room, they all assumed that they had created a wrong impression, and shook their heads as they left the place. A few people had just walked out not too far when a sudden fluctuation of breath came from high above. Immediately afterward, a figure darted in and out of their pupils. Almost at the same time, the long-haired woman and Shamrock, one of them sprouting a head full of question marks and the other caught off guard, opened their eyes wide and looked in unison at the figure that was flying down from the high altitude. Shaken back again? What the hell is going on here? Before the words of the long-haired woman and Shamrock fell, Junzi, who was falling from the high sky, tried to release her fruit ability after her body was about to hit the ground because of her previous experience. However, because of the suppression of the Overlord color hegemonic aura, being in the air, she was unable to release her fruit ability at all, and could only watch as the ground enlarged infinitely in her pupils. Boom! With a deafening loud noise, a large human-shaped pit suddenly appeared. Inside the pit, Junzi looked at the sky with lifeless eyes, his face full of lifelessness. Junzi, this. What the hell is going on here? The long-haired woman was the first to react, only to see her dodge to the pit as soon as she picked up her general. Stuttering a little, it can't be such a coincidence. You just went over and met Xiaoyu squatting over there? Isn't he a marshal? How? Why is he so idle? He didn't squat. Junzi was still double-lidded, his expression dull. He put 2 seals at the marked teleportation points, and the seals have his stored hegemonic color hegemonic aura in them. At those words, the long-haired woman couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. As a member of the Knights of God, and having participated in the Valley of the Gods incident 32 years ago, what kind of strong person hadn't she seen? It should be known that in the Valley of the Gods incident back then, the strongest participants were all the top existences at that time, and some of them are still active in the Great Voyage, and are the terrifying existences that countless pirates are afraid of. If Xiaoyu stored the Overlord color hegemony into the vessel, she could still slightly understand. After all, she had heard of such an operation, but using a note to store the Overlord's color hegemony was just hard for her to understand. It was completely over the top alright. Taking a little breather and coming back, Junko stood up from the long-haired woman's arms. Please, both of you, give me a ride to the Shampooed Islands. I'm a little weak in the knees. In the meantime, at the Navy headquarters, officers and enlisted men of all ranks who were at their respective posts were attracted to the headquarters building because of its sudden overbearing aura, which was mixed with a scream. But when they looked up, they only saw that above the rooftop of the headquarters building, which was suddenly shrouded in flaming clouds, a figure inexplicably shot straight up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone, as if it had never appeared. Xiaoyu, who had just returned home, also looked up for the first time because the seal on the rooftop, which he had infused with Overlord color Hegemony, was triggered. Mihawk, who was in the courtyard with his legs crossed, also looked up and questioned for the first time, "Did someone just break into the main office?" Xiaoyu nodded. "Some unlucky person should have stepped on the landmine I planted there and been blown away." Extra chapters are updated at 8 a.m. Chapter 068, a variable between Nika and Im. Windless zone. On the deck of a warship, looking at the opposite side of a Cheongsam, wearing a cloak printed with flowers, hands and feet exudes endless charm of the pirate empress. Flying squirrels are a little bit puzzled, his head constantly emerging a series of question marks. You know, when he entered the windless belt near Nine Serpents City, he secretly prepared a dagger to prevent Empress Hancock from suddenly using her fruit ability to petrify herself. It wasn't that he was overly cautious, it was just that he had suffered a loss with Hancock before. The last time the world government issued a mandatory summoning order for the 7 Marshalseas, it was he who was in charge of Empress Hancock. At that time, he didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and came in an aggressive manner, only to be almost petrified on the spot by a wave of Hancock's fruit abilities. Fortunately, at that time he decisively drew a knife and inserted himself, letting the pain stimulate the nerves of his brain to weaken the impact of the Hancock fruit ability before not being petrified. However, although he carried on, the men he brought with him were all wiped out, either keeping their eyes in a red heart posture and being petrified on the spot, or having a red heart emerge from their chests and being reduced to humanoid stone statues. The reason for this is not entirely because Hancock has a heart-thumping, stunning beauty, but because Hancock possesses the Superman-type sweet fruit ability to petrify people who are enamored with her. It is also possible to directly use the ability to petrify opponents as well as objects. The most terrifying thing is that once petrified by Hancock's fruit ability, even if Hancock dies, the person petrified will not be released from the state. With previous experience, flying squirrels naturally have to be careful. Not only did not bring another subordinate, but also secretly held a dagger in his hand. But, unlike the last time he came, Hancock at that time can be said to be capricious, arrogant to the extreme, but also to even as the Navy headquarters Vice Admiral he also extremely contempt. At this time, although Hancock is still arrogant, but no longer capricious, but also unprecedentedly did not stay on the Nine Serpents pirate ship, in his unexpected longitudinal stand in front of him, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, "Let's go." Hancock, who came onto the deck of the warship with his back to the Flying Squirrel, spoke with some impatience. "Concubine will go to the 7 Marshalseas conference now." The Flying Squirrel was a little taken by surprise and spoke tentatively. "Hancock, is it possible that your people didn't make their words clear? The date of the 7 Marshalseas conference is 3 days from now, and you still have 1 day to quasi-dash." "No." Hancock turned around and pointed at the Flying Squirrel with one hand crossed and the other pointed at the Flying Squirrel. Her head was even tilted back to make an exaggerated gesture, and she said succinctly, "Concubine doesn't need it." "Well, okay." The Flying Squirrel, who still had a shadow in his heart, said no more and simply turned toward the cockpit. It was dark when the Flying Squirrels arrived at the harbor of Marinvento with Hancock. No sooner had the warship docked than a large, luxurious ship flying the flag of the world government pulled up alongside it right behind it. Not waiting for the Flying Squirrels and Hancock on the warship to react, the tall and statuesque Junzi in a cloak dragged a pair of long sleeves and leaped down, going ashore 1 step ahead of them, glancing at the large ship parked alongside, as well as Shamrock and the long-haired woman standing on the deck. A flash of doubt flashed in the Flying Squirrel's eyes. What are they doing here? Noticing that it had suddenly become unusually quiet around him, the Flying Squirrel's pupils shrunk slightly, and he reflexively looked sideways at Hancock. I thought that Hancock would be infuriated because someone went ashore first and thus capriciously lashed out, but I didn't expect that at this time. Hancock was not only very quiet, her beautiful eyes stared at the long-haired woman who stood beside Shamrock, and vaguely even appeared a touch of hatred. "Hancock?" Realizing that Hancock's state was not right, the Flying Squirrel hurriedly spoke out to remind him, "We're here. However, since you arrived at the headquarters early, I need to report to Lord Marshal. There, the Knights of God." As if she hadn't heard what the Flying Squirrel was saying, Hancock stared at the long-haired woman beside Shamrock, her silver teeth clenched as she squeezed the words out from between her teeth. "Concubine has seen her." Not only had she seen it, back then when Fisher Tiger made a big mess in the Holy Land, she took advantage of the chaos and escaped with her 2 sisters with great difficulty, but she was nearly caught by the long-haired woman, and if it wasn't for Granny Wacky and the others showing up just in time, she would probably still be in the Holy Land at the present time. Sensing the hatred in Hancock's words, Flying Squirrel hurriedly spoke out to stop him. "Hancock, don't do anything rash. This is the Navy headquarters." "So what?" Hancock took a violent step forward, his eyes burning into the long-haired woman on the large ship across from him. "No matter what Mourner has done, the world will forgive me." At this point, Hancock suddenly turned back with a smile. Because, morning is so beautiful. Not waiting for the flying squirrel to react, Hancock's body aura climbed steeply, and while a ripple rippled on the flat ground, the superhuman sweet fruit ability that belonged solely to her was released. Damn it, this woman. The flying squirrel, who was nearly caught because of Hancock's sudden smile back, wiped a cold sweat secretly, and then reacted quickly and shouted, Hancock, I don't know whether the world will forgive you or not, but if you make a mess here, the Lord Marshal will surely deprive you of your status as a shichibukai and take you out on the spot. Put away your fruit powers. This is your final warning. Before the flying squirrel's words left his mouth, Hancock snapped out of it, while decisively retracting his fruit ability and looking across the room at the long-haired woman with a slight sense of resignation. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, the weight of what she experienced in the Holy Land back then made her lose her mind the moment she recognized the long-haired woman. It was good that the flying squirrel had spoken out in time to remind her. Otherwise she would have made a big mistake. You know, at this time, the person in charge of this huge machine of the Navy is the new marshal who can make the world government compromise. If she just lost her mind and directly killed over, this new marshal will definitely be furious. Depriving her of the identity of the 7 Marshal Seas is not a small matter, and the people of the Amazon Lily will be involved in a big matter as a result. In the meantime, on the opposite side of the large ship, the long-haired woman who had long noticed Hancock blinked in some surprise and said uncertainly, I think I've seen this woman somewhere before. 7 Muskai under the king, Pirate Empress Poa Hancock. Shamrock pressed the hilt of his sword at his waist and took a step forward, then faintly said, she seems to have some problems with you. Do you want to give her a little color? The long-haired woman shrugged her shoulders slightly. As long as you're not afraid of drawing Xiaoyu's wrath, take her out all you want. At that, Shamrock gazed sideways at the long-haired woman. Even you think I'm no match for him? The long-haired woman laughed, then turned around gracefully. I never denied your power. But Shamrock, don't you see it by now? The reason why the Holy Land compromised with Xiaoyu was not because he was unbeatable, but Xiaoyu's appearance was likely a variable between Nika as well as Lord M. Chapter 069, Ventriloquist Marshal. Army Son Hancock Mihawk Collective Room Breaking. The flying squirrel has 2 heads. While he had stopped Hancock from killing the Knights of God members just in time, he couldn't stop those crazy schoolmasters and soldiers at the Navy headquarters. The flying squirrel's head got big again when he thought that the Council of the 7 Musketeers wasn't going to be held until 3 days later, and Hancock had come to the headquarters 2 days early, which meant that Hancock was going to be staying at the headquarters for the whole day tomorrow. Had he known that Hancock was so cooperative, he shouldn't have arrived at Hydra Island so quickly to pick him up. It was done, and all he could do was leave this mess in the hands of their Lord Marshal. Anyway, Lord Marshal already has a shichibukai living in his house, so there's no harm in having another one. Thinking of this, the flying squirrel felt a sense of relief and simply said, Hancock, I'll take you to the Lord Marshal now. Meet now? Hearing that the flying squirrel was now going to take her to meet Xiaoyu, the Hancock who had been capricious and savage a second ago actually broke the mold by revealing a touch of shyness, covering her face and saying shyly, Concubine. Concubine hasn't been psychologically prepared for this yet. What are you thinking? Frightened by Hancock's sudden appearance of petulance and hurriedly pulling away from him, the flying squirrel stared at him with wide eyes, pinched his thigh with one hand, gripped the dagger tightly with the other, and exasperatedly said, I'm taking you to see the Lord Marshal, not to take you on a blind date. Concubine, did my concubine say something wrong? Hancock covered her face, which was covered in a reddish haze from not knowing what images she had brainstormed, and looked at the flying squirrel with 2 innocent eyes. Cut the crap and follow. The flying squirrel, who dared to meet Hancock's eyes, threw down these words and simply turned around. In the meantime, the family home, the Marshal's residence, Junzi, who met Xiaoyu one step ahead of Hancock and the flying squirrels, didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point and made her intentions clear to Xiaoyu, learning that Junzi had come here on M's orders, and even wanted to participate in his unfolded transformation plan. Xiaoyu, who was cleaning up the vegetable garden in the yard with a hoe, blinked somewhat unexpectedly, then handed the hoe to Sakaski next to him, and replied, You're going to use the teleportation array just because of this little? Saying that, Xiaoyu pointed in the direction of the headquarters building. Yes, Juniper didn't show any embarrassment because she was shaken by the overlord color hegemonic energy stored in the seal, and said with a serious expression, Sama wants to know what this transformation plan really is. Xiaoyu nodded. No problem, since we're here, let's experience it first. Before his words fell, Xiaoyu picked up a nearby scythe and threw it over. Help me cut all the grass in the yard. This is part of the plan. You first familiarize yourself with it in advance. Junko glanced down at the scythe that had fallen to his feet, the corners of his mouth, hidden by the tangle of bandages, twitching slightly. You come all the way from the Holy Land, and instead of finding me a place to stay, you make me mow the lawn? I'm a member of the Knights of God. In his heart, he thought so, but Junzi didn't dare to say it out loud. For one thing, he was worried about being shaken up again. Even Xiaoyu himself and the major generals of the headquarters were like this, so it didn't seem to be a big deal for her to go and mow down the grass. After a short period of silence, Junzi secretly took a deep breath and then decisively released his fruit ability. Between the cuffs fluttering, a bandage immediately flew out to wrap the handle of the scythe around. At that moment, as if the scythe possessed an autonomous consciousness, it flew out at an astonishing speed to cut down the weeds in the yard in pieces. Xiaoyu glanced sideways and didn't stop, fixed the fence wall in front of him and immediately got up and turned toward Mihawk, who was sitting under the sun umbrella across the street reading a newspaper like a grandpa. "Mitaro, come over here and help me with the fence wall." The sudden sentence of Mitaro nearly broke Mihawk's defense, only to see him overreacting and reaching out to grab the hilt of the supreme sword that stood next to him, and then sideways over his head and stared at Xiaoyu with those eagle-like sharp eyes, just as if Xiaoyu shouted one more sentence and then drew his sword, taking Mihawk's reaction in his eyes. Xiaoyu slightly shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's fine if you don't want me to call you by that nickname. Hurry up and put down the newspaper you're holding and come over to help, or else I'll not only call it out every day, but I'll also send you a bounty order, and the name on the bounty order will be changed to Mitaro, and then mark under Mitaro the former name of Jorikol Mihawk." At that, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched furiously. He must have been blinded by lard back then, and actually ghostly heart unforgiving to help Xiaoyu, who will fall to the lonely island. "I'll help, but I've helped such a dark-hearted teenager. What happened to the promise of a favor? He is the world's #1 swordsman, so he's going to build a fence?" If the news reporter from the Navy headquarters saw him and took pictures, would he still be able to hang out in the Great Voyage in the future? Although there was 100,000 reluctance in his heart, Mihawk still put down the newspaper after taking a deep breath and got up to walk over. Mihawk had just joined the labor when the flying squirrel led Hancock to the courtyard gate. Just before arriving at the gate of the courtyard, the flying squirrel's pupils clenched in shock at the image of the courtyard. Sakaski, the general of the ministry, was energetically wielding a hoe and digging. The military son of the Knights of God was skillfully and divinely mowing the grass and repairing the trees with his scythe wrapped in bandages, and the world's #1 great swordsman was crouching in front of a fence wall and reinforcing it with the marshal of the ministry? What's going on here? The flying squirrel stared with a dumbfounded expression, not knowing for a moment whether or not to interrupt out loud. It's. After a short period of brain downtime, the flying squirrel stammered for a long time and then suddenly woke up, decisively and dryly took off the general's coat and rolled up his sleeves to run to Xiaoyu's body, and excitedly said, "Marshal sir, how can I let you do this kind of thing? I'll do it, I'm the best at weaving fence walls." "Flying squirrels?" Xiaoyu froze and said with a puzzled expression, "You haven't left yet? Mission accomplished." The flying squirrel raised his hand and pointed to the tall figure standing outside the courtyard gate. Seeing this, Xiaoyu hurriedly looked back. Outside the courtyard gate, Hancock was also a bit messy. At this point in the yard she recognized all of them except for the woman with her panties out and half of her face covered by a bandage wrap, but a few of them were doing things she couldn't even imagine if she picked at her brain. TSK, it's worthy of being the #1 beauty in the world. Turning back to look at Hancock Chakra, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and at the same time, he nodded 36 praises without stinting. Immediately afterward, he stood up and patted the dirt on his hands, waving at Hancock outside the courtyard door. "What's the holdup? Get in here and help." Not waiting for Hancock to react, Xiaoyu turns around and walks under the eaves of the house carrying 2 wooden buckets and returns to Hancock, and smoothly puts the flat burden standing on the side of the courtyard door onto Hancock's shoulder. "Pick water, will it? There is a well in the backyard. Go and return quickly. I'm waiting to use it." Hancock's CPU smoldered, the images he had previously brainstormed in his mind fragmenting in an instant. She, who had reflexively held the flat burden steady because it was placed on her shoulder, blinked blankly and said dully, "Concubine. Concubine does not know how to carry water." Xiaoyu shook his head with a warm smile on his face. "Such a tall person. It's a waste if you can't pick water." Before his words fell, Xiaoyu immediately looked sideways at a certain member of the Knights of God who had just finished mowing the grass. "Junzi, you go teach Hancock that there are 2 more buckets next to the well." At those words, Junzi, who had just put down his scythe and was ready to rest, almost cracked in place. "How could I? I'm a member of the Knights of God." Xiaoyu blinked, "So I'll walk you out?" "You." Junzi was nearly pissed off to the point of early menstruation. "Give me the squishy. I'm going to catch a cold. My throat is swallowing knives, and I'm crying." JPG. Chapter 070 Love Brain Online. Hancock's magical brain circuit. This damned man. Damn it. Junzi, who had just finished mowing the grass and was forced to pick up water, stood beside the water well in the backyard, releasing his fruit ability to use a bandage to bring the filled bucket up from the well, while cursing continuously in a broken voice. Think of her as a member of the Knights of God. Since her teenage years, she has been the leader of the grim ancient saint of the Lord's high hopes, not to mention the water such as rough work. In the holy land of the time to eat and live have a special servant to serve. However, all of this had changed since Xia Yu, this hateful man, had appeared. It was just that she was shocked and sent flying back to the Holy Land twice by Xia Yu using his overlord color Hegemony. But now she was actually asked to pick water. Even if she wasn't a member of the Knights of God, she was still a woman. As a marshal, actually led a woman to do such a rough job as carrying water. There is no public morality compared to Junzi's broken thoughts. Hancock, who had always had a capricious and arrogant image, was unusually quiet at this time. The reason was simple, because Junzi was from the Knights of God, sold to the Holy Land by traffickers at a young age. She is no stranger to the powerful and mysterious organization of the Knights of God. Not only is he not a stranger, but he also knows that the Knights of God not only have the duty to protect the safety of the Tenria people and maintain their dominance, but the head of the Knights of God even has the right to judge and execute the Tenria people. However, the Knights of God, who had such a special status, were actually thrown here to pick water by Xia Yu at this time. What does that mean? Meaning that the old days when the Admiral of the Navy headquarters had to rush to support unconditionally at the first opportunity because the Tenria people were being threatened would be gone. Meaning that as long as she could take refuge with this man, she would no longer have to fear the scrolls that made her heart palpitate in fear every time she mentioned them. Meaning she no longer had to worry about the world government using the Amazon lily to coerce her into doing something she didn't want to do. So here's the question. What can I do to get shelter from this man? Standing next to the two buckets of various fantasy, Hancock thought more and more. Heartbeat accelerated. Faces with the heartbeat accelerated, and as if a high fever gradually became red. Junzi, who was holding her breath, did not notice the change in Hancock's expression. Although this was her first time to carry water, she was not a weak woman, and directly even saved the flat stretcher. Carrying 2 buckets of water, she reluctantly walked towards the front yard. In the meantime, because there are Hancock and Junzi, the 2 free labor force to join, coupled with the flying squirrels robbed his work, and idle Xia Yu is not afraid to cause group anger. Walked straight to the opposite side of the sun umbrella under the leisurely crossing his legs. Brew blue. Just as he sat down, the phone bug sitting on the coffee table next to him rang abruptly. Lord Marshal, are you there? I'm Ain. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu hurriedly grabbed the phone bug into his hand and went straight to the point. Caught Weibel? Yes. And barking. Ain's voice was a bit agitated. Lord Marshal, we may not be able to make it back until tomorrow, as the warship was somewhat damaged in the battle between Admiral Palucerino and Wibble. Xia Yu nodded. Leave the repair of the warship to the members of the accompanying maintenance squad, and have Grand Admiral Palucerino personally guard that mother and son. We can't let them escape. After ending the call with Ain, Xia Yu placed the phone bug back on the coffee table while leaning his back against the chair, his eyes gradually narrowing. The arrest of the Wibble's mother and son is definitely a good thing for the Navy right now, but he wanted much more than that. Capture Weibel to solve the Zephyr teacher heart disease. For 3 years ago, internship ship intern's revenge is a must, but he does not want to appear in the future such a tragedy. He must take advantage of this opportunity to knock the sea those lawless pirates, and there's only one best way to hammer the lawless pirates at sea, and that's a public execution of Wilbur's mother and son via live broadcast. After a short period of thinking, Xia Yu decisively got up and walked towards the vegetable garden to stand beside Sakaski. Sakaski, the pirates who attacked the internship ship back then have been captured. Palucerino and the others will bring them back to the headquarters tomorrow. In the meantime, I need you to do one thing. What is it? Sakaski put down his hoe and looked at Xia Yu. I've decided to publicly execute them via live streaming, so that everyone in the world can see this live broadcast as much as possible. As to the time of the public execution, it's set for the day of the 7 Marshal Seas meeting. Hearing that Xia Yu wanted to publicly execute the pirates who attacked the internship ship, and even set the time at the 7 Marshal Seas meeting, Sakaski immediately came to life and immediately stood up straight and raised his hands in salute. I'll go and get ready right away. After seeing Sakaski walk out of the courtyard, Mihawk, who had just reinforced the row of fence walls, immediately retracted his line of sight to look at Xia Yu. Why did you choose the day of the 7 Armed Seas Conference? Xia Yu smoothly picked up the hoe that Sakaski had put down and said smilingly, of course it's to incidentally knock down some of the scummy dregs among you. Mihawk chose to ignore this answer and said with a serious face, I heard about the attack on the internship ship led by Zephyr back then, and it was said that the pirate who attacked the internship ship called himself Whitebeard II and was called Edward Wilbur. Xia Yu swung his hoe and dug down hard. What are you trying to express? Mihawk stood up and gazed at Xia Yu with a burning gaze. There are rumors that this Edward Wilbur is Whitebeard's son. If the rumors are true, Whitebeard may make a move, and may even lead all of Whitebeard's pirate group to kill Marin Vento. After all, Whitebeard's most cherished thing is his family, not to mention his own son. Even if it's those crew members on his ship who call him Pops, he definitely won't sit back and do nothing. Xiaoyu, concubine is here. Just then, a delicate voice came over abruptly, following the sound, only to see Hancock picking 2 buckets of water, twisting his long legs over the military son carrying a bucket of water, arrived at the vegetable garden 1 step ahead of the other, full of arrogance. It's not hard to pick water. Concubine will know it as soon as she learns it. What else do I need my concubine to do next? See that basket of potatoes under the roof? Go get them. Yes. Before the words left his mouth, Hancock disappeared with a whoosh. When she reappeared, she had a basket of potatoes in her hand. Seeing this, Xiaoyu, who was in a good mood because Polyacerino had captured Wilbur's mother and son, once again swung his hoe and prepared to plant all these potatoes. Hancock, who brought the basket with potatoes over, saw this and hurried over to ask curiously, Xiaoyu, what are you digging? Smelling the aroma that suddenly assaulted his nose, Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Stay away from me, digging up your family's ancestral grave. Hancock blinked before cupping his blush-streaked cheeks and blurting out in a brainstorm. Meeting the parents so soon? Xiaoyu, Mihawk, Junko, the usual rules apply. The extra chapters get up from a nap and start coding. I hope to wake up refreshed after a good night's sleep. Chapter 071. Even if it's the son of a god, this marshal will still kill it. The following afternoon, at the port of Marinvento, all the officers of the Navy headquarters, led by Xiaoyu, were present. Zephyr, Sengoku and the still bandaged Cap stand side by side on Xiaoyu's right, while Sakaski and Kuzan stand on Xiaoyu's left. The lieutenant generals led by Guion did not stand behind Xiaoyu, but rather stood neatly across from him, all cocking their heads at the warships that slowly sailed into the harbor. The familiar standoffs invariably exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. On the high wall on the side of the harbor, Mihawk, who was carrying the supreme sword, stood tall. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the powerful naval lineup that had changed drastically in every aspect under Xiaoyu's leadership. Not far across from him, Hancock, clad in a cloak with a crushed flower pattern, and Junko, clad in the cloak of the Knights of God and wearing a newsboy's cap, each stood on one side and stood gracefully, under the watchful eyes of all. The warship that slowly sailed into the harbor docked and came to rest. On the deck of the warship, a man with a height of nearly 7 meters, with a pair of string moon-shaped upward curved white beard, obese and ugly-looking man, Edward Whibble. The pirate who attacked the traineeship 3 years ago has been called Whitebeard too since he was a child because his mother instilled in him that he is the son of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who is the world's strongest man in the New World, and who has the title of the strongest man in the world. Although neither Edward Newgate has admitted it nor denied it so far, Edward Wilbur has the strange power of a young Edward Newgate, and even if his intelligence is worrying, his great strength is undoubted. It was only because of his great strength that he was able to attack Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, on his own 3 years ago, and won a great victory on the Navy's internship ship. But that was the end of his scenery. He was tied up with his knees kneeling down, his head drooping breathlessly, and his right arm was neatly chopped off, and even though a day had passed, there was still blood flowing out of the wound. Beside Whibble, an ugly old woman with a wrinkled face and short stature, wearing a leopard print coat, was similarly tied up, and the sunglasses she originally wore were now hanging around her neck, and her body was even stained with blood that had already coagulated. Miss Barking, real name Buckingham Stussy, former member of the Locust Pirates, claimed to be the lover of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Zephyr, who stood on Xiaoyu's right side alongside Warlord Carp, at the moment he saw Weibel's figure. The emotions that had been suppressed for 3 years at the bottom of his heart could no longer be suppressed, and while his fists clenched noiselessly, his body shivered slightly with some uncontrollable force. The attack on the internship ship that left only 2 students, Ian and Binns, on the entire ship had been like a mountain in his heart, causing him to suffer for 3 years from the guilt he felt for his students and the hatred that pounded his brain all the time. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaoyu, a student, had been by his side to keep him hopeful about the Navy, he would have left the headquarters long ago to personally seek revenge on the murderer who attacked the internship ship. Of course, Xiaoyu is also worthy of his high hopes and trust over the years, and the first thing the new officer does is to capture the pirates who attacked the internship ship back then, and at this time, he even brings them to him. The moment he saw the 2 of them, Ian and Binns, appear on the deck and stand behind Polyacerino, he could no longer hold back his old tears of relief as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted. Taking Zephyr's reaction in, Warlord secretly sighed mentally, and after a moment of wanting to say something, he silently raised his hand and patted Zephyr on the shoulder. Just then, Ain and Binns jumped off the warship 1 step ahead of Polyacerino, and quickly came to Xiaoyu's front with their hands raised in salute. Lord Marshal. Xiaoyu nodded and softly said, "Hard work." 3 simple words made Ian and Binns lose control of their emotions and redden their eyes in an instant. As the only 2 surviving trainees of the internship ship, they had suffered equally over the past 3 years, waking up from their sleep almost every once in a while, as the images of the internship ship when it was attacked not only didn't become blurred with the passage of time, but instead became clearer and clearer time and time again. In the meantime, they had gone behind Sawa-sensei's back to Sengoku in the hope that the once Marshal Sengoku would allow them to lead a warship out to sea in search of the murderer. But each time Sengoku refused for fear that something bad would happen to them as well, promising them that the murderer would be apprehended and brought to justice. However, after 3 years, there is no news of the murderer, and the officers of the Navy headquarters are running around because of the increasing number of pirates, so they have no time to continue to search for the murderer. If it wasn't for Xiaoyu's mutiny to become marshal, they are almost certain that the Navy headquarters would soon forget about this incident, and it might even be true that the pirate who attacked the internship ship will become one of the 7 musketeers under the king in the future, just as Xiaoyu saw in the future. Thankfully, there's Xiaoyu. Looking at the young marshal in front of him who was being gentle in the moment, Ian choked back a sob with red eyes and shook his head fiercely. It's not hard. Xiaoyu took a step forward, his gentle voice as usual, go back to rest and recuperate. You and Binz will be in charge when they are publicly executed tomorrow. At these words, Ian hurriedly straightened his body and, together with Binz, raised his hands in salute again and shouted in unison, Loyalty. After Ain and Binz retreat, the gentleness on Xiaoyu's face instantly disappears and is replaced by the killing determination of forcing the Holy Land to compromise by mutinying to ascend to the position of marshal. In a flash of his figure, Xiaoyu, who was covered in a murderous aura, stood in front of Weibel and Barkin, feeling the murderous aura that came to his face. Bajin, who was tied up with his head hanging down, looked up sharply and spoke hurriedly with a look of fear on his face. Who are you? Xiaoyu condescendingly looked down at Barkin and said in a deep voice, Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Xiaoyu. Whom? Barkin froze, then glanced sideways at the group of Navy headquarters officers standing in the harbor. When she saw the trio of Warlord, Carp, and Zephyr, she suddenly grinned a ghastly grin and directly ignored Xiaoyu's presence as she struggled to stand up. Warlord, is there no one left in your navy? Actually letting a brat be your successor? I advise you to be sensible and hurry up to release us, mother and son. Otherwise, Edward Newgate will surely lead his pirate group to King's Landing in Marinvado. See this one beside me? Doesn't it look familiar? That's right, he's Edward Newgate's own son. You should know what would happen if Newgate found out you had his baby boy. It's not your style to start a war over a boatload of trainee officers, thus leading to more deaths, isn't it, Warlord? Boom! Not waiting for Barkin to finish his sentence, a dull sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, Barkin's entire body flew backwards, smashing heavily against the warship's guardrail before rebounding to the ground. At the same time, Xiaoyu arrived in front of Bajin like a shadow, and simply raised his foot to stomp him down. Old woman Barkin, you really think I don't exist? Xiaoyu, who had a foot on Bajin's head, bent down slightly, his killing intent undisguised. Whoever he is, attacking a trainee ship and killing the navy is a capital offense. Even if he is the son of a god, this marshal will still kill him. Today's extra shift is over, and tomorrow's 3 shifts will continue. Chapter 072 Navy Press Release. Public Execution of Whitebeard 2. Navy Headquarters Prison. Mother and son, Barking and Edward Wibble, had just been put into separate cells, and the criminals incarcerated in this prison were instantly attracted to them, especially when they saw the image of Edward Wibble. Many of them thought it was Whitebeard, the strongest man in King's Landing, and they showed horrified expressions. What the hell? Whitebeard got caught? Worthy of a man who dared to stage a mutiny to ascend to the marshal's position. The first fire of the new officer took out Whitebeard. Don't be ridiculous, this guy just looks like Whitebeard. Yes, Whitebeard is now 70 to 80 years old. How can he be so young? Looks so similar. Can't be the Whitebeard's son, right? That is also great. The Whitebeard's son to catch to make an example of. The next have lively to see. It's too strong. I have a feeling that this new marshal of the navy will become a nightmare for all pirates. Whether or not it will become a nightmare for those pirates out there I don't know. But I heard from those 2 guards yesterday that all the prisoners in custody who have committed burnings and robberies and have a murder on their backs will be sent to the guillotine next. Brothers, we don't have many days to live. Listening to the bright whispers of the group of criminals in the next cell, Barkin frowned slightly. Immediately afterward, with Xiaoyu's footprints still remaining on her face, she looked sideways at the group of criminals in the next cell and said in a deep voice, Do you know what this new marshal of the Navy headquarters is about? Who are you? One of the criminals approached the bars and asked curiously, And who is this little kid beside you who looks like a Whitebeard? As you may have guessed, his name is Edward Wibble. Whitebeard too. Barkin stood up dragging his handcuffs and shackles with him, his eyes burning into the criminal across from him. Answer my question. What is the origin of this young marshal of the naval headquarters? Weren't you guys just arrested? The leader of the criminals blinked and said blankly, His name is Xiaoyu. He's a ruthless man who ascended to the position of marshal by staging a mutiny. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. the entire Navy headquarters, even the few guards outside, are all incredibly loyal to him. As long as Xiaoyu makes a move or gives a look, they will definitely rush out and empty their magazines in a second without blinking. What? Barkan's face changed drastically and he said incredulously, "Start a mutiny. It does seem like you don't know what's going on then." Taking Barkan's reaction in stride, the criminal told Barkan all he had learned through the conversation between the jailers. After listening to this criminal's narration, even Barkan, who was once a member of the Locust Pirates, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and even more so because of the ridiculous act of ignoring Xiaoyu's existence on the warship before. He felt a chill down his back. It's not enough to start a mutiny to get the position of the Navy Marshal, but he also visited the Holy Land to force the world government to compromise and let him run the Navy while enjoying the same privileges as the 5 Elder Stars. Xiaoyu was able to make the Holy Land make concessions and compromise. Would killing the mother and son duo not be like pinching 2 ants? Thinking of this, the flicker of luck in Barkan's heart instantly vanished, replaced by the fear of death. Clunk! Suddenly, the recently closed prison door was pushed open by 2 jailers. Immediately afterward, Ian and Binns, clad in the Admiral's coat of the Navy headquarters, arrived at the door of the prison cell where Barkan's mother and son were located at a brisk pace, flanked by a few officers of the Navy headquarters. Without waiting for Barkan and the other criminals in the cell to react, Aeon immediately opened the folder in his hand and spoke with an icy face. "Miss Barkan, real name Barkingam Stussy, former member of the Locust Pirates, 3 years ago for directing his son Edward Wibble to attack the Navy headquarters traineeship, resulting in the tragic deaths of dozens of headquarters trainee officers on board the traineeship. After the ministry's investigation and verification, the evidence is conclusive. Tomorrow at noon at the Marinvento Plaza, a public execution will be carried out. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Hearing that the Navy headquarters was going to publicly execute her, Barkan made a violent forward lunge and crawled in front of Aeon, shouting at the top of her lungs, "You can't do this. We're not the only soldiers who killed the Navy. We're not the only mother and son. There are so many criminals imprisoned in the city of Propulsion who have attacked the Navy before. Why are they just imprisoned and not executed?" Ignoring Barkan's last seizure, Ian turned the next page of the document and immediately looked at Edward Wibble, who had an arm severed, and his tone was as cold as ever. Edward Wilbur, 3 years ago, at the instigation of his mother, launched an attack on the Navy headquarters traineeship and brutally killed dozens of trainee officers on the traineeship. After the ministry's investigation, his crime is punishable by death, and he will be publicly executed tomorrow at noon in Marinvento Square. After reading in one breath, Ain spat out a breath of relief, then slowly closed the folder and handed it over to Binns by her side, then took a step forward to condescendingly gaze at Bajin, who was grasping the iron bars with both hands, and her vermilion lips gently opened. "Do you know how long I have been waiting for this day with Binns and Mr. Zephyr? 3 years, 3 years of time. I do not want to cut your mother and son under the knife, but I am not capable enough. I can only let your mother and son continue to get away with it. Luckily, we have Lord Xiaoyu. Barkan, you mother and son have one more night to repent." With that said, Ian had a relaxed smile on his face that he hadn't seen in 3 years before he simply turned around and walked away. "Oh yeah, just a few steps out." Aeon suddenly looked back at Barkan with an unprecedentedly wide smile. "The one in charge of executing you mother and son duo tomorrow is me." At the same time that Barkan's mother and son were incarcerated in the ministry's prison, the ministry's press office immediately released the latest news, not only publicizing Barkan's true identity to the world as well as the news of his son's arrest, but also dropping the bombshell to the great voyage that the ministry would conduct a public execution at noon tomorrow. With the dissemination of the latest news from the Naval Headquarters Information Office through the major newspapers as well as the videophone bugs, in less than half a day's time, the great voyage was shocked by this sudden news into a monstrous wave. New world, Whitebeard Pirates territory, huge Moby Dick on the deck of the ship. All the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates are present, and they all look up at the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, who sits majestically at the top. Edward Newgate was silent, just holding the latest intelligence he had just obtained, his face gradually becoming grave. "Pops, what the hell is going on with that news release from the Navy?" Finally, Margot, the captain of the first team standing in the first row, gathered his courage to take a step forward and cautiously asked, "What is the relationship between this Whitebeard 2 Edward Wibble mentioned in the Navy's news bulletin and you? Why does he call himself Whitebeard 2? It doesn't matter who he is." Edward Newgate threw his hand off the newspaper. The body's momentum then burst out without concealment, leading to a slight vibration of the air around him. Invisible majestic pressure then covered 100 feet in a circle. Immediately after that, Whitebeard, who was sitting calmly in his chair, stood up violently. The oppressive feeling that belonged to the strongest man in the world was like a volcano erupting. "How dare you carry my name to attack the Navy's traineeship? Buckingham Stussy, you are truly damned." Chapter 073 Big Mom Pirate Group. 3 Generals. Miss Barkin is actually barking Gorm Stussy? Mama. What an unexpected news. Cake Island. New World. Within the territory of the Big Mom Pirate Group's territory. Universal. In the dimly lit hall of the cake-shaped castle, an elderly woman, obese and nearly 9 meters tall, looked with interest at several of her children standing across the room, a wide pink dress standing out. Charlotte Ling Ling, captain of the Big Mom Pirate Group and one of the 4 emperors of King's Landing New World, once a member of the Locust Pirates, now the Queen of the Nations. Soul Fruit ability, bounty of 4, 388, 800, 000 berries. On either side of the hall, stood several of Charlotte Ling Ling's children, as well as ministers of the nations. The head of the 3 people, is the Big Mom Pirate Group's 3 generals, respectively, Flower Minister Katakuri, Fruit Juice Minister Smudge and Cookie Minister Crystal. Hearing the laughter coming from Charlotte Ling Ling, the 3 shoguns who were originally a bit worried about the impact the situation outside was likely to bring to the nations because of the announcement made by the Navy headquarters rose a series of question marks in unison. The name Miss Barkin was one they had all heard of, but the name Barking Gorm Stussy was very unfamiliar to them all, and judging from their mom's reaction, it was obvious that she was very familiar with Barking Gorm Stussy. After a short silence, Katakuri took a step forward and asked curiously, "What is this Barking Golem Stussy?" Charlotte Ling Ling didn't hide it either. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "Back then, one of the members of the Locust Pirates had a sinister relationship with Edward Newgate, who was also a member of the Locust Pirates at the time. However, after the disbanding of the Locust Pirates, Barking Gorm Stussy disappeared." Speaking of this, Charlotte Ling Ling suddenly picked up the newspaper that was placed beside her with a touch of curiosity in her eyes. "Whitebeard too? Looking at the looks it's almost like the young Newgate then. I wonder how Newgate will react when he sees this news." Mom, the question now isn't how Newgate will react. Juice Minister Smudge, who stood silently beside Katakuri, raised his head slightly and said with a serious expression on his face, "The fact that we can tell that Whitebeard too is most likely related to Whitebeard by his looks as well as by his name means that it's what the Navy wants. This new Marshal of the Navy headquarters, who came to power through a mutiny, will surely turn his attention to the Great Voyage after forcing the world government to compromise and sign the manhwa Covenant. Now that they've captured Whitebeard too Wibble, who is somehow connected to Whitebeard, and executed him through a live broadcast, they're not just trying to take this opportunity to make a statement in order to deter the pirates, but they're using it as a chance to see how the 4 emperors of the New World will react." At those words, Charlotte Ling Ling waved her hand. "Are you worried that Whitebeard too really exists a blood relationship with Whitebeard, and that the outbreak of a war between it and the Navy headquarters will spread to the nations? Don't worry, I know Whitebeard too well. He's not going to rescue Whitebeard too, much less care about Buckingham Stussy. To him, his family is in the Whitebeard Pirates. Edward Wibble or Buckingham Stussy is not really family in his eyes." But, after a slight pause, Charlotte Ling Ling showed a rare serious expression. "This young Marshal of the Navy headquarters is worth paying attention to. At such a young age, he has such terrifying vigor. Not only did he stage a mutiny to ascend to the position of Marshal, but he also forced the Holy Land to sign an unequal treaty, and his strength and ambition should not be underestimated." Before the words left her mouth, Charlotte Ling Ling suddenly twitched. Immediately afterward, she, who had been quite gentle and amiable a second before, violently grabbed the newspaper in her hand and tore it to shreds. Not expecting Charlotte Ling Ling to suddenly become so manic, Katakuri was the first to react, only to see that between his pupils clenching, he gazed as if he were an enemy at the huge figure on the opposite side whose body was beginning to erupt with a terrifying aura, and said in a deep voice, "Smudge, Krieger, hurry up!" Bang, bang, bang. Charlotte Ling Ling became more and more manic, grabbing everything around her with her hands and smashing it wildly into the hall, staring Smudge and Cryptograph into constant dodging. "Go!" Katakuri stood still and said sharply, "Mom's having an eclipse attack. You guys go, I'll break the back." "Damn it, how can I have a seizure at this time?" Crystal cried and cursed as she turned and ran. Smudge, who knew that her mother would not even spare her own children once her silocytosis kicked in, although she also turned around at the first opportunity. She was still uneasy about Katakuri and shouted, "Come along!" The 3 shoguns rushed out of the hall as fast as they could, one after the other, and kept running wildly for a long distance before stopping. During this period, the sound of smashing and the shocking sound of heavy objects crashing were constantly heard behind them, and even though they ran out a long way, they still felt an invisible pressure following them like a shadow, making all 3 of them feel a little palpitating. Glancing back at the castle that had been left far behind, Smudge secretly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then looked at Katakuri with a serious face. "This time, the Navy's public execution of Whitebeard II may seem to have nothing to do with us, but in reality, it is actually releasing a signal. This new Marshal of the Navy does not wish to continue maintaining the so-called balance of the New World all these years, and if he dares to force the Holy Land to compromise, he will definitely not show mercy to us in the New World. Unlike the conservative approach of Sengoku, the former headquarters marshal, in response to the situation in the New World, the new officer, Xia Yu, will certainly be very radical because he has the capital and strength to be radical. Katakuri didn't say anything about the recent big events. He had long since understood clearly through the major newspapers as well as the intelligence agents planted by the nations. However, he did not put too much on his mind at that time, because most of the countries in the New World are in the hands of the four emperors. The world government as well as the Navy's influence on the New World is almost negligible, and the only one that can pose a threat is a G5 branch. But what he didn't expect was that Xia Yu, just a few days after assuming the post of headquarters marshal, captured the world-famous Miss Barkin and Whitebeard too and made a high-profile announcement of their public execution. After a moment of silence, Katakuri looked in the direction of the castle with a bit of a headache. We'll talk about it when Mom is sober. You guys go back to your respective territories. In the meantime, New World, Palace of the Kingdom of Dressrosa. The flirtatious Doflamingo picked up the juice in front of him and drank it all in one gulp, then stood up and hunched his waist with his hands in his pockets, grinning and letting out a burst of creepy laughter, and then looked condescendingly down to the royal street below the royal palace. To actually carry out a public execution of Whitebeard too at the time of the meeting of the Seven Musketeers. You're trying to knock us out in the process, aren't you, Xia Yu? In that case, I have to go to the Seven Musketeers meeting this time. I have to go. Before the words left his mouth, Doflamingo leapt out violently, while releasing his Superman tethered thread fruit ability that belonged exclusively to him, accompanied by a silk thread ejected from between his fingers and shot straight up into the sky. The silk thread even strangely set on top of a cloud high in the sky. In the next instant, he swept out in a stunning flash, flying through the air beneath cloud after cloud, winding his way toward the Navy headquarters. Chapter 074 Purge before public execution. The era of the Iron Blood Navy descends. With the release of the news announcement from the Navy headquarters, the news reporters from all the major powers in this special bond of the Chambord Islands became busy once again, and a huge screen was then quickly spread out in the squares of the various districts of the Chambord Islands as well as in the busy areas where the flow of people was concentrated. Intelligence peddlers are even keeping an eye on the situation around the Chambord Islands, maintaining intense contact with liaisons lurking in various forces. The pirates who have heard of the news are also risking a great deal to dock one after another, through different locations to land in the Shambodi Islands after mixing in the crowd. All want to be the first to pay attention to the world's attention to the live broadcast of the execution. Shaki's knockout bar also became lively because of the sudden live broadcast of the execution. In just less than an hour, the small bar hall was filled with people, without exception. All of them were pirates who had arrived in the Shambaldi Islands in the last 2 days, wanting to transit through the Shambaldi Islands to go to the Kingdom of Dragon Palace, which was 10,000 meters under the sea, because 2 of the pirate group's pirate ships were in charge of coding by Riley. Originally their ships had all finished coding, but their travel to the Dragon Palace Kingdom was delayed due to a sudden announcement from the Navy headquarters. As for the other group of people, they should be the pirate group that had just arrived in the Shambaldi Islands, and their number was small, only 7 or 8 people in total. Captain, do you know what is the relationship between that for Whitebeard 2 mentioned in the Navy headquarters announcement and Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world in the New World? Inside the first card seat, the tall pirate who had already drank his face red and spoke with a bit of a stutter suddenly stood up and looked across to him at a middle-aged man cloaked in an overcoat excitedly and eloquently. Although the relationship between the two was not mentioned in the announcement of the Navy headquarters, but to have the Navy headquarters make such a big deal of the public execution, I think it must be that they already know about Whitebeard 2's relationship with Whitebeard. Wants to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates through this live broadcast. Ha ha, you've analyzed it so damn well. The middle-aged man laughed boldly. If Whitebeard 2's identity is not simple, why would the Navy headquarters have to make such a big deal out of it? But, after a slight pause, the middle-aged man suddenly changed his words. Compared to this Whitebeard 2's relationship with Whitebeard, I'm more interested in knowing more information about this newly appointed Marshal of the Navy headquarters. After all, we are pirates, and when we head to the New World to become the new Emperor of the Sea, we naturally won't be able to avoid dealing with him. Ah ha 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 ha. Yes, this is something we have to think about. Captain, why don't we take this opportunity to challenge Whitebeard? If Whitebeard 2 is really Whitebeard's son, then he will definitely come to the Navy headquarters to rescue them. At that time, we'll kill them by surprise halfway. As long as we finish off the Whitebeard pirates, you, Captain, will be the new 4 Emperor. Ya ha 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 ha. Amidst the cacophony of several crew members, the middle-aged man gradually became a bit oblivious, only to see his eyes slightly narrowed as he pretended to be deep. Indeed, Whitebeard is getting old, and it's time to give up the throne of the strongest man. Upon hearing this, the group of pirates around him yelled at the top of their lungs, "Captain is mighty!" Standing at the bar, Shaki did not cast a disdainful glance at the fearless words of these ignorant people. In the Great Voyage, no matter what era, there is no shortage of blind and ignorant warriors, because they are always drifting in the sea, living in their own perceptions as well as the information cocoon, and after experiencing a few fluke victories, they will gradually become inflated, and thus naively believe that they are the most powerful existence. After a few lucky victories, they would gradually become inflated and naively believe that they were the most powerful existence. That's why, even though Whitebeard, Charlotte Ling Ling and Kaido have been dominating the New World for many years, and each of them has a loud name, there are still some ignorant and fearless people who go forward to challenge the three of them. However, so far, there is only a former Roger pirate ship trainee Shanks. The rest of the even now hangs the name of the king under the seven-armed sea Moonlight Mariah, but also because of the challenge to Kaido and ended up in a tragic end of the death of all the subordinates. These pirates who are now speaking out in the tavern, not to mention challenging Whitebeard, can't even pass the level of the captains under Whitebeard's command. Just then, Riley, wearing a bucket hat, pushed open the bar door and walked in. Under Shaki's gaze, Riley walked straight to the bar and picked up the glass of wine placed on the bar and tilted his head back to drink it all in one gulp. Then he looked up and bitterly laughed. This young marshal of the naval headquarters is really out of his element. What happened? A flash of doubt flashed in Shaki's eyes. Riley didn't answer right away, but instead looked back at the pirates in the bar with some sympathy in his gaze. A dozen warships have appeared in the sea outside right now, and the leader is Sakaski. In addition, the Shampoo Land naval base has also poured out under the leadership of Vice Admiral Storabelli and Bastio, and the pirate groups that have just arrived in the Shampoo Land Islands as well as those that have stayed here in the past few days are going to be out of luck. Shaki blinked, her response slightly delayed. What do you mean? Before the words left her mouth, Natsuki's pupils shrunk. Are you saying that Xiaoyu wants to purge the naval headquarters as well as the waters around the Shambaldi Islands of any potential threats before the live streaming of the execution? Without waiting for Riley's nod, the 7 or 8 pirates who had been sitting quietly in Cardinal 3 jerked to their feet, and then all of them looked sideways at the bar. Were you heard? Riley cocked his head at a few people and said brightly, now that you've heard that, check out and run for your lives. Boom! As soon as Riley's words left his mouth, the door to the bar, which had just closed, was suddenly slammed open. Immediately afterward, the expressionless Storabelli took a step forward with his skull that far exceeded the length of a normal human being, and his gaze sternly swept a circle of the people present, coldly saying, escape? Now that the Shambaldi Islands are under the coverage of cannons, where else can you trash escape to? In the meantime, from the Navy headquarters, ordered to come to clean up the Navy headquarters and the surrounding sea on the deck of a large warship, wearing a military cap. Sakaski looked at the port of the naval base will soon be docked, and then picked up the phone bug, and then sent out an order without a trace of emotion. Pass on my order. All warships to lock the respective target sea, as long as you find a pirate ship to launch their own attack. Never let a pirate ship escape. Let a pirate ship escape. Further orders to all officers and men of the various regions that have landed in the Shambodi Islands to immediately launch an operation to purge all pirates lurking in the Shambodi Islands, leaving no one behind. With Sakaski's order, a stranglehold on the pirates lurking in the Shambodi Islands began. The sounds of gunshots, clashing swords, and miserable wails rose and fell in the various districts of the Shambodi Islands, lasting from evening until nightfall. Finally, when the night completely enveloped the Shambaldi Islands, the curtain fell on this stranglehold that had been launched specifically against the pirates. Sector 13, Shambord Islands. None of the pirates who were inside the knockout bar escaped, and were taken under control by Strombelli and the Navy soldiers leading him, all of whom were dragged to the clearing across from the bar lined up on both knees. Holding a thick bounty list in his hand, Strombelli flipped through it unhurriedly with the light emanating from the bar. Soon, he pulled a bounty slip from it and stuck it on the forehead of the middle-aged man who had previously screamed in the bar that Whitebeard should step down from his throne as the strongest. Captain Eric of the Onslaught Pirates, from the North Sea, burned and looted 3 villages on his way into the Great Voyage, and invaded a town with a population of 1 million in partnership with other pirate groups, causing the deaths of more than 100 innocent people in this town, with a bounty of $67 million for non-devil fruit abilitators. Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in Storabelli's eyes. And what a crime! Not waiting for the middle-aged man to react, a soldier standing behind Storabelli immediately stepped forward quickly and skillfully raised his gun to the middle-aged man with 2 shots to the heart and 1 to the head. Strombelli didn't look at the middle-aged man again, but continued to turn over the bounty list in his hand. Soon, another pirate's bounty list caught his eye. After reading the name of the pirate that appeared in the bounty list and the crime, as he did just now, another soldier quickly stepped forward to dry fire 3 shots at him. This was repeated, and in no time at all, a dozen or so kneeling pirates were shot on the spot. Not only Sector 13, but also the other sectors of the Shambaldi Islands were staging brutal execution ceremonies at night, with every 3 gunshots signaling that one of the most criminal pirates had left this world forever. 3 shifts end today and continue tomorrow. Chapter 075, Whitebeard 2 is a clone? The Spell of the Amazon Lily. In the knockout bar, Spare Sharky and Riley, 2 of the old-time favorites, inexplicably felt a chill down their backs from the in-place execution outside the bar. The great voyage is about to change. Looking at the execution site outside the door, Riley suddenly let out an exclamation. This young Marshal of the Navy will surely suppress all pirates with an iron-blooded hand unprecedented in the history of the Navy. Sakaski has this iron-blooded Marshal to protect him. He will have no fear anymore, and will surely carry out his thorough justice to the end. After a slight pause, Laley slightly looked sideways at Xiaoyu, who was standing inside the bar with the same grave expression, and shook his head and smiled bitterly. I hope that Whitebeard won't make a mistake over and over again because of the mistakes that Barkin made. Xiaoyu ordering Sakaski to come and purge the surrounding seas is clearly in preparation to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from being in the middle of preparations. Shaki felt out a lady's cigarette and lit it up, saying lightly, I'm curious as to why Buckingham Stussy encouraged Whitebeard 2 to attack the Navy's internship ship. She has even gone around publicizing her relationship with Whitebeard and the identity of Whitebeard 2 over the years. What is her purpose? Riley shook his head and laughed. Buckingham Stussy was once a member of the Locust Pirates. Although her strength was average, her ambition was careless. After the disbanding of the Locust Pirates, Whitebeard quickly rose to become one of the 3 giants at the time with Roger and Sky, so she found Whitebeard once again, wanting to join forces with Whitebeard to recreate the splendor that existed at the time of the Locust Pirates. However, Whitebeard didn't have the ambition to fight for world domination and become the Pirate King. He just wanted to build a big family. Because of the different goals they pursued, the 2 went their separate ways. Shaki blinked, relieved. So it's really possible that Whitebeard 2 is Whitebeard's biological son? Who knows? Riley said uncertainly. Back then, Buckingham had another identity, one of the members of the Peace Research Institute MADS. The MADS organization brought together a large number of outstanding scientists. Some of these scientists were dedicated to researching killing weapons, some were focused on research that could contribute to world peace, and there were others who were working on cloning technology, with Buckingham being one of the members. It's not impossible to clone a Whitebeard 2 after Whitebeard. I see. Shaki nodded. If Whitebeard did have a relationship with Buckingham Stussy back then and had a son, he would have definitely come to the rescue. If he didn't come, it means he didn't have a relationship with Buckingham. Wait. Suddenly, as if he had remembered something, Riley said somewhat anxiously, shouldn't you be more concerned about caring about Hancock than the mystery of Whitebeard 2's birth? Xiaoyu timed the execution with the meeting of the 7 Marshalseas, obviously wanting to take this opportunity to let the 7 Marshalseas make a choice as well. Judging by the iron fist he's showing now, he definitely won't allow the 7 Marshalsea system to continue to exist. The so-called Shichibukai Conference is a choice between life and death for all members of the Shichibukai. Shaki exhaled a string of smoke rings and said somewhat feebly, intelligence has come from the Navy headquarters. Hancock is now following Xiaoyu around all day. I have a bad feeling about this. It's really not a good thing. Riley's forehead was covered with black lines. I thought Hancock was too repulsed by men to be lovesick like you were back then, but now it seems she's no exception. At those words, an imperceptible blush broke out on Shaki's face. As of now, a total of 3 of the successive female emperors of the Amazon Lily had committed acacia, namely her as well as her predecessor and the next after her. The empress before her had to choose to leave the Amazon Lily in order to survive, and she too had nearly died of lovesickness in her early 20s, eventually learning from her predecessor to leave the Amazon Lily in search of her antidote. But her next was not so lucky, and left the world because the person she was thinking of never heard from. I thought that the spell would disappear because of the next person's passing away, but I did not expect to halfway kill a marshal of the Navy who dared to force the world government to sign the Treaty of Manhwa. The Hancock, who has a grudge against the world government and the descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government at the beginning of the world government, naturally could not resist its charms, and the fall was only a matter of one time to meet. Natsuki didn't move her head to let Riley see her reaction. If she really got sick because of Xiaoyu, it's not entirely a bad thing. After all, Xiaoyu, as the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, won't suddenly disappear or be as erratic as some people were back in the day, causing me to almost get caught by carp several times. Riley smiled awkwardly. That's true. After all, lovesickness is only one-sided. No matter what Xiaoyu's attitude towards her is, as long as she can see it when she wants to. Just then, Strombelli walked in with 2 school officers. After looking around to make sure he hadn't missed anything, Storabelli immediately ordered the 2 colonels at his side, take their things away, burn all the miscellaneous items, and confiscate all the treasures. The eyes of the 2 school officials instantly lit up. and they quickly ran to the deck and began to scavenge the treasure left behind by the pirates. Soon, the two of them returned with a full load, not even acting a bit, excitedly saying in unison, "Lord Lieutenant General, this group of pirates is quite fat. This wave has made a fortune." The corners of Strombelly's mouth twitched slightly as he criticized with a stern face, "Don't use that old routine now. All this treasure must be surrendered." After a slight pause, Strombelly's words changed. "You are allowed to keep some to send to the other brothers involved in tonight's operation. In the meantime, under the cover of night in the waters of the Shambodi Islands, Sakaski, who was sitting in a large warship, after receiving the latest situation report and realizing that the pirates lurking on the island had almost all been purged, he no longer squatted on the surface of the sea to prevent any pirates from escaping, and decisively ordered the warship to return to the headquarters. Although as a great general he didn't need to personally do this kind of thing, tomorrow's public execution broadcast was a matter of great importance, and as Xia Yu had entrusted this matter to him, he naturally had to be meticulous. With Sakaski returning to Marinvento in a warship, and Storabelli remaining in the Chambord Islands to make amends, a pre-public execution purge came to an end. At the knockout bar, Storabelli didn't leave right away, but sat straight down at the bar after dismissing his men and ordered a cocktail. "Your Excellency looks somewhat familiar." Having just picked up his wine glass and took a sip, Storabelli suddenly spoke out to break the silence, looking towards Riley and then spoke. "If I remember correctly, the last time I went to the population auction house to raid the place, it seemed like you were being pushed out of the cage and put up for auction." "Ha ha, yes it is," Laley laughed cheerfully, "because I lost my money in the casino. I mortgaged myself. I was thinking of finding someone to ransom my old man, but I didn't expect those people to sell my old man to human traffickers without any martial virtues. Speaking of which, I have to thank your Excellency. If it wasn't for your raid on the auction house, old me might have fallen into slavery in some rich man's house by now." "Ah ha 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 ha." The always expressionless Storabelli was a bit tense. The hand holding the wineglass shook slightly. He had seen his family broken up or his wife separated because of good gambling, but only one case of mortgaging himself. In one word, absolute. Chapter 076, Doflamingo. Don't drag me along if you want to die. In the meantime, under the cover of the night over the Shambaldi Islands, a figure like a big bird descended from the sky and silently landed in front of the door of a population auction house in District 1. And it was definitely none other than one of the members of the King's 7 Musketeers, Doflamingo, whom, having just landed in front of the door of the auction house, the hunched-over Doflamingo with his hands in his pockets instantly furrowed his brows, while quickly looking around and sniffing at the air. "Order, order, order, order. Such a pungent smell of blood. Has there just been a war here?" Before the words left his mouth, Doflamingo suddenly turned around, and then looked towards the door of the auction house as if he were an enemy. Doflamingo, in front of the door of the auction house, holding a machete standing proudly, Vice Admiral Bastille walked slowly out of the darkness and said unhurriedly, "Lord Xia Yu has ordered that before tomorrow's public execution of Whitebeard II, the Navy headquarters and the waters of the Shampoo Islands must be purged, and a pirate must not be allowed to appear in the light. So, if you're here for the 7 Musketeers conference, follow me now. If not, your status as a Shichibukai will be stripped immediately, and I will make an immediate arrest of you as well." At those words, Doflamingo snapped his head up before grinning a unique evil laugh. "Have even you all become so strong and domineering under the new marshal of the Navy headquarters? But Bastiliax, you'd better be polite when you speak, or I might not be able to resist finishing you off." A pose, killing intent appeared in Bastille's eyes, and he raised his sharp beheading sword in his hand. "So, you didn't come to the 7 Musketeers meeting?" Sector 7 Harbor. As the 2 pirate ships slowly docked, the Navy soldiers who had long been guarding the ports of the districts immediately swarmed to them, raising their guns to aim at the 2 pirate ships that had just docked. On the deck of the pirate-flagged vessel flying the red sun symbol stood a plump whale shark man around 3 meters tall, with windswept eyebrows and sideburns and 2 large teeth growing in his jaws. Very flat. The second captain of the Sun Pirates, a whale shark man and a member of the Shichibukai. Because of his righteousness and love of chivalry around, he thus gained the reputation of a sea warrior. "I did not expect the ship just docked." The Navy appeared at the first time. Standing on the deck of the Jinping could not help but sigh. "I did not think that this is only a few days' time. The Navy's morale has changed so much. It's not simple." Shichibukai Jinpei, a young man clad in a Rear Admiral's coat, quickly stepped out of the naval procession that came to the harbor, and it was Rear Admiral Noah who had previously drawn his sword on Mihawk at the headquarters. After looking at the Sun pirate ship from the other side of the shore, he raised his head sharply, gazed at Jinping with a burning gaze, and then opened his mouth. "Rear Admiral Noah of the Naval Headquarters, by order of Lord Xia Yu, is waiting for you all here. Because the Shambodi Islands and the sea around Marinvento are all under martial law, you only have 2 choices now. 1. Cooperate with my work, follow me. 2. Don't cooperate with my work, and then be deprived of the status of the 7 Marshal Seas on the spot and be killed by me. After a slight pause, Noah immediately looked sideways at another pirate ship, sweeping his gaze to a figure on the deck of this pirate ship. Shichibukai Hanazawa. Did I make myself clear? Ha. That's pretty bossy. A major general dares to speak to me in such a tone now? It seems that this newly appointed marshal of the Navy headquarters has given you a great deal of strength. As the words fell, the figure standing on the deck of this pirate ship immediately stepped out, revealing a head wearing a bat's headgear, and in his hand he was holding a huge scythe, like a god of death who likes to walk in the dark night, invisibly radiating a creepy and eerie aura. Flower notes. One of the members of the Shichibukai, after many encounters with the 4th Emperor Kaido, he formed a deep friendship with him, and traveled the Great Voyage alone in order to collect more ancient species of animal-based devil fruit to strengthen the 100 Beasts pirates under Kaido's command. Enlisted by the world government because of his great strength, walking to the edge of the deck, Huaxia looked up at the night-covered Chambord Islands, with his amazing sense of smell to capture the smell of blood remaining in the air. His eyes narrowed slightly and said, "It's really a dark and windy night to kill people. I'm afraid that there'll be no return this time if we don't cooperate." Speaking of this, Hanaza suddenly looked sideways at Jinpei on the deck of the Sun pirate ship across the street. "Wouldn't you say, Sea Warrior Jinpei?" Evening nodded, and then he leaped off the deck to Noah, and spoke very politely, "Rear Admiral Noah please." Hanaza also jumped off the deck at that moment and followed with his giant scythe. "Thank you both for your cooperation." Rear Admiral Noah's eyes flashed with a flash of disappointment. In the past when the 7 Musketeers conference was held, these 7 musketeers had a bigger rack than one another, and 1 or 2 of them even dared to bully the staff in charge of the order of the conference in front of Marshal Warlord. I thought that if anyone dares to make trouble at the 7 Musketeers conference, I will decisively start work and get a wave of military achievements. But I didn't expect that Jinping and Hanaza would actually cooperate so well. He had heard of Jieping, and knew that Jieping had a very good temper and was quite righteous. But Huaxia is the year dared to fight with Kaido, and finally even sympathize with Kaido, become a close friend of the maniac. Not to be a little bit sorry for his once mighty how suddenly becomes so good to talk about it. Could it be that he was shocked by the Lord Marshal's reputation? It's hard to miss an opportunity to perform. Rumble. Suddenly, deafening explosions came out without warning. Immediately afterward, a terrifying sword chi suddenly blossomed, sweeping out from the direction of Area 1, and wherever it went, the sky-high trees that stood in the way were decimated and chopped off at the waist. Although they were far apart, Rear Admiral Noah was able to distinguish the source of the sword aura and said with a frenzied expression, "Lieutenant General Bastille's chopper wave. Someone is not cooperating? Who could it be? Clocadar? Or Doflamingo? Or Moonlight Moria?" As he spoke, Noah's body, who had just been a little disappointed by the fact that Jieping and Hanaza were very cooperative, ran out uncontrollably. However, he soon reacted and hurriedly stopped, saying with a resigned face, "Forget it, with Lieutenant General Bastille around, even if there's credit to be given, it won't be my turn." Taking Rear Admiral Noah's reaction in stride, side by side, Jinping and Hanazawa were a bit confused. What's the situation? Why did it feel like the thing this Major General wanted most was not for them to cooperate? Could it be that their lack of cooperation could give Major General Noah and these soldiers present any credit? Whoosh! Just as the two of them were a bit puzzled, a figure suddenly flashed beneath the night sky. Before the words left his mouth, Doflamingo snapped his head sideways. His eyes then swept towards Evening and Hanazawa. "Are you all so cooperative?" Looking at the 7 musketeers who stood side by side and watched, Doflamingo grinned evilly and said, "Hanazawa, this is not your style. Do you want to join hands with me for a big fight? Order. Doflamingo, don't drag me along if you want to die." Faiza looked up at the rapidly pursuing figure and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow is the time of Whitebeard II's execution. If you make trouble at this time, you will definitely die a very ugly death. Smell the blood in the air? Before we came, the Navy must have just carried out a major cleansing of the entire Shambaldi Islands." Without waiting for a reaction from Doflamingo, Jieping immediately took over. "Wake up, Doflamingo. The Navy nowadays won't let the 7 musketeers do whatever they want like before. Need a few flesh and blood Navy sauce characters. Brothers, help take a few. Leave a comment here. Express, thanks." Chapter 077, Cloak and Dagger for the Lord Marshal. The naval officers and soldiers were one more arrogant than the other. Navy headquarters. Because of the impending public execution of Edward Wilbur as well as Miss Barking on the morrow, the generals and soldiers were all methodically busy. The preparations were concluded with the erection of an execution frame in the Plaza de la Marimba. The night is deep. The rotating soldiers completed their work handovers and the officers of all ranks returned to their homes or dormitories, except for the lights in the marshal's office, which were still on. Xia Yu, who is sitting in front of his desk, reads the document in his hand and hands it to Guillaume. who was standing across the desk. Lord Marshal, I'll approve these papers. Guillaume took the papers and cradled them in her arms. Unable to remember how many times she was reminded of them, she spoke again. It's late in the night now. It's time to go back to rest. As if Xia Yu didn't hear, he picked up another document and opened his mouth while reviewing it. I intend to change the system of the Navy headquarters that hasn't changed in 100 years. In particular, I'm going to add 3 more places to the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. You've been in the position of a general in waiting for so long. It's time for you to be promoted. At that time, how about the army under your command be called the Peach Hair Army under your code name? At those words, Guillaume shook her head and smiled. Is Lord Marshal asking for my opinion, or simply informing me of it? If I am being asked for my opinion, I would prefer to stay by the side of Lord Marshal than to be promoted to Grand Admiral and lead the Peach Hair Army. Marshal is not like a Vice Admiral. In the past, as a Vice Admiral, you only needed to take care of the things that were within your jurisdiction. But now it's different. The Navy headquarters and even all the branches need you to make the decisions on major matters. Without me, you'll surely be too busy to do anything about it. Of course, if Lord Marshal has already made up his mind just to inform me, I will naturally do whatever I want and will definitely lead the Peach Hair Army to fight for Lord Marshal. At those words, Xia Yu put down his paper and looked up at Guillaume, who had been steadfastly standing alongside him all these years. Guillaume was a presence to him that was also a teacher and a friend. If I had to choose the most trusted person out of everyone, Guillaume would definitely be at the top of the list. However, he didn't want to keep Guillaume around as an assistant, because Guillaume had a sense of responsibility, a heart of true justice, and the strength of all the lieutenant generals. It was a great use of his time to keep him around as an assistant. After locking eyes with Guillaume for a moment, Xia Yu suddenly spread a smile and said, General Mama Hair, can you pour me a cup of coffee? Still drinking? Guillaume subconsciously blurted out, if you drink any more you won't get any rest tonight. I wouldn't have thought of going back to rest. Xia Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. You don't know that my family is now called a chicken dog jump, because Mihawk lodged in my house. Hancock also do not go to the guest house. Hancock does not go. The military son also followed the hilarious. And then the 2 women in the house all kinds of tit for tat. One said what concubine to commit any mistake will be forgiven. One throw up the bandage to be wrapped up in each other into mummies hanging. So much so that Mihawk didn't dare to stay any longer and ran off to the guest house in disgrace. Do you think I'd dare to go back under such circumstances? Taking Xia Yu's helpless expression in her eyes, Guillaume couldn't hold back her laughter as she covered her mouth. But immediately she stifled her laughter and gently reminded, since you can't go back home, you should go to LT General Tsuru's house to borrow a night. Anyway, right now LT General Tsuru is at the Holy Land headquarters because the CP9 Supreme Officer was taken out, and she's busy assisting Lord Empty in merging CP9 into CP0. Upon hearing this, the corner of Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? I'm going to go to Lieutenant General Tsuru's house to borrow a room for a night. Do you believe that tomorrow, rumors will immediately spread around in the Navy headquarters, and start to rumorize about me and Peacock again? That's true too. Guillaume blinked, finally giving the best advice she could. Then let's go to my house. Mother-sama has been on your mind ever since you started being investigated by the investigation squad. And even now that things have settled down, Mother-sama asks almost every day what you're up to. Not to bother the old man at this point, Xia Yu waved his hand. Finish these papers and I'll just make do in the office. Guillaume was about to speak when the phone bug sitting on his desk suddenly rang. Seeing this, Guillaume hurriedly took a step back and went into work for a second. Lord Marshal, this is Noah. Xia Yu just took the phone bug. Rear Admiral Noah's voice immediately came out. The 2 Seven Musketeers, Hanazawa and Jieping, have been brought to the naval base in the Shampoo Land Islands by their subordinates, and will set off early tomorrow morning together with Duo Franco, who is accompanied by Vice Admiral Bastillo. Report over. Loyalty. Xia Yu laughed and said, why do I hear you sounding a bit grumpy? Is it because these 3 Seven Musketeers are all very cooperative, causing your charms to go nowhere? Ah, this has been discovered. Ha! Noah's voice was tinged with a bit of embarrassment. There was a bit of a grudge. The Hanazawa and Jubii that my subordinates received were very cooperative. Although Doflamingo had a fight with Lieutenant General Bastille, it was only to the point. Lord Marshal, what's going on here? In the past, when Lord Warlord was in power, these 7 musketeers were arrogant, especially Doflamingo, who actually used his fruit ability to control 2 soldiers in front of Lord Warlord during the last 7 musketeers meeting. I thought that if he continued to be arrogant this time, I'd him with Lieutenant General Bastille, but I didn't realize that he actually wimped out. Hearing the chatter from the phone bug, Xia Yu couldn't help but speak up. You kid is trying to beat up anyone you catch now, aren't you? Is it because Mihawk once helped me and you can't find him to avenge your boss back then, so you're taking it out on the other 7 musketeers? Nothing of the sort. Noah didn't hesitate for a second. From the moment I offered my loyalty to Lord Marshal, Noah's personal honor or disgrace is not enough. What a line about personal honor and disgrace not being enough, Xiaoyu angrily praised, then said, don't worry, when this matter is over, I will let Mihawk give your former superior an account, although I have a favor to repay. I can't let my brothers suffer. That's it, see you tomorrow, loyalty. Noah shouted a slogan and then ended the call with some reluctance. If it wasn't for Xiaoyu saying, see you tomorrow, he would have been able to chat with this Lord Marshal, who was similar in age to him but far more powerful and domineering. For a night, especially the three words brothers in the sentence, can't let the brothers be wronged, uttered by Xiaoyu, made him wish to immediately rush back to the headquarters to stand in front of Xiaoyu and shout out his loyalty. Ji-on, who was quietly standing by the side, saw Xiaoyu chatting so happily with one of his subordinates that she could barely hold back her laughter. You know, when Xiaoyu mentioned Hankook, Junzi, and Peacock before, his tone and expression could be described as both helpless and pained, but when he was chatting with his subordinates he was in high spirits, and even cared to be concerned about what was going on in the minds of his subordinates. It was very Jedi Z. Laughing aside, Gion very much understood Xiaoyu's behavior like this, because over the years, Xiaoyu had captured the hearts of countless officers and soldiers with this way of getting along, and his radiant personality charisma had gained the adoration and allegiance of almost all the officers and soldiers in the headquarters. Naval Base, Shambodi Islands. Noah, who had finished talking with Xiaoyu, was in a soothing mood, and the smile on his face couldn't be hidden as he gradually let loose. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. After laughing for a good while, Noah immediately looked sideways at Bastille and Storabelli, who were standing across the room and had just returned from Sector 13, and said in a triumphant manner, my lords lieutenant generals, guess what the Lord Marshal just said to me? What? Bastillo looked at the cutie, eyes at Noah. The Lord Marshal said that the brothers must not be wronged. Before the words left his mouth, Noah once again laughed out loud in triumph. Brother, Lord Marshal calling me brother. Ha 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 ha, cough. Ha! Suddenly, Noah, who had laughed until he coughed, turned violently to look at him with the same look of a little cutie. Dofrin, who was looking at him with the same eyes and grinning an evil grin. Doflamingo, if you ever show that smile again, do you believe I'll you up right now? I feel horribly strong now. At these words, the smile on Doflamingo's face instantly froze, and his eyes nearly flew out from under his sunglasses. He didn't do anything right, did he? What is it with the Navy these days? Is it a crime to laugh? Crazy. Without waiting for Doflamingo to react, without the slightest hesitation, Jinping and Hanaza, who were standing side by side with him, tacitly turned around and left. Crazy. The current Navy headquarters is crazy from the officers down to the enlisted men. You saw those soldiers just now, right? They looked at us like a cat seeing a mouse, their eyes glowing green. After quickly distancing himself from Doflamingo, Hanaza lowered his voice and spat out in a loud voice. The Navy wasn't like this in the past. How come it feels like they're the pirates? Jinpei didn't say anything, just nodded furiously. 3 shifts end today and continue tomorrow. Chapter 078, Danger and Opportunity. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The meeting of the 7 musketeers was held as scheduled. However, the Navy headquarters did not focus on the imminent arrival of the 7 musketeers, focusing all on the side of Edward Wibble and his mother, Miss Barkin. Around the execution rack standing in the middle of the square, officers of all ranks of the Navy as well as soldiers arrived one after another, neatly dispersed on both sides of the rack, stretching all the way to the gate of the headquarters prison, in order to prevent accidents from occurring in the middle of the process. At the same time, the staff of the information office of the headquarters, which is responsible for broadcasting the execution live, is setting up video phone bugs and gradually opening up access to the open-air screens located in the Chambord Islands. Every open-air screen in the Shambodi Islands had gathered in front of it early, and once the live broadcast from the Navy headquarters had been successfully connected to these screens, they would broadcast the live broadcast to the world through their respective video phone bugs as well as ordinary phone bugs. Everything for the public execution is in order, just waiting for the execution time to arrive as well as the live stream to turn on. Navy Headquarters Harbor. Several warships responsible for transporting the 7 musketeers slowly came alongside. The first to dock was the warship Bastille was on. Without waiting for the warship to stop, Bastille and Doflamingo jumped off the deck one after the other and stood on the pier. Immediately after that, Jieping and Hanaza, who were traveling in the same warship as Lieutenant General Storabelli and Rear Admiral Noah, jumped ashore one after another. The 7 musketeers just came together. A group of naval soldiers immediately swarmed out, standing on both sides of the road leading to Marin Vento Square, staring at the 3 men with a murderous look. In this regard, the 7 Cs, including Doflamingo, have become numb, and each with their own thoughts, silently followed Bastille, Stromboli and Major General Noah as they walked up the steps in an unhurried manner. Just then, 2 more warships came alongside. as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Doflamingo, who had just ascended the steps, was the first to look back at the two warships that had docked. When he saw the figures on the decks of the two warships, he immediately grinned. Looks like there aren't just three of us. The ones who came aboard the two warships were none other than the two members of the Seven Musketeers, Shah Crocodile as well as Moonlight Moria, topped with an obese belly height close to 7 meters tall Moonlight Moria and their memory of the image of some not quite match. Because, not only does Moonlight Moria have a fat body close to 7 meters, the looks are even more hideous just looking at it. However, at this moment, the Moonlight Moria actually drooped her head honestly, like a little daughter-in-law who had suffered a great grievance quietly standing beside the Hound Lieutenant General. Obviously, just like what happened to the three of them, Moonlight Moria also lost her temper because of the dislike of the Navy soldiers who were eager to build up their military achievements. The other 7-armed sea crocodile is still arrogant, standing alone on the deck of the warship, wearing a black fur coat, combed back hair with a cigar in his mouth and posing out of the world a kingly aura, condescendingly staring at him and Moria. First step ashore. Doflamingo. 3 people. Doflamingo, the look on your face right now is making me uncomfortable. When Crocodile swept his gaze over to Doflamingo, he suddenly grinned widely. Was it a threat by the Navy soldiers responsible for transporting you? If that's the case, you've really opened my eyes. The Celestial Night Fury who dared to attack the Celestial Dragon Man Celestial Gold and threaten the world government to become a member of the 7 Martial Seas under the king actually endured this. Wahahaha, looks like you're no better. Doflamingo turned around with his hands in his pockets and grinned. How about a bet with you? I'll lose if you dare look back at those soldiers behind you right now without being threatened. At those words, the corners of Crocodile's mouth twitched slightly before he quickly looked back. What are you looking at? Crocodile just turned around, and immediately an officer stood out from the line of naval soldiers that had been standing behind him, and unmercifully turned on him with a burst of face-first openers. Get down there now! Hiss! Crocodile took a sharp drag on his cigar, and a cold light flickered in his eyes with it. Seeing the scene in his eyes, Doflamingo was instantly in a good mood. Ha 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 ha, Crocodile, you're nothing more than that. Doflamingo, Jinpei, Hanazawa. Without waiting for Crocodile to react, Noah, who was following behind the two centers, suddenly turned around and gazed at the 3 Shichibukai with a burning gaze. Keep up. If you make me late, when this Shichibukai meeting is over, I'll apply to Lord Marshal to go out to sea and kill all of you. At those words, even Storabelly was a bit tense and spoke out in time to stop. Noah, stop in moderation. Doflamingo had apparently become immune and did not take Noah's chiding to heart, and after eyeing Crocodile and Moonlight Moria jumping off the warship and walking over to him, the corners of his mouth curved up into an arc before he took the initiative of leaning over to Crocodile's side and spoke sorrowfully. Sand Crocodile, this meeting is very uncomplicated. If anything happens, how about we team up and escape together? I believe that you've already sensed along the way that the current Navy is very different from the previous one, and the fact that even ordinary soldiers dare to point their fingers at us means that the purpose of that newly appointed Marshal of the Navy in convening this meeting of the 7 Musketeers isn't pure. Intuition tells me that he will most likely use this opportunity to finish us all off. Crocodile ignored Doflamingo and walked past him in silence with Moonlight Moria. As a veteran of the King's 7 Muskai, how could he not know the ferocity of this 7 Muskai conference, especially after being intercepted by the Navy warships? He obviously felt that the Navy headquarters from top to bottom of the 7 Musketeers as he was full of undisguised hostility, especially the group of Navy soldiers accompanying the warships, one by one as if they had eaten an expired aphrodisiac. From the time he intercepted him to the present has always maintained a high degree of vigilance, giving him a kind of but if he made a little abnormal behavior, these soldiers will not hesitate to rush up to tear him apart. The illusion. He certainly wasn't afraid of these naval soldiers on the warship. If he wanted to, there was no way that everyone on the warship that had cut him off would be alive, not even the accompanying Vice Admiral Steers. However, he didn't want to or dare to do that. For one thing, once he makes a move on the Navy accompanying him, he's bound to draw the most insane retaliation from the Navy headquarters later on, and he might even be the next to be publicly executed. Then again, this new Marshal of the Navy headquarters came to power by way of a mutiny, and his ambitions are surely more than simply running the Navy. In order to figure out what kind of ambitions the new Marshal had, he had to press on and wait and see what happened. If the other party was ambitious enough, he had created an opportunity to create a win-win situation entirely through this venture to come to the 7 Martial Seas meeting. After all, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Led by several lieutenant generals and rear admirals, the group of 5 stepped through the tightly packed naval formation into the Plaza de Marinvento. At the moment several people stepped into the Marinvento Square, a murderous atmosphere immediately came to the face, so that riding the great voyage for many years of fame on one side of the sight of them have opened their eyes wide under the unforeseen, only to see them in front of the line of sight. A towering execution rack rises up in the middle of the square. surrounded by thousands of soldiers standing neatly with the face of murderous aura. The square around the fortress is a post in 3 steps, standing in the wind hunted with the printed seagull logo of the flag below, by virtue of the advantage of the terrain from the heights, eyeing intently watching them stepping into the square. On the other side of the execution frame, a raised platform was erected. A rectangular conference table covered with a white tablecloth was set on top of the raised platform. On either side of the conference table, more than a dozen major generals of the ministry, clad in major generals' cloaks, maintained the same standing position, their hands behind their backs, and their stances erect. Although at this time the square gathered tens of thousands of people, but no one issued a sound, the air filled with suffocating austere atmosphere, so that as the 7 martial arts see Doflamingo and others inexplicably feel a little depressed. In the depression and silence, only a symbol of justice and glory of the naval flag, under the blowing of the sea breeze hunting. Chapter 079. Good noon, scum of the great voyage scum, feeling the suffocating aura of death in the air, as well as the uniformed and imposing densely packed naval soldiers and officers at all levels. Arrogant as Doflamingo were silent at this moment. The expression on his face was even more grave than ever. Likewise, Crocodile had to re-examine his own identity as well as put himself in the right position to face the Navy team as if it had been transformed. Although Hanaza and Moria also had their own thoughts, but did not show it, silent and seemingly calm but actually panicked in their hearts. The one who had the easiest time was Jubii. As early as the time he received the 7 Marshalsea's enlistment order, he had learned about all the recent happenings in the Navy headquarters through major news and related channels, and had a relatively sensible judgment of the newly appointed young marshal of the Navy headquarters. Through this young marshal to start a mutiny to purge the Navy headquarters and even all the bases of dissenting behavior, as well as forced the world government to compromise the signing of the Treaty of Marijuana and all the deeds. He did not think that this young marshal will be in the 7 Marshalsea meeting held when they are the 7 Marshalsea of forceful suppression. At most it is only to take advantage of the public execution to knock the tiger, to achieve the effect of deterring the members of the 7 Musketeers sea as well as those who are lawless on the sea. The effect of the pirate group. It's still creepy. After a short period of silence, Doflamingo walked forward slowly with a rickety stance, no longer walking with the same arrogant posture as before. Under the gaze of thousands of pairs of gazes looking over in unison, Emo felt a burst of scalp numbness of the trial. Hanaza as well as Moria very honestly followed. Even Crocodile, but also just looked around the circle and then corrected the posture, and followed on the high platform, in 2 rows seated next to the rectangular conference table. All of them. A few people had just sat down when a shout suddenly came from the entrance of the square, without waiting for a few people to react, including Storabelli and the others standing on the high platform. All the officers and soldiers who were in the square turned around almost at the same time, and all the gazes looking in the same direction became unprecedentedly fervent at this moment. The Lord Marshal has arrived. Attention! Salute! Wow! With the sound of a neat and shocking voice, all the officers and soldiers in the square simultaneously straightened their bodies and raised their right hands in unison, shouting, "Loyalty!" At the sound of a neat slogan, a line of people immediately stepped out from the entrance of the square. At the head of the group was the new marshal of the Navy headquarters, Xia Yu, who was wearing a marshal's coat and was in high spirits. Immediately behind Xia Yu, the young marshal, were the 3 great generals walking side by side as well as Guillaume, who had just been promoted to the rank of great general. Looking at the figure that walked through the middle of the soldiers and officers who were standing on both sides with frenzied expressions, the 5-7 musketeers who were at the conference table on the high platform, even though they were all accustomed to seeing great storms, were still awed, especially Doflamingo. Although he had already seen Xia Yu's group photo with a group of officers and soldiers through the news published by the Navy headquarters, after seeing Xia Yu make his debut with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but brighten his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a touch of evil smile. If he had read the legends of Chu and Han, he would have been unable to resist blurting out a sentence like Liu Bang did when he first met the first emperor. A great man should be like this. Just as the 5-7 armed Cs were all attracted to the hot-blooded images triggered because of the entrance of Xia Yu, the young marshal, 3 figures suddenly walked out quickly from the direction of the square entrance. At the head of the group was none other than the world's #1 great swordsman, Joriko Mihawk, who was carrying a supreme great quick sword and walking in front with an elegant stride. Right behind them was the Amazon Lily Empress Boa Hancock, who had just appeared and caused a commotion among the Navy soldiers and some officers who were originally standing in a neat and tidy manner, as well as Junko, who was wearing a cape with his underwear outside and a newsboy's hat on his head. Oh, an unexpected character has appeared. Looking at Mihawk, who entered the square behind Xia Yu and his party, Doflamingo grinned. I didn't realize that he actually lives in the Navy headquarters, and even entered with Xia Yu. Is this a complete submission? Order, order, order. After letting out a burst of evil laughter that was uniquely his, Doflamingo immediately shifted his gaze to look at Junko, who was alongside Hancock. the smile on his face fading away as his gaze rested on a pattern on Junko's arm, his eyes widening somewhat unexpectedly as he secretly lost his voice mentally and said, "That's the symbol of the Knights of God?" Just then, accompanied by Sakaski, Sereno, and the 4 great generals of Kuzan and Gion, he walked quickly up to the high dais and went straight to the chair at the top of the conference table and sat down. The 4 great generals did not take their seats, but instead stood on Xiaoyu's left and right sides. After removing the gloves on his hands and placing them on the conference table, Xiaoyu, with a warm smile on his face, scanned the 5-7 musketeers who had already taken their seats, and as if he had seen a long-lost friend, he said in a gentle tone, "Good noon everyone the dregs of the great voyage scum." At these words, the 5-7 musketeers all stared blankly in surprise, when they saw Xiaoyu with a warm smile and even a gentle tone of voice saying the words "Good noon, everyone." They were all ready to nod their heads and return the greeting, but before they could react, Xiaoyu immediately came up with a sentence of dregs and scum, which made them unanticipated and at the same time stuck in their throats. At the same time, it was like having a fish in their throat, blocking the words that came to their mouths and their throats. Well, just at that moment, Mihawk and Hancock also ascended the high platform and sat on the left and right sides closest to Xiaoyu. Of course, even if Mihawk and Hancock hadn't shown up, they would have had nothing to do but stare, because putting aside Xiaoyu's identity and strength, just the invisible aura of strength emanating from Sakaski, Sereno, and Kuzan and Gion standing on Xiaoyu's left and right sides, as well as the sense of oppression from the Navy headquarters' highest fighting force, was enough to make them remain silent. Xiaoyu, having just sat down, Hancock immediately rested her gaze on Xiaoyu. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, Xiaoyu glared over with a single glare. "Hancock, there's only one thing you need to do next. Sit quietly and don't say anything." Okay. Xiaoyu suddenly called him by his name, making Hancock instantly blush, and then sat up straight obediently, brainstorming wonderful images of all of you, even thinking of the child's name. Suddenly a small interlude, so that the presence in addition to Mihawk, which has also been Num's 7 martial arts overseas, the other 5-7 martial arts see tacit agreement to maintain the same rhythm to move the line of sight, looked at Hancock, and then looked at Xiaoyu. Ahem. Realizing that the atmosphere had become somewhat subtle, Xiaoyu broke the sudden silence with 2 dry coughs, and spoke unhurriedly. "I believe that all of you have already known about what happened between the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land as well as my identity through the newspapers, but I still feel the need to introduce myself. My name is Xiaoyu, the current Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Because of a very pleasant agreement with the Holy Land, the Shichibukai system was transferred from the world government to the Navy headquarters as of the date the agreement went into effect. This also means that from now on, you will all take orders from me. Let's talk about something. Bud, how about 2 shifts today? I'd like to take a little break for a little while. Chapter 080. A thief is a thief, and thieves should be purged." Sure. Not waiting for the members of the 7 martial seas to react, Xiaoyu suddenly turned his words around. The relationship between the King's 7 martial seas and the Navy as well as the world government could be described as unclear in the past, and I dislike getting along with that. Therefore, next I will carry out a reorganization and restructuring of the 7 musketeers, and those who are willing to accept the reorganization and restructuring, I can let go of the repeated crimes you committed in the past, but after accepting the reorganization and restructuring you must shoulder the same responsibilities as the Navy under the righteous order that you should shoulder. If you don't accept to change the whole group, then I'm sorry to say that not only will you be immediately arrested, but the ministry will also impose capital punishment based on the numerous crimes you have committed. Between the fact that most of you are fruit power users, it would be a pain in the ass to finish you off. So one thing you can all rest assured of is that you won't be dying for a while. You'll just be living in agony until I find out how to transfer the devil fruit powers within you. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, Doflamingo immediately let out a low chuckle. Humph, you convened this meeting, seemingly to be discussing with us, but in reality, you didn't think of letting us leave alive, right? Marshal Xiaoyu, you can read it that way. Xiaoyu smiles and nods his head. Some of you may have taken the path of being a pirate because you were forced to do so, or perhaps some of you have not killed innocents indiscriminately despite wearing the name of a pirate, but none of that matters. I am the Navy headquarters marshal. Flying above my head is the seagull flag symbolizing justice and peace. Naturally, I am not willing to be in the company of thieves. A thief is a thief. A thief should be cleaned up and finished off. So, I'm giving you guys a chance to throw in the towel now, renounce the title of the 7 Musketeers, undergo rehabilitation to become a true Navy, and then atone for the crimes you have committed. Speaking here, Xiaoyu raised his hand and looked at the time. You don't need to take a stand now. The execution time is almost up. I'm not a brutal and unreasonable person. Just give me an answer before the execution ends. Of course you can also rise up now. provided you are absolutely confident that you can take out the 4 generals around me and then kill your way out of the encirclement of all the officers and soldiers of the headquarters." Upon hearing this, Jie Ping, who had been silent, suddenly stood up and said in a sincere tone, "Marshal Xiaoyu, is there no room for discussion? We can only choose between accepting the transformation to become a navy and being killed?" "Yes." Xiaoyu raised his head slightly. "Truth be told, the crimes committed by a few of you are enough to be decapitated and thrown under the sun for 10 days and half a month. Allowing them to undergo reform is the greatest gift I can give." "Jin Ping, I've heard a lot of legends about you. You took over the baton from the first Sun Pirates captain to become the new captain all these years. Not only did you not kill the innocent, but you also gained the recognition of a lot of powerful people, and you even gained the name of Sea Warrior for your chivalrous deeds, and you enjoy the honor that comes with the name seaman. I don't think you're a competent seaman, though. A true chivalrous man should put on the shoulder of justice to maintain peace under a righteous order, and make it his duty to eradicate all evils, instead of following a group of pirates to call themselves brothers and sisters, and then lose themselves in a chorus of praise." After a slight pause, Xiaoyu's words changed. "I know that the reason why you became a pirate was either because you encountered all kinds of oppression in the hometown you were in, or you went out to sea in anger because of the corruption of the world government as well as because of the ravaging and trampling of some privileged classes. In the face of such a world, you were powerless before, but now, you have a choice. Because the navy under my command will no longer be subject to the world government, the navy of today will only do 3 things: justice, justice, or justice. Even if a Tenryu man who enjoys all the privileges and claims to be a descendant of the gods makes a mistake, the navy will just as easily capture him and send a supervisor to the Knights of God to be judged by the Knights of the Gods for the crime of killing those who should be killed, and incarcerating those who should be incarcerated. As long as this marshal lives, he will never allow justice to be trampled on by anyone or any privilege. True justice, when it overrides all." Saying this in one breath, Xiaoyu shifted his gaze away from Even Ping and swept it over Hanaza, Moria, Clocadar and Doflamingo, his gentle gaze becoming stern and overbearing in a steep moment. "I dared to write the right to capture the Tianlong people into the Treaty of Manhwa to make the world government compromise. So letting you all dregs of scum undergo a reform, isn't it a gift I'm giving to you?" Gift? As Xiaoyu's words fell, the entire Marinvento square once again quieted down. Driven by the sea breeze hunting, the sound of the navy flag is like a countdown needle, constantly knocking in the heart of a group of 7 martial seas, the 4 great generals standing on Xiaoyu's left and right sides. Whether it was Palliacerino, who practiced ambiguous justice, or Kuzan, who practiced lazy justice, all lit up at this moment. Sakaski, needless to say, although he had known that Xiaoyu's convening of the 7 martial seas meeting must have been a hangman banquet for the 7 martial seas, he still underestimated Xiaoyu's determination and boldness, directly throwing the choice between life and death in front of the 7 martial seas. Of course, he didn't care what the 7 musketeers chose to do. What truly made his blood boil within him was the sentence that Xiaoyu said: "True justice, when it overrides all, no man or any privilege shall be allowed to trample upon and override all." In the silence, Sakaski looked up to reveal a pair of searing eyes burning with a blazing fire, and with a fervent expression, he cried out in his heart, "This is true justice. This is complete justice." Just as the atmosphere gradually became depressing after Xiaoyu's words fell, Hancock, who had been obediently not making a sound, suddenly raised her head, both her eyes beaming with starlight, imploringly looking at Xiaoyu, and blurted out without a clue, "Concubine is willing." Hancock certainly wasn't clueless, but she had brainstormed countless images alone during Xiaoyu's remark, especially when she heard Xiaoyu say the words, "Even the right to capture the heavenly dragons I dared to write into the Treaty of Manhwa to make the world government compromise." She almost fainted on the spot due to the sudden happiness. With these words from Xiaoyu, not to mention asking her to give up her identity as the 7 musketeers, as long as Xiaoyu is willing, she can immediately marry him where he is. After all, this isn't anything sudden for her, since she's just not only brainstormed images of marrying Xiaoyu, but also giving him a big fat baby. Hancock's sudden remark eased the originally oppressive atmosphere a little. Feeling Hancock's sudden outburst of love, streaks of black lines immediately rose on Xiaoyu's forehead. He was genuinely confused as to why Hancock was doing this to him. Keep in mind that not only had he not done anything to Hancock in the past 2 days, he had stayed at the office and not gone home to avoid the love brain. "Hey, this relationship brain." After secretly spitting out a sentence in his heart, Xiaoyu chimed in with a smile and said, "Got it. Continue to remain silent for the rest of the day." "Okay." Hancock nodded his head in response, full of joy, and really stopped talking, quietly leaning back in his chair to continue his brainstorming. At this moment, Ain, who had already changed into a lieutenant general's uniform and was clad in a lieutenant general's overcoat, gallantly and quickly came to the bottom of the high platform, and raised his hand in salute towards Xiaoyu, saying, "Lord Marshal, The execution will begin in 10 minutes. Do we open the broadcast now? I'm just kidding. It's impossible to take a break. End of 3 shifts today. Continue tomorrow. Chapter 081, the start of the live broadcast of the execution. The identity of Whitebeard 2. Chambord Islands. As the time for the public execution approached, all the journalists gathered in front of the open-air screen, as well as the intelligence peddlers of the various powers, watched the screen, which had not yet been illuminated, with eager eyes. 10 minutes left for the execution. Why hasn't the Navy headquarters started yet? It's not going to wait for the execution to open, is it? Don't argue. Didn't the Navy headquarters send out a press release? This public execution will take place at the same time as the 7 Marshalseas meeting. A little delay is normal. In the Bubble Plaza of District 13, the news reporters and intelligence peddlers who couldn't wait any longer because the execution time was approaching gradually became anxious. Whether it's a news reporter or an intelligence peddler, this kind of big event is a rare occurrence for them, and whoever is the first to grab the headlines will be able to take advantage of the opportunity to make a big profit. Because not all places could see this public execution, it had to go through them to transit. In one corner of the square, Riley, who was also interested in this live broadcast, sat in front of a chair under a tree, while Sharky stood beside him, a cigarette in his hand, gazing at the screen hanging in midair in front of him. Right at this moment, a man wearing a bucket hat quickly walked over, and as he brushed past Sharky, he handed him a note in his hand. Xiachi did not raise his head to look at the man in the bucket hat, but took the note and looked at it. Then he did not move and pinched it into powder, and spoke unhurriedly. It seems that Whitebeard 2's execution did not attract Whitebeard's attention. So far the Whitebeard pirates have not made any movement, and the Moby Dick ship is still staying in the waters of their territory. Unexpected. Riley smiled as if he had already expected it. If Whitebeard 2 was really his son, he who puts his family first could not have allowed him to live out in the open without a place to stay. In the meantime, New World, Whitebeard pirates' territorial waters. On the deck of the massive Moby Dick, Margot, who was the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, quickly walked up to Whitebeard, who was sitting on the bow of the ship. Pops, are we really not doing anything? As Margot's words fell, the other captains on deck rose to their feet. Seeing this, Whitebeard, whose body was covered in 4 tubes, sighed darkly. Although Edward Wibble carries my name, he is not my son. My son, only you. After saying that, Whitebeard secretly sighed in his heart again. He knew very well whether Edward Wibble was his son or not. If Edward Wibble is really his son, Barking would have brought his son to him, who attaches great importance to his family. And Barkin did not do so, and was too well aware of the identity of the so-called Whitebeard 2 to bring it before him. After a short silence, Whitebeard turned his gaze to Margot, and in exchange from the mighty dominance of being the strongest man in the world, he spoke gently. Margot, my son, the execution of mother and son Barkin is not a bad thing for you, for if they mother and son live, after I leave this world, your greatest threat will not come from the Navy, but from this so-called Whitebeard 2. Pops, I don't understand. Margot blinked blankly. Whitebeard patiently explained. Miss Barkin's real name is Barkingomstussy. Back then we were both members of the Locust pirate ship, and for some reason, she still holds a great deal of hatred for me to this day. The reason she hasn't appeared in my line of sight all these years is because I'm still alive. If I were to be gone one day, she would definitely transfer my hatred to you guys, and have Whitebeard 2, who she brought along with her, break you guys one by one and take over all of the Whitebeard pirates' territory. Because, although Whitebeard 2 is related to me, he is not my son, but a clone modeled after me. From what I understand, Buckingham Stussy first cloned the first clone based on herself through MADS, the Science Institute of the Year, and I'm not sure if her clone was successful or not, but it's clear that the clone she created based on me was very successful. After a slight pause, Whitebeard suddenly changed his words. Of course it wasn't too successful. It is said that this Whitebeard 2 is lacking in intelligence. Go la la la. The familiar sound of loud laughter caused all the captains, including Margot, and the crew to feel an inexplicable sense of relief. You know, just learning about Barkin and Whitebeard 2 through a Navy news bulletin made their old man's mood very bad. At that time, they all thought that Whitebeard 2 is the old man's own eldest son, because Whitebeard 2 and their old man is too much like. Their own eldest son was arrested is about to be publicly executed. When the father can mood good? But they didn't expect things to actually take a turn for the worse. This Whitebeard 2 is not their old man's own eldest son, but merely a clone? There was no need for them to go along with the blind involvement if they were clones. Otherwise, even if their old man doesn't go to the rescue, they must act to repay him for all the kindness he has shown them over the years in either taking care of them or taking them in or saving their lives. In the meantime, the other 3 great sea emperors of the New World also received the information that the Whitebeard pirates were not moving one after another. Cake Island, in the Land of Nations, just received the latest information. Katakuri stood outside the Cake Castle, some surprised to look at the front of the open castle door. Self-centered opening, really by mom said in. Whitebeard actually really do not care about the death of Edward Weibel. Could it be that this so-called Whitebeard too is not his son? Kata Kori-san. The live streaming of the execution is about to begin. Just then, a familiar voice came. Looking around, he saw a group of men and women approaching him at a fast pace. At the head of the group were none other than fellow Generals Smudge and Crystal, as well as a group of children from the Charlotte family. Smudge, who was at the front of the line, was holding a videophone bug. And although her videophone bug couldn't interface with the videophone bug at Navy headquarters, it could relay the images from the open screens in the Chambord Islands through the Charlotte family's intelligence officers lurking in the Chambord Islands. I'm not interested in the execution of Whitebeard too. Without waiting for Smudge to turn the image phone bug on, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Immediately afterward, a young woman with fair skin, wearing a short red dress and red high heels cloaked in a purple cape slowly walked up to Smudge. Charlotte Garrett, the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, just passed her 25th birthday, and a superhuman butterfruit powerhouse, because Smoogie has more than 4 meters tall. Come to her side of this as a normal human female tall figure Jia Lede suddenly appeared to be a little petite, only to see her jump up from Smoogie hands to take the videophone bug, then narrowed the moon open mouth. It is to start the mutiny to become the Marshal of the Navy headquarters CIU. Let me some can't wait to wanna see a little bit, before the words are out. Cut it out. Image phone bugs turned on. Immediately afterward, the image transmitted through the videophone bug was immediately projected onto a screen across from them. At the same time, the open-air screen in the Chambord Islands was lit up. The screen had just lit up, and the Marinvado square of the Navy headquarters jumped out at the crowd, clearly presented after being relayed through the videophone bug. Immediately after that, the camera gradually drew closer, and Xiaoyu, who was standing on a high platform wearing the Navy headquarters marshal's cloak, appeared in the camera. Let's rate this book slightly lower, Abromo. For the sake of our hard work of 3 shifts a day, can you help us get our rating up to 9? May I? Asterisk. Chapter 082, The End of the Great Age of Sail. For the sake of justice, with the appearance of the live screen, all the people in the world who are watching this live public execution are at this moment staring and holding their breath, or looking at the screen to see the young Navy headquarters marshal appearing in the camera, or because there is no videophone bugs and crouch around the ordinary phone bugs as a listening attitude. The 4 emperors of the New World, the Revolutionary Army's home base, as well as all the major newspapers, and even between the Chamber of Power and Hana in the World Government Headquarters building in the Holy Land, were all watching the broadcast. Some people were concerned about Whitebeard too, the vicious criminal who had dared to attack the Navy's internship ship, while many more wanted to see what kind of message the new Marshal of the Navy headquarters wanted to send through this live-streamed execution. Marinvado Square, Navy headquarters. With the live broadcast turned on, Xiaoyu no longer paid attention to the group of 7 musketeers, got up and walked to the edge of the high platform, standing facing the image phone bug placed across from him. The moment he stood in front of the videophone bug and his entire person appeared in the middle of the camera, it was as if everyone, whether they were at the scene or could only watch through the live stream, had been pressed to pause, including the members of the 7 Marshalsees who were seated at the conference table, who all focused their eyes on Xiaoyu at that moment. Xiaoyu didn't open his mouth right away. With the Guion saber hanging on his waist, he pressed the hilt of the saber with one hand and stood silently in front of the camera, letting the sea breeze roll up the marshal's cape on his body to make grinning noises as it fluttered wildly, because the cloak was swept up by the sea wind. The tiger's back and waist and hand pressed the hilt of the sword's heroic posture was suddenly and without warning reflected in the eyes of the group of 7 musketeers and a group of admirals beside the conference table, and straight to see Hancock's eyes instantly pulling the threads, even if it is Guion, but also a little bit out of focus. After a long silence of more than 10 seconds, Xiaoyu pressed down on the hilt of the knife and suddenly took a step forward, speaking unhurriedly. All the righteous people as well as the dregs of scum and the damned who are paying attention to this live-streamed execution. Good noon everyone, my name is Xiaoyu, the current Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Please make sure you remember this name, because for a long time to come, this name is likely to be the talk of your tea time, and of course, it may become a lingering nightmare for some people. At this point you have all been able to follow this public execution via live streaming or rebroadcasting, and I'm sure you all know what's going on. As you have learned, the Miss Barkin, who has been known throughout the world over the years, and who was once a member of the Locust Pirates, Barking Gorm Stussy, was arrested and imprisoned for directing his son Edward Wibble to attack the Navy's traineeship, resulting in the only 2 trainee officers left on the entire Navy's traineeship. And after an investigation and evidence collection by this ministry, both Barking Gorm Stussy, as well as Edward Wibble are to be executed for their crimes. Of course, executing the mother and son was not at all necessary to make such a big deal out of it. The reason why this marshal opens a public execution via live streaming, it's to use it to talk to the world and to let the criminals who are still at large and continue to trample on the order of justice know that before his words fell, Xiaoyu took a fierce step forward, his body's aura climbing with him, and his originally soft gaze became sharp in an instant. This marshal will let them know that the hero's navy is not to be offended. This marshal will let them know that justice is not to be trampled upon. As the words "justice is not to be trampled upon" fell out, all the officers and soldiers, including the great generals led by Sakaski, all straightened their backs and took a step forward to raise their hands in salute. The next second, loyalty, the slogan that gathered the blood of all the officers and men of the Navy headquarters, was like a heavy bomb, which exploded the hearts and minds of the 7 musketeers in Marinvento Square and all the people who watched the live broadcast. Around the 7 musketeers conference table, even a lord like Doflamingo had to admit at this moment that the young marshal of the Navy in front of him was a born leader. Crocodile, who also had huge ambitions, was also in deep thought at this moment. When he first entered the headquarters, he was still holding on to the idea of making a deal with the young marshal of the Navy through the 7 Seas conference so that he could get what he wanted and reach an alliance. But after hearing Xiaoyu shout out the words "justice cannot be trampled upon" to the whole world, the fluke in his heart instantly vanishes and he comes to the realization that his existence is nothing more than a pirate in Xiaoyu's eyes. Once the next execution is over, that's when they'll face life and death. Hua Jia, who was sitting side by side with Moria, also understood their situation at this point. Once the next execution was over, there were only 2 choices they could make: either submit to Xiaoyu's feet or die. Submission is never an option. Once as the 100 Beasts pirate group, 3 big watchmen of him, although these years from the 100 Beasts pirate group detached, but does not mean he will betray Kaido. Not only will he not betray Kaido, but he will also try to find as many devil fruits for Kaido as possible in order to strengthen the 100 Beasts pirates. There was no reaction from Jinping. His expression focused on Xiaoyu as if he was looking forward to his next speech. The quietest ones were Mihawk and Hancock. Hancock, in particular, was completely immersed and unable to stop himself from brainstorming the image. Just then, Xiaoyu, who was well versed in presentation skills, raised his hand to look at the time after a short silence of more than 10 seconds, and then faced the camera again, sweeping away his previous sharpness and easing his tone. 16 years ago, the so-called king of pirates, Roger, said a word before he was executed, thus opening up the age of the Great Voyage. During these 16 years, countless people sailed out to become pirates because of the great secret treasure Roger hid in the island of the End, causing countless innocent civilians living at the bottom along the way to suffer greatly, even having their families broken and their wives separated. To this marshal has a few words for the persecuted people of the world through this broadcast. Speaking here, Xiaoyu's speed of speech gradually accelerated. What your country can't control, the Navy does. Those the world government can't kill, the Navy will. In a word, this marshal will put an end to the great age of navigation, which has lasted 16 years, whether it's pirates, human trafficking syndicates and other sinful organizations, or the once high and mighty nobility and privileged class. All those who stand in the way of this marshal will be crushed. For justice, this statement was made. All the people following this live broadcast have fallen into a short silence, and then, the squares where the open-air screens were located in the Chambord Islands and all over the world exploded, and all the people who saw or heard the live broadcast boiled and burned at that moment. Long live Lord Xiaoyu! Long live the Navy! Long live justice! Chambodi Islands! Deafening shouts like a volcano erupting from the square where one open-air screen is located quickly spread to the whole island. The people who have been victimized by the pirates for years and even more so by the oppression and exploitation of the aristocracy and thus separated from their wives and families reacted in the most exaggerated way, each and every one of them excitedly shouting slogans with raised arms or embracing each other in weeping. Xiaoyu, who was facing the camera, did not purposely stifle his speech because he finished it, only to see that he suddenly turned his words, looked sideways at the 2 people, Ain and Bins, who had long been waiting under the high platform, and said with a sharp gaze, "Bring the criminals to the execution rack, immediately. I want to rate 9-0. Ha, it actually kind of rhymes with the above reading. Chapter 083, all of you, are you willing to bow down for this marshal? Within the Universal Kingdom, looking at the heroic figure standing in front of the camera through the image relayed by the videophone bug, a group of members of the Charlotte family fell silent. The camera has made it very clear what the Navy is going to do next, and that is that evil must be purged and righteousness glorified for all time. What a mighty and dominant man! After a short silence, Charlotte Garrett, who had been staring at Xiaoyu in front of the camera without removing her eyes, took 2 steps forward to approach the screen, and her vermilion lips softly opened. It's just that ending the great age of sail isn't as easy as talking about it. As one of the Shogun's stars, Smudge obviously had also been shocked by Xiaoyu's speech. only to see her eyebrows slightly frowning as she moved her eyes away to look at Katakuri, who didn't have much of a reaction, and said with a grave expression on her face, "If he's going to use the thunderous means of launching a mutiny to deal with the pirates, it's very likely that the next center of gravity of the Navy will be the New World, and even pour out the entire army to attack with a large force. At that time, the first to bear the brunt will definitely be the 4 emperors of the New World. Katakuri-san, we must prepare in advance." Among the Charlotte family's group of children, a petite girl walked out, her small face worried. If the Navy really attacks the New World in a big way, Cake Island and Kazunokuni will surely be their primary targets, because although both the Whitebeard pirates and the Redhead pirates have their territories, they are not fixed to a certain island, especially Whitebeard, who lives on the Moby Dick all year round. It would be hard for the Navy to find their whereabouts for a while. So, afraid of what? Another member of the Charlotte family stepped forward and said in disbelief, "If they really dare to come, Mom will make sure they have no return." Quiet. Katakuri, who had been silent, swept a glance at his younger siblings who had stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, "It's not up to us to decide this matter. Everything is up to Mom." Not waiting for Katakuri to finish his sentence, a familiar laugh rang out abruptly, and immediately, the obese Charlotte Lingling in a floral dress leisurely walked over. Well, you're all here, aren't you?" Under the watchful eyes of a group of her children, Charlotte Lingling came straight to the screen and cocked her head at the young marshal who appeared in the screen image. With just one glance, her eyes lit up. "What a mighty marshal! I heard that he led the Navy headquarters to force the Holy Land to make concessions, and not only signed the Treaty of Manhwa with the Holy Land, but also gave the Navy autonomy. That's a lot of gumption. Since the Navy has autonomy, it means that the current Navy doesn't have to follow the orders of the world government anymore." After a slight pause, Charlotte Lingling suddenly turned to look at Katakuri, and spoke in a shocking manner. "Katakuri, go prepare and send out a tea party invitation to this young and talented naval marshal, if he is willing to come." Speaking of this, Charlotte Lingling immediately moved her eyes over to sweep and point at the group of daughters present. Well, you're all already married. It's just you, Garrett. As long as this young marshal is willing to come to the tea party, it's up to you to marry him and make him the son-in-law of the Charlotte family. Almost simultaneously, all of the Charlotte family children in the audience stared in unanticipated disbelief and said in unison, "Mom, it's decided." Not waiting for the crowd to refute, Charlotte Lingling hammered, and then also hurriedly turned around and left, leaving a group of children standing in place wide-eyed. After watching Charlotte Lingling leave, Smudge looked to Garrett, who was standing beside her, with a dumbfounded expression. Was Mom just sleepwalking? Not like that. Garrett shook her head before looking up at the screen, her eyes narrowing slightly as she said, "Marriage to a Navy marshal? That sounds quite refreshing. Will he agree?" "What were you thinking, Garrett?" Not realizing that Garrett was actually a bit moved, Crystal Frame, who was standing to the side, immediately glared with wide eyes and exasperatedly said, "Mom's confused. Why are you following the nonsense?" Garrett guffawed and said, "Brother Krieger, Mommy isn't confused." Katakuri took over the conversation and agreed. In the past, such a thing would never have been possible, but the Navy now has autonomy. In a sense, the Navy is now an independent group. Everything is up to Xiaoyu, who is the marshal, and as long as he wishes, the world government has no right to interfere. But, even if Xiaoyu accepts the invitation to the tea party, there's no way he'll accept the union. Unless the New World only has the nations and not the Big Mom Pirate Group. As long as the Big Mom Pirate Group continues to exist, Xiaoyu, who is a marshal, will not join alliances with pirate forces. Upon hearing this, Smudge frowned and asked, "So, the invitation to the tea party is going to be sent to Xiaoyu?" "Send." Katakuri nodded. If Xiaoyu accepts the invitation, it means that he doesn't have a perfect grasp of wanting to attack the New World and will take this opportunity to test us. If he doesn't accept it, let's get ready for the war that could come at any time. Before Katakuri could say anything, someone in the crowd suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Whitebeard 2 is out." At that, the crowd once again turned their attention to the screen. The camera shows a shackled and handcuffed Edward Wibble and Buckingham Stussy being escorted by several school officers through a long naval queue to the execution rack, as the mother and son fell to their knees facing the mirror. Ein, clad in a lieutenant general's cloak and holding the instrument of judgment, leapt forward and stood in front of the mother and son. Glancing at the mother and son, who were both on their knees, Aeon spoke dryly without any emotional fluctuations in his eyes. "Execution." With Aeon's command, the two executioners standing neatly behind the mother and son duo raised their knives almost simultaneously, and then swung them down with a crisp, blatant blow. The moment the blade chopped down, blood splashed up with it. All those who were following this live broadcast were all quiet at this moment. Chambord Islands. Seeing the two heads fall to the ground through the live broadcast screen, Laylee, who was sitting on the long wooden chair under the tree, simply stood up and spoke after a short period of silence. Where will the 7 musketeers go next? Shaki shook her head and laughed. Her eyes focused on the heroic figure standing next to the execution rack in the screen image, and said lightly, "It doesn't matter where the other 7 musketeers are going. What's important is that I can understand why Hankook has fallen. Tiger-backed and wasp-waisted, dominant and heroic, not to mention Hancock. The younger me would have been enamored with him if I had met him first." Navy headquarters. Just at the moment when the two heads fell to the ground, the sea wind suddenly rose up and crossed the high wall of the headquarters at an astonishing speed, whistling past the square after once again curling the naval flag with a grunting sound, lifting the marshal's coat on Xiaoyu, who was standing on the high platform. At the same time, Xiaoyu, who was pressing down on the hilt of his sword with one hand, suddenly turned around, letting his cloak flutter wildly under the sudden sea breeze. After sweeping his sharp gaze from the members of the 7 musketeers one by one, he went straight to the point and said, "The execution is over. It's your turn to make a choice." Before the words fell, Xiaoyu pressed the hilt of his sword and stepped forward. His powerful aura was not hidden, and the invisible majestic pressure then covered the members of the 7 Marshalsees at the conference table. "Gentlemen, will you bend your head for this marshal? End of 3 shifts today. Continue tomorrow." Rating 9.0, hosting, Chapter 084, Seeing and Killing. Instantaneous seconds for the 7 musketeers. Whether it's the 7 musketeers present as well as all levels of naval officers, or those who are still paying attention to the live broadcast at this time, all of them didn't expect that as soon as the human head on the execution rack fell to the ground, Xiaoyu immediately turned his gun and exerted extreme pressure on the 7 musketeers on the elevated platform. As Xiaoyu's words fell, the atmosphere of the scene immediately became tense. Sakaski even slightly raised his head. Flashing cold light eyes then swept to the conference table members of the 7 martial arts sea. Standing on both sides of the high platform, more than 10 officers have to press their respective waist weapons. There was no doubt that whoever resisted or refused at that moment, Sakaski and a dozen or so other officers would have killed him on the spot in a swift manner. The people who are concerned about this live broadcast are also silent at this moment, especially the news reporters in the squares of the various districts of the Shampoo Islands as well as the various forces. One by one, they are holding their breath and staring at the 7 musketeers appearing in the screen, resulting in the entire Shampoo Islands falling into a deathly silence at this time, with only the bubbles that are rising in the air emitting a gurgling and grumbling sound. Lei and Xiaoqi, who originally intended to leave, were also stopped and turned back the moment they turned around by Xiaoyu, who was standing in front of the camera in the screen, suddenly saying, "Will you bend your head for this marshal?" Looking back at the figure in the camera with one hand holding down the hilt of his sword and one hand behind his back, Shaki's eyes narrowed slightly as he said nonchalantly, "Although quite a few lords as well as young kings have sprung up over the years, they all pale in comparison to this one. Strong, domineering, irresistible." Riley nodded with great approval. "I didn't expect it, really didn't expect it. I didn't realize that the one Roger expected to be a son of the D1 clan didn't show up, but instead a young king appeared in the Navy camp." On camera, the members of the 7 Marshalsees sitting at the conference table, even Mihawk, also felt the invisible pressure from Xiaoyu at this moment. As powerful as the world's first great swordsman, he was inexplicably felt some palpitations. This kind of palpitation was not because of Xiaoyu's powerful strength, but rather the sense of oppression brought to them by the natural kingly demeanor of Xiaoyu's body. Not only did Mihawk feel palpitations because of the sudden sense of oppression, Jin Ping, Hanazawa, including Crocodile, the ambitious man, as well as Doflamingo, in the moment Xiaoyu slowly approached the conference table, because of the overwhelming sense of oppression, the bizarrely rise a kind of impulse to want to bow to the worship. It really doesn't give us any leeway on Marshal Xiaoyu. Suddenly, Doflamingo let out a sinister laugh before hunching his body and jerking up to look up at Xiaoyu, and said in a deep voice, "However, to pressure us with such strong tactics, even if we compromise because of the powerful lineup of the naval headquarters, how can you make sure that we won't renege on our words after we leave the naval headquarters?" Marshal Xiaoyu, not waiting for Xiaoyu to react, because of the oppressive feeling that comes to his face, Hua Jia, who wants to worship Xiaoyu, violently stands up and stares at Xiaoyu with a burning gaze. "Don't forget, the 7 Musketeers system was proposed by the world government because it needs us to check and balance the situation of the Great Voyage, not because we want to become the 7 Musketeers. If you don't want the 7 Armed Sea System to exist, you could have just declared the abolition of the 7 Armed Sea System. Why did you have to conscript us here?" Doflamingo is right. Even if we compromise now, it's just in the way of your powerful lineup. Of course, if you had communicated with us in a different way, I'm sure all of us here would have been more than happy to continue to be at your service. Saying this, Hanaza immediately looked sideways at the 2 7 musketeers who remained silent beside him. "Jean Pei, Clocadar, am I right?" Not expecting Hanaza to name himself out at this point, Jinping was caught off guard and stared wide-eyed. Hanaza's intention was obvious. That is, she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of Doflamingo taking the lead to stand out to bring them all together to jointly deal with Xiaoyu's extreme pressure. But, even Ping still couldn't help but curse. This is the Navy headquarters. See the eyes of the 4 admirals around Xiaoyu? See the group of young officers on either side of the high platform who have long been unable to resist the urge to knife people? Feel the murderous intent from all of Marinvado's navy? Even if all of the 7 musketeers joined forces, it would be almost impossible for them to escape alright. The most important thing is that Mihawk has not made any statement from the beginning to the end. And before that, he even followed Xiaoyu to ascend the high platform one after the other. Suffice it to say that Mihawk likely made some sort of deal with Xiaoyu and is unlikely to be involved. Hancock, on the other hand, doesn't even need to think about it. This also means that 2 of the 7 musketeers have now chosen Xiaoyu. Pulling him out in such a situation is totally too much for his life. Although he thought so in his heart, Jieping was still very graceful and did not show it, but instead, he did not move and looked at Crocodile who was sitting beside him. Crocodile obviously also did not expect Huajia will point out his name. In the Huajia gaze cast over the moment, the cigar he held in his mouth almost fell out. Placed on the knees of the golden hook as almost did not pressure to fling out to reward Huajia a hook. ********. Seeing that neither Evening nor Crocodile reacted in any way, Hanazawa cursed darkly and then turned his gaze to Moria. Just looking at Moria, Hanazar's eyes nearly fell out. Moria is actually closing his eyes. Realizing that Moria also chose to remain silent at this moment, Huajia's heart was hardened and he decisively withdrew his gaze to look at Xiaoyu and said in a deep voice, Marshal Xiaoyu, you should know very well, I'm in an alliance with the 4th Emperor Kaido. If you're in the process of taking me out, got it. Without waiting for Huajia to finish his sentence, Xiaoyu, who had been silent and waiting for them to make a choice, fiercely stepped forward, and the golden vipassana on his waist was then blatantly sheathed. Huajia, you've already made your choice. Before the words fell, Xiaoyu's figure brushed past Huajia in a flash. There was no imagined overlord-colored hegemonic aura enveloping the entire arena, nor was there a radiant and dazzling blade aura blooming. What there was just a ripple that was caused by Xiaoyu rubbing shoulders with Huajia, as well as the head of Faiza, whose eyes were wide open, was kept in his hands after being chopped off by Xiaoyu. Seeing the moment Xiaoyu lifted in the hands of the head, present whether it is the 7-armed sea, or naval officers at all levels, or people who are concerned about the live broadcast, all thought that they had a hallucination, have stared wide-eyed, pupils in the pupils, in addition to shock is still shocked. How is that possible? After a short period of dead silence, Mihawk was the first to react, his face horrified as he gazed at the figure holding a knife in one hand and the head of Huajia in the other. And he could not help but cry out in shock at this moment even if he was always as calm as he was. Although Xiaoyu's speed of the sword was so fast that he almost managed to unite the human sword and cut off Huajia's head in an instant. But even if Xiaoyu's speed was amazing, there were quite a few seeing color hegemony powerhouses in the audience, especially Hanaza. As the king under the 7 martial seas he was able to fight with Kaido back in the day, and in the battle with Kaido's battle to hate each other eventually became one of the 3 big watchers under Kaido's command. Enough to show that Hanaza, whether it is the fruit ability or the smell color hegemony as well as the arming color hegemony is not an ordinary strong person can be compared to. But, not only had Huajia been instantly secured just now, those present, including him, had barely detected a trace of Xiaoyu's breath. After a short period of shock, Mihawk's pupils shrunk slightly, and his eyes instantly resumed their eagle-like sharpness. Secretly, he lost his voice in his mind, seeing kills. Mihawk, who had gained insight into all of this, looked at Xiaoyu with eyes like he was looking at a monster. Obviously, Xiaoyu had just suppressed not only Hanaza's seeing color hegemony through seeing kill in the moment he struck, but also all the members of the 7 martial seas including him. And Xiaoyu was not just doing this to kill a Huajia, he was telling them plainly, even if he wasn't at the Navy headquarters, Xiaoyu could single-handedly take them all out one by one. Just then, Huajia's body fell down with a bang, and Xiaoyu also turned around at that moment and threw his head, whose lips were still chattering, onto the conference table with a flip of his hand. The stern and overbearing aura then surged and surged. Word for word. Anyone else? Step forward. Chapter 085, The 7 Musketeers Under the King Bow Down. Anger from Kaido. The words that contained endless killing intent fell, and the scene once again fell into silence. Doflamingo's arrogance was also completely doused after seeing Faiza's head, and he, who had originally stood up, sat back to his position in silence after gazing at Faiza's not yet closed eyes for a few moments, his face extraordinarily ugly. He is present in the crowd of people who know the most about Hanaza. Hanaza was the 100 beasts of the pirate group of one of the big board. Not only the strength of the powerful deeply Kaido trust, but also in these years has been in order to strengthen the 100 beasts of the pirate group and running around, only to find more animal demon fruit to Kaido. Now that Frieza has been chopped off in public by Xiaoyu, once Kaido is also watching this live broadcast at this time, Kaido, who is hiding his fronts in the Kazunokuni, will surely be furious as a result, knowing that Kaido has been preparing for a top-notch war all these years, and that Xiaoyu took out his most trusted Hanaza. With Kaido's temperament, he'll definitely do whatever it takes to start the war early, but it was at this point in time that he had to make a choice. Choosing to bow down to Xiaoyu, a naval marshal, means that he will next face Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and in the air, head-on. If he chose to make his attitude known at this point like Huaxia, he believed that Xiaoyu would definitely not hesitate to finish him off as well. Just as Doflamingo sat down, for the first time in history, he was terrified of his situation. Hancock, who had previously been immersed in his own mental images, suddenly stood up. Immediately after, she swept away the expression of the previous nymphomaniac. Her face calmly took a step forward to face Xiaoyu and slightly lowered her head. Her tone firmly said, "Hancock, the Amazon Lily Empress, would like to bend her head for the Lord Marshal to bend her head." Hancock's choice didn't draw many surprises. It was Sharky and Riley, who were in the Chambord Islands, who were a bit taken by surprise, because in their opinion, Hancock would definitely choose Xiaoyu, but not so seriously, and definitely in a different image. But on second thought, both of them came to their senses. In such a solemn moment, if Hancock was still in love with her love brain thinking about problems, then back then there was no need for them to support Hancock to become the Empress of the Amazon Lily. The reason is simple: the seven Muskai, including Hancock, are now faced not with their own personal choices, but with the forces behind each of them, especially Hancock, who is not only the King's 7 Musketeers, but also the Amazon Lily Kingdom behind her. The reason why Hancock accepted the invitation to become the King's 7 Muskai back then was so that the Amazon Lily Kingdom would not be threatened. Now that the Shichibukai system was transferred to the Navy headquarters, Hancock could only make the choice again as the Amazon Lily Empress. As Hancock rose to face Xiaoyu and bowed his head, an unexpected figure suddenly stood up. Ha 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 ha, accompanied by the sound of a familiar laugh. Moonlight Moria, who had previously been resting his eyes with his eyes closed, immediately rose to face Xiaoyu and bowed his head. Moonlight Moria, willing to bow down for Lord Marshal. After a slight pause, Moria took a step forward under the unbelievable gazes of the crowd, and then knelt down on one knee in front of the camera as well as all the people present towards Xiaoyu. "Lord Marshal, my subordinate has an unforgiving request." After habitually letting out a laugh, Moria, who was kneeling on one knee, immediately looked up at Xiaoyu. If Hanazawa was taken out by Lord Marshal, Kaido, who is an ally and trusts each other very much, will surely be infuriated. If Kaido goes to war with the Navy in the future, please make sure that Lord Marshal takes me with him. Got it. Xiaoyu nodded. You want to avenge the crew that was once killed by Kaido? No problem. This Marshal can grant you that, but from now on, your pirate group must be disbanded, and the crew that followed you must also report to the Navy headquarters within 7 days to receive integration. Saying this, Xiaoyu did not give Moria a chance to open his mouth, and immediately shifted his line of sight to look at people such as Even Ping, not waiting for Jieping, Clocadar, and Doflamingo to react. Mihawk, who had not taken a stand, took the lead and stood up, saying in a deep voice, "Xiaoyu, don't forget the agreement with me." Saying that, Jorisal Mihawk suddenly drew out his black sword, and then took a step forward to face Xiaoyu to stop and insert the sword, and bowed his head and said, "Jorisal Mihawk, I wish to bow my head for the Marshal of the Navy." Both Crocodile and Doflamingo obviously didn't expect Mihawk to come out and bow down to Xiaoyu before them, and looking at the world's #1 swordsman who was bowing down with his face towards Xiaoyu, the two of them looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Just then, Jieping also stood up and bowed his head facing Xiaoyu, his tone most sincere. "Jean Pei, I would like to bow down for Lord Marshal." Seeing this, Crocodile and Doflamingo also got up one after another. "Crocodile, Doflamingo, may I bow down for the Marshal of the Navy?" As the two men's voices fell, the scene fell silent once more. However, while the scene quieted down, a number of people watching this live stream blew up, especially in the territory of the Kingdom of Dressrosa, which is located in the New World. The members of the Don Quixote family have been following the movements of Doflamingo through their intelligence channels since the time he left the royal palace for the Navy headquarters. After the live broadcast started, they were even all there, nervously watching Doflamingo, who appeared in the camera. The moment they saw Doflamingo bowing his head, many members of the Don Quixote family stood up and emotionally said, "Deceitful, deceitful, when young lord returns, we must take out this bad anger for young lord." As soon as these two members' words fell, A middle-aged man wearing a fur-brimmed hat and a red cape dressed like a native immediately stood up and exasperatedly said, "How could the young lord run off to attend this Seven Musketeers meeting? If I had been present at that time, I would have stopped young lord Diamante, a puffy fruit ability, one of the 4 highest cadres of the Don Quixote family. Diamante." Another figure stood up with a serious face. "It's useless to talk about this now. Right now the young master has no choice at all. If he wants to leave the Navy headquarters alive, he has no choice but to do so. In the meantime, New World, Land of Peace, Ghost Island." The 2 figures winded towards a large mountain not far ahead at an astonishing speed. Soon, the 2 arrived at the foot of this large mountain. At the foot of the mountain sat a lofty figure. The pungent smell of wine filled the air, and vaguely there was the sound of crying coming from the foot of the mountain. Flower notes, suddenly, containing endless grief of a shout suddenly came out, and then there was a circle of horrible airwave impact from the foot of the mountain swept across, destroying the 100 meters in a radius of flowers and trees crushed into pieces. But also will come running 2 figures lifted out. Lord Governor, big deal. The 2 people who were lifted out of the air couldn't care less about the blood that was churning in their bodies, and both of them got up to face the lofty figure at the foot of the mountain and shouted, "The great Kanban of Hanazawa was beheaded, and Doflamingo also chose to bow down to the Navy." As soon as the 2 men's words fell, a monstrous hatred immediately flared up at the foot of the mountain. Immediately afterward, the lofty figure stood up blatantly, and the unrivaled pressure then spread to all directions recklessly. Chapter 086 The Great Voyage's most massive war machine turns. Within the Land of Nations, the members of the Charlotte family, who had been following the live broadcast, saw that after Hanazawa had been beheaded and the remaining members of the 7 Musketeers chose to bow down to the Marshal of the Navy one after another, some of the murmurings that still existed before disappeared. The face of Katakuri, who was standing in the first row, was even more grave. "The war, it's going to start." After a short period of silence, Katakuri slowly raised his head, his eyes burning as he gazed at the members of the 7 Marshalseas bowing down to Xiaoyu inside the camera, and said in a deep voice, "Hanazawa's death will surely attract Kaido's crazy revenge, and once Kaido launches a war against the Navy, Mom will surely be implicated in it as well." Damn, how could things suddenly take a sharp turn for the worse? Katakuri-san, what's going on here? Wasn't it just that Hanaza was beheaded? How did it get involved with Kaido? Idiot, Hanaza used to be one of the 3 main watchmen under Kaido's command, and although he quit the 100 Beasts pirates halfway through, he didn't cut ties with Kaido. Not only did he not, but he also maintained an alliance with Kaido, and over the years, he even hung on to his identity as the 7 Marshalseas and has been searching for devil fruits for Kaido. Even so, it has nothing to do with our Charlotte family, does it? It's a big relationship. Mom and Kaido were both members of the Locust Pirates at one time, and it's said that Kaido was Mom's at the time. Hey, you're too young to know that right now. Anyway, all you need to know is that if Kaido really wants to start a war, odds are that he'll come to Mom. Hearing the words of the group of younger siblings around him, Smudge, who had been silent, once again frowned and looked at Katakuri with a grave expression. The invitation to the tea party. What about it? Knock, knock, knock. Without waiting for Katakuri to finish his sentence, a violent vibration suddenly came from the direction of the castle. Immediately afterward, Charlotte Lingling's voice came out of the castle. Kaido, you mustn't be impulsive. It's not wise to start a war against the Navy at this time. Under the leadership of that young marshal, the Navy is now united like never before. Hey, Kaido, that's enough. I know that Hanaza's death saddened you, but there's no way to communicate with you when you're crying like that. Calm down before you contact me. That's it. Before the words left her mouth, Charlotte Lingling suddenly raised her decibels and shouted, Katakuri, Smudge, Cryptograph, Snag, get your ass in here right now. Hearing a few penetrating shouts from Charlotte Lingling, Katakuri and the others didn't dare to slow down and got up to run to the castle. Inside the castle hall, Charlotte Lingling had stopped talking to Kaido and sat in a wide chair with a grave expression on her face. The 4 Katakuri who walked into the castle hall could not dare to venture a murmur at this point, as they clearly sensed that Charlotte Lingling was on the verge of a seizure. That asshole Hanazawa. Looking up at her 4 children who came up to her, Charlotte Lingling clenched her fists and pounded the chair beside her, saying angrily, it's a good thing that he's dead, but it's making my mother uneasy. After a slight pause, Charlotte Ringer snapped her head up to look at Katakuri. Kaido wants to start a war to avenge Hanazawa's death, and wants my help. Katakuri, what are your thoughts? Katakuri took a step forward with a calm face and asked rhetorically, doesn't mother hope that Carrot will be able to join forces with Xiaoyu? If the Charlotte family chooses to ally with Kaido at this point in time, Mom's dream might be dashed because of this war. Xiaoyu first staged a mutiny to ascend to the position of marshal, and then forced the world government to compromise and sign the Treaty of Manhwa. Then he publicly executed Whitebeard too. beheaded Hanazawa and made the rest of the 7 musketeers bow down. Each of these things put out individually would be big enough to shock the world. And yet he accomplished them in just a few days, without giving the world a chance to breathe. The navy that was once relatively conservative in its quest for balance and stability ceased to exist from the moment Xiaoyu ascended to the position of marshal. Under Xiaoyu's mastery, the navy, the Great Voyage's most massive war machine, is running at breakneck speed. Whoever comes forward at this point will be the target of their focused strikes. So, my opinion is, avoid it. Finishing his sentence in one breath, Katakuri glanced up at Charlotte Ling Ling's gaze before stepping back to stand alongside Smudge. As the core of the Charlotte family, but also known as the Charlotte family's supreme masterpiece, and the head of the Big Mom pirate group General Star, Katakuri to-do things have never been only one. That is, to guard every member of the family. So purely on a personal level, he would never ally with Kaido. In his opinion, Kaido is not only ambitious, but also an uncompromising war maniac, with which waging war against the Navy will only bring endless trouble to the Charlotte family, which has been safe and sound all these years. Of course, that's just his personal thoughts. After all, he wasn't in charge of the Charlotte family now. As Charlotte Ling Ling's second son, no matter what decision Charlotte Ling Ling made, he would absolutely obey and carry it out unswervingly. In the meantime, naval headquarters, flags with seagulls on them fluttered in the wind over Marinvento with a hunting sound. The tens of thousands of Navy soldiers did not make any sound from beginning to end. All of them stood with their hands behind their backs and straightened their backs facing the direction of the high platform. Sakaski, Poliuserino as well as Kuzan and Guion were naturally no exception. Standing neatly on the high platform, their gazes shifting as Xiaoyu walked around, the 7 musketeers, with the exception of Hanazawa, who was dead, all face Xiaoyu and bow their heads. Because Xiaoyu didn't react much, none of them changed their posture and stood still. After scanning the 6 former members of the 7 Marshalseas in a circle, Xiaoyu returned to the sound of the flags in silence and sat down in front of the uppermost seat of the conference table before smoothly removing the golden Vipassana from his waist and handing it to Guion, who stood next to him. After Guion received the golden Vipassana, he suddenly swept his gaze along with the 6, sweeping away the strong and domineering behavior he had just displayed, and said with a warm smile, "What? Bowing down to this marshal has made you lose face and feel aggrieved? Sit down, all of you." Xiaoyu waved his hand to gesture for everyone to sit down, then spoke. "Back then, there was no essential difference between you guys becoming the King's 7 musketeers and submitting to me at this time. Especially you, Doflamingo." Xiaoyu rested his gaze on Doflamingo, his flat tone as usual. "It's undeniable that you have a lordly demeanor for becoming the King's 7 muskai by using the celestial dragons as well as the heavenly gold as a threat. But that's about it. The reason why the world government made you become the King's 7 muskai is not because of a mere bit of heavenly gold and the deaths of a few trashy Tenryujin, but because once upon a time, you were also born into a Tenryujin family, and even more so, you knew some of the secrets of the Holy Land. And then there's the fact that you failed to return to the Holy Land, worked with the 4th Emperor Kaido, and even acted like a child in front of Kaido. So, Doflamingo, that's all you are. Nothing to write home about. Bowing down to this marshal is not something that will make you drop your face. It is the wisest choice you will ever make in your life. Of course, so are all of you here. In the past, you were tolerated until now because of Mr. Warlord's relative conservatism, and even more so to maintain the balance of the Great Sea. If not, do you really think that with the strength of the Navy headquarters, you can't wipe out your arrogance? But in the future such a situation will not arise again, because, the next great voyage, the offense has changed shape. 3 shifts end today and continue tomorrow. Chapter 087, the 5 Elder Stars rotation begins. One man gets a chicken and a dog. With Xiaoyu's breezy sentence of the offense and defense have changed shape falling, the curtain came down on this much anticipated live broadcast. Those who heard Xiaoyu's words through the live broadcast or rebroadcast, whether it was the Revolutionary Army or the Great Voyage's major powers, or the Holy Land's Room of Power and the Hana, they were all a bit puzzled. The reason is very simple. Although with the Great Age of Sail more and more intense, the pirates are increasing day by day, but the Navy has never been the main side of the attack. But whenever a pirate infestation is discovered by the Navy will immediately launch a pursuit. And most of the pirates are almost afraid to get tough with the Navy, especially in the first half of the Great Voyage to Paradise. Almost all the pirates see the Navy's first reaction is not to press up and fight, but to flee as far away as they can. This also means that the Navy is the main attacking side, while Xiaoyu says that attack and defense are changing shape. Is the Navy going to change to the defending side? Is the Navy going to change to a defending side? Guarding the major branches and the headquarters and letting the pirates of the Great Voyage burn, kill and loot? Sacred places, chambers of power. After the live broadcast ended, the 5 Elder Stars sitting in the hall of the Room of Power looked at each other. The financial marshal god Eisenbaron, who was holding a katana in his arms, was the first to ask a question. What exactly did Xiaoyu mean by those last words? The legal martial god Topman pondered slightly for a moment and waved his hand. It's not quite clear, but it's certainly not what we understand. Instead of making confusing guesses here, we should wait and see what he's going to do next. In a word, since Lord M has chosen to let it develop, we should not interfere if we can. It's nothing to draw Xiaoyu's wrath. If it causes Lord M to be unhappy, you all should know what the consequences will be. After a slight pause, Topman suddenly turned his words around and looked sideways at Shepherd Tenpit, the Valkyrie of Agriculture, and Marcus Maz, the Valkyrie of the Environment, and said, somewhat breathlessly, prepare yourselves, you too, the Warlord and Zephyr have already arrived at the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, although there was reluctance in the eyes of the agricultural martial god and the environmental martial god, their actions were very dry and they got up and left. After seeing the two out of the room of power, Topman immediately retracted his gaze to look at the two's position and spoke to himself. Those who were once under our command are now actually going to be our equals. Zambulan, Sartan, have you two figured out how to get along with them? In the meantime, World Government Headquarters Building, Office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. After watching the live broadcast with Sengoku, Zephyr, and Karp, as well as Lieutenant General Tsuru, Kon let out a long breath, and then retracted his eyes to look at Sengoku and Zephyr, and after a while of wanting to speak, he voiced a reminder. The 5 Elder Stars, it's time for you guys to go to the Room of Power. No hurry, no hurry. Warlord, who was holding a box of senbei in his arms, waved his hand. We're all 5 old stars now. What do we care about this time? Let Topman and the others wait. You know, when I was a marshal, whenever I wanted to see them, they would always make me wait for a while. Now that I'm their equal, I'll let them feel what it's like to wait. Speaking of which, speaking of this, Warlord picked up a piece of senbei and threw it into his mouth, looked sideways at Zephyr and laughed. The fact that I can grace this age is thanks to the fact that Zephyr has taken in a good student. With a student like this, what more could a teacher ask for? Ha ha. Although Zephyr ignored the old asshole of Warlord, the expression on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. Indeed, not only the warring states, but he also dipped into Xiaoyu's favor. Of course, it doesn't matter if you become a pentagram or not. Importantly, he didn't expect Xiaoyu to remove his heart disease for him right after he took office, not only arresting the pirate who attacked the internship ship back then, but also publicly executing him. Fulfilling this wish, he originally planned to continue to serve as an instructor at the Navy headquarters and help Xiaoyu train more outstanding admirals, but he never expected that Xiaoyu would push him into the position of the 5 Elder Stars. He was well aware of Xiaoyu's intentions with this move. For the sake of this most pleased student, he could not afford to drop the ball at this time, and had to give Xiaoyu a banner to hold up in the Holy Land in preparation for a greater scheme. Hey, you guys, don't ignore me. Looking at the warlord's smug look in his eyes, Karp, who was sitting next to him with his body still wrapped in bandages, suddenly spoke out, exasperated. Zephyr was also Xiaoyu's teacher for some time during the officer training camp, and after he left the officer training camp, I didn't take care of him quite a bit, counting. I am also considered half of his teacher, so it should be me and Zephyr taking turns on the 5 Elder Stars. How did we let Warlord pick up the slack? Sengoku tit for tat. Karp, either that or both you and Zephyr should be behind Crane in that comparison. Right, Crane. Saying that, Warlord immediately looked sideways at Lieutenant General Tsuru, who was sitting quietly beside Hollow. Others know, but Karp and I and Zephyr know it in our hearts. And you've been taking care of him as your granddaughter-in-law all these years. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. Karp took over, snatching a piece of senbei from Warlord's arms in his hand and asked curiously, where's Peacock? Still in the sharpshooter force? You can go back to the headquarters. Anyway, the headquarters has long been rumored about her relationship with Xiaoyu over the years. Although they are all rumors, but we can make the rumors become reality. Well, ahahaha, 2 old assholes. Crane blared at the 2 men and scolded them without any humor. Don't mention which pot is which. That's enough of you. Air, who was sitting in front of the general commander's desk, looked at Tsuru, then at Sengoku Karp, and finally rested his gaze on Zephyr, with a serious expression. One man's a chicken and a man's dog, isn't he? I've become an outsider, right? At these words, the office instantly quieted down, and the 4 of them even looked at empty for the first time. Pohaha, some old man is jealous. After a brief moment of silence, Warlord, not being able to hold back a single word, grabbed the senbei box while laughing and shouted at Zephyr, what are you waiting for? Zephyr, hurry up and withdraw. As Zephyr and Warlock left, the office was once again quiet. Tsuru looked at Kung, then at Karp, and spoke with a grave expression on his face. According to the information I have, Faiza and Kaido have a deep bond, and Xiaoyu's beheading of Whitebeard II in front of the whole world after his public execution will surely spark a new war. Xiaoyu gives me the feeling that he's not simply trying to establish his image as an iron-blooded marshal through this livestream, but rather he's preparing to completely break the existing balance. Empty nodded in agreement. That last line of his about attacking and defending was not addressed to the pirate forces in the first half of the Great Voyage, but to the 4 emperors of the New World. Over the years, the Whitebeard pirates have continued to expand their territory, incorporating the undersea Ryugu kingdom into their territory. Although Kaido has always been entrenched in the land of Wabi-Sabi, the 100 Beasts pirates under his leadership have had a great influence on many neighboring countries, and the Big Mom pirate group led by Charlotte Ling Ling has even expanded dozens of islands outward with Cake Island as the centerpiece and established a kingdom. Even the red-haired pirates, who have just become the 4 emperors, have quickly gained territories in the New World since their arrival. In contrast, the Navy, because of the 4 emperors' continued growth, has almost no control to speak of in the New World, and it's only the first branch that's still holding up now. Unexpectedly, Empty also understood Xiaoyu's last sentence. Crane no longer sat down and simply got up and said towards Carp, "Carp, don't think about retirement for a while. Xiaoyu will definitely still need us old guys next. With my understanding of him, he will never sit in command of the headquarters all the time like Sengoku. If he leads the naval fleet to sea, the headquarters can't do without us. Come on, follow me back to the main office." At that, Carp's eyes widened. "I just got here." Chapter 088 Extreme Pressure. Time for the Don Giovanni family to survive. Naval Headquarters, Marinvado Square. Although the soldiers as well as the officers in the square had dispersed, and the execution racks had been cleared away, the open-air 7 Musketeers meeting continued. The expression of Doflamingo, who had been opened up by Xiaoyu's face, was wonderful, ranging from anger, disbelief, and groundlessness, especially when Xiaoyu mentioned his humiliating experience of applying to return to the Holy Land back then and being rejected. He almost couldn't hold back from lifting the table on the spot. Fortunately, Xiaoyu also points to the point, not only did not pull out more black history related to him, but also even the other 7 Musketeers counted down. Well, the broadcast is now over. Right at this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly changed the topic and continued. Next, is the issue of your arrangements. You definitely can't leave the headquarters right away. Not only can you not leave, but you also have to undergo a period of thought reform. Thought reform? Mihawk snapped his head up. Somewhat unexpectedly, I have to participate too? All must attend. Xiaoyu nodded. Although you guys haven't been enemies of the Navy since you became the 7 Marshalseas, I have some knowledge of the things you did under the name of the 7 Marshalseas, especially Doflamingo and Crocodile. One of you is running various illegal industries in the underground world under the codename Joker, while the other has set up a Baroque work society in Alabaster under the codename Mr. Zero. At those words, both Doflamingo and Crocodile's faces changed slightly. Especially Crocodile. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to be so clear about the things he had done behind his back all these years. Without waiting for the two to react, Xiaoyu suddenly looked sideways at Crocodile. Sand Crocodile, I don't think you've started your Fantasyland plan yet, have you? It's best if it hasn't. Xiaoyu's sudden words caused Cloctor's pupils, who was already shocked by the fact that the matter of his establishment of the Baroque Work Society had been leaked, to contract violently, and then reflexively jolted to his feet, gazing at Xiaoyu incredulously. After gazing at Xiaoyu for a few seconds, Crocodile secretly took a deep breath, forced down the shock in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Marshal Xiaoyu, what else do you know? What are you afraid of again?" Xiaoyu looks up slightly and smiles. "Is it because I know about your establishment of the Baroque Work Society, or your self-professed top-secret Fantasyland program? Or is it that one of the members of the Baroque Work Society you founded is a child of the devil named Nicole Robin?" The name Nicole Robin had just come out of Xiaoyu's mouth, and Jia Ping and Moria, who had been watching with their eyes and noses, looked up almost simultaneously. Dofrin also looked sideways at Crocodile in an unexpected way, the corners of his mouth curving up in an unintentional curve. Although Crocodile didn't react much, his heart then stirred up a huge wave, and his whole stiffened in place. It's amazing that Xiaoyu even knows so much about Nicole Robin's time at the Baroque Work Club. You know, Nicole Robin was the only survivor of the O'Hara incident that year, because of its identity as an archaeologist, coupled with the fact that it is currently known to be the only 2 people who can read ancient texts and is wanted by the world government with a bounty. And it is precisely because of Nicole Robin's ability to read ancient characters that he took the risk of keeping her by his side and kept her identity a secret. Because once the world government knows that he has taken in Nicole Robin, not only will he be deprived of his identity as the 7 Muskai, but he may also be killed as a result. But it was such a confidential matter that was just casually told by Xiaoyu, enough to prove that his every move had long been under Xiaoyu's surveillance. The reason why Xiaoyu brings it up now is obviously because he knows that there's no way he's going to offer his loyalty to the Navy. Taking Crocodile's reaction in his eyes, Xiaoyu smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be nervous, Whether it's you or Doflamingo or that defeated dog of life across the street who has been passive and lazy ever since he lost to Kaido, there's no secret to speak of in this marshal's eyes. If I wanted to finish you off, I wouldn't even have to wait until now. In a word, next this marshal will personally lead you all to justice. And the first step toward justice is to undergo thought reform. As for your ministry or family members, speaking of this, Xiaoyu looked at Doflamingo. You have two choices. 1. As with Moria, the members of the Don Giovanni family will report to the headquarters within 7 days. 2. Have Grand Admiral Sakaski go ahead and take over the kingdom of Dressrosa, with all the members of the Don Giovanni family unified under Sakaski's command and arrangement. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo almost fell out of his chair. After reacting in time, he immediately stood up and gazed at Xiaoyu with a burning gaze. It seems that obtaining the kingdom of Dressrosa from my hands is your true purpose. Marshal Xiaoyu, I will bow down to you, but I want the kingdom of Dressrosa to remain under the control of the house of Don Giovanni. Got it. Xiaoyu nodded and said dryly, Sakaski, in. Without any hesitation, Sakaski, who had been quietly standing by Xiaoyu's side, took a step forward in response. Immediately lead your Red Dog army out and arrest all members of the Tangiers. Before the words left his mouth, Xiaoyu suddenly changed his tone. No, there's no need to arrest them. Take them all out. Yes. Still without any hesitation, Sakaski immediately took out his phone bug and said in a deep voice, Red Dog army assemble. Target. Wait. Not waiting for Sakaski's order to be given. Not realizing that Xiaoyu would be so decisive and ruthless as to immediately dispatch Sakaski, a general who practiced complete justice, Doflamingo was so frightened that he hurriedly raised his voice to stop him, and then spoke in the humblest tone he had ever heard since he walked into the Marinvento. Xiaoyu, do we have to kill them all? The kingdom of Dressrosa is owned by the Don Giovanni family. At this point, Doflamingo paused. Knowing that it would be impossible to change Xiaoyu's decision once he made it, he took a deep breath and instantly lowered his head facing Xiaoyu. I'll choose one. You missed the choice. Xiaoyu shook his head and simply said, Sakaski, set off. Upon arriving at the kingdom of Dressrosa, if the members of the Don Giovanni family dare to resist, take them all out. Remember, it's all of them. If they do not resist and cooperate with you, collect them all and wait for my instructions. Yes. Sakaski straightened up and raised his hands in a salute before picking up the phone bug and quickly turning around as he continued to give orders. Target the kingdom of Dressrosa. You have 10 minutes to assemble. With Sakaski's command, a group of lieutenant generals, major generals, and brigadier generals of the Akatsuki army immediately raced out of the headquarters building. At the same time, officers of all ranks below the rank of Commodore, as well as the 1,200 soldiers accompanying the ship, rushed with a neat step towards the harbor to quickly board the 4 warships docked at the shore. Chapter 089. If the enemy can go, this marshal can also go. Not expecting Xiaoyu to be so strong, Doflamingo was completely flustered. That's Sakaski. If Xiaoyu had sent out either of the two, Yellow Ape or Green Pheasant, he might have had a fluke. But Xiaoyu favored sending out Sakaski. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back at the mere thought of the image of Sakaski arriving in Dressrosa to have lava cover the palace up and down, without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, when Sakaski jumped down from the platform and went straight to the harbor, Doflamingo took out the phone bug he was carrying from his arms in a hurry, and regardless of how many people were present, he shouted into the phone bug, Listen to me, members of the Don Giovanni family. Once the warship led by Admiral Sakaski arrives at Dressrosa, everyone must not resist and must cooperate with Admiral Sakaski. Everyone is not allowed to resist and must cooperate with Admiral Sakaski. Young lord? A voice slow to respond came from the phone bug. What happened to you? Doflamingo couldn't be bothered to explain. Execute the order if you don't want to be killed altogether. After saying that, Doflamingo didn't dare to continue the call, and immediately put away the phone bug and looked up at Xiaoyu, a touch of pleading appearing in his eyes for the first time. The lordly demeanor of the famous Sky Knight fork that rode the great voyage was gone at this moment. Xiaoyu, who knew what Doflamingo was thinking, said with a calm expression, The only thing you can do is to pray that the members of the Don Giovanni family obey orders absolutely. Otherwise, Sakaski will definitely finish them all off without mercy. Even if there are any leaks, they will be nothing more than lost dogs. Of course, you have another option, and that's to finish me off and then kill and stop Sakaski from Navy headquarters. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, Jion, who was standing beside Xiaoyu, immediately pressed down on the hilt of his sword and took a step forward, gazing at Doflamingo with a burning gaze. Kuzan and Palucerino also slightly side-eyed at that moment. The pressure of an admiral that belonged solely to the Navy headquarters was quietly covering the entire field. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the headquarters admiral, the last vestige of sharpness was worn down as Doflamingo slumped back into his chair powerlessly. His face had an expression of unwillingness and helplessness, and more than anything else, It was despair, because Xiaoyu's strength and determination far exceeded his imagination. At first, he thought Xiaoyu was just making the 7 martial seas bow down, but now it seems he was still naive. What Xiaoyu wanted to do wasn't just to make the 7 martial seas bow down, he also wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out all the forces they had managed to cultivate over the years, thus completely cutting off all the retreats that they had slipped through once they found the opportunity. Crocodile as well as Moria didn't have much of a reaction, but Xiaoyu's extreme pressure on Doflamingo shocked them into a cold sweat. The reactions of Jieping and Mihawk were more intriguing, especially after they saw Xiaoyu exert extreme pressure on Doflamingo and rule him to the point where he completely lost his usual sharpness. The two of them actually silently narrowed their eyes and focused their gazes on Xiaoyu in unison. At this moment, what they saw was not only a marshal of the navy, but also a king whose aura of a king was all over the place when he raised his hand. Xiaoyu didn't pay any more attention to Doflamingo, and his gaze then fell on Crocodile. Although Crocodile had prepared himself mentally, the moment Xiaoyu looked over, he inexplicably felt his heart flutter a little. The taste made him feel bad. No matter what, he is also a veteran among the 7 Muskai, and back then, he was even the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate, when he faced him head-on without being a coward at all, and even if he was ultimately defeated by Edward Newgate, he didn't fall flat on his face like Moria, who had challenged Kaido, resulting in the death of his entire crew. Not only did he not stumble, but his ambition continued to grow, dreaming of becoming the next king of thieves. With such great ambitions, he has experienced great storms and thought that he would not be afraid of any powerful existence. But after seeing Xiaoyu's extreme pressure on Doflamingo as well as figuring out their details, he actually did not dare to look directly at this naval marshal who was much younger than him. Crocodile, what kind of reaction is that? Having just looked sideways at Crocodile and seen the cigar it was holding in its mouth almost fall out, Xiaoyu blinked a little confused and asked, "I'm scary? More than scary, it's the devil." Crocodile secretly spat out a couple of words, then took a sharp puff on his cigar and spoke stiffly. "What are Marshal Xiaoyu's orders?" That's right." Xiaoyu spread his hands and looked at Doflamingo. "If you were as cooperative as Crocodile, we would have called it a day and gone to dinner." Not waiting for Doflamingo to react, Xiaoyu immediately got straight to the point. "Crocodile, you also call all the members of the Baroque Work Society to the Navy headquarters, and don't bother tossing around any fantasy land plans, because the Alabaster Kingdom doesn't have the Pluto you want." Crocodile's pupils dilated once again, and his face was horrified as he looked at Xiaoyu. "You, just how much do you know about us? Didn't this marshal just say that? You have no secrets in my eyes." Xiaoyu slightly shrugged his shoulders and continued, "Since I know all of your plans as well as your ambitions, I naturally also know that Alabaster does not have what you want. As long as you offer your loyalty to this marshal, and there's time for this marshal to personally take you to the Alabaster Palace for you to make a field trip, I believe that the king of the Alabaster Kingdom should give this marshal a face. Of course, this marshal is not interested in your Baroque Work Society. The main reason why I asked you to bring the members of the Baroque Work Club to the main office was because of Nicole Robin." At those words, Crocodile's eyes sank slightly. "You're going to hand Nicole Robin over to the world government? Give it to the world government? No, this marshal needs her ability to decipher historical texts." Saying that, Xiaoyu stood up and walked to Crocodile's body and raised his hand to pat his shoulder, and then walked to the edge of the high platform with his back to the crowd to look at the distant line of the sea and sky, and said unhurriedly, "If this marshal says that he will put an end to the great age of sail, he will definitely do it. And to end the age of sail, it is far from enough just to purge the sea of those lawless pirate forces, because the source of it all is lavender, the so-called great secret treasure that Roger talks about. In that case, this marshal will find this source and snuff it out. And to find Raftrue it is necessary to collect the 4 roadmap historical texts and decipher the words in them to draw a chart through textual descriptions." Hearing Xiaoyu's unhurried statement about going to Lavandro, not only were the 7 Seas surprised, but the 3 generals standing at the side, Paulia Sereno, Kuzan, and Guion, also looked up at their young commander-in-chief. Even Mihawk, who was always cool and collected, was moved by this, and blurted out, "You're sending a warship to Raftrue?" Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly, his body's aura climbing steeply. The marshal's coat draped over him then suddenly fluttered up without wind. Immediately after that, he slightly turned back to look at the group of 7 marshal Cs to reveal a smile, the original light and breezy tone. But at this moment, it was like a shocking thunderstorm that exploded on the flat ground. If the Co can go, so can this marshal. End of 3 shifts today. Continue tomorrow. Chapter 090, it doesn't matter who it is. Just aim for the 4th Emperor. The 7 Musketeers meeting ended in the middle of sunset. Evening, Moria, Crocodile, and Doflamingo stood in front of a group home building, each with a different expression on their faces. Evening was the calmest. Through this meeting of the 7 marshal Cs and the execution of Whitebeard too, he had seen the current trend. especially since Xiaoyu dares to publicly bring up the idea of bringing Nicole Robin, the son of the devil who is wanted by the world government, to the Navy headquarters. It's enough to prove that the current Navy has completely detached itself from the world government, and that whatever Xiaoyu wants to do, he doesn't have to take the attitude of the world government into consideration anymore. This also meant that choosing to submit to Xiaoyu, who was at the helm of the Navy, a huge war machine, was the wisest choice for him. Although with the choice to become the Seven Musketeers will lose some freedom, more shackles, but this is not a bad thing for him, because backed by the Navy headquarters and Xiaoyu, the Navy king of the real name, is not anyone is qualified. All in all, they members of the Seven Musketeers, with the exception of Hanazawa, were considered lucky, because Xiaoyu gave them a chance to choose. If Xiaoyu didn't convene the Seven Musketeers, but instead directly announced the abolition of the Seven Musketeers system and arrested them at the first opportunity, those of them who were taken out at this time would definitely not just be a Hanazar, but might even be wiped out. Of course, looking at it from another angle showed that they had the value to get Xiaoyu to give a chance to choose. What value the other Seven Musketeers had he wasn't sure, but personally he had a rough guess at the cause. What Xiaoyu needed was not him, but the group of fishmen behind him, or even the Dragon Palace Kingdom located 10,000 meters under the sea, because Xiaoyu to do is to purge the pirates, and is located in the bottom of the sea. 10,000 meters of the Dragon Palace Kingdom is the first half of the Great Voyage Paradise. All the pirates to enter the second half of the New World must pass through, as long as they choke the Dragon Palace Kingdom of the throat. All the pirates into the Dragon Palace Kingdom will become a turtle in a jar. Why isn't Mihawk here? Just then, Moria suddenly voiced a question, only to look around and see that neither Mihawk nor Hancock were there, and continued to speak. Don't they have to live here? Mariah, don't you see? Unprecedentedly, Doflamingo actually picked up the conversation, grinning out of habit. Before he bowed down to Marshal Xiaoyu, he made a comment for Marshal Xiaoyu not to forget his agreement with him. So Mihawk was the first to stoop? Moria blinked. Clocodile also took the opportunity to open the topic with a serious expression. It should be Hancock. Gion, who was in charge of arranging a few of the Seven Musketeers, came out of the dormitory building, and with a smile on her face as she overheard a few of the Seven Musketeers' conversations, she patiently explained. Mihawk started out staying at Lord Marshal's house, and then he went to the guest house after Hancock and Ms. Junko stayed in as well. Of course, everyone, please rest assured that your rooms have been cleaned and all the various daily necessities have been fully stocked. As for meals, a few of you have been required to go to the cafeteria on your own for the last while. Thank you. The evening plane nodded politely to Gion. Doflamingo, on the other hand, looked up slightly because of Gion's mention of the name Junko and asked, "This Junko-san, is the woman in the newsboy hat who has been standing behind Xiaoyu before?" "Yes, she's a member of the Knights of God." Gion didn't hide anything and nodded, because next Lord Marshal is going to invite the Holy Land Tenryu people to participate in a program. The Holy Land should want to know the process of this program, so they sent Miss Junko here. At the word, has long suspected the identity of the military son? At this time is even more confirmed after. Doflamingo seems to forget the previous by Xiaoyu's strong suppression and domination of the fear, grinning out of the signature laughter. Order. It's actually a member of the Knights of God. However, if Marshal Xiaoyu keeps it with him, isn't he afraid that Junzi will report your plans to the Holy Land? You think the Lord Marshal would have such concerns? Gion smiled and asked rhetorically, even if Lord Marshal's plan is very important, how does it compare to a mutiny to force the Holy Land? Doflamingo, mind your own business first. Not waiting for Doflamingo to react, Gion suddenly changed her words. If you dare to be half disloyal in the future, not only you, but all the members of the Don Giovanni family including Vice Admiral Vilgor, whom you sent undercover to the Navy, will die without a burial place. Gion's sudden words caused Doflamingo to stifle a burst of pupil clenching, and the sunglasses hanging on the bridge of his nose nearly fell off. Don't be surprised. Taking in Doflamingo's reaction, Gion's smile remained the same. Lord Marshal said that you have no secrets in his eyes. Gahahahaha dash. Seeing that Doflamingo reacted in the same way as he did when Xiaoyu discovered his secret at that time, Crocodile did not hold back his laughter and gave Doflamingo a thumbs up without mincing words. Worthy of being a heavenly knight fury, actually sending an undercover agent to the Navy, and even mixing up to become a lieutenant admiral. A good tactic. With that said, Crocodile was inexplicably in a better mood, shaking his coat with a cigar in his mouth and walking through the dormitory doors with his head held high. Looking at the figure that took the lead and walked through the dormitory doors, Moria let out his signature laugh as well. It was a good thing he had stayed quiet and hunkered down in the terrorist three-masted sailboat all these years and hadn't gone out to do any scheming. Otherwise, thinking of Xiaoyu's means of extreme pressure on Doflamingo just now, Moria couldn't help but feel a tingle in his scalp and a chill down his back. In the meantime, Office of the Marshal, Headquarters Building. Xiaoyu raised his head and glanced at Polyacerino and Kuzan who had followed him in. Then he took out a document and handed it to Polyacerino. This is the latest information that the intelligence department has just submitted. According to the information, Kaido has already contacted Charlotte Lingling and is ready to join forces with Charlotte Lingling in order to take revenge on the Navy. As of now, the Big Mom pirate group hasn't made any moves. They should still be measuring up, but it doesn't matter. Xiaoyu took out another document and handed it to Kuzan, then spoke. Importantly, I didn't want to sit around and wait for them to launch their actions before responding. The public execution of Whitebeard 2 was in fact a test for the Whitebeard pirates, because I'm not sure if Whitebeard 2 is Whitebeard's son or not. If he is, Whitebeard will definitely make a move. Even if he doesn't make a move, I'll still finish off Hanaza, because my target is the 4 emperors. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as any of them show movement. Kuzan, who was listening while receiving the document and looking at it attentively, suddenly looked up and pointed at the content of the document with a surprised look on his face. Gradually transferring the Navy headquarters to the first branch of the New World? Xiaoyu nodded. This matter needs to be accomplished by you and Sakaski together. Sakaski's trip to the kingdom of Dressrosa to incorporate the Don Giovanni family is just a cover for you to go dark. Tonight you will set out and lead the Green Pheasant army to secretly arrive at the first branch through the Holy Land, with you personally sitting on the first branch to form horns with Sakaski, who has taken over the kingdom of Dressrosa, and keep a close eye on the movements of the 100 Beasts pirate group and the Big Mom pirate group. One of them, no matter who does something that makes you feel dangerous, without having to ask the reason, immediately suppress them as fast as possible. If the war expands and Kaido forms a life and death alliance with the Charlotte family, you must send back information at the first opportunity. I will be in the New World myself when the time comes, side by side with you, recommending a very bombastic pirate homage. The title of the book is put in, the author has something to say about it. Hurry up and read it after reading our book, lovelies. It's super cool. Chapter 091. No need to wait for the torchlight. The sun has risen on the Navy. Hearing that Xiaoyu was going to come to the New World in person to be alongside them, Qing Piang's hand gripping the document trembled slightly. Go on. Taking the slight reaction from Kuzan in his eyes, Xiaoyu revealed a smile. Remember to contact me when you reach the first branch. Kuzan nodded and dryly turned away. Just as he turned towards the office door, Xiaoyu's voice suddenly came from behind him. Kuzan, is the burning justice you practiced before the events of O'Hara still in place? At those words, Kuzan's heart was shaken. Immediately straightening his back and turning to look at Xiaoyu, his eyes faded from laziness. Less confused, his eyes even rekindled the flame called justice. Once again raising his hand to face Xiaoyu to salute, never went out. With that said, Kuzan turned and walked quickly out of the office without further delay. Kuzan didn't lie. The burning flame of justice he practiced back then was never extinguished. It was just buried deep in his heart as the O'Hara incident back then left him confused about the justice that the Navy upheld. Out of the office of the Kuzan all relaxed, lazy atmosphere disappeared, and replaced by a long time ago. Let him have a kind of return to the young that passionate burning times of the illusion. Just then, 2 officers came up to him. Because of the change in Kuzan's aura, the 2 officers didn't react for a moment, and it wasn't until Kuzan walked in front of them and was about to brush against them that they snapped out of it and raised their hands in unison in salute. Senior General Kuzan. Loyalty. Kuzan returned the salute and even shouted the word loyalty. And then without waiting for the 2 officers to react they stride into the elevator. After arriving at the first floor hall through the elevator, facing the soldiers and officers who kept rising to salute, Green Pheasant didn't slow down and promptly raised his hand to return the salute. As he stepped out of the door, a blood-red color hit him without warning. When you look into the distance, you can see a red sun hanging in the sky, and the setting sun reflects the sea in a blood-red color, and also shrouds Marin Vento in the beautiful evening sunshine. Looking at the red sun hanging in the sky, Green Pheasant couldn't help but see a picture in front of his eyes that he had long forgotten. It was a chance encounter 2 years ago. On vacation, he originally rode his bicycle to hang out at sea, but he met Xiaoyu who was on a mission. Battling against the Navy led by Xiaoyu is a pirate group that has risen to prominence in the past. Its captain is a supernova with a bounty of 180 million belly, and has several subordinates with bounties of over 30 million. Perhaps it is precisely because of their strong backbone. This pirate group is very fierce in the battle with the Navy led by Xiaoyu, and their captain is even teaming up with 2 cadres to launch a frantic attack on Xiaoyu. In the face of the 3 pirates' attack, Xiaoyu was calm and unafraid and steadily gained the upper hand by virtue of his powerful strength. In just less than 30 seconds, Xiaoyu took out one of the men with the finger gun from the Navy's 6 styles, while not pausing for a moment to use the erasure kick from the 6 styles in a flowing manner to blow the head off of the other man. After killing 2 of them in one breath, Xiaoyu's attack increased instead of decreasing, and when the remaining pirate captain was caught off guard, he drew his sword, and then delivered a whirl wave chop. decapitating the pirate captain on the spot. Because Xiaoyu killed the captain and 2 cadres of the pirate group, the morale of the naval officers and soldiers who followed Xiaoyu on his expedition exploded to the peak, frantically launching a final charge at the thoroughly disorganized pirates. In just a few minutes or less, none of the pirates on the entire pirate ship survived. All of them were executed on the spot. After the battle ended, the Navy soldiers gathered in a swarm in front of Xiaoyu. Instead of taking part in the celebration, Xiaoyu grabbed the pirate captain's head and jumped to the bow of the ship to hold it high, uttering a passage that made the blood of a group of officers and soldiers boil and moved him to tears. No need to wait for the torchlight. If there is no torchlight after this, we are the sun in these troubled times of the sea. Navy mighty, brothers in arms. The sun? Unconsciously recalling the scene from 2 years ago, Kuzan, who had already stepped out of the gate, slightly looked sideways at the headquarters building. The sun that belongs to the world is about to set. The sun that has risen on the Navy will eventually light up the world again. Suddenly, Kuzan decisively turned around and walked out quickly. The long-lost fire of justice lit up in his eyes, and took out his phone bug to decisively order. Pass the order. All officers and men of the Green Pheasant Army will head to the harbor to gather in 2 hours. In the marshal's office, standing in front of the desk, Palyaserino glanced at Xiaoyu, who had been flipping through the documents in silence since he had watched Kuzan leave, and stood still for almost a minute. And after he saw that Xiaoyu had finished reading the documents, he couldn't hold back any longer, and spoke tentatively. Marshal Xiaoyu, what about me? No mission? There's no rush. Xiaoyu put down the documents he had already finished reading and looked up and smiled. After such a long meeting, I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat and talk. Without waiting for Palyaserino to react, a soldier ran into the office with 2 bowls of miso ramen. Lord Marshal, the noodles are ready. The soldier put down his bowl and said happily, enjoy your meal, you and Admiral Yellow Ape. If it's not enough, there's more. Hard work. Xiaoyu smoothly took out a stack of berries from the drawer and threw it into the soldier's hand. Take it and distribute it to the brothers in the cafeteria. The soldier took the Bailey, whirled around, straightened up, raised his hands in salute, and shouted, loyalty. Hearing Xiaoyu actually call the soldiers in the cafeteria brothers, Palyaserino frowned slightly and said bluntly, Marshal Xiaoyu, it's not too good for you to still call the soldiers brothers now. What? The marshal can't call himself a brother? Besides, it's off-duty time. Xiaoyu laughed as he pulled out another wad of berries from the drawer and threw it into Palyaserino's arms. This was scavenged from those 7 musketeers. Even though I'm the one who kept them at the headquarters, they can't live for free. Saying that, Xiaoyu no longer paid any attention to Palyaserino, walked over to the nearby coffee table, picked up one of the bowls of ramen and began to wolf it down. Seeing this, Palyaserino looked at the Bailey in his hand and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Worthy of being Xiaoyu, he didn't forget his old profession even after becoming a marshal. If Xiaoyu was still a lieutenant general, he would have never accepted this money. But, the Lord Marshal gave it to me, so it's good not to take it. Thinking of this, Palyaserino gladly accepted, nimbly put away the Bailey to Xiaoyu opposite, also picked up the ramen as if to compete with Xiaoyu who has a big appetite. Hachi Hachi ate doubly fragrant. You go to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, who was eating ramen with his head down, slurred his words a bit due to the fact that he was still chewing noodles in his mouth. Meet with Dorag on my behalf. If he sincerely wants to build a new world that is harmonious, free, and equal and full of dreams rather than for the sake of the D1 clan, perhaps the Revolutionary Army and the Navy can work together and cooperate. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something, swallowed the food in his mouth and then smoothly pulled out a piece of ginger from his bag and threw it to Palyaserino, and continued, the Revolutionary Army is too idealistic. Wanting to build a brand new world isn't something that can be accomplished by toppling the world government. Let's not talk about whether or not they can topple the world government. Even if they do, freedom and dreams may emerge and even magnify, but equality and harmony will never be possible, unless there are no thieves in the world. Chapter 092, Lieutenant General Tsuru. Superman System Shuffle Fruit. Yellow Ape was silent, just a wild show of spaghetti. It wasn't that he couldn't speak, but Xiaoyu's sudden offer for him to go to the Revolutionary Army headquarters to meet with Revolutionary Army Chief Dorag made him very embarrassed. Because it was on the night when Xiaoyu started the mutiny that he investigated his bottom line clearly and then threw it in front of him that he chose to remain silent during Xiaoyu's mutiny. It was precisely for this reason that he had always felt unsettled in the bottom of his heart in the past few days, because Xiaoyu, who was in sole control of the Navy, might take him out as an uncertainty at any time. What he didn't expect the most was that Xiaoyu actually brought this matter to the table to talk about it, and even more so, he asked him to go to the Revolutionary Army headquarters on behalf of the Navy Marshal. This also meant that the young naval marshal wasn't worried about him doing anything out of the ordinary, and it also sidestepped the fact that even if Xiaoyu knew about his other identity, he still looked forward to him. On this point alone, he had to admire Xiaoyu's breadth of mind and boldness. He was certain that whoever it was in the Navy headquarters would never get along with him as well as they did now, let alone prepare him a piece of his favorite ginger, once they knew about his alter ego. Just then, Xiaoyu, who had winded up all the noodles, suddenly turned his words around. This is also the moment for you to make a choice. If you return to the Navy headquarters after meeting Dorag, it means you've given up over there. If you didn't make the above choice, stay over there. Speaking here, Xiaoyu stood up and brought some paper to wipe his mouth, then said, I'll let you go free, but the next time I see you again, I'll personally weigh and measure how heavy your speed is in the end. Upon hearing this, Poliacerino held his chopsticks to free up a finger to push the frame and said with a serious face, It's finally my turn then. Don't worry Marshal Xiaoyu, I will give you a satisfactory answer. After that, Poliacerino continued to flaunt the noodles furiously. Brew blue. Suddenly, the phone bug on the desk rang. Seeing this, Xiaoyu didn't avoid Poliacerino and walked over to pick up the phone bug and simply said, Navy headquarters, Xiaoyu, it's me. From the phone bug came M's voice, as if from a pressed throat, with a hint of a questioning tone. You're going to bring Nicole Robin to Navy headquarters and have her decipher the ancient texts? Ha! Xiaoyu glanced sideways at the wall clock and said somewhat unexpectedly, You just received Junzi's report now? I thought she would report back to you right after the 7 Marshal Seas meeting. I do want to form a fleet of ships who will be in charge of finding the waymarked historical texts and thus reaching Raftru. After a slight pause, Xiaoyu's tone suddenly chilled. Also, don't use this questioning tone when looking for me in the future, or else I'll run off to live among the flowers for a while when I'm in a bad mood one day. As Xiaoyu's words fell, the phone bug fell silent. Maybe. At this point, some old demon between the flowers who didn't know whether it was a man or a woman was choked by Xiaoyu's words. However, apparently there was no anger or rage on the other end of the phone bug, because the phone bug was quiet. There was no emotional reaction from the person who was talking. After a short period of silence, probably adjusted his mind and said nonchalantly, Your mutiny to sign a treaty with the world government and those lawless pirates on the Great Sea are not important to me. What I care more about is the person who can decipher the ancient script. I can stay out of your way, but you need to promise me one condition. Xiaoyu didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with him and took the lead. I know what you're worried about. Isn't it just that blank 100 years of history? This matter has been dusted off for 800 years. Even if the truth is in front of me now, I'm still not interested at all. At that, Im's tone visibly lightened and he asked curiously, What are you going to do? Without thinking, Xiaoyu said, Find Raftru and wipe it off the map completely. That should be something you'd be happy to see. So it can't be cheap. If I do find Raftru and wipe it out, you must show it. Im was very dry. If you truly keep your word, I will grant you 3 conditions. Xiaoyu, it's a deal. The sun is setting and dusk is approaching. After briefly exchanging some things with Yellow Monkey, Xiaoyu left the headquarters building to walk towards the family compound alone. Just before arriving at the courtyard gate, there were 2 pieces of laundry floating on the clothesline in the courtyard. What he hadn't expected was that there was no sound coming out of the yard even though the clothes were drying, and the atmosphere was even more bizarre. What's the situation? Xiaoyu, who pushed open the courtyard door, looked around and muttered with some discomfort. Is this a case of the 2 sides signing a truce after getting tired of arguing? The only reason he came back after showing off his ramen in the office with Poliacerino was because he was worried about coming back early to start the war between Hancock and Junko again. Though he didn't understand why the two were going toe-to-toe. They basically hadn't been at peace since they'd taken up residence. Hancock capricious, he is understandable. After all, Amazon Lily Empress, barbaric capricious habit. But Junzi just debuted but the Imperial Sister model full, very high and cold as sister paper. As a result, after less than 2 hours of briefly spending time with Hancock, he transformed into Pepper, scaring a certain world's #1 great swordsman out of remaining in a tit-for-tat with Hancock. But soon Xiaoyu was relieved. Although Junzi seemed high-strung and had developed an arrogant temperament of being a member of the Knights of God, these were all illusions, because underneath Junko's seemingly high-flying and arrogant exterior hides a little girl's heart. After all, in the original story, this guy was a true stargazer, a big fan of Brook, the King of Souls. One likes to follow the stars and the other is love-brained, and it's strange that they can get together and be at peace with each other. But, what's going on today? Xiaoyu, who walked into the courtyard, looked around once again to make sure that there weren't any loud noises coming from a corner or room. Xiaoyu blinked blankly, pushed open the living room door and walked in. Having just walked into the living room, Xiaoyu couldn't help but freeze the entire thing. On the sofa in the living room, Lieutenant General Tsuru, clad in a lieutenant general's coat, was sitting in front of a chair, crossing his legs and leisurely reading the newspaper. Lieutenant General Crane? I didn't expect Lieutenant General Tsuru to actually return to the headquarters. At this moment, even sitting in his own home, Xiaoyu first froze, then took off his marshal's coat and walked over quickly. When did you come back? Why didn't you inform me? Upon hearing this, Lieutenant General Crane put down the newspaper and looked up at Xiaoyu. Lord Marshal has a lot of work to do on a daily basis, so I wouldn't dare to trouble you. Never. Xiaoyu, who was harboring apologies to Lieutenant General Crane because of the mutiny, hurriedly pulled a chair and sat across from him, and laughed. He. I can ignore whoever else is coming back, but when your old man comes back, I have to welcome him. Can I not come back? Lieutenant General Tsuru was angry. If others don't understand you, how can I not? When you become a marshal, you definitely won't sit in the headquarters and give orders like warlord. If one day you suddenly go out to catch pirates, will the Navy headquarters need someone to keep an eye on you? Xiaoyu nodded fiercely. This person has to be Lieutenant General Crane. Good to know. Lieutenant General Crane's face eased a bit and raised his hand to point to the kitchen. You're starving after a busy day, aren't you? I've prepared some food for you. Go to the kitchen and get it yourself. It's all your favorite food. Yes. Xiaoyu stood up stiffly. If he had known that Lieutenant General Tsuru had come back and prepared dinner for himself, he wouldn't have flaunted such a big bowl of ramen with Polyacerino in the office. But fortunately, since the system had raised all the abilities he had mastered to the highest level, his food intake had also increased greatly, so another meal would not be a problem. After bringing out all the food from the kitchen and placing it on the dining table, Xiaoyu, who picked up the dishes with his hands, suddenly remembered something and looked sideways at Lieutenant General Tsuru, who was picking up the newspaper once again, and asked, Lieutenant General Tsuru, when you came back, no one was at home. Yes. Lieutenant General Tsuru nodded, not taking his eyes off the newspaper, lifting his hand to point to two pieces of clothing floating on the clothesline outside the door. It's drying on the clothesline. Ha! Xiaoyu turned to look at the two pieces of clothing hanging on the clothesline outside the door fluttering in the wind, and it was none other than Hancock and Junzi, who had been rinsed and turned into humanoid clothing by Lieutenant General Tsuru's superhuman lineage of wash fruit ability. Looking at the two women hanging out on the clothesline, Xiaoyu's facial muscles twitched furiously. That's great. Finally a quiet dinner at home. 3 shifts end today and continue tomorrow. Chapter 093, I'd rather be hacked to death by the Supreme Great Quicksilver than suffer this nuisance. Xiaoyu, who was sitting at the dining table with chopsticks, had just put a piece of meat in his mouth when he suddenly got up and changed his position, facing the door with his back to Lieutenant General Crane. Lieutenant General Tsuru, still keeping his eyes on the newspaper, spoke faintly. Don't worry, they won't die. I didn't worry about them dying. Xiaoyu blinked, looking at the humanoid clothes floating on the clothesline outside the door. Just simply curious how they offended you, actually making you so angry to lay down such a cruel hand, and not much offense. Lieutenant General Tsuru explained very cooperatively. I had just walked into the courtyard when I saw them in a sword fight that could have gone either way at any moment, so I spoke out to teach them a lesson. As a result, Hancock ran over to me and pointed his nose at me and told me to mind my own business, saying that she would be forgiven for anything she did, and even kicked a kitten that followed me into the courtyard. At those words, the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly. Hancock, that's not a bad thing at all. In Amazon Lily she can just do whatever she wants and fool around. After all, she is the Empress of Amazon Lily. But this is the Navy headquarters, and the target is still Admiral Crane. You know, the Crane Lieutenant General when young, but also valiant and a female Navy, but also followed Cap and Warlord around the conquest to capture pirates. The woman will not be a man of honor interpretation to the fullest. How can one be good enough to fight alongside Carp and Sengoku all the way to these days years? In the original, Doflamingo was arrogant enough that he had to curb his arrogance when confronted by Lieutenant General Tsuru, for no other reason than the fact that Lieutenant General Tsuru is a superhuman washing fruit power user, and even more so, he believes in pure justice, and at the drop of a hat, he washes people into clothes and hangs them on a clothesline. The most important thing is that Tsuru is not only a vice admiral, but also hangs the position of the staff of the Navy headquarters. A simple point to understand is that, before she is the Navy headquarters status second only to the existence of the warlord, even the 3 admirals, but also to the as a lieutenant general of her respect. However, these are all old stories, no matter who can't escape the baptism of time. Even if Lieutenant General Tsuru's status in the headquarters is high, nowadays she wants to take out Hancock, the Empress of the 3-color hegemony possessor, and the military son who possesses the arrow fruit ability and comes from the Divine Knights without any injuries. It's almost impossible. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu opened his mouth again and asked, Where's Junzi? What mistake did she make again? A cold light flashed in Lieutenant General Tsuru's eyes. She reported the contents of the 7 musketeers meeting to the Holy Land in front of me. Got it. Xiaoyu nodded. You took advantage of the fact that Junzi was on the phone with the Holy Land to help her wash her mind. And odds are that Hancock didn't expect you to not only not forgive, but to strike decisively. After saying that, Xiaoyu ended up sweeping the plate of food, then put down the dishes and stood up and lifted the chair and walked out of the living room to sit in front of Junzi and Hancock, who had been reduced to clothes. Though reduced to clothing, Hancock and Junko stayed awake. As early as when Xiaoyu walked into the courtyard, they had already seen Xiaoyu, and the reason why they didn't make a sound was that they didn't want to be seen by Xiaoyu in their wretched state. But what they didn't expect was that Xiaoyu actually raised his chair and sat in front of them, and even put his head in front of them to look left and right. Xiaoyu, my concubine. My concubine is a bit dizzy. Can you let Lieutenant General Crane put my concubine down first? Seeing that she can't hide, Hancock is the first to make a sound, only to see her hanging upside down on the clothesline floating in the wind in front of Xiaoyu, and her voice is broken and very comical, although Junzi was also hanging upside down. After Xiaoyu came closer, she decisively closed her eyes to make a reaction that as long as she couldn't see it, it was the others who were embarrassed. Lord Marshal! Lord Marshal! Just then, a sudden cacophony of voices came from outside the courtyard door. Immediately afterward, a line of a dozen naval officers lumbered up to the courtyard gate, but none of them entered. After looking up at the dozen or so officers, Xiaoyu's eyes widened somewhat unexpectedly, because all of these officers in front of them, without exception, were all bruised and swollen, obviously having just been beaten up. Lord Marshal, you must do right by us. An officer at the head took a step forward and pitifully complained. Major General Noah fought with Mihawk. We rushed up to help because we were worried that Major General Noah would suffer, but as a result, Mihawk, that bastard of 1,000 knives, actually whipped us with a wooden bar. We'd rather be hacked to death by their supreme great quicksword than suffer such a nuisance. Lord Marshal, yes, we are all soldiers of the Lord Marshal. We'd rather die standing than live on our knees. Lord Marshal, Mihawk has bullied us too much. Hearing the crowd of officers talking more and more excitedly, Xiaoyu hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Calm down. You guys calm down first. Tell me first what's going on here. Is Major General Noah seeking revenge on Mihawk? Not exactly revenge. The officer at the head dropped his head, his voice getting softer and softer as he spoke. Major General Noah said to Mihawk's sword skills. What? Xiaoyu thought he heard wrong and said with a dumbfounded expression. Noah, weighing Mihawk's sword skills? Before the words left his mouth, Xiaoyu immediately released over, which was very much in line with Noah's temperament. Noah was an officer transferred to his command after he was promoted to Lieutenant General, and because of some personal talent, he took Noah with him often and led Noah through the doors of the armed color Hegemony and the seeing color Hegemony. Of course none of this mattered. What mattered was that under his words and teachings, Noah's strength progressed at a rapid pace, and at the same time, he also picked up some of his old catchphrases and behavioral actions and habits. Xiaoyu, who was relieved to come over, swept a circle of the officers with swollen noses outside the courtyard gate and couldn't help but say, since it's Noah weighing Mihawk's swordsmanship, what are you guys running to join in the fun for? We'd like to weigh in too. He. At that, Xiaoyu's mouth slightly twitching, these officers and subordinates which is to want to weigh, purely too much want to progress but can't find things to do, so together with Noah to spread the anger to Mihawk. As for the reason, it must be because Noah's former boss died at the hands of Mihawk. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu simply stood up. Let's go. Just take this opportunity to settle things between Noah and Mihawk. As soon as Xiaoyu left, Hancock and Junzi, who were hanging on the clothesline, panicked. Although Junzi didn't show it too obviously, after every time she floated up with the wind, the eyes she looked at Xiaoyu would plead a little more. Hancock, on the other hand, came right out of his mouth and shouted anxiously, Xiaoyu, ha! The sound that came out of the cold instantly attracted the attention of the officers who turned around after Xiaoyu, and a few of them were the first to look towards the courtyard. At that exact moment, a gust of sea breeze whistled in, driving the two pieces of clothing on the clothesline high into the air, perfectly avoiding the gaze of several officers. What's that noise? It looks like someone is calling for the Lord Marshal. Hearing voices, there's no one in the yard at all. Could be, go. As he spoke, several officers withdrew their gazes and ran out after Xiaoyu. Hancock, Junzi. Chapter 094, Hawkeye Mihawk challenges the Marshal of the Navy? The Holy Land of Manhwa. Inside the moonlit city of Pangu, almost all of the staggered mansions were lit up, with occasional sounds of laughter as well as wails as if they were suffering some kind of torture. In the courtyard of one of the mansions, Shepherd Tenpet, who had been forced to take a leave of absence due to Warlord and Zephyr's rotation as the Five Elders, and Marcus Mez sat in a row, gazing grimly at the moon hanging high in the sky. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed. Immediately, a man wearing a white robe with a mask flashed out across the sky and stood respectfully in front of the two. Lord Maka's Motzi Saint. Another force from the Navy headquarters has just entered the Holy Land led by Admiral Green Pheasant himself. Upon hearing this, Maka's Mazzy looked sideways at Shepherd Tenpet next to him. During the day, it's the Red Dog Army led by Grand Admiral Akane, and at night, it's the Green Pheasant Army led by Green Pheasant. So what's Xiaoyu up to? Getting ready to strike hard at the New World? Shepherd Tenpet's eyes narrowed slightly and his tone was somber. Don't worry, they won't be able to scenery for long. Makazmaz shook his head and laughed. In my opinion, what Xiaoyu is doing is not bad for us. Not only is it not bad, it's also beneficial to us. Oh, Shepherd Tenpet cocked his head, puzzled. What's that supposed to mean? Makazmatsu waved his hand to signal the white-robed man who stood bowing in front of him to retreat. And only when the man disappeared beyond the courtyard wall of the mansion did he speak. Xiaoyu is now holding the war machine that is the Navy headquarters in his hands, and it's just like a time when the sun is in the ascendant. And Lord M has put down his stance to fulfill all of his conditions in order to get hold of this sharp sword, and have this sword take our place in order to go and kill our way through the Great Voyage. If he can't do it, that group of lowlifes in the Great Voyage will tear him apart without our intervention. It doesn't matter if he does, because he'll grow old as carp, as warlord, as heir. In another 100 years, the Chamber of Power will still be ours. On top of that, even if he purges the pirates, Nika will show up sooner or later. And that's exactly why Lord M agreed to all his conditions, in order to bind him to the world government. The only real threat to Lord M is Nika. Although his mouth said lightly, Makazmatsu was unconsciously clenching his fists, and in front of his eyes he couldn't help but recall the humiliating image of being knocked back to their original form by Xiaoyu with his overlord color Hegemony when he was in the palace hall of the Holy Land. Taking Makazmatsu's reaction in his eyes, Shepherd Tenpet did not move and picked up the teacup placed beside him thoughtfully. It is undeniable that Xiaoyu is a sharp weapon, but while killing the enemy, he may also injure himself. If Lord M is unable to completely control it, this sharp weapon will probably go out of control and plunge into the heart of the Holy Land. Besides, I'm afraid this isn't going to work out the way we want it to. After a slight pause, Shepherd Tenpet looked up at Makazmatsu once more. Don't forget that there are threats to us within this holy place as well. Makazmaz snapped back. The Figurandos? Shepherd Tenpet nodded. I always felt that Grimghoul didn't care much about some of the listed behaviors of Xiaoyu's mutiny and ascension to the Holy Land. Even, I see ambition in his eyes. Makazmatsu's pupils constricted slightly as he said in a deep voice, is it your intuition, or dash? Shepherd Tenpet waved his hand. No intuition is needed. Gringo has his eye on the Chamber of Power. And would he be at peace with the Knights of God in his hands if Lord M wasn't holding him down? I wasn't so worried before. After all, many family members in the Holy Land have joined the Knights of God. It's almost unlikely that Figurandu would want to take full control of the Knights of God to pose a threat to us, but because Xiaoyu appeared and snatched away 2 of the 5 Elder Stars seats, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Grim Goo. I dare assert that as long as he fights for a seat, then his son, Shamrock, will definitely become the new head of the Knights of God. At that time, the Figurandu family will replace us as the #1 family in the Holy Land. Makaz, when Lord M's existence is no longer a secret in the Holy Land, the ambitions of many in the Holy Land will gradually expand. After all, the 19 celestial dragons of the Holy Land are all descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government back then. With Lord M sitting on that void throne, it's only natural that some people would want to try their hand at it as well. In the meantime, Navy headquarters, inside a schoolyard, Noah, who had been fighting for more than an hour, supported his body with his long sword to keep himself from collapsing, and gazed across the room with his crimson eyes burning into the eyes of Mihawk, who was carrying a supreme great quicksword, and holding a small cross knife in his hand. Physical strength has been seriously overdrawn. Noah did not notice that Xiaoyu and others have long come to the schoolyard outside to watch the battle for a long time, only to see him watching Mihawk for a moment slightly gasping for breath, and then slowly raised the long sword, and then fiercely stepped forward, clenched his teeth and said, Hawkeye, again! Before the words left his mouth, Noah did not hesitate in the slightest and quickly leaned down, while then rushing towards Mihawk with the last of his strength. Mihawk did not wait in place because of Noah's physical exhaustion, and the moment Noah came charging in with his sword, he threw down these words and dashed to meet him, instantly brushing shoulders with Noah. When he stopped, he was standing back to back with Noah. Good perseverance, mediocre swordsmanship. After killing almost 2 hours with you, it's time to end this pointless fight. Noah stumbled forward at Mihawk's words, just as his body was about to hit the ground. Xiaoyu, who was standing outside the arena, came to his side and pulled him up with a flash of his silhouette, not expecting Xiaoyu to suddenly appear, and even more so, holding himself up at this moment. Noah first froze, and then shouted feebly, Martial Day. Before the word human could be shouted out, the physically exhausted Noah's head lolled and he leaned into Xiaoyu's arms, glancing at Noah, who had fallen back to sleep. Xiaoyu shook his head and laughed. Even though Mihawk is using you guys to kill his boredom, being able to last for 2 hours is already pretty good. Xiaoyu, you're just in time. Mihawk, who had long ago discovered Xiaoyu, swept a glance at Noah, and then instantly backhandedly grabbed the hilt of the supreme great fast sword that was behind his back, and then snapped his head up. What you promised me, fulfill it here. After a slight pause, Mihawk fiercely stepped forward, the world's strongest black blade and then blatantly in the grip. Belonging to the world's first great swordsman's majestic aura sweeps across the entire field with impunity, but also in the school of the void swept up a circle of ripples that can be seen with the naked eye. You sure know how to pick your moments. Xiaoyu raised his hand and slapped Noah in front of the 7 or 8 officers outside the schoolyard before grabbing Noah's saber and standing up to face Mihawk directly. Before that, I want to know one thing. Is it about Rear Admiral Noah's former superior? Mihawk gripped the hilt of his black sword and slowly bowed down. His sharp eagle-like eyes then blossomed into a heart-stealing light. Back then, I did take out quite a number of navies, both righteous officers and corrupt generals and admirals who colluded with the pirates. Know that you have a reputation for being very protective. If you want justice for those navy men who died under my sword back then dash. Accompanying Mihawk's words, a circle of terrifying chi waves suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. There would be no need to care about the encounter from 6 years ago, despite letting go of your hands and fighting with me. Come on. Before the words fell, the supreme great quicksword that coalesced Mihawk's majestic might slashed down, and the purple flame blossomed suddenly, shaking the void with a low-frequency vibration, as if it was going to distort the void. Buzz. In the dizzying low-frequency vibration sound, the purple blade flame was like running thunder, carrying the terrifying might of cutting through everything straight towards Xiaoyu. Chapter 095, Supreme Great Fast Sword arrives. The sword opens the gate of heaven, splitting the clouds and seeing the sun. Dusk is creeping in and night is settling in. In the dormitory building for the members of the 7 Muskai, the 4 of them, Jieping, Moria, Clocodile, and Doflamingo, were gathered in the living room, wide-eyed. For a full 2 hours, no one spoke, so you looked at me and I looked at you. The scene was extremely awkward. The reason is very simple. Before living in this dormitory building, the phone bugs they carried with them, as well as their coils were all seized by Xiaoyu. Except for their clothes, all of them became paupers. What made Crocodile's heart clog up the most was that the cigar he was carrying was also withheld by Xiaoyu, thus causing it to become a luxury for him to even think about taking a puff of the cigar to relieve his depressed mood. I'm going for a walk. Finally, Jieping was the first to speak up to break the silence and rose decisively. Together, Crocodile broke the ground by issuing an invitation. After all, we have a special status now, and a little bit of inattention might cause resentment from some of the officers in the headquarters, especially Doflamingo. If I remember correctly, it seems like you bullied quite a few of the headquarters officers and soldiers during the last 7 Marshal C's meeting, using them as marionettes. Doflamingo grinned. Order, 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 order. Suddenly I miss Marshal Warlord a little. All 3 of you can come together if you want to. Jinpei looked back at the trio and whirled around, magically pulling out a couple of berries from his body. Seeing this, Crocodile's eyes, who had never been so strapped for cash, instantly lit up. Worthy of being the sea warrior Jinping. Righteousness. It's just that these few berries can't even buy a cigar for only smoking. Not waiting for Crocodile to finish his sentence, Jieping instantly glared. Who's going to buy you cigars? Buzz. Buzz dash. Suddenly, dizzying low-frequency vibrations came from far and near, sending ripples visible to the naked eye instantly sweeping across the top of the dormitory building. It's Chopper? The moment the ripples flickered, Doflamingo as well as Crocodile looked up at the window almost simultaneously and said in unison, Hawkeye. Before the words fell, the 2 of them leapt out one after the other, and through their respective fruit abilities they went straight to the roof of the dormitory building. Jieping and Moria also reacted at this moment, and immediately after, they landed beside the 2 of them and looked in unison towards the direction of the schoolyard where the chopping wave suddenly erupted. Only see the direction of the school field. Contains a terrifying power of the purple blade flame and a more majestic and unparalleled black and red sword wave impact blatantly collided with each other, causing the void to constantly send out a low-frequency vibration. A circle of wave after wave of airwave impact is even in the 2 after the collision of the 2 spread out. Shocked the void constantly ripples, spreading in all directions. Without waiting for the 4 to react, the 2 chopping waves that were intertwined and entangled together suddenly soared into the sky, instantly disappearing into the already darkened night sky. Rumble. Thunder rises in the high heavens. Immediately afterward, a crack opened in the night curtain, and golden light poured down to illuminate Marinvado, which had just been enveloped by the night. At first glance, as if the night sky opened a heavenly gate, startled the 7 musketeers secretly swallowed saliva at the same time. The other officers of the ministry also at this time or opened the window or stopped and cocked his head, dumbfounded and looked at the sudden opening of the heavenly gate. The sword opens the gates of heaven and splits the clouds? Outside the schoolyard, the group of naval officers that followed Xiaoyu were all toppled to the ground because of the collision between Mihawk and Xiaoyu's chopping wave. However, it was as if they were unconscious. each one of them staring wide-eyed, dumbfounded under the illumination of the golden light that spilled down. In the meantime, Xia Yu, who had casually slashed out his sword and blocked Mihawk's chopping wave, suddenly frowned. Next, boom, only a blast came out without warning, causing Mihawk, who was about to charge over, to stop. Following the sound, one could only see that the longsword in Xia Yu's hand actually shattered in response to the sound, and then turned into pieces that floated away with the wind. As powerful as Mihawk, he also secretly sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing this image that was enough to shock all the swordmasters in the world. As the world's #1 great swordsman, he knew all too well what this really meant. It meant that the longsword in Xia Yu's hand was unable to carry his terrifying sword technique, because as far as the longsword that Xia Yu had grabbed alone was concerned, it was simply not enough to resist the chopping attack of the world's strongest black blade in his hand. The reason that Xia Yu grabbed it in his hand and blocked his chopping wave was because the moment Xia Yu grabbed the hilt of the longsword, he shielded its blade through the armed color wrap and strengthened it with his overlord color Hegemony. But because the longsword could not carry its weight, it eventually turned into pieces. In this moment, Mihawk finally realizes why Xia Yu, who clearly possesses the strength of a great swordsman, doesn't have his own saber and turns to use Gion's golden Vipassana during the 7 Martial Seas meeting. This was because ordinary famous swords were simply unable to carry Xia Yu's terrifying sword skills. Wait a minute. Just as Mihawk was secretly alarmed, Xia Yu suddenly turned around and walked towards the weapon rack at the edge of the schoolyard. Change it and continue. At that, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched furiously. Don't say change one. Even if you use all the weapons in the weapon rack, it won't help. After secretly spitting out a sentence in the bottom of his heart, Mihawk raised his head to look at the sky that darkened once again as the heavenly gate that had been chopped open closed. Although he hadn't experienced a sound battle, as the worlds know, one great swordsman, he knew very well in the bottom of his heart that if what Xia Yu had just held wasn't an ordinary sword but the Gion saber, the golden Vipassana, the answer to victory or defeat would already have been given at this point. After a short period of silence, Mihawk secretly took a deep breath, and then looked at the figure that had already walked to the weapon rack, and spoke out to stop it. There's no need to continue. This is the end of your agreement with me. Xia Yu, who had already picked out a competent long sword, turned his head around to pop up with a head full of questions. What do you mean you don't have to continue? This was about the reward of the Supreme Great Fast Blade 12 workers, so how could it not continue? Just as Xia Yu was about to call out to Mihawk, a system prompt suddenly came out of his mind. Ding dong, it was detected that Mihawk, who challenged you, gave up the fight, and after the system's judgment, you have won. Random reward 1 Supreme Great Fast Sword 12 workers. Is the extraction immediate? Not expecting to receive a reward just like that, Xia Yu blinked somewhat unexpectedly, and without rushing to extract it, he looked up at Mihawk and said dryly, since our agreement ends here, let's talk about your matter with Major General Noah. Although I wasn't even in the Navy when Rear Admiral Noah's former superior was taken out by you, he is now under my command after all, but you helped me back in the day, and everyone in the Navy knows I repay favors, so let's fold a center, and from now on you'll be the sword instructor of the Navy headquarters, and hammer Noah and the rest of them sword-using officers out for me. Speaking here, Xia Yu suddenly raised his voice. I won't let you work for nothing. A monthly salary of 100,000 berries. How's that? At that, Mihawk looked sideways at Noah, who was being carried on the back by an officer, and said very condescendingly, have them gather at the schoolyard at noon tomorrow. Noon? Xia Yu froze. The corner of Mihawk's mouth twitched slightly. Aren't you going to make the 7 musketeers take part in thought reform? Xia Yu released over and nodded his head. Right. I almost forgot about this. Without further ado, Mihawk strides out of the schoolyard. What are you guys waiting for? After witnessing Mihawk's departure, Xia Yu immediately looked at the group of officers outside the schoolyard. Hurry up and take Noah back. The group of officers obviously hadn't recovered their minds from the miracle of the sword opening the gates of heaven just now, and were secretly terrified by the fact that they had followed Noah's group beating of Mihawk earlier. Good thing that they have the Lord Marshal to protect so that Mihawk dare not kill. Otherwise they are a group of people altogether are not enough to Mihawk a knife cut it. On top of that, they approached Mihawk several times on the strength of their Lord Marshal's backing, thinking only of their ideas and not of their Lord Marshal. You know, if Mihawk hadn't brought their Lord Marshal back from the island back then, could they be where they are today? Thinking of this, a group of officers have withdrawn their minds. One by one, they lowered their heads in shame and didn't dare to look at Xia Yu, and turned away silently with Noah on their backs. Taking in the reactions of the group of officers, Xia Yu shook his head and smiled to himself. Since the signing of the Treaty of Manhwa, although he had long since realized that many of the officers and men in his ministry were a little puffed up, he wasn't about to stop it, because there was likely to be a new war to be fought next. As the saying goes, It is not wise to press the morale of officers or enlisted men at this time. Ding dong. The host has successfully obtained a randomized reward Supreme Great Fast Sword 12 workers. Is the extraction immediate? The system's prompt rang out again, pulling Xiaoyu's attention back. Xiaoyu no longer hesitated and immediately chose to extract it. As he made his choice, a sudden distortion appeared in the void in front of him. Immediately afterward, a long sword with a western sword hilt, a slender blade, and a tip partially wider than the blade and in the shape of a curved moon appeared in the air. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Supreme Great Fast Blade. This sword is named Ace, and was the sword of the previous pirate king, Roger. Given that the name Ace was given to Roger, the host may continue to use this name or rename it. Is it renamed? Roger's saber? Grabbing the hilt of the blade, Xiaoyu raised it high, and after looking it up and down he couldn't help but spit out. I'm a marshal of the navy, and you're giving me a sword that the king of thieves used? Spitting after spitting, Xiaoyu still made a decisive decision. After all, it was better than nothing. Rename it. Please name this blade. Just call. Xiaoyu thought about it and simply said, Justice. Today's update is mostly a transition, and then a breather to prepare for the high-flying drama to come. 3 shifts end today and continue tomorrow. Chapter 096, a hyperspace showdown with Roger the Pirate King. Hint, Supreme Great Fast Blade Justice. Named successfully. The system prompt had just sounded, and the body of the Supreme Great Quick Blade, which was grasped in Xiaoyu's hands, suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, and a slight tremor ensued in the body of the blade. Immediately afterward, an unfamiliar aura burst forth, as if in protest. Without waiting for Xiaoyu to react, the unfamiliar aura that erupted out quickly flashed through a picture like a movie camera. The one who appears most in the picture is none other than the previous owner of this supremely fast sword, Gordy. Roger. The first thing that flashed was the image of a young Roger wearing a straw hat inviting someone on a ship. Although the image flashed, Xiaoyu still recognized that the person Roger was inviting was king of the underworld Riley, who was living in seclusion in the Shambodi Islands. In the flash of this image, there was actually a vague appearance of Roger's bold and frantic voice. Want to turn this world upside down with me? Riley. Although each image was almost a flash, Xiaoyu still managed to capture them all with his powerful seeing color hegemony. Among the images that flew by were scenes of Roger leading members of the pirates in a battle with another then giant of the sea, the Golden Lion Ski, and high-flame images of splitting Whiteboard's pirate second team leader Mitsuki Goten with the Supreme Great Fast Sword, as well as the shocking battle that erupted with Whitebeard. Suddenly, the images that flew by slowed down. The one who appeared in the picture at that moment was clearly Roger, who was kneeling on both knees at the execution table. This image shows a shackled and cuffed Roger shouting the words that started the Age of Sail. Want my treasure? Go and find it. I keep all my treasure there. After saying this, as if sensing the future, he raises his head violently to meet Xiaoyu from the future, who is holding the Supreme Great Quick Sword renamed Justice. In the next second, the image crumbled and dissipated, and the blade shook violently with it, emitting a dizzying blade chant. Immediately after that, a terrifying and unparalleled pressure erupted from the blade body, directly materializing into a Dao flame cloud, as if it wanted to break free from Xiaoyu's control and fly away. Stockpile of bully colors? Kind of interesting. Feeling the sudden violent trembling of the blade as well as the sudden appearance of the terrifying pressure, Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly and the 5 fingers that gripped the hilt of the blade suddenly exerted force, and the Overlord color hegemonic aura was then released as if it had been injected into the blade like a shocking and furious wave. Buzz, buzz, buzz off. As Xiaoyu injected his hegemonic color hegemonic aura into the blade, the terrifying pressure that erupted from the blade climbed once again, clashing madly with the hegemonic color hegemonic aura that Xiaoyu had injected into the blade, causing the surrounding emptiness to vibrate in a burst of low-frequency vibrations, causing ripples to spread out in every direction at an astonishing speed. The clash of the Overlord color hegemonic aura that appeared without warning caused both Mihawk, who had already called home, and a group of 7 Marshal Cs such as Clark Dahl, who were preparing to return to the dormitory building, as well as Crane, who was in Xiaoyu's home at this time, and Carp, who had returned to the headquarters along with Crane, and who was relaxing in his own courtyard at this time, as well as all the officials and soldiers of the headquarters, to be stirred up, not waiting for everyone in Marinvento to react. The dizzying low-frequency vibration of the air climbed steeply, accompanied by a wave of overriding waves of Overlord color hegemonic aura collision generated by the shockwaves swept out. Centered on the schoolyard where Xiaoyu was in a radius of 100 meters at this moment formed a forbidden area that no one could approach. Mihawk, who had already walked away, stopped violently, and then quickly turned around and returned straight to the schoolyard as fast as he could. Originally standing on the roof of the dormitory building, the 4 crocodiles also didn't know what had happened, especially Doflamingo, who possessed the innate Overlord color hegemony. After catching the sudden Overlord color hegemony collision in the direction of the schoolyard, he couldn't hold it back any longer, and he decisively unleashed his fruit ability to grab a wire and flew over. Seeing this, Crocodile, Jin Ping, and Moria did not slow down, and went straight to the schoolyard right after them. Bully color clash. After arranging the accommodation for the 7 musketeers and then returning home, Dion saw the rising pressure in the direction of the schoolyard, which caused a distortion of the void, and without the slightest hesitation, she grabbed her sword and swept out. Carp Courtyard. As early as in the hegemonic color hegemony collision appeared in the moment was startled Carp violently stood up, enough to stagnate for a few seconds before he recovered his mind. Face horrified, said, and Xiaoyu hegemonic color collision of. It's Roger's hegemonic color hegemony? How? Roger. Resurrected? Before the words fell, he couldn't care that the wounds on his body hadn't healed yet, and he directly released a terrifying energy to catapult out of place. At the same time, all levels of officers in the Navy headquarters, as well as all the soldiers are because of the sudden arrival of the wind and thunder like a tidal wave from all directions, running to the same direction. The first to return to the schoolyard was Mihawk, but as powerful as he was also shocked by the terrifying shockwave that came to his face the moment he approached the schoolyard and took several steps backward before stabilizing himself. Just then, Carp, Gion, Suru, as well as Hancock, Junko, and Ian, who had been relieved of the state of being rinsed by the washing fruit's ability to wash away, converged from their respective directions, and all stared in awe at the young marshal standing in the middle of the schoolyard holding a long sword. Immediately after that, Doflamingo and the others also landed in 4 directions in an open space 100 meters away from the schoolyard. The 4 had just fallen. Like a tidal wave of officers and soldiers of all levels from the Navy headquarters also surrounded the schoolyard at that moment. Stay away. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, who was holding the supreme great fast sword, turned around violently, looking towards the dense figures that kept converging to surround the schoolyard, and said in a deep voice, "Get away from this place immediately." Buzz. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, the blade once again erupted an even more majestic wave of destructive chi. In the next second, most of the densely packed officers and soldiers who had just approached fell in an instant, powerful as the 7 musketeers as well as the headquarters of all levels of lieutenant generals, but also at this time to feel the pressure. Many of them are even close to the spot suffocation. Damn, what the hell is going on here? Moria, who stood beside Doflamingo, nearly fell to the ground because of the sweeping and wildly sweeping impact of the Overlord color, and after taking several good steps back in a row, he couldn't care less about his lousy image, and said horrifiedly, "Marshal Xiaoyu is fighting against that sword in his hand? Order." Doflamingo, who hadn't suffered much because he had released his Overlord color hegemony in time to protect himself, let out his signature evil laugh. "No, Marshal Xiaoyu isn't fighting against that sword. He's conquering it." Junzi, who had rushed over with Hancock along with Tsuru, stood in the open space 100 meters away from the schoolyard, gazing with burning eyes at the supreme great quicksword inside the schoolyard, which was constantly releasing a terrifying pressure by being grasped in Xiaoyu's hands, and spoke with great experience. "There's actually a hegemonic color hegemonic aura stored in that sword. That's..." Suddenly, the pupils of Lieutenant General Tsuru, who was standing in front of Junko and Hancock, clenched and he blurted out, "Carp, that sword." Carp, who also rushed over at the first time, came to the side of Lieutenant General Tsuru, his eyes staring at the supreme great quicksword held tightly in Xiaoyu's hand, incredulously saying, "Roger's saber ace, recommended a super good-looking pirate homo." The title of the book is placed in the author has something to say. Wonderful not to be missed yo. Chapter 097 Standing Up. Deafening thunder, buzz, and even more domineering and terrifying collision reappeared, accompanied by a series of deafening dizzying explosions emanating out. The void around Xiaoyu distorted with the naked eye, just like the surface of a calm lake swirling with waves. Immediately afterward, Xiaoyu, who was holding the hilt of the sword, took a violent step forward, and the 5 fingers that grasped the hilt of the sword once again exerted force. "Roger, you're quite a troublemaker, still so restless even after 16 years of death. I can't believe that such an overbearing hegemonic color hegemony is stored in this saber, but ace is a thing of the past. It is now the justice of this marshal, the justice of King's Landing." Before the words fell, Xiaoyu's right hand that grabbed the hilt of the knife was then raised flatly in front of his body, and his left hand that had gathered the armed color hegemonic aura as well as the Overlord's color hegemonic aura simultaneously rolled up the wind and thunder and grabbed the knife body, and then as if he was jerking a skewer, he jerked it quickly and lightning fast to the tip of the knife. The moment Xiaoyu jerked his left hand to the tip of the blade, the void that had been constantly emitting low-frequency vibrations a second before quieted down. Berserk hegemony color collision also came to an abrupt end. Covering the invisible pressure enveloping this side of the world disappeared silently, so that all the people in the school field around the 100 meters feel a burst of relaxation. Many of them are as if relieved, paralyzed to sit on the ground. The first to arrive at the schoolyard, and by virtue of the strong strength of the hard support did not back out again. Mihawk is no exception. Along with the mountain-like pressure on the top of the head of the invisible pressure disappeared. He suddenly long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, but also inexplicably rise a kind of amnesty like an absurd delusion. But none of that matters. Importantly, the pride in his heart was once again shattered by Xiaoyu's terrifying strength, because he clearly saw Xiaoyu use extremely strong and unreasonable means to rigidly jerk the supreme great quicksword with a fox moon-shaped tip into a straight-shaped blade. Not only was Mihawk, the world's #1 great swordsman, shocked by Xiaoyu's maneuver, but Carp, who had forced Roger into a desperate situation several times and had also teamed up with Roger to fight against the enemy, also had his eyes almost fall out in shock when he saw Xiaoyu simply and roughly change the shape of the blade of Roger's saber. It was no exaggeration to say that of all the people present, there was no one who knew Roger better or was more powerful than him, especially this saber of Roger's, under whose blade he had nearly fallen several times. However, this is such a supreme fast sword that has followed Roger to ride the sea and defeated countless strong men under Roger's refinement, and was actually suppressed and subdued by Xiaoyu in such a brutal, simple and rough manner. Under the gaze of Mihawk and Carp's shocked gazes, after strongly suppressing the overlord color hegemonic aura stored in the blade and jerking the blade straight through the armed color hegemonic aura and the overlord color hegemonic aura, Xiaoyu suddenly turned around and quickly glanced around the schoolyard at the various levels of the headquarters officers as well as the 7 musketeers who were present. In the next instant, he raised the supreme great fast sword over his head. This sword is one of the 12 works of the supreme great fast sword that disappeared for 16 long years with Roger's execution. It doesn't matter what name it used to have. It's now named Justice. After a slight pause, Xiaoyu suddenly took a step out. The blade of the sword then pointed at the soldiers and officers of all ranks who had fainted during the collision impact of the overlord-colored hegemonic aura just now, and shouted in a deep voice, "All of them give this marshal. Stand up." At the same time that Xiaoyu's words rang out, a majestic yet very soft energy fluctuation suddenly erupted, and then swept across the entire arena like a spring breeze. Immediately after that, the officers and soldiers who had fallen unconscious under the colliding impact of the overlord color hegemony opened their eyes. When Xiaoyu shouted out the 3 words "stand up," the officers and soldiers who had just opened their eyes did not know what was happening, but they all reacted instinctively and quickly stood up, and then straightened their bodies and stood with their heads cocked towards Xiaoyu. Whether it was the officers and soldiers who had just woken up from unconsciousness or the group of generals such as Carp Guillon who had previously carried the shockwave generated after the collision of the overlord colors, all of them focused their gazes on Xiaoyu in unison at this moment, though all remained quiet for the moment. But the frenzied gaze was filled with worship, admiration, and loyalty, like a deafening thunderclap. It made the members of the 7 Marshalseas all feel a long-lost rush of hot blood at this moment, a warship that entered the New World through the Holy Land, led by Admiral Kuzan, rode through the pouring rain as well as the rough waves, and sailed into the harbor of the first branch of the Navy located in the New World. The first branch is located near the Red Earth continent, because the New World is almost all under the control of the power of the 4 emperors. Backed by the Red Earth continent of the Navy's first branch is almost considered to be the last barrier of the world government. Its security and defense responsibilities are incredibly arduous and important. Perennial veteran of the department of the Lieutenant General in charge. As long as the center of the world government at the top of the Red Earth continent does not collapse, even if the Navy headquarters held a major meeting, the Vice Admiral stationed here and all the officers will not leave. Of course, the Navy in the New World is not only the first branch. There is also Vice Admiral Virgo situated in the town and the closest to the 4 emperors' sphere of influence of the 5th branch. Simply to understand is that the 5th branch is the front fortress. The 1st branch is the last line of defense of the Red Earth continent. As for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th branches, they had long since fallen into the past under the onslaught of pirates that kept pouring into the New World, and had completely fallen into oblivion during those years when the 4 emperors were fighting for territory. In the pouring rain, the Lieutenant General in charge of the 1st branch led all the officers and soldiers of the base to stand neatly in the harbor clad in raincoats, eyeing a large warship that slowly sailed into the harbor. Soon enough, the lead warship came firmly alongside, and Kuzan, also wearing a raincoat and standing on the deck, didn't pause for a moment, dryly leaping down in front of the 1st branch's base commander. "Attention! Salute!" The soldiers standing neatly in the pouring rain raised their hands almost simultaneously to salute Kuzan at the base commander's command and shouted in unison, "Loyalty! I have come by secret order of the Lord Marshal. That's why I don't want word of my presence in the 1st branch to get out." Kuzan took a step forward to face the crowd like Xiaoyu and raised his hand to return the salute, sweeping away the lazy air from all these years and saying energetically, "Next, all the officers and soldiers of the 1st branch will rotate with the soldiers and officers that I brought with me. All officers and enlisted men rotating off the ship are all to be put into new positions, to be on 24-hour call with the fleet led by Admiral Sakaski, who is on his way to Dressrosa, and to have all intelligence officers out on missions to keep a close eye on all movements in the New World. As soon as the Big Mom pirate group and the emergence of warships under the command of the 100 Beasts pirate ship in the waters of Kazunokuni are found to have left their permanent residence, they must be reported to me immediately. Chapter 098 Crocodile. Out of the line. Early the next morning. The sun was just right and the breeze was not too dry. Sacred places. Chambers of power. The sound of crunching clearly echoed in every corner of the hall as Warlord leisurely crossed his legs and leaned his back against the spacious, comfortable couch, cradling a box of chips he had never eaten before in his arms. Across from him, Izanbaran, the Valkyrie of Finance, Topman, the Valkyrie of Legal Affairs, and Satan, the Valkyrie of Science Defense, were either standing or seated, their expressions all looking slightly agitated. Warlord, will you stop eating? Finally, Izanbaran couldn't help himself, only to see him take a step forward and say in a deep voice, "This is the room of power, not a place for you to eat snacks. Also, why isn't Zephyr here yet? What's wrong with him? He's late on his first official day as a 5 Elder Star." Izambalan. Warlord picked up a chip and put it in his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Stop talking to me in your condescending tone. Don't forget, I'm now the warlord of the environment martial god Buddha, the same level as you." You. Izambaran gritted his teeth and let out a grim sound, wanting to seize up but immediately being reminded to hold back by a look from Topman, who was seated on the couch. Although Warlord's tone as well as his intonation was very pro-ode, but now that Warlord was a rotating environmental martial god, they really couldn't use a commanding tone with him anymore. After suppressing the anger in his heart, Izambaran changed the topic and asked, "Where is Zephyr, the martial god of agricultural affairs? He's reclaiming the land." Warlord looked sideways out the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze falling across the Pancake Plaza before settling next to a patch of man-made trees on the eastern outskirts of the plaza. Next to this forest, the one-armed Zephyr was busy directing a dozen or so sanctuary staff to weed and dig. "You guys." After capturing Zephyr's figure in his eyes, Izanbaran once again took a deep breath and grimaced. "Is reclaiming the land more important than our meeting? Quickly inform him to come to the meeting. Definitely more important than our meeting." Warlord changed his posture and took out a chip and handed it to Topman. Seeing that he waved his hand and refused, he didn't insist and spoke slowly while chewing on the chip. Marshal Xiaoyu said that he would often come to the Holy Land in the future, so that his teacher, Zephyr, would help to reclaim a piece of land out of it. Marshal Xiaoyu also said that it's a shameful waste to not use such a vast red soil continent for planting, especially that piece of artificially planted fake forest should all be leveled and planted with real plants. Speaking of which, the warlord immediately shifted his gaze to look at Izanbaran. "Would you say it's the land Marshal Xiaoyu wants that's important? Or this inconsequential meeting that's important? If Marshal Xiaoyu comes to the Holy Land and doesn't see the land he wants, instead of asking Zephyr to help, he'll ask the three of you to go down to the land and move your muscles yourself. The most important thing is that Zephyr is an agricultural martial god. Reclaiming land for farming is the right thing to do. Sitting in an office and having meetings all day long, can you have fresh vegetables and fruits to eat?" At that, Izanbaran's facial muscles twitched furiously, glancing at Topman and Satan, who hadn't reacted from the beginning to the end. As if making some sort of decision, he turned away in silence. In the meantime, Navy headquarters, outside the gate of the dormitory building where the 7 musketeers reside, Gion, standing on the curb outside the door, nodded toward an officer at her side. Without the slightest hesitation, the officer took a decisive step forward to look up at the dormitory building and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Jieping, Moria, Clocodile, and Doflamingo, gather!" Extremely penetrating voice is like a sudden shock of thunder. Sound explosion in the ears of the 7 musketeers who are still asleep, waking them up in their sleep. "Get up, get up!" Jieping was the first to roll out of bed, and without even bothering to brush his teeth and wash his face, he put on his clothes and ran out of the dormitory as fast as he could. Immediately afterward, Mariah reluctantly rolled over and sat up as well, looking around blankly with one eye. After a few brief seconds, he jerked so violently that he couldn't be bothered to wash himself when he was already in bed with his clothes, and even more exaggeratedly, he jumped straight out the window. Crocodile and Doflamingo were relatively more refined, and both walked into the restroom at almost the same time, each brushing their teeth and washing their faces and rinsing their mouths in one of the mirrors. When it was all over, Doflamingo put on the sunglasses he had placed next to him and walked out ahead of Crocodile. Crocodile was not in the habit of wearing glasses, but he also stood in front of the mirror and combed his big back hairstyle until he was satisfied with himself before picking up his cigar with only the end of the cigarette left in it and walking out of the dormitory building. Crocodile. 30 seconds late. Crocodile had just walked the dormitory building to stand beside Doflamingo when the officer in charge of coming to pick them up for the ideological reform immediately took a step forward and snapped. The Lord Marshal has said that whoever is late will be severely punished. Crocodile, step forward. 10 pounds of weight for being 1 second late. You're 30 seconds late in total. You need to carry 300 pounds of weight to run 100 laps around the square. Target, Plaza de Marinvado. Run and go. As the officer's words fell, the air suddenly became unusually quiet as the other 7 musketeers looked sideways at Crocodile in unison. For his part, Crocodile's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire, clenching the small half of a cigar he held in his mouth as veins gradually flared up on his forehead. However, he eventually took a deep breath and endured it. If Xiaoyu's extreme pressure on Doflamingo during the 7 musketeers meeting only sent chills down his spine, then Xiaoyu's shouting of stand up last night with a sword in one hand and the shocking image of waking up from a coma to stand up and face Xiaoyu while listening to thunder in a silent place made him completely recognize the situation in front of him and recognized King Xiaoyu's qualifications. It was undeniable that he had his own ambitions, but when the strength was not enough for the ambitions to continue, the best option was to choose a good tree. The person who could unite the Navy headquarters from top to bottom and make all levels of officers and enlisted men fanatically adore and be loyal to him was no longer as simple as whether he recognized him or not, but rather the question of whether he was qualified to be this person's subordinate. Now that Xiaoyu had given him this qualification and opportunity, if he missed it, he would be greeted with not only death, but also a brush with glory. After a short silence, Crocodile stepped out of the line with his head held high, and then jogged straight to Marin Vento Square, led by the officer. Surprisingly, the 7 musketeers standing in place didn't show mockery because Crocodile had compromised in front of a tiny officer, as they had all come to the same realization as Crocodile after watching the Real King last night. 3 of you, come with me. Just then, Guillaume's voice came through. Without waiting for the 3 to react, Guillaume had turned and walked out. Seeing this, as if they were worried that if they were slow, they would also be pulled into a weighted run, the 3 of them hurriedly followed at a fast pace. Soon, the group of 3 was led by Guillaume to a schoolyard. Inside the schoolyard, Hancock, Mihawk, and Juniper were already there. Seeing this, Jin Ping, Moria, and Doflamingo hurriedly ran over to stand in line with them. Where's Crocodile? Xiaoyu, who was standing at the edge of the schoolyard with his back against the weapon rack, looked around and asked, late and punished for running? Yes. Guillaume smiled and nodded. Then we won't wait for him. Xiaoyu stood up and walked to the 6 people standing in rows, his expression serious. Today's thought reform course is simple. By this Marshal personally teaching you a set of body cultivation, and easy to learn gymnastics. Not waiting for the 6 to react, Xiaoyu simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Music. The words fell, and a sonorous broadcast followed, accompanied by music ringing out over Marin Vento. Now on to the 8th set of radio gymnastics dash. Stay put. Go. End of 3 shifts today. Chapter 099. All the members of the Don Giovanni family have been taken in. As the announcement rang out, Guillaume, who was standing next to Xiaoyu, immediately took a step forward and began to step in place following the announcement cue. At first the 6 didn't pay too much attention, but when Guillaume showed them some kind of stretching exercise, chest expansion or whatever, following what was coming out of the radio, the expressions on their faces gradually began to twist. The first one whose expression began to twist was naturally Mihawk, who had always acted in my own way with a cold exterior, and he felt like the sky was falling when he saw Guillaume jumping to the 5th body rotation movement following the announcement. He's the world's #1 swordsman, and he's got all this nonsense going on here? 8th set of radio gymnastics? There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 set in front of it. For a moment, Mihawk somewhat regretted coming to this laborious thought reform. Right behind the taught ones were the military sons from the Knights of God. To be precise, she had a doxology breakdown before Mihawk did, as she was staring at the sight of Guillaume jumping to the 3rd kicking exercise and then pulling on the cloak on her body as a reflex. She's clearly not a 7 musketeers alright. Why did Xiaoyu call her in as well? On top of that, if she had known it was some kind of radio gymnastics, she should have changed her outfit. The thought that she would have to follow the jumping and kicking exercise later, while she was only wearing a pair of super short pants, made her want to find a crack in the ground. Jepping's eyes were dull, as if he had a look of who I am and where I am. Mariah's point of worry is a bit different. Radio gymnastics and all that doesn't matter. Back in the moment he bowed down to Xiaoyu, he decided to offer his loyalty to him, so whatever Xiaoyu asks him to do, he'll cooperate. Only, he is obese. I am afraid that it is a bit difficult to dance this seemingly simple but actually very simple set of radio gymnastics. Dofrin didn't react much, just a wild twitching of the corners of his mouth. The only one who took it most seriously was Hancock. Her expression was focused and serious as she saw this kind of radio gymnastics for the first time. Soon, A total of 8 sections of the 8th set of radio gymnastics demonstration ended. Taking in all of the 6 people's reactions, Xiaoyu stifled a smile, his expression as serious as ever. Several of you are all big-name existences of the Great Voyage, so I believe that you should all have memorized the movements. However, don't underestimate this set of radio gymnastics. Although the movements are simple, the simpler it is, the more simple it is, the more difficult it is to do it. All you have to do now is to give up your former identities and so-called names and reverse your lives from zero. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu clapped his hands, and once again, a vocalized voice that made the 6 people crumble came out of the radio. Though reluctant, all 6 were fairly cooperative, following the radio cue to start marching in place with Guillaume leading the way. In the meantime, having completed his punishment mission, Crocodile came straight to the schoolyard, led by the officer. Seeing from afar Mihawk and the others standing in rows on the schoolyard doing some strange movements, Crocodile did not put it on his mind at first, but as the distance continued to shorten, and after taking in the 6 people's expression of lovelessness, Crocodile felt that the big thing was not good. Ahem. After decisively stopping and dryly coughing to get the officer walking in front of him to stop, Crocodile spoke with a serious expression. Did I just finish 100 laps? The officer blinked in bewilderment. I think the run is over. No, it doesn't. Crocodile looked at the officer who turned around with a serious expression and said with certainty, you must have counted wrong. I should have missed 10 laps. Not waiting for the officer to respond, Crocodile then spoke. You don't want to be punished for lax supervision either, do you? I'll go back now and run 20 more laps. No. From the beginning, I didn't count wrong. The officer shook his head. Rules are rules. If you say run 100 laps, you run 100 laps. Hurry up and go dance with them in the 8th set of radio gymnastics. This is the invention of the sport when the Lord Marshal was a captain, and almost everyone in the headquarters knows it. It's easy, much easier than running the square with weights. At that, the corners of Crocodile's mouth twitched slightly. Is he worried about learning? Is he worried about being easy or not? It's that gymnastics that's so childish, alright. Anymore. He was the president of the Baroque Work Club, and had challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebird Shah Crocodile. So asking him to dance this broadcast would be better than asking him to run from morning to night with 1,000 pounds of weight. Despite his thoughts, Crocodile knew that he would not be able to avoid this hurdle, and followed the officer with a stiff upper lip as he continued to walk towards the schoolyard. Crocodile had just walked into the schoolyard when the phone bug in Xiaoyu's arm suddenly rang. Marshal Xiaoyu, this is Akane. Sakaski's low voice came over the phone bug. I have taken all the members of the Don Giovanni family under my wing. Xiaoyu nodded. Very well. Immediately send a warship to send them to the headquarters. Let them stay in the territory of the Kingdom of Dressrosa for fear of chaos. With that, Xiaoyu ended the call after explaining some more things to Sakaski. Immediately afterward, he looked up at Doflamingo, who was hunched over and doing the 7th jumping movement, and said with some forbearance, Doflamingo, can't you just stand up straight? Doflamingo didn't react, following the broadcast by putting the 7th section of the jumping motion into a you come and hit me flavor. It wasn't that he didn't want to stand up straight, but he couldn't straighten his hunchback. However, probably because he was worried that Xiaoyu would single him out as a paragon, he still made an effort to try and straighten his hunchback as much as possible. Seeing this, Xiaoyu shook the phone bug in his hand. Good news from Dressrosa. The members of the Don Giovanni family are very cooperative with Sakaski. You can rest assured that you'll be able to undergo rehabilitation here. Before the words fell, Xiaoyu immediately followed the radio and shouted in sync. Section 8 Organizing Movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, go. The phone bug rang again just as the 8th session of the organizing exercise was ending. Lord Marshal, this is Flying Squirrel. I have taken all of the members of the Baroque Work Society aboard the warship and will be departing immediately to return to the headquarters. Shortly after ending the call with the Flying Squirrel, Storabelli, who was in charge of traveling to the Devil's Triangle, also managed to bring all of Moria's subordinates on board the warship, and at this time, they were even on their way back. Just like that, the morning ended quietly amidst the ever-repeating sound of the 8th set of broadcasts and Xiaoyu's occasional calls. As Xiaoyu said the words today is over, dismissed in place, Mihawk, Crocodile and Doflamingo almost simultaneously flashed and disappeared, while Jia Ping, Moria and Junzi stood in place and hung their heads as if they were relieved. Hancock obviously hasn't finished yet. Holding her face in her hands, she quickly steps in front of Xiaoyu and leaps. Xiaoyu, did my concubine dance well just now? If you like this set of radio gymnastics, my concubine can still dance. At those words, Jepping and Moria looked up almost simultaneously before whooshing out of sight. Junko also lost his temper at this point, and gave Hancock a love brain his hopeless look before decisively buggering off. Chapter 100, Now That's a Swordsman's Romance. Xiaoyu certainly didn't like the 8th set of radio gymnastics, even if Hancock, the world's #1 beauty, danced for him, he couldn't appreciate it. You know, pre-crossover, when he was in middle school and high school, his brain buzzed every time he heard the music of the 8th set of broadcasts blaring from the school radio. Especially in the morning exercise, he is able to avoid, but cannot avoid to stand in the middle of the queue of students to think about life. It was the fact that he had gotten rained on with the 8th set of radio gymnastics that he had told the Shichibukai to feel it as well, because there was still a little bit of time left before mealtime. Xiaoyu didn't go home, but instead went straight to the marshal's office on the top floor of the headquarters building. Xiaoyu had just walked into the office before he had a chance to sit down when Mihawk followed him in at a brisk pace. Without waiting for Xiaoyu to react, Mihawk got straight to the point. Xiaoyu, I'm withdrawing. It's okay for me to continue participating, but no more 8th set of radio gymnastics. Xiaoyu, standing in front of his desk, blinked and asked, it's hard? Can't learn? It's not a matter of whether it's hard to learn or not. Mihawk waved his hand and continued, rather, I can't accept it. Take it easy, don't ever get excited. Xiaoyu took out a bag of walnuts from the drawer and walked over to the coffee table and sat down, then spoke, sit down and eat a few walnuts first, and chat while you eat. After saying that, Xiaoyu took out a few walnuts and put them on the coffee table, looked around and found that there was no tool that could be used to smash the walnuts. He immediately stood up and walked to the right wall, took down the supreme big fast knife that was hanging on the wall, and then raised the back of the knife to dryly smash the walnuts. Hey, you're holding the supreme great fast sword that you subdued? Seeing Xiaoyu actually smashing walnuts with the supreme great fast sword, Mihawk's eyelids jumped uncontrollably, and then he quickly walked to the coffee table and emotionally said, as a sword hero, how can you use your saber to smash walnuts? It's disrespectful to the saber. See how anxious you are. Xiaoyu picked up the smashed walnuts and took out the kernels and threw them in his mouth, not caring. To you the saber may be a second life, but to me, the saber is nothing more than a tool. Mihawk, do you know why your swordsmanship hasn't made much progress until now? It's because you rely too much on having a sword in your hand or not, and even more so, you regard the sword as more important than extra, and your comprehension of the way of the sword is still stuck at the beginning stage, only possessing the qualifications to cross the threshold to see me. In my opinion, if there is a sword in your heart then everything can be turned into a sword is the ultimate mystery of the way of the sword. Mihawk's face changed slightly, gazing straight at Xiaoyu, putting the matter of Xiaoyu smashing walnuts with the supreme fast sword behind him, and said thoughtfully, if there is a sword in your heart, then everything can be turned into a sword? Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. This is the romance of a swordsman. Go ahead and comprehend on your own. You are excused from thought reform for the rest of the day, but you must teach me out of that group of swordsman officers who are clamoring to finish you off. Mihawk's eyes lit up when he heard that he didn't have to go back to the thought reform. However, he didn't show too obvious, walked straight to sit down opposite Xiaoyu, picked up a few walnuts and crushed them as soon as he could, as if he was showing off to Xiaoyu, placing the walnut shells on the coffee table a little closer to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu pretended not to see it and continued to pick up the supreme great fast sword and smashed it. Seeing this, although very much in favor of the ultimate Upanishad theory of the way of the sword put forward by Xiaoyu, Mihawk still couldn't help but tense up his heartstrings. You have to know that what Xiaoyu is using to smash walnuts at this time is the supreme fast sword that once followed the king of pirates, Roger, along the great voyage. Although the overlord color hegemonic aura that Roger had stored in it was suppressed by Xiaoyu, and the aura of the previous owner that remained within the blade was also wiped clean as Xiaoyu jerked the blade straight. It was after all a supreme great quick sword. It should be known that many swordsmen were unable to practice the supreme great fast blade throughout their lives, and it was precisely for this reason that the supreme great fast blade 12 workers were regarded as treasures by all swordsmen. But when it came to Xiaoyu's hands, it was just a tool. Don't be heartbroken. As if he knew what Mihawk was thinking, Xiaoyu faintly spoke, not to mention the late Roger's saber. Next, no matter if it's Whitebeard's bushy cloud cutter or Shank's griffin or Kaido's 8 Saikai rings as well as the other 12 or 21, they'll all be gradually hung up on the walls of this office. At that, Mihawk instinctively tried to shield his supreme great quicksword. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Immediately after that, Dion walked quickly to Xiaoyu's front and said with a grave expression, Lord Marshal, what happened? Xiaoyu picked up 2 walnuts and continued, but there's no harm in saying it. Mihawk is not an outsider. He's now a sword instructor at the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Dion no longer hesitated and went straight to the point. News just came back from the East Sea that Colonel Stoic, who went to the 16th branch to take up the post of base chief, was ambushed by the evil dragon pirates during the operation to purge the pirates in the sea area under his jurisdiction. Speaking here, Dion slightly paused, her eyes then dimmed. She even lowered her head and did not dare to look at Xiaoyu again, and softly said, the entire ship's officers and men, none of them survived. Ka Chao. the sound of walnuts being crushed suddenly came out, and the 2 walnuts that were grasped in Xiaoyu's hands then turned into pieces of powder that floated down from the gap between his fingers. As the walnut in Xiaoyu's hand turned into pieces, the office was suddenly plunged into an oppressively quiet atmosphere, and neither Mihawk nor Guion dared to make a sound at that moment, especially Guion, because she knows Xiaoyu very well and knows that Xiaoyu is very, very good to his men, especially the genin-ranked men who have been following Xiaoyu all these years, and even more so, they all see him as a family member and brother, and Colonel Stoker just happens to be one of them. After tens of seconds of long silence, Xiaoyu suddenly stood up and walked towards the door without a word. Just a few steps out, Xiaoyu turned around and returned as if he had forgotten something, speaking in a hoarse voice, Guion, I seem to have lost something, quickly help me look for it. Upon hearing that, Guion hurriedly picked up the supreme great fast sword justice that was sitting on the coffee table and cradled it in her arms. Yes, my knife. Xiaoyu nodded, his voice still hoarse. Let's go. To the East Sea, Shichibukai dormitory building. Doflamingo carrying the lunchbox back from the cafeteria, pushing open the door of the dormitory with a 6-parent pace, with a touch of excitement between his words. I heard a news in the cafeteria. Colonel Stoik of the 16th branch of the East China Sea was attacked by the evil dragon pirates during the action of purging the pirates, and all of the officers and soldiers including Colonel Stoik survived without a single life. Before the words left his mouth, he immediately swept his gaze from Crocodile and Moria, eventually stopping on Jinping. Jinping, if I remember correctly, you have a shark fishman subordinate named Along, right? It's quite a coincidence then. The captain of this evil dragon pirates is named Along, also a shark fishman. Oh yes, I've also heard that this Colonel Stoik was not only personally sent to the East Sea by Marshal Xiaoyu, but was also one of the earlier batch of officers to follow Marshal Xiaoyu. What do you suppose Marshal Xiaoyu will do when he hears this news? Order. Chapter 101, Blood Sacrifice with the Navy? Ignorance is not a barrier to survival. East China Sea, Rogetown Base. ******. The evil dragon pirates. Receiving the news that Colonel Stoik's entire ship had been attacked by the evil dragon pirates without a single survivor, the highest officer of the Rogetown Base, Smog, came out of his office with 2 cigars in his mouth in anger, and ordered his adjutant, Dasky, who was following him around, immediately gather all the officers and soldiers of the base and head to Kokoja village. Yes, not daring to slow down, Dusty turned and ran out. Soon, all the officers and soldiers of the base came to the base plaza as fast as they could after hearing the order, and then followed Smog and Dasky to the deck as fast as they could. Having just arrived on the deck, Smug looked towards the group of subordinates standing neatly in front of him with a grave expression and said in a deep voice, Colonel Stoik was the colonel of the headquarters personally sent by Marshal Xiaoyu to the East Sea, and his sacrifice will surely shake the headquarters up and down. There is only one thing we have to do. Capture the entire evil dragon pirates and escort them to the headquarters. All hands on deck. Target Kokoja village. Move out. Yes. A group of officers and soldiers raised their hands in salute at the same time, and then quickly dispersed to their respective posts. In the meantime, the 153rd Naval Branch located in the town of Shells in the East Sea was also gearing up and ready to go, and Monka, who had been promoted by Xiaoyu to the rank of colonel of the 153rd Branch, held a huge axe and majestically stood in front of the group of officers and soldiers. I'll only say one thing, if we don't take out the evil dragon pirates today, it's the time for us to do our duty for Lord Xiaoyu. After a slight pause, Monka suddenly took a step forward, his voice rising with it. The evil dragon pirates are a group of fishmen that came from the Great Voyage. They have been entrenched in Kokoja village for many years, and before that they had been working in collusion with Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch, and Lord Xiaoyu, being clear-sighted, personally sent Colonel Stoik from the headquarters in order to not only clean up corruption within the Navy, but also to purge the East Seas pirates. Now that Colonel Stoik has been attacked and killed by fishmen pirates, what shall we do? At these words, all the officers and soldiers present took a step forward and shouted in unison, Revenge for Colonel Stork, kill kill kill. Branch 16 Jurisdictional Waters, Village of Kokoja. Inside a huge building built near the sea, a group of fishermen pirates from the Great Voyage constantly emerged from an open-air pool connected to the sea. The first to emerge from the pool and walk to sit down in front of the cross-chair located at the very top of the pool was none other than Captain Aaron of the Evil Dragon Pirates. He used to be a cadre of the Sun Pirates, but he was defeated and imprisoned in the undersea prison of Propulsion City by Palliacerino, who was a lieutenant general at the time, for attacking a warship. However, he was soon pardoned because Jinpei, who was the captain of the Sun Pirates at the time, became the Shichibukai. After his release from prison, Aaron disagrees with Jinping, and leads a group of fishmen pirates to break away from the Sun Pirates and come to the East China Sea, where he has ambitions to build an empire. Just came to the East China Sea not long ago, the evil dragon pirate group under his leadership quickly rose to prominence, and quickly took control of the surrounding dozens and dozens of villages after reaching a cooperation agreement with the 16th branch of the Rat Colonel, ruling over these villagers with a high-pressure policy and letting the villagers to take the money to renew their lives, and once whoever can't pay the money, he won't hesitate to finish them off. It was also the 20 million berries bounty placed on him for all his misdeeds in the East Sea, making him the highest bounty pirate in the East Sea at the moment. However, that all changed with the arrival of Colonel Stoker. Coming from the Navy headquarters to serve as Colonel of Branch 16, Colonel Stoy cleans up the corruption within the branch Navy in a thunderous manner, and even executes the former Colonel Mouse without a trial. After that, Colonel Stoic began to attack on all sides, targeting the pirates in the waters under his jurisdiction. Because of Colonel Stoic's arrival, several villages controlled by the evil dragon pirates sent representatives to Branch 16 to cry, knowing that the village of Kokoja is home to a group of evil dragon pirates, who control a dozen or two neighboring villages and treat human life as a matter of course. Colonel Stoic immediately leads a warship from the base of Branch 16. However, it would never have occurred to Colonel Stalker that some of the officers of the then uncleared Branch 16 had been the first to notify the wicked dragon pirates back when he had executed the rat. Receiving the notification, Aaron prepared in advance and had been sending his men to lurk at the bottom of the sea in the waters of the village of Kokoja, and managed to kill Colonel Stoic by surprise at sea. Scary ha 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 ha. Just after sitting on that cross chair inside the evil dragon paradise, Aaron let out an evil laugh. What a bunch of humans who don't know how to die. Navy? Also nothing but a bunch of lowly humans. Just then, the cadre of the evil dragon pirates who had jumped out of the pool right after him stood beside Aaron. Chirp, cadre of the evil dragon pirates. Kissing Fishman, bounty of 5.5 million belts. Joe, who came to Aaron's side, beamed, her eyes full of disdain. How dare you call out to us in this area of the sea? You don't know what you're doing. Aaron, we must prepare for the next battle. An octopus fishman dragging 6 arms had just climbed out of the pool and said with a worried look on his face, I heard from one of the Navy soldiers I took out that Colonel Stoic was personally sent by the Navy headquarters, and once the Navy headquarters finds out about this, they're sure to send a new colonel over as well. Hachi, octopus fishman, one of the cadres of the evil dragon pirates. Without waiting for Aaron to react, one of the fishman pirates surfaced. Brother Aaron, I think we should go to Branch 16 and wait. It's not a solution to keep going on like this. We should negotiate with them, and if the new colonel is like Colonel Mouse, we can all continue to make money by sharing a room. Kruby, cartilaginous fishman, a cadre of the evil dragon pirates, with a bounty of 9 million belly. Aaron was about to open his mouth when his eyes snapped shut before he looked up at the sea in front of him, only to see 2 warships on the distant sea surface rapidly approaching towards the waters of Kokoja village from different directions. Within a short time, the 2 warships completed their rendezvous in the waters of Kokoja. That fast? Jojo, who was the first to stand beside Aaron, also saw the warships appearing on the sea at that moment, only to see him take a step forward and say with murderous intent, what a bunch of stupid humans. Don't they know that we are invincible on the sea? Brother Aaron? Looking at the warship that sailed into Kokoja's waters and then headed straight for the village of Kokoja, Kruby walked quickly to the edge of the pool and said in a serious tone, do we need to negotiate? No need. Ah Lung stood up violently and grinned bloodthirsty. Take them all out in one go. Yeah. As soon as Aaron's words fell, the members of the evil dragon pirates gathered around Aaron's few people made excited noises. Prepare to fight. Ahahaha, stupid Navy, I'm going to use them as a blood sacrifice. 3 shifts end today. 3 shifts continue tomorrow. Chapter 102, the Marshal himself is here. The East Sea is in big trouble. Windless. Several warships from the Navy headquarters traveled side by side, silently passing through the windless waters where various sea kings gathered, moving at an even pace towards the East China Sea. Soon, these warships sailed out of the windless zone, and then suddenly accelerated into the East China Sea. The moment he entered the East China Sea, the sea wind came to his face, and while setting off huge waves, it also swept the seagull flags above these warships to make a hunting sound. As these warships winded their way through the waters of the East China Sea, news of the Navy headquarters fleet's entry into the East China Sea quickly made its way back to Logan Town, located near the entrance to the Great Voyage and known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings. Rogetown, the red light neighborhood of dragons and snakes. A group of gang members, led by a teenager with a grass-green cocktail head at the head, aggressively headed straight for a bar not far ahead. Boss Bartolomeo, do we really have to go grab the land now? One of the delinquents following the cockney-headed teenager looked around and said with a worried face, why don't we just do it at night? Although the sheriff is one of ours, the new supreme officer of Rogue Town won't allow us to be so reckless. I heard that he is from the Navy headquarters, and he is also a devil fruit ability, not to mention us gangsters. Since he came to Rogue Town, many pirates don't dare to show their faces in Rogue Town easily. Hey ha 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 ha, don't worry, The teenager with a grass-green cocktail head named Bartolomeo waved his hand and said energetically, "Colonel Smog has led the warships out to catch the pirates. Now is the perfect time for us to finish off our rivals and take over their territory. Boys, get your heads together and make sure you grab the territory before Colonel Smog returns to Rogue Town. Boss Bartolomeo, don't worry, we will win. Charge!" With Bartolomeo's yell, a group of delinquent youngsters suddenly accelerated, rushing towards a bar across the street like a tidal wave with various weapons in their hands. Not waiting for Bartolomeo's group to rush into the bar door burst open. Immediately after that, a group of poor and vicious pirates rushed out of the gate in a panic and collided with the oncoming Bartolomeo and the others. One of the pirates in the lead decisively drew his gun and put it on the head of the delinquent who collided with him, and said with a super fierce expression, "If you don't want to die, all of you get the out of the way." "Captain, who are you talking to?" As soon as the pirate's words fell, an anxious voice immediately came out from the phone bug he had grabbed in his hand. "Don't delay. Something big is definitely going to happen in the East Sea. Just now a merchant ship that docked has sent a message. They saw a fleet of ships crossing the windless belt, and the leader is the new Marshal Xiaoyu who publicly executed Whitebeard 2 on live broadcast before." The captain's face changed drastically. "Damn it, how come the Marshal of the Navy came to the East Sea in person? Captain, do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to know? That damned evil dragon pirate group from Kokoja village attacked the colonel of Branch 16, who was rumored to be the direct descendant of the new Navy Marshal. Let's hurry up and escape, Captain. The next East Sea will surely set off monstrous waves." According to the news coming out of the merchant fleet, not only is the Marshal of the Navy personally coming to the East China Sea, but also accompanying him is a new Grand Admiral as well as several Vice Admirals. If they're just trying to deal with the evil dragon pirates, there's no need for them to send out such a big battle. There's only one explanation for them to send out such a big battle. They'll launch a crazy retaliation against the East Sea waters, and all the pirates could be affected. Upon hearing this, the pirate captain who had his gun on the delinquent boy's head didn't dare to delay any longer. Not wanting to be dragged down by these gangsters of Roachtown, he decisively pulled out a bag of berries and threw it at Bartolomeo's feet before turning around and running. Bartolomeo blinked, a little confused, and said blankly, "What's the situation? I'm so famous now? I actually scared the pirates to the point of paying for my life? Hey ha 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 ha. It's true that I have the potential to be the boss of Rogue Town." In the meantime, Bharati, a sea restaurant known far and wide in the East China Sea. There was a sudden murmur of voices in the otherwise quiet restaurant. Immediately afterward, some of the guests put down their dishes and glasses of red wine and got up and ran out of the restaurant onto the deck. What happened? What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many warships in these waters? Wait, that's the one standing on the deck of the warship at the head looks so familiar. What memories do you have? He's the new Marshal of the Navy, Xiaoyu, who spoke to the camera during the public execution of Whitebeard 2 at the Navy headquarters earlier. So awesome, so handsome. Can I go out with him? Handsome is the least of his merits. To become a marshal at such a young age is simply a model for our generation. Why did the Navy headquarters marshal suddenly come to the East China Sea? It's not just the admiral. See that female officer standing next to him? She's draped in the admiral's coat of the Navy headquarters. I Lu, a good boy. The Navy admiral also came. No, I remember the Navy headquarters only 3 admirals, and it seems to be all male. I'm not sure about that, but the admiral's coat she does wear, and the ones beside her, are all admirals in the Navy headquarters. Such a big battle. Is something big happening in the East Sea? To have the headquarters marshal, the Grand Admiral, and so many lieutenant generals come in person. More and more restaurant patrons left their tables or stood up on the deck or crowded to the windows, accompanied by various murmurs, all eyes looking in the same direction. 100 meters away from the sea restaurant, several warships came in a fan shape. On the deck of a huge warship at the head, Xiaoyu stood at the bow of the ship clad in a marshal's coat, his gaze sharp, his killing intent quietly exuding inadvertently. Even if they were separated by 100 meters, it still made all the guests of the restaurant as well as a group of restaurant chefs standing in the kitchen corridor feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Old man Zephyr. In the kitchen corridor, a teenager who looked to be 13 or 14 years old, with blonde hair on top of his head and eyebrows curled in a clockwise rotating spiral, looked at the huge warships that came in great numbers and sailed swiftly past in front of the sea restaurant, resting his gaze on the young marshal standing on the prow of the ship, his eyes full of curiosity. He's the Navy headquarters that had previously made the 7 musketeers bow down through the live broadcast of the public execution of Whitebeard, the second Marshal Xiaoyu. It's so awesome, even more awesome than what you read in the papers. When he finished speaking, the teenager immediately withdrew his eyes to look at Chep, the owner and chef of the sea restaurant, who stood beside him, tying his 2 blonde beards into twists and topping his head with an ultra-high chef's hat. Zephyr, who had a super-high chef's hat on his head, nodded his head gently, not taking his eyes off the huge warship sailing past in front of the sea restaurant. and said with a grave expression, "How can it not be majestic?" In his 20s, he dared to start a mutiny to ascend to the position of marshal, and even forced the Holy Land to sign the Treaty of manhwa. If you look around the world, even if you push it back 500 years, there is only one other person. Suddenly, Xiaoyu standing on the deck of the leading warship glanced sideways at the sea restaurant after the warship and the sea restaurant brushed past, and his sharp gaze was even swept directly to Jipu and Junior Sanji. With just a glance, a chill that went straight to the sky sprang up in Jipu's heart, making him shiver, while instinctively retracting his line of sight, not daring to look at the warship again. It wasn't until the warship was far away that Jipu raised his head again and said with a palpitated heart, "Overbearing, East Sea, big trouble." Next up, Chapter 103, Mihawk volunteered to fight. One without leaving. In the meantime, on the deck of the warship that continued to accelerate forward after rubbing shoulders with the sea restaurant, Gion, who was clad in the coat of an admiral, came to Xiaoyu's body with the telephone bug in his hand and quickly stepped in front of him, slightly bowed and said, "Lord Marshal, I just received the news that Colonel Smog and Colonel Munka were simultaneously conducting a siege on the evil dragon pirates, and the battle is now over, and all the members of the evil dragon pirates have been brought under control. Report." Without waiting for Xiaoyu to react, Ain, who was clad in a lieutenant general's coat, also walked over quickly. Sea pirate ships have been discovered in the waters ahead. The number is huge. There are at least 30 sea pirate ships. Xiaoyu looked sideways at Ain with some surprise. 30 pirate ships? Ain smoothly took out a stack of registered East China Sea pirates who have not yet been captured information, opened one of the pages and then opened his mouth. According to the judgment of their pirate flag, it is the East China Sea's largest pirate force, called the Creek Pirate Group. Over the years, several times to avoid the Navy's pursuit, and on the way to continue to expand their crews, and now the Creek Pirate Group has records of more than 3,000 crew members. 3,000. A cold light flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes and he said in a deep voice, "All warships accelerate and run over them. Don't bother." Just then, a voice came out of the cabin. Immediately after that, Mihawk, who was carrying the supreme great fast sword, stepped out. "How can these pirates allow Lord Marshal to go out? Just leave it to me." As he spoke, Mihawk had already arrived in front of Xiaoyu, only to see that he then spoke after a slight pause. "Is it to capture, or to finish them all off?" Xiaoyu's words didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotion in them. "Leave no one behind." Mihawk froze throughout. "That's 3,000. Seeing Xiaoyu's lack of reaction, Mihawk nodded slightly. "Got it." Before the words were out of his mouth, Mihawk disappeared off the deck in a single leap. In the next second, a small coffin-shaped boat that followed the warship flashed out from the right side of the warship, winding towards the sea ahead at an astonishing speed. Everyone on the deck of the warship, including Gion, didn't show a surprised expression because Xiaoyu ordered to kill all the pirates that appeared in the sea in front of him, and all of them stood behind Xiaoyu's left and right postures, staring at the front, with a calm expression on their faces. If it was before, they may be able to persuade, because the Navy is the division of justice. The most serious crimes can be put to death. But not all the pirates have committed a capital crime, especially some of the pirates forced to become a person, will be arrested and put in prison to educate the heart. If there is a change of heart, is to give them a chance to start over again. But now the situation is different. The sacrifice of Colonel Stoic doomed all the pirates in this area of the East China Sea will bear the thunderous suppression and the great cleansing from the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Most importantly, since following Xiaoyu, they have all come to a sobering realization that mercy to the pirates is cruelty to the Navy and the lower-class civilians who are unable to fight the pirates. This is something that Zephyr, a former great general, empathizes with the most. Zephyr, who was once a great admiral, had the nickname of the Great Admiral who doesn't kill, and no matter how sinful a pirate was, he simply captured them without killing them. But the result was not only the death of his wife and son at the hands of pirates, but also the death of an entire trainee ship's officers at sea a few years ago. As the only survivor of the internship ship back then, Ain naturally agrees with Marshal Xiaoyu's point of view, putting aside the fact that Xiaoyu had just taken office as marshal and publicly executed the pirates who attacked the internship ship back then. Just this concept put forward by Xiaoyu is worthy of her lifelong followers. The warships didn't slow down because Mihawk killed out single-handedly. Not only did they not, they accelerated in droves as Mihawk winded away. Inside the cabin of the mothership where Xiaoyu was, Order, Hawkeye, this is totally thinking of himself as the Navy. Doflamingo let out a laugh that made Jinping go crazy, looked towards Jinping who was sitting alone in the corner, and gloated, "Jinping, do you hear me? The entire evil dragon pirates have been taken under control. If you don't show something at this time, when we get to Kokoja village, you might be implicated as well. Why don't you hurry up and go and join forces with Mihawk to finish off the pirates that appeared across the street? It's best to kill a few more than Mihawk to make Marshal Xiaoyu's anger diminish a bit." Buzz. Suddenly, a dizzying voice came from far away. sweeping across the warship in an instant, silencing several of the 7 musketeers who were inside the ship's cabin. What's the situation? After a brief moment of silence, Doflamingo snapped his head up before stepping out of the ship quickly with his hands on his hips, when several other 7 musketeers also came to the deck. The scene that appeared on the sea in front of them instantly made their eyes widen in surprise, only to see the warship in front of a few hundred meters away from the sea surface. A bright and dazzling blade gas blossomed in the air, and then opened up the sky and cut a gully visible to the naked eye on the sea surface, instantly cutting off the several pirate ships that were blocking the way. Accompanied by miserable screams rising and falling, a dense number of pirates fell to the surface like dumplings from the decapitated pirate ship, not waiting for the several people who had just come out of the cabin and onto the deck to react. Another brilliant and dazzling blade gas shook the void, as if it was a divine punishment chopping down in the air. In an instant, a roaring sound resounded through the sky, and a ball of fiery flames rose up with it. In the rolling smoke, all kinds of screams were intertwined together, and eventually converged into a song of sadness of death that lasted for a long time in the sky above the sea. When the warships sailed into this area, the sea was in a state of disarray. The densely packed pirates had to abandon their ships and jump into the sea to escape because their pirate ships were chopped off. And while emitting various miserable screams on the surface of the sea, each of their eyes were even more shrouded in bewilderment and fear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? Who the hell is that guy? And why is he attacking us at the drop of a hat? Help me. Someone help me. My body is being chopped off. I'm dying. I can't believe he chopped up all of our pirate ships. It's horrible. Hey. The Navy ships are coming. I don't know who was the first one to discover the warship that was leaning over, and the moment they saw the warship sailing into this sea area, the pirates floating on the surface of the sea looked as if they had seen the savior, and all of them turned their direction and shouted for help at the warship. Lord Navy, come and save us. We surrender. Yeah, we're turning ourselves in. Lord Navy, we were wrong and will never be pirates again. Help! Amidst the rising and falling cries for help, some of the pirates floating on the surface of the sea scrambled to swim towards the warship, all wanting to be rescued by the Navy at the first opportunity. But, when the warships sailed into the sea, a group of heavily armed soldiers suddenly appeared on the decks of all the warships, and their cold and chilling gun muzzles brushed together to target and lock the pirates on the sea surface. In the next second, intense gunfire erupted. There's a third chapter coming up, but the update is placed at 8 a.m. Good night, Makabaka. Chapter 104, Mihawk, you don't need a reason to finish you off. As the warships passed through the sea that had been reduced to a sea of blood, not a single pirate on the surface made another murmur. In the meantime, not far ahead of the warship on the sea, on the deck of a huge ship that had fled in a hurry but was eventually caught up and chopped off by Mihawk, Mihawk held a black sword in front of a mighty man in gold armor. The mighty man was on both knees, a shocking wound remaining on his body, and gurgling blood stained his armor black. Cleek, the governor of the Creek Pirates, a captain of a pirate ship who believes himself to be invincible, combining arrogance, ruthlessness, and meanness, has long held the position of the East China Sea's supremacy over the years by expanding and ransacking towns and villages wherever he goes. However, at this time, Cleek's might was gone, kneeling on both knees in front of Mihawk, his eyes full of despair and fear under the invisible and majestic oppression of Mihawk, the world's one great swordsman, Joricole Mihawk. A man lying heavily injured beside Click struggled to stand up on the deck. Wearing a gray and blue striped bandana on his head, he looked around, and after seeing that there was not a single intact pirate ship in the surrounding sea, a deep despair flashed through his eyes full of dark circles. As the world's one great swordsman, we shouldn't be worthy of your hand, should we? Why did you suddenly attack us? Ghostman Akin, the chief battle captain of the Creek Pirates, is the number 2 man of the Creek Pirates, absolutely loyal to Creek, as long as it's Creek's order. Even if it's a defenseless civilian standing in front of him, he'll coldly and mercilessly finish them off. However, even though he had a resounding name in the East Sea, he didn't even have a chance to make a move when facing the world's one great swordsman, and was directly affected by a world wave slash that wasn't chopped at him before he fell to the ground with serious injuries. Under the sword of the world's one great swordsman, they were all ants. Mihawk glanced sideways at Akin, the ghost man, who was struggling to stand up, and said with a grimace, "You don't need a reason to finish you off." As the words fell, Mihawk raised his supreme great quick blade and made a dry, forceful slash at Click. The black blade cut down, and blood rose up with it. Right in the East China Sea for many years long dominated the East China Sea hegemony of the position of Click. Fell. Right at this moment, the warship Xiaoyu was in quickly leaned over. While passing by the decapitated mothership of the Creek pirate ship, all the admirals, except for the 7 Marshal C's on the deck who glanced sideways, did not turn their heads sideways, as if the Creek pirate group that was destroyed at this time did not exist at all. neatly standing behind Xiaoyu's left and right, looking extremely far away with their young commander-in-chief in unison towards the direction of the Kokoja village. Seeing this, Mihawk faced to stand in the bow of the ship staring ahead. Xiaoyu slightly bowed his head, then backhanded a knife while Jean killed, and then did not have the slightest procrastination jumped to the coffin boat, followed the galloping away of the warship. In the meantime, Kokoja village, because Smog and Monka, two colonels suddenly led warships to kill over and the evil dragon pirate group had a fierce battle. The villagers of Kokoja village have been startled by the sudden battle. One by one like frightened rabbits ran out from their respective homes, gathered in a square in the village. It's about time a navy came to attack Ryu's gang. Don't raise your voice. I heard that a naval officer led a warship that was attacked by Aaron's gang and was completely wiped out. If these can't do away with the navy now, Aaron's gang will surely capture you first and finish you off. Ken, do you know where these navies come from? Yeah, Ken, you're the sheriff of our village. You should know about these navies, right? How should I know? In the crowd, a middle-aged man with a small windmill on his head and a face full of scars looked nervously towards the evil dragon paradise built by Aaron's group near the sea and anxiously said, "Now is not the time to care about the outcome of the battle. Nami is in the evil dragon paradise right now. If she is affected by the battle, Ken, the resident sheriff of Kokoja village, was severely beaten by Aaron's gang a few years ago because of their sudden arrival in Kokoja village to protect the village's single mother, Belmir, and her adopted daughters, Nami and Nokago, leaving him with permanent and hideous wounds all over his face and body. Kin. Just then, a 14 or 15-year-old girl with short blue hair hurriedly and quickly ran into the square from outside the village and pushed her way through the crowd to get in front of Jim, saying excitedly, "The battle is over. Aaron's gang is under the control of the navy, so let's go and get Nami out of there." Nokago, a villager from Kokoja village, has been living with her unrelated sister Nami since the tragic death of her adoptive mother at the hands of Arlong. Really? Kin said with some disbelief. Ah, Lung's gang really got caught? Aha! Nokago nodded fiercely with tears of joy. I saw it with my own eyes, and I heard two of the Navy lords say that their marshal of whatever arrived in Kokoja village right away. What? Kin's eyes snapped open, goosebumps rising from the sudden news. The Navy marshal is going to visit Kokoja village in person? That's impossible. It's true, Kin. It's from those two Navy lords themselves. Great. Ken was so excited that tears flew from his eyes. It's actually the Navy marshal himself. Kokoja village is saved. Ken, why are you crying? Nachigo obviously couldn't understand Ken's mood and said with some urgency, "Let's hurry up and find Nami. If we go late, the Navy will probably arrest her as if she's one of Aaron's gang." As if he hadn't heard what Nachigo was saying, Ken excitedly turned to look in the direction of the sea, mumbling, "The marshal of the Navy himself. I can't believe it's the marshal himself." Saying that, Jian could not restrain his emotions, as if he saw the savior coming down, facing the direction of the sea, plopped both knees and could not help weeping. Not that he was pretentious, rather, as the resident magistrate of Kokoja village, he has not stopped quietly seeking the help of the Navy outside of Branch 16 over the years, and has even written up everything that has happened here as a trustee to bring to the Navy headquarters located on the Great Voyage in the hope that the Navy will show up in time to save the villagers who have been under the oppressive rule of Aaron's gang. But to this day, no matter whether he goes to other naval bases to seek help or sends letters to the Navy headquarters, there is no response, making him completely lose faith in the Navy's so-called justice. It wasn't until he read through the newspaper that a new marshal had appeared at Navy headquarters that he had renewed his hope. After learning through the news that the new marshal had been a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters with a reputation for being responsive to requests, he decisively began to plan in the shadows, preparing to tell the young marshal of the Navy headquarters everything that had happened in the village of Kokoja. But before he could think of how to get rid of Aaron's gang and spread the news, the new Navy marshal had already come to the East China Sea in person, and was even about to arrive at Kokoja village. He would have been moved to tears by the appearance of even a major general, or a righteous colonel, at this time, let alone the headquarters marshal. You have to know that the Navy headquarters marshal is a great person that countless people will never be able to meet in their lifetime. A real power figure who is in charge of the Navy headquarters and all the naval bases around the world. How could Jian not be thrilled that such a big shot, who could make the world tremble when he stomped his foot, was actually visiting such a small and insignificant village like Kokoja? And most importantly, the presence of the marshal of the Navy headquarters means that not only the village of Kokoja, but also the entire East Sea will be covered by the light of justice in the coming days. 3 shifts end today. 3 shifts continue tomorrow. Thank you to all of you who sent gifts. Wahahaha. Chapter 105, Monka, don't spare the earthworms in the evil dragon park. Dig them all up and crush them. Dragonland. The members of the evil dragon pirates were tied up and kneeling neatly in the yard next to the pool. Although they were all more or less wounded at this time, and their hands and feet were bound by shackles, they did not therefore humbly beg for mercy, but all of them raised their heads and stared angrily at the two colonels, Smaugr as well as Munka, who stood opposite to them, with a blood-stained axe over his shoulder. The lanky Munka majestically stomped on Eren, who had his hands cuffed behind his back, although he also left several shocking wounds on his body. Not only did he not feel any pain, instead he looked frenzied and appeared slightly agitated, but whenever Eren moved, the axe on his shoulder would fall heavily to hit Eren with the back of the axe. It wasn't that he didn't dare to cut Eren to death, but they had received news of Marshal Xiaoyu's imminent arrival. If it wasn't for the fact that the news had come through that there was one of these fisherman pirates in front of him, he wouldn't have hesitated to finish them off on the spot. However, Eren's power was far beyond his imagination, and if it wasn't for Colonel Smaug of Rogue Town killing with him, he would have probably followed in Colonel Stoic's footsteps and folded up in these waters, putting aside the other members of the evil dragon pirates. Purely in terms of Eren, the warship cannonballs were simply unable to cause damage to him, and even then, in the face of the whistling cannonballs, Eren actually opened his bloody mouth and bit it to burst it. It was also because of Eren's power and several cadres of the evil dragon pirates members that several soldiers were seriously injured in the battle. Even as a colonel, he was bitten twice by Eren's contact, and even more so, he nearly had an arm cut off by the large saw blade in Eren's hand. Even if Smaug took out the two cadres of the evil dragon pirates and came over to help, the two of them had to exert a lot of effort to suppress them and capture them alive. Colonel Munka, the entire park has been searched. There were no remnants found. An adjutant quickly ran up to Colonel Munker and continued. However, according to one of the fishman pirates, they have another companion named Mumu, a sea cow. Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Munka's eyes and he said in a deep voice, "Find it and finish it off. Stew for the brothers to replenish. Not to mention a manatee, but even an earthworm in this park. Dig it up and crush it." Yes, the soldier was ordered to go. In a short while, the soldiers brought by Munka from branch 153 actually found hoes and shovels to dig all over the yard, and more soldiers were quick to put on their diving tools and one by one jumped into the pool to dive to the bottom of the sea outside the park to look for Mumu. Hearing that Munka didn't even spare the earthworms in the yard, and that the soldiers actually did as they were told, Smaug, who was standing next to him with two cigars in his mouth, couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch wildly. However, he didn't make a sound to stop it, but instead looked ahead to the sea with a serious face. Xiaoyu's personal visit to the East China Sea is something he never expected. When he was in the headquarters he knew that Xiaoyu was very protective of his shortcomings, but he didn't expect Xiaoyu to maintain the same style after becoming a headquarters marshal, and to actually labor so much to go to the East China Sea in person because of the sacrifice of a colonel under his command, and at this time, he is even about to arrive. This also meant that Xiaoyu had departed from the headquarters the very first time he received the news and had sped up his efforts to head straight to the East Sea. Although he had once been a problem child of the headquarters, he knew very well in the bottom of his heart that Xiaoyu's personal visit to the East Sea this time was definitely not just for the sake of Colonel Stoic's sacrifice, and that there must be a follow-up action. This follow-up action, too, is not just an opportunity to purge the East China Sea, but will likely result in some new policies aimed at the Navy's inner circle as well. In the meantime, the villagers of Kokoja village who had heard of the incident arrived one after another and gathered outside the gates of the evil dragon park, because there were still Navy soldiers cleaning up the battlefield, and because the gate of the evil dragon park had been destroyed. The villagers who came outside the gate saw at a glance Eren's gang, who were tied up and kneeling on the ground, and even saw Eren, who had been stepped on by Colonel Munka. After reconfirming that the entirety of Eren's gang had been captured, the villagers who had gathered could no longer control their emotions. Some cried tears of joy, others chanted slogans of "Long live the Navy," and many more sat down on the ground as if they were relieved. Since Eren's gang entered Kokoja village, they have been living in fear every day, especially when Eren's gang collected protection money. Even though they had prepared the money to buy their lives, they were still afraid that Eren's gang would suddenly shoot and kill them for no reason. Ken and Nachigo, who stood at the forefront of the villagers, were not thrilled, for they did not see a familiar figure. Ken, I didn't see Nami. After carefully searching around among the members of Eren's group and confirming that there was no figure of Nami, Nachigo immediately became a bit anxious. After throwing down these words, she disregarded all the naval soldiers standing in front of the gate to stop her, and directly drilled into the park through the middle of the two men, and then yelled anxiously at the top of her voice, "Nami, Nami, hey, little girl." Two soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield reacted in time to rush over and cut Nachigo off. "You can't come in here. I'm looking for my sister." Just then, Dusty walked over. After signaling the two soldiers to stand down, she took a step forward to Noki Hai. Wait. Without waiting for Dusty to ask Noki Hai what was going on, Ken rushed past the two soldiers and quickly rolled and crawled in front of Dusty, anxiously saying, "Lord Navy, Noki Hai doesn't know what he's doing. I hope that you," as if she knew what Ken was trying to say. Dashji spoke up promptly. Don't worry, we're a righteous navy, and if you really do have a loved one who has been captured by Aaron's gang, the navy will definitely help. Of course, I also know that there was once a naval colonel in this precinct who brought you harm, but that's all in the past. The naval colonel who colluded with Aaron's gang has been executed. After a slight pause, Dashji turned to Nachigo and asked, are you sure your sister is in this park? We've just searched it all and didn't find any humans other than fishmen. I'm sure. Nachigo nodded fiercely. Nami told me she lives there. After saying that, Nokigo raised his hand and pointed to the top of the towering building in the courtyard. Come on, I'll take you on a search. Without hesitation, Dashji turned around and prepared to take Nachigo on another search. But, Dashji had just turned around, when she saw Monka across from her, and all the navy from branch 153 stopped what they were doing, and all straightened their bodies in place to face the direction of the sea and raise their hands in salute. Even Smog, at this moment, subconsciously stood up straight and gazed with a solemn face at the sudden appearance of several large warships on the sea. Following Monka and Smog's gaze, Dasky was caught off guard and stared in disbelief while shouting in panic, the Lord Marshal has arrived. All of them. Salute. Before the words left her mouth, Dashji immediately straightened her body and turned to face the sea at the same time as the other Navy soldiers from the Roachtown base. There's more to come. Chapter 106 to the Supreme Marshal of the Navy Headquarters. Salute. The villagers of Kokoja village also saw several huge warships slowly approaching the evil dragon park at this moment. After seeing all the soldiers in the yard straighten their bodies and salute towards the warships at this moment, the villagers who were still clamoring in the previous second were quiet at once. Immediately after that, some villagers also followed suit and raised their hands in salute towards the approaching warships. Kin and Nachigo also dared not go looking for Nami at this point, standing behind Dashji and looking in unison at the warships coming in from the sea as they docked. As the lead warship docked, an invisible sense of oppression swept in like a wave, causing everyone in the park to tense up. On the deck, Xia Yu, clad in a marshal's coat, condescendingly scanned the evil dragon park before resting his gaze on Lung, who was trampled by Monka, Navy Headquarters Marshal. Looking at the young figure standing on the deck, Kin, who was bearing a strong sense of oppression from the Headquarters Marshal, forced his inner excitement and tensed his body straight, his eyes blossoming with a light that had disappeared since the appearance of Aaron's gang. For Kin, who had experienced a dark life because of the appearance of Lung's gang, he hadn't completely let go of his heart even after seeing Lung's gang tied up in 5 pieces with his own eyes, because the collusion between the Navy's Colonel Mouse and Aaron's gang has left him with a shadow in his heart. But now it was different. The Navy Headquarters Marshal himself was present, and he was sure that such a great man would never be in cahoots with Aaron's gang. Xia Yu, who was standing on the deck, merely swept a glance and withdrew his line of sight before leaping off the deck and walking into the evil dragon park. All of them. Xia Yu had just walked into the park when Monka took a sharp, deep breath before shouting with a frenzied expression, to the Supreme Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, Lord Xia Yu, salute, loyalty. The soldiers of Branch 153 as well as the soldiers of the Roachtown base simultaneously took a step forward and neatly shouted out the slogan that had been buried in their hearts for a long time. The sudden flurry of activity left Smoggy a little confused. The soldiers of Branch 153 were frenzied, he could understand. After all, Monka was the colonel of Branch 153 designated by Xia Yu. But what was the frenzy of the soldiers of Roachtown following? When he went to be the supreme officer of Roachtown, Xia Yu hadn't even started the mutiny yet. Could it be that the Roachtown base had also been infiltrated by Xia Yu long before he started the mutiny? Thinking of this, Smoggy could not help but be shocked into a cold sweat. Fortunately, when he received the general commander of the whole army empty phone bugs when he chose to wait and see what happens. Otherwise he but the slightest abnormal behavior. The soldiers of the base of the town of Rogers will not be torn to pieces him? Even if he had the natural smoking fruit to protect himself and escape, he would surely be wanted and hunted all over the world next. Xia Yu's footsteps were not stopping, raising his hand to return a salute before coming straight to Monka's body. Seeing that the wound in front of Monka's body had not yet been bandaged, Xia Yu's brows wrinkled slightly, and then he dryly tore off the corner of his jacket in Monka's flattered gaze, his expression earnestly bandaging his wound. Lord Marshal, looking at the young commander-in-chief who personally bandaged his wounds, Monka's eyes instantly reddened, sweeping away the bravery he had shown during his previous battle with Aaron, and even his voice appeared to be a little choked. After bandaging Monka's wounds, Xia Yu patted Monka's shoulder before turning to look at the group of soldiers who were neatly straightening their bodies facing him, nodding his head gently and saying, "Good job, worthy of being my hero's navy." After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly raised his voice, "Brothers, work hard." At these words, all the soldiers took a step forward almost simultaneously and shouted in wild unison, "For justice." Good. Next, Xia Yu violently shrugged off the marshal's coat on his body and turned around to quickly walk to the throne that once belonged to Alung in the evil dragon park, and dryly said, "Take the evil dragon pirates." With Xiaoyu's command, the members of the evil dragon pirates led by Eren were dragged one by one by the swarming naval soldiers to kneel in front of Xiaoyu and lined up. How dare you move? Ah Long, who had just been escorted to kneel in front of Xiaoyu, only because he raised his head for a moment. The two officers in charge of escorting him did not hesitate to raise their rifle butts to fiercely strike Ah Long's head. However, not only did Ah Long not pass out because of this, instead, he stared at the smashed-down gun but as if he was unconscious and looked up at Xiaoyu. Scary ha ha ha. Marshal, you can't kill me. Speaking of which, Eren struggled frantically while growling loudly. My boss is Jinping. He's the king's 7 muskai. Bang, bang, bang. Not waiting for Xiaoyu to react, standing next to him, Monka violently grabbed the gun from a soldier beside him, and then emptied the magazine in a second at Eren's legs. Immediately after that, before Eren had time to let out a miserable scream, the axe in his hand was raised high above his head, and then chopped down hard on Eren's jagged nose. What status? How dare you yell at Lord Marshal? Monka, who had dryly chopped off Eren's nose, unrelievedly raised his leg and kicked it, saying with murderous intent, looking for death. Dash. After a brief moment of stupefaction, Lung, whose nose had been chopped off, could no longer hold back the double onslaught of stinging pain and let out an uncontrollable scream. How dare you scream? Munker raised his axe and brought it down on the bloody mouth of Eren, who had just let out a scream. Lung's entire body was smashed silly, because both hands and feet were shackled with shackles, coupled with his mouth being smashed to pieces. He could only let out sounds. His former image of an evil dragon was gone at this moment. Xiaoyu didn't stop Monka and gazed coldly at Eren, whose blood kept coming out of his mouth without a single fluctuation of emotion in his eyes. Jion, who was standing beside Xiaoyu, as well as several lieutenant generals led by AI and were also expressionlessly gazing at Eren's group, who were lined up in front of Xiaoyu and kneeling on both knees at that moment. If it was the old them they might have stopped it, because their mission has never been to capture. It's up to the judiciary to decide whether the captured pirates end up being sent to Propulsion City or Justice Island. It is also this procedure that has caused many opposing voices to appear in the Navy headquarters over the years, especially since the attack on the internship ship back then. More and more officers believe that any pirate who dares to attack the Navy should be arrested with all their might and all of them should be put to death. But that was all in the past. Now they were following a young marshal of iron blood, and they had to adapt to the new marshal's style of doing things. Most importantly, if it wasn't for Colonel Stoich's special status, a mere evil dragon pirates would not have been enough to startle the Lord Marshal himself. Right at this moment, a figure swept in from the deck of the first warship that docked, and stood respectfully beside Xiaoyu. It was precisely the sea warrior Jinping. Boss Jubi. Boss, help! Just as Jinping stood beside Xiaoyu, the cadres of the evil dragon pirates, Hachi, Krobi, and the other fishmen pirates raised their heads in excitement, and their eyes lit up with the hope of life. Even Long, whose mouth had been smashed to pieces, seemed to have seen a lifesaver at that moment, and was just stammering at Jinping for a while. However, just as they ventured a murmur, the Navy soldiers standing beside them didn't hesitate for a second, and raised their rifle butts to dryly slam them down. Lord Marshal, instead of looking at Long's group, Jieping bowed facing Xiaoyu and said, the evil dragon pirates have committed a heinous crime. Jieping can't absolve himself of the blame, and is willing to bear the responsibility of the crime together with them. With that said, Jieping took 2 steps back to Arlong's side and knelt down facing Xiaoyu. Seeing this, the hope that was lit up in the eyes of Eren and the others instantly disappeared, replaced by the fear of death. Jieping, think twice about being righteous with them now. Xiaoyu glanced at Jinping, his tone as flat as ever. Are you sure that you can afford this offense? At those words, Jinping's color suddenly changed drastically. Although Xiaoyu didn't explicitly say it, the meaning was very clear. That is, if he wanted to come and take the blame for this crime, it wouldn't just be him, but also the members of the Sun Pirates under his command, as well as all of the fishmen on Fishman Island would be implicated. Not waiting for Jinping to retrieve his mind from his shock, Xiaoyu suddenly changed his words. I only want to know one thing. Xiaoyu didn't look at Along, whose mouth was smashed to smithereens anymore. His gaze sharply swept from the cadres of the evil dragon pirates, Hachi, Crow Obi and the others, and said nonchalantly, in which part of the sea did you attack the warship? Whoever tells this marshal first, this marshal can make him. I know dash. Before Xiaoyu finished his words, a fishman pirate of the evil dragon pirates suddenly raised his head and said loudly, there is a sea map in Crow Oba's arms. It was drawn by a little girl in Kokoja village. It is through this cartography that we ambushed in that sea area in advance, intercepted by Crow Oba to stop the military ship, and then Hachi created a maelstrom at the bottom of the sea, and utilized the maelstrom to roll the warship to the bottom of the sea. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded, his gaze sweeping towards Jinping once again. It is indeed because of your former identity as the Seven Marshal Seas that Along was able to be released from prison to continue to do wrong. However, the evil dragon pirates are the evil dragon pirates, and you are you. In view of the fact that your performance in the headquarters during this period of time is quite good, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Immediately bring this fishman pirate and the charts to the sea where the incident occurred, and as long as you can salvage the bodies of Stoic and all the soldiers who sacrificed their lives, this marshal promises that he won't be angry with all the fishmen because of this matter. Yes, Jinping didn't dare to be slow, and immediately got up and walked over to Kruby to take out the charts, and then jumped into the pool with that fishman pirate in tow. What about them, Lord Marshal? Just then, Ian stood out, his eyes burning as he gazed at the evil dragon pirates members kneeling in a row. Xiaoyu didn't say anything, only gently waving his hand. Understood. Aeon realized this and immediately unsheathed his sword, his voice icy cold. Prepare for the execution. The next update is at 8 a.m. Good night, Wussy Dixie. Chapter 107, The Marshal's Eastern Patrol. I only want the pirates to die. With Aeon's command, 8 soldiers immediately escorted the 4 fishermen pirates a step forward. The 4 soldiers in charge of the execution immediately raised their guns and aimed at the 4 controlled fishermen pirates before dryly pulling the triggers. The same standard 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head as when the group of pirates were executed in the Shambaldi Islands. Accompanied by the fall of gunshots that seemed particularly shocking at this moment, the 4 pirates planted themselves on the ground almost simultaneously, and were then immediately dragged away by the 8 naval soldiers responsible for escorting them. Immediately after that, 4 more fishermen pirates were dragged forward. The simple and direct way of execution made the fishermen pirates who had not yet been executed no longer calm down, and each of them struggled frantically trying to fight for a chance of survival. However, at this point in time, even if they exerted all their strength, it would be impossible for them to escape from the navy. Putting aside the strength of the soldiers controlling them, it was now the presence of the headquarters marshal himself, and even if some of these were still branch soldiers on their first mission at sea, they would still explode with unprecedented strength. You know, they had seen their Lord Marshal personally tear off the corner of his coat to bandage Colonel Munka's wound. Perhaps the villagers of Kokoja village who were on the sidelines at the moment didn't understand what that meant, but how could they, who were in the Navy, not know? It was no exaggeration to say that in the eyes of the Navy soldiers, having the Lord Marshal personally bandage their wounds was definitely the highest honor for them to become a member of the Navy. The villagers of Kokoja village certainly wouldn't pay attention to these details, because at this time their attention was all on the execution. After seeing one after another members of the evil dragon pirates being dragged out to be finished off with 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, there was a sudden rustle of joyful sobbing coming from the originally quiet crowd. The execution of Lung's gang meant that they would never have to live in fear again. It meant that they would never have to ask Lung's gang for money to buy their lives every month in order to survive. Even Ken, who was still holding his body straight with his right hand raised in a salute posture after seeing the members of the evil dragon pirates being executed one after another, couldn't help but weep. If it wasn't for the fact that the executions were still going on right now, he would have left this place at the first opportunity to go to the grave of the foolish woman who had once been shot by Eren in order to protect his 2 adopted daughters and tell her what he had seen. Soon, the only 4 people left in Eren's group were Eren, Hachi, Kruby, and Jojo, watching their former partners being executed one by one on the spot. The 4 had long since given up hope of survival, each with a dull expression as they looked at Eren, whose mouth had been smashed to pieces. At the sight of the Navy soldiers in charge of the execution approaching them, Hachi, Kruby, and Jojo jolted awake before struggling frantically. Kruby even begged for help from Eren while struggling. Boss Eren, do something. Are you just going to stand by and watch us all get killed? When you first asked us to follow you off the great voyage to the East Sea, you said that you would lead us to build an Arlong Empire here. I don't want to die. Arlong, whose mouth was smashed to smithereens, showed a ferocious light in his eyes, and by virtue of his strong strength, he struggled to stand up and rushed forward a step to kneel down at Xiaoyu's feet, and with all his might, he slurred his words and said loudly, Xiaoyu, Marshal, I was wrong. I ordered all of this. Please, let Hachi and the others go. I'm willing to take everything. Marshal Xiaoyu, I was wrong. With that, Arlong was ready to kowtow his head face down towards Xiaoyu. Just as he knocked his head down, Monkal immediately moved forward and hauled him back with one hand. Even so, Lung was still frantically begging for mercy, and kept smashing his head against the ground. Wrong? Xiaoyu gently straightened his collar and said expressionlessly, if everyone could live by kneeling down and begging for forgiveness and saying they were wrong after committing a great crime, what else would the Navy be needed for? After a slight pause, Xiaoyu's body slightly leaned forward, condescendingly looking down at Arlong, who continuously kowtowed and admitted his mistake, without a hint of emotional fluctuation between his words. It's not that you know that you're wrong, it's that you know that you're going to die. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Xia Yu's words fell, 3 gunshots suddenly came out. Immediately after that, Hachi fell to the ground with a poof. However, although the soldiers also shot him twice in the chest and once in the head, one of them seemed to be worried about any accidents, and after subconsciously saying octopus is strong in life, he once again raised his gun with his companion to directly empty his ammunition. Taking this scene in his eyes, Rao as a Navy smog also a little intolerant, not moving his head sideways to no longer look. Das Chi, on the other hand, her entire body went numb, and standing in place she looked at Xia Yu, who was sitting on the chair, with a dumbfounded expression. As a person who had followed Smog to serve in the East China Sea's Logan town, she had been at the headquarters since the beginning of recruit training, and had even attended an officer training camp at the headquarters, so she had a better understanding of Xia Yu, a former lieutenant general. In her impression, Xia Yu was a gentle, righteous and very friendly lieutenant general of the headquarters, who had an excellent reputation in the headquarters and was deeply embraced and liked by many of her contemporaries as well as many seniors around her. Most importantly, she had also been taken care of by Xia Yu. When she finished attending the officer training camp, Lieutenant General Xia Yu came to offer his condolences and gave a gift to every officer who attended that training camp. One of the kayaki knives given to her by Lieutenant General Xia Yu was the wasu, one of the 50 crafts of the Rio fast sword. At that time, she was so excited that she almost couldn't hold back from hanging on to Lieutenant General Xia Yu, because her favorite thing was to collect all kinds of famous swords, and her name as a sword nerd was even more widely spread in the headquarters. And it was such a gentle, righteous and caring person who suddenly became so decisive. How could her little heart stand it? Finally, along with the last 3 gunshots falling, Aaron also paid the price of his life for the heinous crime he had committed, being dragged away like a dead fish by 2 soldiers and thrown into a big pit in the yard. Aaron's body had just been dragged away. Nachigo, who had been standing by a gym, could no longer hold back, only to see her recklessly rushing out and shouting towards Xia Yu, who was seated in a chair. Degree Master Navy, I, plus or minus. Stop. Without waiting for Nachigo to finish her sentence, Moncal reached out and cut her off. Young lady, the Lord Marshal has no time for you right now. Rest in peace, Lord Navy. Rest in peace, Lord Navy. I did not expect Nokigao to run out recklessly at this time. Ajian also could not care less, immediately shouted and ran over, anxiously explaining, this child is a war orphan. Their mother adults were once a Navy. I hope that the Navy adults are magnanimous. Without waiting for Kin to finish his sentence, Xia Yu suddenly turned his head sideways and while signaling for Monica to step back, he beckoned to Kin and Nuo Chichiao. Come over here and talk, Lord Marshal. Ajian came to Xia Yu's opposite side under the gaze of a group of naval soldiers and officers with trepidation, because Xia Yu and the aura of a group of headquarters officers besides Xia Yu were really too powerful. He didn't dare to raise his head at all, and lowered his head coyly and opened his mouth. I'm sorry, it's me who neglected to discipline my child, and allowed him to offend you. Xia Yu ignored Qin, and after turning on his seeing color hegemony to cover the entire evil dragon paradise without moving, he looked at Nokigao and said in a gentle tone, Nokigao, the person you're looking for is on the top floor of this building behind me, and I think she needs you right now. Really? Hearing that Nami was on the topmost floor of the building, Nachigo turned and ran out without even being able to say thank you. After seeing Nachigo run into the hall, Xia Yu immediately retracted his line of sight to look at the group of headquarters generals standing next to him and faintly spoke, Guion, in. As the words fell, Guion immediately took a step forward. Xia Yu got up and left his chair to come in front of Guion, and said nonchalantly, this marshal will next embark on a week-long eastern patrol in the East Sea. Pass this marshal's order to Navy headquarters and all branches. Tell them that at the end of my eastern tour, I will need a list of all the officers and men of the headquarters and the major branches who have fought for justice in the last 10 years, whether they are serving or have left the Navy. As long as they have served for justice, they must be given a subsidy and rewarded on the basis of merit. Those who have fallen, both officers and enlisted, are uniformly and posthumously named naval heroes, and their families are listed as the House of Naval Heroes, sheltered by the Navy for generations. Anyone who harms the House of Heroes, no matter who it is, will be punished as a thief. The above is one of them. Second, immediately order the major branches in the East Sea to immediately issue a pirate hunting order and conduct carpet patrols and searches throughout the East Sea. In the meantime, this marshal hears no report of any process, so long as the pirate dies. 3 shifts end today and continue tomorrow.